as a meteor-like light shower streaked across the sky. The portal connecting reality and the game world swung open, guiding players into a realm known as mountains and seas of the great wilderness. In this ancient and vast world, beasts roamed, some ferocious, others shrouded in mystery. The infamous 10 Fiends of the mountains and seas possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, while ancient sacred beasts, symbols of fortune and luck, remained concealed from the world. For the insignificant players who arrived here, would survival be their only aspiration, or would they seize opportunities to carve out a prosperous existence? Qingyi declared that his goal was to establish a territory and become the most formidable lord in the universe. In his eyes, any beast that could not be tamed within his domain was unworthy of being on his table. Chapter 1. Betrayed by my sister, I was reborn. Are you really my brother? You won't even help me with this. Only your kidney matches Zhou Yuan. You've lost merely a kidney. Zhou Yuan is my best male friend. If you refuse, don't blame me for being unkind. The clock on the wall ticked softly. Qingyi jolted awake from his bed, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from a nightmare. Am I still alive? His heart raced as he tightened his fists, the sensation of reality confirming his existence. He surveyed his surroundings, the familiar environment akin to the place he had inhabited 3 years prior. August 8th, 2028, the time displayed on his phone made his pupils contract. Reborn? Back to 3 years ago? He leaped from the bed and hurried to the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at his youthful, handsome visage, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had truly been granted a second chance. Heaven had bestowed upon him the opportunity to start anew. Li Shanshan. A cold glint flashed in Qingyi's eyes as intense hatred surged within him. This so-called sister had drugged him to unconsciousness to save her male friend, sacrificing his kidney for a transplant. While her friend lived, he succumbed to excessive blood loss on the operating table. After years of caring for her since childhood, this was the outcome he received. Recalling his helplessness on the operating table sent chills down his spine. An orphan since the age of 2, he had been adopted by foster parents who provided him with love and warmth, allowing him to experience the essence of family. He cherished this hard-won bond deeply, treating his foster parents' biological daughter as his own sister. After his foster parents perished in a car accident, he did not abandon her. Instead, he shouldered the burden of providing for and caring for her. At long last, after graduating from university and establishing a substantial enterprise through mountains and seas of the great wilderness, he was betrayed by his own sister. Li Shanshan had conspired against him for the sake of a so-called male friend. He vividly recalled her in different words. Though you are my brother, we share no blood ties. The time you spent with me pales in comparison to Zhou Yuan, even less than my classmates. Tiomi, you are merely a familiar stranger. Thus, you are far less important than Zhou Yuan. I'm clear-headed. I love those who treat me well. Moreover, your kidney is merely a way to accompany me through Zhou Yuan. You lose nothing in this arrangement. Your career in the mountains and seas of the great wilderness will merge into Zhou Yuan's Sourcei's tribe. Rest assured, he has promised to buy you a villa in our hometown, ensuring your latter years are taken care of. As Zhou Yuan completed the transplant, Qingyi lay on the operating table, dying alone. Since you regard me as a stranger, I shall treat you as if you do not exist. Qingyi's heart turned utterly cold. The karmic ties of his past life would repay the kindness of his foster parents. From then on, paths diverged, and they would remain unconnected. Should she dare to cross him again, he would show no mercy. It is now 6 in the evening. If my memory serves me correctly, the arrival of the mountains and seas of the great wilderness should be at 8 o'clock. Qingyi remembered that in his previous life, he was preparing to head out for his evening shift when he witnessed that grand meteor shower. Dubbed the meteor shower online due to its resemblance to one, it heralded the descent of the mountains and seas of the great wilderness. After the meteor shower, all who were drenched in its light bore the totems of the mountains and seas. These totems varied, showcasing bizarre beasts like dragons and snakes, as well as peculiar plants like flowers and trees. Undoubtedly, the people of Blue Star could enter the world of the mountains and seas through these totems. Moreover, the more meteor rain one absorbed, the more potent their totem became, resulting in higher initial attributes upon entering the game. In his previous life, Qingyi had built a considerable foundation in the world of the mountains and seas, thanks to a purple tiger totem. Time to adjust my state and see if I can absorb more meteor rain. Qingyi entered the bathroom, preparing to cleanse himself thoroughly in anticipation of the meteor shower's arrival. He scrubbed every inch, ensuring he was spotless before dressing and heading to the plaza outside his community. The booming speakers filled the air as a group of elderly women swayed to the music, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Qingyi found a spacious and relatively quiet spot to sit. At last, the hour struck 8. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, lightning illuminating the world. The once tranquil sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds converging amidst a raging wind, forming a swirling vortex that resembled a beast with a gaping maw, poised to swallow blue. Star hole, that it's going to pour, we should run. This weather changed too quickly. The crowd scattered like startled birds. Yet Li Qingyi remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. His gaze sharpened, fixed upon the tumultuous sky as he murmured, "It's coming." To his surprise, this serendipitous moment awakened the tiger totem within him. Armed with experience in this life, he yearned to be drenched in meteor rain. Thunder and rain were blessings from the heavens. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as countless lights appeared from the infinite distance, racing towards Blue Star. The sky was filled with luminous points. The meteor shower had arrived. Come forth. In this life, I shall surely awaken an even stronger totem. Li Qingyi spread his arms wide, wishing to embrace the entirety of the meteor shower. As the meteors fell, he distinctly felt a gentle moisture enveloping him, akin to a soft kiss from the goddess of fortune. Warm, tender, yet fleeting, but a radiant totem emerged from his chest. The light pulsed, transitioning swiftly through shades of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, slowing only upon reaching purple. Yet even then, the purple deepened with each passing moment, gradually hinting at a transformation into gold. Excellent! Li Qingyi could not contain his joy in his previous life. Purple had been his limit, yet now it was merely the beginning. He closed his eyes tightly, centering himself to sense the existence of the meteor rain. Under his perception, the meteor rain seemed to be drawn toward him, enveloping him completely without a trace left behind. In an instant, he became a golden figure, standing resolutely in the plaza. Buzz! The totem upon his chest shone brilliantly, shifting from a pale gold to a rich gold, then to a dark gold, intensifying to its utmost brilliance. At last, a burst of colorful light illuminated the sky. The obscure totem finally took form, not as dragons or mythical beasts, nor as flora and fauna, but as an infinite, shimmering galaxy. Li Qingyi's consciousness seemed to be guided by the galaxy, experiencing its wonders. Within the galaxy, the sun and moon cycled, galaxies flourished and faded, and the myriad transformations of existence unfolded. Vibrant with life. When he awoke, the meteor shower had come to an end. Li Qingyi adjusted his attire, securing the galaxy at his chest more tightly, before striding forth with purpose. Chapter 2. The vast wilderness of mountains and seas, entering the game. Upon returning home, Li Qingyi sat cross-legged on his bed, shedding his garments. His gaze fixated on the colorful galaxy totem emblazoned upon his chest, and he could not help but chuckle with delight. A colorful totem. This was indeed a rarity. In his previous life, he had never heard anyone mention such a vibrant emblem. The eminent figures within the gaming realm mostly boasted golden totems. Yet now, he found himself the proud possessor of a colorful totem. Did this not signify that he had already surpassed them? Undoubtedly. Li Qingyi felt a surge of exhilaration within his heart. This was a matter to be kept secret. He could not divulge it to anyone. Once his initial jubilation subsided, Li Qingyi collected his thoughts and reminded himself of the gravity of his situation. As a reincarnate, he understood that while the vast wilderness of mountains and seas was termed a game, it was, in truth, a tangible world. This realm was magnificent and mystical, akin to the primordial worlds described in novels. Most crucially, this world would one day descend upon Blue Star. At that juncture, all that he had acquired within the game would manifest as reality. This was a fantastical world, brimming with countless opportunities, any one of which could easily alter the course of Blue Star's destiny. It was evident that the vast wilderness of mountains and seas would evolve into a game that captivated the entire globe. As the bearer of a colorful totem, should others become aware of his status, they would undoubtedly seek to confine him to serve their purposes, while rival nations would spare no effort in attempting to extinguish him. Such a scenario was one Li Qingyi fervently wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to remain inconspicuous, biding his time until the day the wilderness arrived, when he would emerge to conquer the world. In his past life, he had been thwarted by a series of trivial matters that derailed his grand ambitions. In this life, he was determined to learn from those lessons and dedicate himself to his pursuits, unencumbered by mundane affairs. Li Qingyi silently recited these affirmations. He focused his attention on the galaxy totem adorning his chest, and before long, his consciousness began to blur. Would you like to enter the vast wilderness of mountains and seas? Affirmative. In the midst of his hazy state, he found himself in a dark expanse. Please enter your name. Qingyi. Li Qingyi replied nonchalantly. Binding in progress. Body scan in progress, generating initial attributes. Detected as a mythical level user with a colorful totem. Initial attributes. 3. Randomly generating a primary skill. Attribute confirmation. Name, Qingyi. Identity, none. Reputation, 0. Level, 0. Experience, 0-1000. Strength, 31 defense, 35 speed, 32 stamina, 38 decimal points not displayed. Martial arts, none. Skills, basic detection. Equipment, none. Talent, none. Specialization, none. Wealth, 100 copper coins. Confirmed. Li Qingyi felt a profound satisfaction. These attributes represented nearly a doubling compared to his previous life. Truly, The colorful totem had elevated him to the status of a mythical level user. Random birthplace generation in progress. Detected that you are a mythical level user, granting you the opportunity to freely choose your birthplace. Please select your birthplace. Eastern Wilderness, Central Mountain Range. Eastern Wilderness, Demon Sky Valley. Eastern Wilderness, Divine Marshall Mountain Range. Eastern Wilderness, Azure Water Pond. Eastern Wilderness, Northwest Mountain Range. Eastern Wilderness, Valley of Immortal Herbs. Eastern Wilderness, Golden Fierce Mountain Range. Eastern Wilderness, Sea of Clouds Mountain Range. Eastern Wilderness, Dragon Guardian Mountain Range. Eastern Wilderness, Snow Ridge Mountain Range. Eastern Wilderness, Valley of Lasting Winds. Eastern Wilderness, Wanan Mountain Range. Dozens of birthplaces appeared before Qingyi's eyes, all of which began with the Eastern Wilderness mountain ranges. This was due to geographical reasons. In the Dragon Kingdom and several subcontinental nations, within the vast expanse of mountains and seas, one was automatically assigned to the Eastern Wilderness. To facilitate Qingyi's selection, the system even thoughtfully arranged a recommendation star rating. Eastern Wilderness, Valley of Immortal Herbs, a valley where various spiritual herbs and rare medicines grow. It is rumored that immortals concoct elixirs of eternal life here. Recommendation rating, 5 stars. Eastern Wilderness, Central Mountain Range, a place where deities bow and demons pay homage. Shrouded in mist, with cranes guiding the way to the highest secret paths. Recommendation rating, 4 stars. Eastern Wilderness, Demon Sky Valley, an ancient battlefield. Beneath the mysterious ground seem to lie incredible treasures. Recommendation rating, 4 stars. Eastern Wilderness, Divine Marshall Mountain Range, a paradise for warriors, offering extreme environments for the oblivious players. Recommendation rating, 1 star. Qingyi was dazzled by the array of options. In his previous life, he did not enjoy such treatment. Once his attributes were confirmed, he was directly thrown into the game. It was nothing like now, with introductions upon introductions, akin to a thoughtful companion. Once again, Qingyi praised the colorful totem. Privileges may be shameful, but if the one enjoying them is myself, I shall pretend I said nothing. Which one to choose? Qingyi began to ponder. According to the system's recommendations, the Valley of Immortal Herbs was undoubtedly the best choice. That place was abundant in rare materials, with spiritual herbs and fruits everywhere. Ideal for development. If it were his first time entering the game, he would have chosen it without hesitation. However, as a seasoned veteran who had lived through this once before, Qingyi recalled another location. That was the place he had stayed in his previous life, the Eastern Wilderness, Qingyi Mountain Range. Once, there was a player named Wuhan who obtained an extraordinary treasure in the Eastern Wilderness, and, with its aid, dominated both the equipment and level rankings for 2 months. Later, he revealed the method of acquiring that treasure online, sparking a treasure hunting craze in Qingyi Mountain Range. However, this fellow became overly arrogant, and tragically, he posted a dashing selfie online, after which he vanished without a trace. It remains unknown whether he met a grim fate offline. I choose the Eastern Wilderness, Qingyi Mountain Range, 9 Cloud Secret Realm, coordinates 966-46658, 316-554415, 223-737-5400. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyi decided to select the familiar locale. Although the Valley of Immortal Herbs was enticing, it was too vast, and being unfamiliar with it rendered it of little use. It was akin to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a prime location with opportunities for wealth, yet still, countless impoverished individuals failed to seize them. In contrast, Qingyi Mountain Range was not only familiar to him, but he also possessed insider knowledge. Once he acquired that treasure, he would undoubtedly be far ahead of the rest. As Qingyi's voice faded, a radiant light suddenly illuminated before him, followed by a series of grand primordial scenes unfolding in his vision. The white tiger howled at the moon, and the vermilion bird scorched the heavens. These were the authentic depictions of the vast world of mountains and seas. The magnificence of these images was so profound that even having witnessed them once before, Qingyi could not help but feel captivated anew. The divine beasts of the wilderness possessed astonishing powers. One could only wonder if humanity would ever attain the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth as heralded in the tales of the mountains and seas. After approximately 10 minutes, these visions dissipated. Qingyi was plunged into darkness, feeling as though his soul was being swept away, drifting through countless unknown realms. When he regained consciousness, he discovered he had arrived in the 9 Clouds Secret Realm. Here lay the enigmatic space, and he pondered whether he might now acquire that treasured artifact. Drawing upon the information provided by Wuhan, he cautiously made his way deeper into the secret realm. Chapter 3. The Trial of the Secret Realm and the Level of Talent. Fortunately, within the secret realm, no monstrous beasts lurked. Qingyi safely navigated through several dense forests, his eyes soon falling upon a towering altar. The base was constructed from countless colorful gemstones, with steps as pristine as jade, ascending in layers. At a glance, there seemed to be thousands of steps. Upon the altar stood 4 robust pillars, reaching into the clouds, seemingly endless. A treasure emanating a kaleidoscope of colors floated at the altar's center, mysterious and resplendent. It was indeed a colorful treasure. Qingyi's breath quickened. In the realm of mountains and seas, treasures were typically classified by colors: white, green, blue, purple, orange, pink, red, and colorful. The colorful variety, also known as the mythic grade treasure, was exceedingly rare throughout the entire realm. It was no wonder that Wuhan had been able to top the charts. With such a treasure, success was almost assured. According to Wuhan's account, no beasts guarded this treasure. One merely needed to complete the trial upon the altar. However, the process of retrieving the treasure had not been elaborated upon, leaving Li Qingyi with only a vague understanding. After a thorough observation and relying on his years of treasure hunting experience, he detected no immediate danger surrounding the altar. Congratulations on entering a special map, triggering a unique quest, the Nine Clouds Trial. The Nine Clouds Trial. Quest level, mythic grade unique quest. Quest description, chosen by the heavens. The fortunate one may enter the Nine Clouds secret realm to explore the secrets of the mythic treasure, the Heart of Nine Clouds. Quest reward, upon completion, receive the mythic grade treasure, the Heart of Nine Clouds. Note, failure in the trial will result in being teleported out of the Nine Clouds secret realm. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Qingyi felt a surge of excitement and quickened his pace toward the summit of the altar. With thousands of steps rising over 1,000 meters, it was fortunate that Li Qingyi's attributes were thrice those of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he might have been utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the altar's peak, Li Qingyi did not hesitate to place his hand upon the orb of colorful radiance. A low hum resonated as a tremendous force emanated from his palm, causing the treasure to tremble violently. On Li Qingyi's chest, the silver totem once again unleashed its power, radiating a spectrum of divine light that intertwined with the artifact. Before long, the artifact calmed, as if tamed, lying peacefully within Li Qingyi's palm. First trial passed. The system's prompt echoed. It appeared that the initial challenge of the Nine Clouds trial was to assess the player's totemic potential. Naturally, Li Qingyi's colorful aptitude passed effortlessly. However, curiously, the artifact remained in a sealed state, shrouded in ambiguity, eluding clarity. No matter how diligently Li Qingyi scrutinized it, there was no response. Just as he found himself at a loss, for pillars began to emanate a golden divine light, enveloping the entire altar and forming a circular space. Shortly thereafter, a cyan phantasm began to materialize, ultimately transforming into a cyan bronze figure. Acquired temporary equipment, trial sword, a luminous sword, glowing with a white radiance, manifested in Li Qingyi's hand. Had the second trial commenced? Li Qingyi furrowed his brows and swiftly cast a basic detection spell. The attributes of the cyan bronze figure swiftly appeared before him. Name, level 1 Shadow Bronze Man level, 0, experience, 01000, strength, 31, defense, 35, speed, 32, stamina, 38, martial arts, none, skills, basic detection spell, equipment, none. These attributes felt strikingly familiar. Li Qingyi smacked his thigh, realizing that these were, in fact, his own attributes, replicated by the system. Could it be that he was to defeat this bronze figure? Li Qingyi attempted to strike at the cyan bronze figure. This movement seemed to trigger some mechanism, and the bronze figure responded, initiating its own attacks. Clearly, as long as Li Qingyi engaged the figure, a battle would commence without pause, continuing until one party met their demise. Understanding the underlying principle, Li Qingyi was in no rush to conclude the fight. Instead, he engaged in a tactical dance with the bronze figure, observing its combat style while collecting data. As a seasoned gamer, he understood the value of mythical level quests and unique tasks. Patience was essential. A steady approach was the key to success. Although the attributes mirrored his own, the figure lacked skills, agility, and its combat style was rather simplistic. Li Qingyi quickly discerned the figure's weaknesses. The system could replicate attributes, but not the soul. Nor could it duplicate the awareness of combat. Having experienced countless battles in his previous life, Li Qingyi's instincts were honed to perfection. Even if the cyan bronze figure had superior attributes, its movements appeared to him as if they were slowed down, posing no real threat. It was time to conclude this encounter. Li Qingyi effortlessly plunged the luminous sword into the bronze figure's chest, bringing the battle to an end. Second Trial Shadow Assessment 12. Passed. The form of the cyan bronze figure dissolved into light, and shortly after, another golden bronze figure emerged. Name, Level 2 Shadow Bronze Man level, 0, experience, 01000, strength, 310, defense, 350, speed, 320, stamina, 380, martial arts, none, skill, basic detection technique, capable of identifying monsters no higher than 10 levels above its own. Equipment, iron sword. In stark contrast to the azure copper man, the attributes of the golden copper man are magnified tenfold. Alas, how could one contend with such an aberration? Li Qingyi silently cursed. His gaze sharpened, and his expression turned grave. In the past, with an array of items at his disposal, he would not have feared such a foe. However, as a mere novice, devoid of any skills, confronting an adversary with 10 times his attributes seemed an insurmountable challenge. Compared to the azure copper man, The enhancements in the golden copper man's attributes were unfathomable. Suddenly, the shadow flickered and appeared before Qingyi in an instant. Were it not for his lightning reflexes, he would have been slain on the spot. He immediately struck with his sword, yet the golden copper man's defenses were astonishing. The iron blade merely left a faint mark upon its surface, inflicting minimal damage. Conversely, the golden copper man possessed tremendous strength, and a single blow sent Qingyi scrambling, leaving him no choice but to evade. Fortunately, despite its formidable attributes, the golden copper man lacked agility. Qingyi darted left and right, weaving and bobbing, narrowly escaping the brink of death. Each time he seemed on the verge of being struck, he managed to predict the copper man's movements just in time, evading destruction by the slimmest of margins. This cannot continue. It can afford to make countless mistakes, but I have but one chance. Qingyi furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Surely, there must be a way. If not, then one must be found. Missing this colorful treasure would be a tremendous regret, perhaps even a source of sleepless nights. Calm down and find an opportunity. Qingyi inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Aware that his attacks bore little fruit, he refrained from striking recklessly. Instead, he focused his energy, observing intently for a chance to deliver a decisive blow. After a prolonged skirmish, he deliberately feigned a weakness, drawing the golden copper man into an attack. The golden copper man took the bait, thrusting its sword forward. Now is the moment. Qingyi moved with the swiftness of lightning, evading just as the tip of the golden copper man's sword was about to touch him. With a deft slide, he dodged, then channeled all his strength, guiding the blade beneath the copper man's defenses. A strike to its absolute weak point. The golden copper man, having replicated its own attributes, also mirrored its vulnerabilities. In such a critical position, even its formidable defenses faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyi followed up with several strikes. A flurry of critical hits illuminating the air. The golden copper man knelt, its health bar depleted. Congratulations on completing the 9 Clouds trial. You have acquired a unique item, Heart of 9 Clouds. Would you like to bind the Heart of 9 Clouds? Bind. A mythic treasure, now in my grasp. As the voice faded, the Heart of 9 Clouds soared into the air, transforming into a streak of luminous energy, and surged into Qingyi's body. Binding successful. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, Chosen Drop Rate. Chapter 4, Chosen Drop Rate, The First Blood. Chosen Drop Rate. The luck of the Heart of 9 Clouds allows players to experience a random enhancement of 100 times in the drop rate of all items from monsters during gameplay, with a 10 probability of triggering the chosen effect, thereby elevating the quality of dropped items. Gazing at the description, Qingyi felt as though he were in a dream. Surprise, immense surprise. To have a drop rate boosted by 100 times was astonishing enough. But the possibility of quality enhancement as well? What does this imply? While others toil endlessly to acquire equipment, he could potentially score loot from merely a minor creature. It is well known that the vast wilderness of mountains and seas is a game reminiscent of the classic of mountains and seas, characterized by its formidable difficulty. The drop rates are notoriously abysmal. In his previous life, according to official data, the cumulative drop rate for equipment, items, resources, and martial arts was less than 1. This led to a dire situation where most players, after a month in the game, found themselves without equipment, forced to don leaves like savages. Even he had spent over half a month clad in animal hides. No wonder that fellow, Wuhan, was able to dominate the leaderboard. This talent is simply extraordinary. Qingyi couldn't help but clap his hands in delight. With this talent, he firmly believed he would be ahead of the curve. Trial concluded, closing the secret realm. The system's voice echoed, and the surrounding space began to warp. Qingyi blinked, and when his vision cleared, he discovered he was amidst a dense forest. The trees were as thick as barrels, towering into the clouds, casting shadows that obscured the sun, and the small hills scattered about were taller than skyscrapers in the Dragon Kingdom. In the air, the occasional cries of soaring birds resonated, deafening in their intensity. Compared to the mundane world, this place was far more fitting for him. A smile crept across Qingyi's face, his demeanor relaxing. The trivialities of human affairs were so tiresome. Nothing could compare to the grandeur of mountains, rivers, and the gentle breeze under the bright moon. Freedom was the only antidote for his soul's salvation. Let us get to work. Qingyi was brimming with enthusiasm. Within the wilderness, danger lurked at every turn. Not only the ferocious beasts like tigers and leopards, but even insects such as bugs and ants could easily claim a life. He treaded cautiously through the thicket. Suddenly, movement stirred in the nearby grass. Qingyi's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze in that direction. A pair of long antennae emerged first, followed by a head and torso. It was the size of a rabbit, yet it was not a rabbit, but an ant. Yes, an ant. A creature capable of snapping iron and spraying venom. Qingyi cast a detection spell. Name, Fire Ant Grade, Common Monster. Level 1. Health, 331 mana, 45 Spirit, 78 Strength, 45 Defense, 38 Speed, 20 Stamina, 55. Fire Poison 1. Capable of spraying scorching toxins that inflict burning damage. Fire ants typically appear in swarms, seldom seen alone. Qingyi refrained from acting recklessly, opting instead to observe. As anticipated, shortly after the first fire ant emerged, another followed suit, then one after another, culminating in a total of 10 fire ants. These creatures possessed attributes surpassing his own, yet their numbers were manageable. He hastily picked up a sturdy stick to serve as a weapon. Cautiously, he approached the edge of the fire ant swarm, raising the stick high. With a sudden and forceful strike, he brought it down. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the leading fire ant's head was driven into the ground, its legs thrashing in the air. Seizing the moment, Qingyi followed up with 2 more swift strikes, ending its life. He then retreated, distancing himself 5 meters away. As expected, the moment he withdrew, the remaining 9 fire ants unleashed their venom, charging towards him. The area where he had stood was nearly entirely engulfed. The grass there sizzled and withered into nothingness, leaving a charred expanse behind. Fire ant slain, gained 45 experience points. The system notification chimed, and Qingyi felt his experience surge. He glanced over to where the fire ant's corpse lay, noticing an object emitting a white halo had dropped to the ground. Short bow, strength 30. A basic weapon commonly used by female savages, approximately 1 meter in length, sturdy and durable, with a moderate rate of fire. Capable of slight armor penetration. The first blood drawn resulted in a reward. Truly, a testament to his innate talent. Qingyi was both astonished and elated. Not only had he acquired equipment, but it was also a bow renowned as an essential tool for novices. It is known that new players, upon entering the vast wilderness, typically possess attributes hovering around 10. Those slightly more skilled may reach around 15. With such limited strength, even the weakest of foes prove formidable. Take the fire ant. For instance, even a single one boasts attributes exceeding 35, rendering players virtually powerless. Thus, even when equipped with melee weapons like swords and knives, novice players are likely to meet their demise. However, bows are different. With a long range and high damage output, even players lacking combat experience can effectively kite enemies, provided they can aim accurately. After some maneuvering around the remaining fire ants, Qingyi seized the opportunity to pick up the short bow. He swiftly nocked an arrow and took aim. Whoosh! The arrow struck true, landing squarely on one fire ant's head. 350. Bright red letters erupted from the fire ant's head. Critical hit. This arrow claimed the life of the fire ant instantly, just as in the real world. In the realm of mountains and seas, striking a vital point can trigger a critical hit, inflicting tremendous damage. Furthermore, certain monstrous beasts possess vital spots. Attacking these areas can yield double or even tenfold critical hits. The second fire ant, however, did not yield any valuable items. Aside from a few copper coins, the vicinity was barren. Qingyi paid it little mind. He continued to knock arrows with agility, weaving around the fire ants, occasionally loosing an arrow to take down another. Experience 48. Experience 42. All the fire ants were swiftly eradicated. However, apart from the first fire ant, the last one surprisingly also yielded a reward. Flower vine shoes, speed 10. A basic level of armor, these shoes, woven from flower vines, are refreshingly comfortable, exuding a subtle floral fragrance. Upon exchanging the system's gifted straw shoes for the flower vine shoes, Qingyi instantaneously felt as if he could soar. Splendid. A faint smile graced his lips. The annihilation of the fire ants granted him 478 experience points, yet he still had a considerable distance to reach 1,000 points. Nevertheless, he refrained from seeking out more minor foes. Instead, he located a sharp stone and skillfully sliced a piece of meat from the fire ant's back, subsequently igniting a fire pit to roast it. Simultaneously, he expertly gathered some aromatic herbs from his surroundings, crushed them, and sprinkled them over the meat. The crimson morsels sizzled and oozed with juices, releasing an enticing aroma of herbs. As Qingyi took a bite, he mentally applauded himself. Delicious. After such a long time, his culinary skills remained intact. Consuming fire ant meat, experience 17. Consuming fire ant meat, experience 18. Chapter 5. Level up, stone feather chicken. With one fire ant's flesh consumed, Qingyi's experience surged by over 90 points, surpassing that gained from slaying foes. This was due to the unique leveling system in the vast wilderness of Shanhai. Unlike traditional methods of leveling through combat, there are myriad ways to acquire experience in this realm. For instance, consuming the flesh of demonic beasts, spiritual herbs, or engaging in activities like chopping wood or mining. These are all deemed valid forms of experience gained by the system. Most players, unable to contend with demonic beasts in the early stages, rely on these methods to scrape together experience points. Otherwise, given the formidable challenge posed by Shanhai, many might struggle for a lifetime to defeat even a single fire ant. Previously, he was unaware of the delectable nature of demonic beast meat. Having judged by appearances and dismissed it, it was only after tasting it that he realized its true appeal. At the onset of the game, Qingyi had no inkling that the flesh of monsters was consumable. He was still shackled by the traditional MMORPG mindset, believing that once a monster was defeated, it held no further value, resulting in the squandered opportunity to consume much beast meat. It was only during a time when he found himself trapped in a cave, succumbing to hunger, that he tried consuming meat and discovered the hardships he had endured previously. Native to the land, demonic beasts were to be savored. Each bite was a delight. Qingyi was confident he was not the first to indulge in beast meat. Yet he was curious as to why those who had tried it remained silent about their experiences. It seemed rather inconsiderate. Thus, Qingyi chose to remain discreet as well. He selected the most tender piece from a fire ant's body. It was not that other parts were inedible, but rather a luxurious choice to take only the essence. Finally, after consuming the 8th piece of fire ant meat, a flash of white light enveloped him, heralding his level up. Qingyi. Identity, none. Reputation, 0. Level, 1. Experience, 22,000. Strength, 40-30. Defense, 44. Speed, 41-10. Stamina, 47. Martial arts, none. Skills, basic detection technique. Equipment, short bow, flower vine shoes. Talent, chosen one's drop rate. During the course of the game, the drop rate of items from all monsters is randomly increased by 100 times. There is a 10 chance to trigger the chosen one effect, elevating the quality of the dropped items. Special skill, none. Currency, 618 copper coins. In a previous life, leveling up the purple totem increased all attributes by 7 points, while now, leveling up the colorful totem increases them by 9 points. Not too shabby. Qingyi felt a sense of contentment. Although the two seemed similar at present, he understood that this was merely the early stage of the game. As the game progressed into the mid to late stages and after the 5th system update, the advantages of the totem would become profoundly evident following its soul transformation. I can't eat anymore. Qingyi patted his belly, feeling satisfactorily full. With 2 pieces of fire ant meat remaining, he had no intention of wasting them. He plucked a few leaves, preparing to wrap them up for later. Just as he finished wrapping one piece, an odd sound echoed from behind. Qingyi's expression sharpened as he turned swiftly. A tall, imposing shadow loomed before him. A chicken? Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? This was a level 1 monster zone. How could a chicken appear? Its size was akin to that of a calf. Could it truly be a level 1 monster? He hastily cast a basic detection spell. Name, Stone Feather Chicken. Grade, Common Monster. Level, 8. Health, 1431. Mana, 351. Spirit, 151. Strength, 287. Defense, 400. Speed, 322. Stamina, 263. Special skill, Keen Sense of Smell, capable of detecting extremely subtle scents and distinguishing different aromas. Hardening 2. When faced with danger, it can harden its feathers and skin to stone-like toughness, reducing damage taken. An 8th level monster with a 2nd level hardening skill? Qingyi instinctively took 2 steps back. Goodness. With such attributes and skills, should a battle ensue, he would be no match for even a single claw of this chicken. However, it was evident that his concerns were unwarranted. The stone feather chicken paid no heed to Qingyi. Instead, it raised its head and strode confidently towards the campfire, devouring the roasted fire ant meat in one gulp. It emitted a joyful clucking sound, swaying its body contentedly. It turned out it had been lured by the aroma of the fire ant meat. Qingyi understood now. No wonder. Generally, monsters have designated activity zones and do not easily cross boundaries unless something enticing draws them away. Just like this stone feather chicken, with its keen sense of smell. It had detected the fragrance of the fire ant meat from afar and ventured out in search of food. After finishing the fire ant meat, the chicken turned its attention to the unroasted fire ant carcasses nearby. It bent its neck and tentatively pecked at one. Ugh! It spat it out. Then, tilting its head, it gazed at the other piece of fire ant meat in Qingyi's hand, giving him a syrupy stare. Not a chance. Qingyi shook his head, concealing the fire ant meat behind him. It could catch its own food. He needed to save some rations. Observing Qingyi's demeanor, the stone feather chicken widened its eyes and flapped its wings in place, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Seeing that Qingyi remained unfazed, it became enraged. Stretching its neck and lowering its head like a great rock spreading its wings, it charged forward. Although Qingyi was aware that he could do little to harm it. As an experienced player, he felt compelled to make an attempt. He raised his arm, his muscles taut, pulling the bowstring to its fullest. With a hum, he released the arrow. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed. The stone feather chicken's wings contracted, a fleeting flash of black light appearing. A sheen resembling stone emerged. It gently lifted its wings to deflect the incoming arrow. Crimson letters floated above the stone feather chicken's head. What? Qingyi's eyelids twitched. Although he knew he could not breach its defenses, dealing only 8 points of damage still took him by surprise. Too tough. As the stone feather chicken bore down on him, he dared not underestimate it, hastily loosing another arrow. This one aimed directly at the creature's eyes. Cluck, cluck. The stone feather chicken sensed the threat, promptly closing its eyes and activating its hardening skill once more. Its entire body turned gray, resembling a statue. Clang. The arrow struck its eye, sparks flying. An even lower damage figure erupted. I can't do this. Qingyi exclaimed, turning on his heel to flee. However, After being struck by 2 arrows, the stone feather chicken would not let him escape easily. With a few powerful flaps of its wings, it took to the air. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Qingyi realized the danger too late. He quickly performed a roll to evade the fierce attack. With a thunderous sound, a nearby tree trunk was punctured, leaving a hole the size of a fist. It was hard to imagine what would happen if it struck a person. Would they survive? It likely depended on the location. Perhaps a blow to the arm or leg wouldn't be fatal, but a hit to a vital area. A shiver ran down Qingyi's spine, causing his legs to instinctively clench. No. He quickly apologized, tossing a piece of fire ant meat. Upon seeing the morsel drop to the ground, the previously bristled stone feather chicken instantly softened. It raised its neck, emitting a victorious call, then, with stealthy steps, picked up the fire ant meat to savor it. Watching the creature's raised backside, Qingyi was tempted to shoot another arrow, imagining a fragrant skewer of meat. However, reason prevailed, and he restrained himself. Casting a resentful glance, he decided to slip away quietly. A true man, born of the heavens and earth, must be flexible. He could seek revenge another day. Chapter 6, Soil-Eating Beast, Elite Monster. In the vast wilderness, danger lurked everywhere. One might inadvertently wander into the lair of a formidable demon. Thus, he dared not venture too far. Within 5 kilometers of his birthplace, he felt relatively safe. He resolved to remain active within this area. Passing through a thicket, he arrived at rocky terrain. The crunching sounds reached his ears. Cautiously, Qingyi approached and discovered 2 beasts voraciously gnawing at the earth. The soil-eating beasts. He recognized these creatures. They bore a resemblance to earthworms, albeit with an additional antenna and a mouth. The creature exhibits numerous similarities to the earthworm, particularly in its preference for consuming soil. However, while the earthworm favors softer substrates, this creature has an inclination towards the more solid varieties, designated as the soil devourer. It is classified as an ordinary monster of level 3. Its attributes include 421 life points, 36 mana, and a mental capacity of 2,730. Its strength stands at 66, defense at 10, speed at 52, and endurance at 30. With the ability to burrow, it boasts a movement speed of 30 beneath the surface. Qingyi's interest was piqued upon observing this level 3 monster, as typical soil devourers hover around level 2. The rocky terrain evidently contributes to their enhanced diet. One such soil devourer slithered towards a stone the size of a grinding mill, opening its maw to gnaw at it with a cacophony of crunching sounds. Its rows of teeth resembled formidable gears, efficiently pulverizing the rock and soil with terrifying strength. Previously, Qingyi had witnessed a soil devourer consume a player, leaving him haunted by the chilling screams that echoed in his mind. Although death in the vast wilderness of Shanhai does not entail permanent demise for players, the pain experienced is all too real. Unless absolutely unavoidable, Qingyi had no desire to experience the sensation of death, especially considering the 24-hour ban from the game that followed. In a race against time, such a setback would be detrimental. Fortunately, these were merely soil devourers. Facing other level 3 monsters would pose a far greater challenge. Drawing his bowstring taut, Qingyi aimed at one of the soil devourers. Known for their formidable biting power, speed, and ability to burrow, they are indeed difficult adversaries, yet their low defense is a notable weakness. While an ordinary player might struggle against them, Qingyi, a research-oriented player with extensive experience in combating various wild creatures, found them to be no trouble at all. Behold the arrow, he declared. The arrow flew forth, striking true upon the creature's antenna. If he could sever it, the monster would be unable to burrow into the earth, allowing him to employ a kiting strategy with his bow. Just as he anticipated, the soil devourer, now blinded by the loss of its antenna, flailed helplessly on the ground. Unable to escape underground, Qingyi maintained his composure, redirecting his aim towards another one. With a swift release, the second creature met the same fate. Then, he proceeded to deliver the finishing blows. Despite the soil devourer's numerous advantages, their vulnerabilities were equally pronounced. With over 400 health points, they could be vanquished with just a couple of critical hits. You have slain a soil devourer, earning 168 experience points. You have slain a soil devourer, earning 170 experience points. With the battle concluded, Qingyi began to gather his spoils. Regrettably, although he had leveled up twice from the encounters, the rewards were meager, merely a scant collection of over 100 copper coins. A small consolation, indeed. He picked up the copper coin, his unwillingness compelling him to shift his attention to the corpse of the soil eater. The flesh of the soil eater held no value, utterly inedible. Do not inquire why, for it was merely a mouthful of crushed earth. The only aspect that bore any worth might be its teeth, sharp and sturdy. They could serve as materials for crafting weapons, or could be sold. With this thought in mind, Qingyi resolved to act. He drew an arrow and used its tip to pierce the body of the soil eater, commencing the extraction of its teeth. The process was rather simple, being a boneless beast. Qingyi effortlessly removed each tooth one by one. Just as he prepared to depart, a tremor resonated beneath his feet, alerting him to potential danger. He reacted swiftly, retreating several meters in an instant. Boom! As anticipated, a colossal figure erupted from the earth, its gaping maw lunging toward Qingyi. Name, Soil Eater type, Elite Monster level, 3 health, 1163 mana, 98 spirit, 70-75 strength, 101 defense, 20 speed, 81 stamina, 45 burrow 2, underground movement speed of 60. Shatter 1, enhanced sharpness of teeth, capable of biting through ordinary metal. An elite monster, Qingyi exclaimed in astonishment. Although it was of the same level, this creature's attributes surpassed that of a typical soil eater by a considerable margin. Not only did it possess a level 2 burrowing skill, but it also boasted a level 1 shatter skill. Truly impressive. A wave of earthy scent assaulted him as the soil eater's cavernous mouth resembled an unfathomable abyss. Swiftly closing in on Qingyi, he continued to retreat, drawing his bow and aiming directly at the gaping maw, releasing an arrow. The soil eater reacted with remarkable speed, closing its mouth and biting down on the arrow, then chewing it to bits as if it were a mere snack before swallowing it whole. My arrow. Qingyi's expression darkened. Originally equipped with 10 arrows, he had now lost 1. The supply was dwindling, and in this desolate wilderness, where could he replenish his stock? Damn it, I will extract every single one of your teeth. He grunted, re-aiming. This time, he exercised caution, targeting its antennae instead of its mouth. Whoosh. Yet, the soil eater stretched its neck and devoured the arrow once more. Curse it. Qingyi nearly spat blood in frustration. Why is this soil eater reacting so quickly? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to employ the ultimate technique he had honed over 2.5 years in his past life. Double star arrow. He knocked 2 arrows onto his string, drawing back fully before releasing them. The arrows sliced through the air like shooting stars. The soil eater remained oblivious, continuing to open its mouth wide, inviting Qingyi's attack. Little did it know, this time was different. Thud. The soil eater consumed one of the arrows but was struck by the other, its antenna severed, causing it to writhe in pain. Yet, Qingyi showed no mercy. Instead, he loosed 2 more arrows, striking the creature's wounds. With each arrow delivering a critical hit, the health of the earth-eating beast plummeted to 0. Slaying the earth-eating beast awarded 398 experience points. The ground shimmered with light, causing Qingyi's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Something splendid had emerged. Chapter 7, Black Iron Treasure Chest, Flame Talisman. A black treasure chest. Qingyi hurriedly approached and picked it up. Black Iron Treasure Chest. A chest weathered by the passage of time, concealing precious treasures within. To his astonishment, it was indeed a black iron grade chest. Qingyi was overjoyed. Logically, monsters below level 5, regardless of their grade, seldom dropped anything of worth. A mere common item was the best one could hope for. Yet, unexpectedly, this trifling level 3 elite monster had yielded a black iron treasure chest. He couldn't help but think of his own extraordinary talent, which must have triggered a rare drop rate, thereby enhancing the quality of the loot. He wondered what treasures lay inside. Rubbing his hands together, Qingyi eagerly opened the chest. A low hum filled the air. At the moment the chest opened, a radiant green light burst forth, dazzling in its brilliance. Flame Talisman. Azure, a talisman inscribed by cultivators, imbued with immense power. When activated, it can unleash flames upon foes, inflicting area damage. Usage count, 33. What a find. Qingyi beamed with delight. With this artifact in his possession, he could truly become formidable. A bold idea sparked within him, though now was not the time to act. He still required a piece of armor. After stowing away the flame talisman, Qingyi resolved to log off for the moment. In the real world, an alarm rang out. He could no longer withstand his hunger. Awakening from the game, he found that daylight had fully arrived. 8:30. After freshening up, Qingyi ventured downstairs for breakfast. Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles please. Actually, make it 2. I'm famished. His stomach growled in protest. Once the noodles arrived, he eagerly devoured them, finishing 1 bowl in mere moments. To his dismay, he realized he hadn't even reached 3/4 of satiation. Reluctantly, he ordered 5 more bowls. A true gourmand. As Qingyi's table piled high with bowls and chopsticks, fellow diners were left in awe, giving him thumbs up in admiration. Truly, this young man could eat. Qingyi himself was somewhat astonished by his newfound appetite. Was it your influence? He pondered, touching the galaxy totem on his chest, feeling a gentle warmth radiate throughout his body. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a call from his superior at work. Qingyi, what on earth are you doing? Why didn't you come to work last night? Why was your phone off? Are you on a death march? As soon as the call connected, he was met with a barrage of reprimands. Qingyi furrowed his brow. Having been reborn, who would return to that wretched job? This foolish leader. Always harping on about one thing or another, like a silly dog. Relying on his father's position as the vice president of the company, he usurped the director's position that rightfully belonged to him, while incessantly nagging in the department. It was foolish of him to work the night shift, diligently following up on company projects. In retrospect, it seems utterly ridiculous. Damn Zhao Zionf, I quit. What a foolish thing. After a vigorous outburst, Qingyi felt a refreshing clarity. In his previous life, he had obediently followed the resignation process, only to be humiliated and deprived of half a month's salary. leaving him with a lingering sense of discomfort. But now he felt liberated. The salary was inconsequential. He no longer desired it. With a decisive click, he hung up the phone and began browsing the online discussions. Last night, the arrival of the Shanhai Great Wilderness had sent shockwaves throughout the internet. Overnight, billions of posts surged, garnering over 100 billion views. Some organizations even established forums overnight to seize this unforeseen opportunity. As Li Qingyi perused the forum, he encountered numerous threads filled with information about the Shanhai Great Wilderness. Thread 1. Amazing. I dreamt that I somehow entered the game. And only upon logging in did I realize I was playing with others. What fun. Thread 2. Boo-hoo. I was killed by an adorable little kitten. Thread 3. Where did the kitten come from in the Shanhai Great Wilderness? Even the smallest one must be bigger than a fat tiger. You met your demise unjustly. Thread 1. By the way, how does one play this game? I can't defeat a single wild monster. I can't even level up. Thread 2. Seriously. I was killed by an ant. How ridiculous. Is the Shanhai world really that terrifying? Thread 3. Can't defeat an ant? That must mean your totem is too weak. I'm using a green totem, and I can take them on. Thread 4. Is green really that powerful? I'm also using green. Damn it, it was useless. I was chased into the swamp by a repair dog and drowned. That accursed dog even relieved itself on my head. I'm furious. Next time I level up, I'll definitely hunt it down for dog meat. Thread 5. Totems come in red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, each becoming increasingly formidable. Thread 1. Battling monsters. You all are truly impressive. I'm nearly starving in the game. How do I find food? Thread 2. You're really dim, aren't you? The Shanhai Great Wilderness is filled with spirit fruits. Just go find some to eat. Thread 3. I envy you for having fruits to eat. I was born in a plain and have no idea where to look. Currently, I'm gnawing on grass roots. Thread 4. It seems I am the luckiest. I discovered a black cow's corpse right at birth. No need to do anything, just feast on the meat. Though it's a bit gamey, I found it surprisingly sweet after getting used to it. Thread 5. Gamey? How could it be gamey after roasting? Perhaps your cooking skills are lacking. Thread 6. It's not a matter of skill. The black cow has been dead for a long time. The meat is a bit rotten. Thread 7. Scavenging? You're ruthless. I shall call you Nicholas the Vulture. Thread 1. After browsing for a while, I feel great. I was born in a human territory. With no worries at all. I don't have to lift a finger while a group of wild men bathe me and dance around me. I wonder if they think of me as a deity. Thread 2. Is it really that delightful? Third floor. Of course, whatever I desire shall be granted. How considerate. Fourth floor. Impressive, truly impressive. Fifth floor. Did the wild men manage to hunt a great deal today? Sixth floor. How do you know? Seventh floor. Because I was also within a wild man's territory. They caught nothing and even lost a few. Eighth floor. What do you mean? Ninth floor. Then they set me ablaze with fire. 10th floor. 11th floor. I had no intention of frightening you. But you ought to fervently hope they manage to hunt plentifully each day. 12th floor. Brother, you have truly terrified me. First floor. Which esteemed brother shall establish a faction? I wish to cling to your coattails. Second floor. I concur. Quickly form it. I shall be the first to join. Third floor. You are overthinking it. This vast wilderness stretches endlessly, and even a single mountain feels larger than our entire county. Setting aside whether we may even encounter one another. Even if we fortuitously reside nearby, what good would it do? Two individuals combined would struggle to vanquish an ant. Fourth floor. Such words cannot be spoken. The more, the merrier. Fifth floor. Indeed. I support the establishment of a faction. Sixth floor. I shall take the initiative to form it. The coordinates are the Eastern Wilderness. Golden Wind Mountain Range. Seventh floor. Brother, I am a great distance away from you. How shall I traverse this distance? Eighth floor. I am at the Golden Wind Mountain Range. Upon reading the above exchanges, Li Qingyi smiled softly. It is true that the online community is brimming with talent, with individuals from all walks of life, each finding ways to survive. Furthermore, the notion of establishing a faction is commendable, though it has yet to face the harsh realities of the game's rules. In the world of the vast wilderness, forming a faction is not as simple as gathering a few individuals together. A crucial medium is required. Huaishi Media University. Beneath the cherry blossom trees, petals flutter gracefully. In the classroom, the dance instructor demonstrates on stage as the students below observe and then begin to dance elegantly. The bell rings, signaling a break. A girl clad in red yoga pants, with a slender figure and exquisite features, sips water while gazing at her phone, occasionally breaking into a sweet smile. What? Are you chatting with your little lover again? Nearby, her friend, dressed in blue yoga pants, teases, resting her arm on the shoulders of the girl in red. The girl in red is none other than Li Shanshan. Upon hearing her friend's teasing, Li Shanshan's face flushed, and she denied. What little lover? Don't speak nonsense. It would put my male friend in a difficult position. We share a purely platonic friendship. Ah, yes, a friendship of the lips, her friend chuckled, elongating her words. Seeking a beating? Li Shanshan, blushing, raised her fist as if to playfully strike her friend. The two engaged in light-hearted banter. After a while, her friend remarked, "It has been ages since I last saw your brother. He used to visit you often. Where is he now? Upon hearing this, Li Shanshan's smile faded, and she huffed. I heard he has a project at his company that requires him to be on standby 24 hours a day. He has gone to work the night shift. A distinguished university student, yet he has fallen to such depths. I hardly know what to say about him. That truly sounds exhausting. Your brother is so good to you. Despite his own hardships, he still sends you so much money each month, her friend commented. What hardships are there? Spending money on a girl is surely a delightful endeavor. He ought to be grateful. Li Shanshan pursed her lips, responding with irritation. Moreover, he is an orphan. My parents have painstakingly cared for him for over a decade. Isn't it only right that he reciprocates? The two engaged in light conversation, unaware that the once obedient Li Qingyi had vanished entirely. Chapter 8. The Wolf Spider. Li Qingyi found himself in the same location, though the time had shifted from noon to afternoon. Even upon logging off, the game continued to function normally. Instead of immediately seeking out monsters, Li Qingyi opted to find an open space to organize his equipment. He possessed only 2 pieces of gear at the moment. The arrows had become quite worn. He frowned at the sight. The once sharp tips had dulled, transforming into irregular shapes. This deterioration would undoubtedly diminish their lethality, particularly for someone like Li Qingyi, who aspired to slay creatures beyond his level. Never mind, I shall sharpen them myself. Li Qingyi retrieved a sharpening stone from a nearby location and selected 2 appropriately sized teeth from the Earth Eater beast from his system backpack, prioritizing those from the elite variant for their superior sharpness. He then began to hone the tips on the stone. In his previous life, he had engaged in such tasks numerous times while grinding in the game, becoming quite adept at it. After roughly an hour, he successfully sharpened both arrowheads. He removed the original tips and approached a rather unremarkable brown grass. Breaking off a branch, he applied the sap from the broken end to the arrowheads, affixing the newly sharpened tips. This particular grass, scientifically known as lotus-linked grass and colloquially referred to as snot grass, possessed an astonishingly sticky sap that, once dried, could not be severed even with a sword. After completing the arrow assembly, Li Qingyi allowed them to set for 5 minutes in the air, resulting in the successful creation of 2 new arrows. Improved arrows. These refined iron arrows, with tips made from Earth Eater teeth, are exceptionally sharp and possess armor-piercing capabilities, inflicting additional damage. Beholding the new attributes of his arrows, a subtle smile crept across Li Qingyi's face. Indeed, when it comes to craftsmanship, Old Li is renowned as a skilled artisan in the vicinity. With his arrows secured and the day still young, Li Qingyi decided to venture forth to hunt some wild monsters. In a valley adorned with flowers, blossoms competed for attention, their fragrance mingling with the gentle hum of insects. Were it not for the thumb-sized mosquitoes and fist-sized dragonflies, one might believe the scenery to be utterly enchanting. At the heart of the flower valley lay several oddly shaped stones, accompanied by a small pond. To the unknowing observer, it might resemble a man-made scenic rock formation. Spanning across the stones were silvery webs, fluttering in the breeze. Trapped within, a centipede, as thick as an arm, struggled futilely against the hundreds of tiny legs that swarmed around it, yet it remained unable to escape its fate. Beneath the stones, an 8-legged creature with blood-red eyes fixated on its prey, drooling a brownish-green saliva. It moved, climbing the web to approach the centipede, revealing its snow-white, sharp fangs. A cry pierced the air, "Leave the insects." In an instant, a sharp sound sliced through the atmosphere, accurately striking the centipede's head. Green blood gushed forth, splattering the nearby wolf spider. The wolf spider froze, staring at the remaining half of the centipede, uncertain whether to feast or refrain. Has the monster dared to encroach upon my territory? The wolf spider's crimson eyes blinked in bewilderment. Centipede slain, gained 178 experience points. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, sighed Li Qingyi with relief. In the flower valley, creatures like butterflies and dragonflies, mere level 0 monsters, were of no concern to him. However, the centipede, a level 3 creature, was not to be overlooked. As for the wolf spider, its opinions held no weight in his decision-making. Name, wolf spider. Rank, common monster. Level 5. Health, 1331 mana. 167 spirit. 125 strength. 137 defense. 100 speed. 122 stamina. 70. Web 1. Capable of spinning fine, razor-sharp silk. Able to cut through ordinary refined iron. Venom 1. Saliva contains toxins, inflicting continuous damage. This wolf spider possessed formidable attributes, yet Li Qingyi remained undeterred. A mere wolf spider, he was confident in his ability to handle it. Drawing an arrow, he loosed it with remarkable speed, aimed directly at the wolf spider's head. Perhaps still reeling from the previous incident, the wolf spider appeared somewhat sluggish. It was only as the arrow approached that it snapped to attention, hastily twisting its body to evade the fatal strike. Though it avoided a critical hit, the arrow struck the wolf spider's leg instead, causing a surge of dark green blood to spill forth. The wolf spider howled in pain, its crimson gaze emanating a fierce glint. Silk shot out in a flurry. Li Qingyi merely caught sight of a white blur streaking through the air, which then branched into dozens of fine threads, cascading down like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. He swiftly evaded, rolling across the ground multiple times. Thud, thud, thud. The threads embedded deep pits into the earth. Can the silk even change direction? Qingyi was taken aback. This spider was adept at spinning silk, far superior to the others he had previously encountered. Alas, it was merely a level 5 creature. Had it been a level 20 or 30, it might have been capable of creating a true silk den. In awe, Qingyi suddenly noticed that during his roll, several strands of silk had clung to his pant legs. Glancing down, he confirmed his suspicion. Good grief, dragging him closer. The wolf spider loomed with its bone-white fangs and fearsome visage. A shiver ran down Qingyi's spine. He was unarmed for close combat, straining to break free. He attempted to tear the silk from his pants, but its resilience proved formidable, resisting all his efforts without so much as a deformation. As the distance to the wolf spider dwindled, he had no choice but to take drastic measures, using an arrow to slice through his pant leg. Once liberated, he swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the wolf spider. Gazing at his trousers, which had morphed from long pants into shorts, Qingyi found himself at a loss for words. He had underestimated the spider's capabilities. Whoosh, whoosh. Qingyi once more launched 2 arrows in a tentative manner. However, this time the wolf spider was unyielding, swiftly ensnaring the arrows in its silk and allowing them to plummet to the ground, subsequently dragging them close and confiscating them. It was over. This wolf spider was formidable both at range and in close combat, making it a challenging opponent. Qingyi felt a slight headache coming on. Reluctantly, he could only resort to the modified arrows he had just crafted. I hope I don't lose these as well. That would be a significant loss, he muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, his center of gravity lowered slightly, and his arm muscles tensed as he drew the short bow to its maximum limit. Then, he released it. The arrow shot forth in an instant, akin to a lightning bolt, moving with incredible speed. The wolf spider promptly expelled silk to envelop the arrow. However, this time the outcome was different. The modified arrow possessed remarkable penetrating power, and in a heartbeat, it pierced through the silk, maintaining its velocity as it struck the wolf spider's head. Half of the arrow embedded itself within. A tremendous critical hit manifested. The wolf spider was grievously wounded by this shot, entering a state of daze, utterly motionless. Seizing this opportunity, Qingyi immediately unleashed another modified arrow. This shot ultimately claimed the wolf spider's life. Wolf spider slain, awarded 425 experience points. A black object fell to the ground. Chapter 9, Qing Steel Knife, Egg Sac. Had he stumbled upon something extraordinary? Qingyi hastily picked it up. Name, Qing Steel Knife. Grade, Level 5 Black Iron Weapon. Attributes, Strength 70, Armor Piercing 10. Description, a weapon forged from fine steel, unmatched in sharpness and indestructible, with a strong armor-piercing effect. Finally, a weapon of appropriate level. Qingyi clapped his hands, his joy evident. Previous equipment drops, such as the short bow and the flower vine shoes, had not specified a level. This was because those items had a low threshold for use, suitable for any player, essentially novice gear, hence the system had not indicated a level. However, items that were labeled were different. For instance, this Qing Steel Knife, marked as a Level 5 Black Iron Weapon. Black iron denotes the grade of this knife. And the Level 5 designation does not imply that one can only wield it after reaching Level 5. Instead, it represents a range value derived by the system based on game progression and player strength. Essentially, this piece of equipment is most compatible with players around Level 5, thus providing a recommendation. The purpose of this approach is twofold. Firstly, it indicates the usage threshold of the equipment. Players below level may find it unusable. To illustrate with the Qing Steel Knife, which weighs approximately 60 to 70 pounds, a novice player just entering the game would struggle to even lift it, let alone wield it effectively. Only upon reaching around level 5 could one hope to harness the knife's power adequately. Secondly, it denotes the applicable level. Equipment of level 5 is suited for players around the same level, with those at level 10 managing to wield it with some effort, while players at level 20 would do well to refrain from its use, as it would serve little purpose. You deserve better. This succinctly encapsulates the meaning behind equipment level annotations. However, due to the colorful totem, Qingyi possesses initial attributes that are threefold compared to others, granting him a significant advantage right from the onset of the game. Thus, despite being only at level 1, wielding the Qing steel blade poses no challenge for him. He grasped the blade, executing a series of elegant flourishes that painted arcs in the air. His posture was striking, and his movements exuded grace. Having been firing arrows from a rickety bow, one might mistakenly assume he was merely a novice. In truth, Qingyi had a modest understanding of swordsmanship. After indulging in a brief moment of self-admiration, he sheathed the blade and prepared to tidy the battlefield. The wolf spider, though grotesque, and its flesh unworthy of consumption, yielded exceptionally valuable silk. Not only was it lightweight, but it also boasted durability. If circumstances permitted, it could serve as an excellent material for crafting equipment. Even in the absence of such conditions, it could be woven into a pair of trousers, which he desperately needed, as his current ones were in tatters. Without a timely replacement, he would be facing an embarrassing situation. He casually picked up a sleek wooden stick and examined the carcass of the wolf spider. Thus began his endeavor to extract silk. With practiced efficiency, he wound the silk around the stick, relishing the process while it was still warm. Before long, a substantial bundle formed on the stick. With that task complete, Qingyi stowed the silk and resumed his search through the wolf spider's remains for any additional treasures. Yet, his efforts yielded naught. Just as he was about to depart, a colossal, silk-formed sphere emerged from behind a rock, revealing a writhing mass of tiny wolf spiders within. Was this the wolf spider's egg sac? A shiver ran down his spine as he felt the stirrings of fear at the sight of the densely packed creatures. Nevertheless, the allure of wild monsters propelled him closer. Name: Wolf Spider Type. Ordinary Monster Level. 3 Health, 566 Mana, 57 Spirit, 25 Strength, 65 Defense, 44 Speed, 60 Stamina, 38 Silk, capable of producing fine silk. Sharp and unmatched, capable of slicing through ordinary refined iron. All of them are level 3 monsters. If he were to eliminate them all, the experience gained would be substantial. Qingyi's heart raced with excitement as an idea struck him. The fire symbol, initially intended for burning an ant nest. Fate had instead led him to this wolf spider lair. It was simply unfortunate for them. Taking a few steps back, he raised the fire symbol, aiming it at the egg sac. A surge of flames erupted, engulfing the sac in an inferno. The crackling of fire accompanied the anguished hisses of the wolf spiders. Damage numbers flashed repeatedly as the frantic creatures within the sac writhed in vain, powerless against the consuming flames. Defeated a wolf spider, gained 191 experience points. Defeated a wolf spider, gained 181 experience points. Defeated a wolf spider, gained 177 experience points. The system's notification chimes resonated incessantly, while Qingyi's experience points surged rapidly. By the time all the wolf spiders perished, his level had ascended to 3. The ground, at this moment, erupted with a plethora of items. Name: Spider Silk Armor. Grade: Level 5 White Armor. Attributes: Defense 42. Description: Armor crafted from spider silk, capable of mitigating some damage. Synthesis Scroll: a mysterious scroll that allows the selection of 3 items to randomly synthesize a new item. Spider Jade: a hardened stone from within a spider, possessing a hardness twice that of diamond. Armor has emerged. Qingyi could not suppress a smile. The wolf spider egg sac arrived at a most opportune moment. He expressed gratitude for nature's bounty. Though referred to as spider silk armor, it was essentially a snug white vest. Upon donning it, paired with shorts, the overall appearance was, to put it mildly, quite comical, like a belly band accompanied by a pair of undergarments. Qingyi felt a twinge of helplessness regarding this. He consoled himself internally, finding solace in contentment. Simply having equipment was a blessing. How many others were left to wrap themselves in leaves? He had already gained a considerable advantage. Besides, in his world, there were hardly any spectators, allowing him to disregard such trivialities. As long as he could wear it, that sufficed. Setting aside this concern, he began to scrutinize the spider jade in his hand. The size of a fist, it was black in color. Although it was a stone from within the wolf spider, it was far from filthy. In fact, it was smooth and remarkably clean, even emitting a faint fragrance. Upon closer inspection, Qingyi discovered something exceedingly rare within the spider jade. Oh, it was none other than his own handsome visage. Truly a rarity. Finally, his attention turned to the scroll. Among the 3 items, the most valuable was the synthesis scroll. In the early stages of the game, players had not yet learned secondary professions, nor could they engage in tailoring or forging. Even if they possessed materials, they could not produce finished goods. Seeking out craftsmen in the human territories was too cumbersome and not worth the effort. Thus, the synthesis scroll became highly coveted. At one point, it was traded for as much as 100,000 copper coins in the marketplace. With this scroll, one could directly synthesize by placing in the requisite materials. A process entirely uncomplicated. It even spared the time required for crafting. The only drawback was its lack of specificity. One might combine 2 pieces of armor and a piece of cloth, resulting in a higher grade fabric rather than the desired armor. Nevertheless, it could be said that the quality of synthesized items would undoubtedly surpass that of the originals. This minor flaw was not insurmountable. Chapter 10, Wolf Spider Armor. Crafting a shelter. Could this be feasible? A spark of inspiration ignited in Qingyi's mind. He now possessed a considerable array of materials, along with the synthesis scroll. He removed the spider silk armor and retrieved the spider jade along with 3 strands of silk extracted from the wolf spider. Just 3 items, neither more nor less. Should he proceed with the synthesis? A flicker of hesitation coursed through him. These treasures were gathered after vanquishing all the wolf spiders. And if the synthesis did not yield equipment, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss, particularly the spider silk armor, which had been so painstakingly acquired. Losing it would certainly affect his ability to combat foes. But then again, he possessed a high-level talent. What was there to fear? With a resolute bite of his lip, Qingyi decided to synthesize. Fortune favors the bold. A bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. A flash of golden light enveloped the 3 items. A low hum resonated as they intertwined. At this moment, even with Li Qingyi's mindset, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Half of his fortune was at stake. It would unsettle anyone. When the golden light dissipated, a piece of armor emerged before him. Armor. Marvelous. Li Qingyi exclaimed in joy. Name, Wolf Spider Armor. Grade, Level 5 Black Iron Armor. Attributes, Defense 68, Speed 20. Description, crafted from resilient wolf spider silk, it is robust, yet lightweight, providing excellent defense. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a sleek, black full-body armor made from spider silk. It was rather thin, adorned with two sturdy pauldrons clearly fashioned from spider jade. The chest bore a striking silver-white wolf spider pattern stitched from natural spider silk, exuding an air of dominance. Excellent. With a note of admiration, Li Qingyi expressed his delight. He quickly donned the armor and felt an immediate lightness envelop him. The wolf spider armor not only enhanced his defense, but also boosted his speed. As night fell, he decided against further combat for the day and sought a place to rest. The night in the vast wilderness could be utterly terrifying for novice players. Not to mention the fearsome beasts like the ghost car and the tangle beast that roamed the night. Even common mosquitoes, rats, ants, and snakes could turn into nightmares for players. In his previous life, according to incomplete statistics from forums, at least 1/3 of players met their demise on their first night in the wilderness. Even Li Qingyi had once cowered in a crevice, trembling in fear. Consequently, as night descended, most players opted to log off, waiting until daylight to return. However, Li Qingyi was determined not to follow suit. The vast wilderness harbored numerous dangers, but it also brimmed with opportunities. Who knew? Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, just as it had for others who had found a drop of blood from a sovereign by a stone at night and soared to greatness. As a seasoned player, Li Qingyi was not one to let such opportunities slip away. He resolved to construct a shelter to shield himself from the elements and ward off pesky insects. He understood well that in the early stages of the game, aside from a few unfortunate souls who fell victim to the great monsters of the mountainous wilderness, most players' primary adversaries were the small nuisances like mosquitoes, rats, ants, and snakes. However, with a shelter in place, he could generally avoid these minor foes. Even if they did take notice of him, he would have the chance to log off and escape. Without further ado, Li Qingyi set about his task. The first task at hand, of course, was to select a location, which was of utmost importance. It must not be in an area dense with trees, where one could easily fall prey to snakes or rodents, nor should it be in an open expanse, where one might attract the attention of formidable beasts. After considerable deliberation, Li Qingyi decided to establish his shelter at the foot of a cliff. This site was perfectly situated, far from the dense forest, yet adorned with a few trees for cover. With the location chosen, the next step was to seek out materials. Li Qingyi had his eyes set on bamboo, a far more manageable resource compared to the heavy and unwieldy timber. Bamboo could be utilized almost immediately upon being harvested, lightweight and straightforward. What is this? On his quest for bamboo, Li Qingyi stumbled upon a treasure trove. It was by a babbling brook, the water flowing gently, with lush green grass carpeting the ground. Several red fruits hung from the trees. Could it be fire spirit fruit? Li Qingyi cast a basic detection spell, and indeed, it was. Fire spirit fruit, a common spirit fruit, upon consumption, grants a strength increase of 1, counting 9 of them, equivalent to the strength points gained from leveling up. Elated, Li Qingyi swiftly climbed the tree to pluck them. However, what delighted him even more was the discovery of numerous practical herbs, hemostatic grass for stopping bleeding and golden G flower for treating inflammation. Is that the celestial blue flower? Li Qingyi's eyes brightened. The celestial blue flower can neutralize the toxins of scorpion demons, centipedes, and snake demons. A remarkable find. As the saying goes, where there is poison inflicted, within 5 steps, there must be an antidote. Although I have not yet encountered the poison, I shall prepare the remedy in advance. Chuckling to himself, Li Qingyi was ready to depart when suddenly, a 7-colored object slipped from the tree and dangled in the air. A spray of venom erupted forth. Danger! Instantly alert, Li Qingyi attempted to evade, but it was too late. In a flash, the fire talisman affixed to his waist activated, unleashing a fierce flame that evaporated the venom. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Li Qingyi seethed, casting the basic detection spell on the creature before him. Name, 7-colored spider. Type, elite monster. Level 5. Health, 2409 2409 mana. 455 spirit. 378 409. Strength, 270 defense. 250 speed. 208 stamina. 129. Stealth 2. The body melds into shadows, becoming nearly invisible to the naked eye. Capable of moving silently in environments of light and darkness, evading the perception of foes. Venom 2. A unique toxin of the 7-colored spider, possessing strong corrosive and dehydrating properties. Inflicting continuous corrosive damage upon hitting the target, causing that area to blacken with dehydration. Good heavens. It turns out to be a level 5 elite monster, equipped with 2 level 2 skills. No wonder I had no inkling of its presence. The level 2 stealth skill, coupled with my lack of corresponding detection abilities, made it nearly impossible to sense. Fortunately, my vigilance was high. At the critical moment, I used the fire talisman to incinerate the venom. Otherwise, had I taken that hit, I would have been disfigured. The thought only intensified Li Qingyi's ire. Disfigurement may not lead to death. Yet enduring a grotesque visage daily is a torment far worse than death itself. It is indeed a stain upon the esteemed name of Li. Once again, it is a spider. Today, I have truly disturbed its lair, Li Qingyi inwardly cursed. He initially intended to slay it with his bow and arrow. But the creature swung erratically upon its silk threads, rendering his aim futile after prolonged attempts to discern its rhythm. Thus, Li Qingyi resolutely brandished his azure steel blade and charged forth. It is well known that aside from his archery skills, Li possesses commendable prowess in swordsmanship. Chapter 11, Skill Slash, Spring Bamboo of Yunming. Li Qingyi unleashed a flurry of strikes, prioritizing an impenetrable onslaught with relentless ferocity. Though none of his slashes found their mark, the vibrant threads of the seven-colored spider were indeed severed and fell to the ground. Observing the creature scuttling on the earth, Li seized the opportunity, delivering two powerful blows upon its back, resonating with a resounding thud. Two damage notifications emerged. The azure steel blade, a weapon of black iron quality, delivered damage akin to an archer's critical strike, even with mere standard attacks. After sustaining two strikes, the seven-colored spider grew frantic. Its 8 tiny legs scrambled into the shadows, activating its concealment ability to evade detection. Its green eyes glimmered ominously, poised for action. Feigning ignorance, Li Qingyi stood still, seemingly lost in thought, while keenly aware of its movements. Suddenly, a jet of pungent, dark green venom shot forth. Li deftly sidestepped and advanced with swiftness, the blade gleaming. With a fierce slash, he struck the spider's head, a deep gash appearing as blood gushed forth. The seven-colored spider emitted a pained screech, releasing a strand of silk towards a tree in a desperate attempt to escape. Naturally, Li would not grant it such an opportunity. He severed the silk and followed up with a series of strikes. Kill the seven-colored spider, gain 778 experience points. A skill has emerged? The booklet that fell to the ground filled Li Qingyi with exhilaration. Skill, slash. Grade, 1 star. Quite excellent, a skill of practical utility. With his focus on the booklet, Li Qingyi willed it to vanish. Simultaneously, an enigmatic sensation enveloped his mind, revealing the method of using the slash skill. He closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to this newfound knowledge, a smile creeping across his lips. With this skill, future encounters with monsters would become significantly easier. Even if a vital spot were not struck, he could still inflict double damage. But what if he did strike a vital spot? Combined with the slash skill, would it not yield quadruple damage for regular attacks? Such minor foes would then fall with ease. Ascendancy awaits. Li Qingyi tidied the battlefield before continuing his search for bamboo in the vicinity. As his strength had notably increased, he found himself capable of confronting most creatures that crossed his path. His range of activity expanded beyond the confines of a mere 5 kilometers to an impressive 20 kilometers. Through relentless effort, he traversed 3 mountain peaks and ultimately discovered a grove of bamboo. To his delight, this was no ordinary bamboo grove. It was the legendary Yunming bamboo forest. Here, over 300 stalks of Yunming bamboo stood tall, ample enough for him to construct a shelter. Unlike common bamboo, Yunming bamboo possessed a rare quality, exuding a unique fragrance that repelled surrounding insects and pests. Moreover, it had calming properties, promoting restful sleep, making it the most suitable material for shelter construction. Li Qingyi cut down a robust stalk of Yunming bamboo, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, and inhaled its aroma, which indeed surged into his nostrils, invigorating his senses. The scent bore a resemblance to lavender, but was even more delightful. He tossed the bamboo into his system backpack and swiftly began his harvesting endeavor. Chopped Yunming bamboo 1, experience 10 points. Chopped Yunming bamboo 1, experience 12 points. The Yunming bamboo was relatively tough, and without proper tools, one might struggle to cut down 50 stalks in an entire morning. However, equipped with the Qing steel blade and as a seasoned veteran of the wilderness, Li Qingyi was far from ordinary. In just 3 swift strokes, he felled a stalk. Gained Yunming bamboo 1. Gained Yunming bamboo 1. After successfully harvesting over 100 bamboo stalks, even Li Qingyi, with his remarkable stamina, began to feel the strain in his arms, drenched in sweat. He decided to take a moment to rest, and pulled out a fire spirit fruit he had just gathered, devouring it in quick succession. The fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his belly. Consumed fire spirit fruit, strength 1. After consuming all 9 fire spirit fruits, his fatigue was nearly obliterated, leaving him invigorated. Truly, the spirit fruits lived up to their reputation. With a satisfied nod, Li Qingyi resumed his bamboo harvesting mission. After more than an hour's toil, he finally completed the harvesting of the bamboo grove. Gazing at the neatly arranged 365 stalks in his backpack, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Hard work indeed breeds happiness. The ancients were not mistaken. A faint smile graced his lips, affirming that it was all worthwhile. Not to mention, he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Yunming's spring bamboo shoot. a rare delicacy thriving in the Yunming bamboo forest, characterized by its elongated form and jade-like hue, brimming with vital life essence. Consuming it can enhance experience points. It was a remarkable treasure unearthed by Li Qingyi in the bamboo grove. What constitutes a treasure? It is formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, nurtured by nature. Such treasures are rare, demanding strict environmental and climatic conditions, with long growth cycles. Hence their preciousness. The serendipity of encountering a rare treasure while harvesting bamboo spoke volumes of his good fortune. As the efficacy of the treasure tends to dissipate quickly after being picked, Li Qingyi wasted no time. He peeled the bamboo shoot and began to devour it raw. The flavor was not at all astringent. Rather, it was crisp with a subtle sweetness that invigorated the senses. Once consumed, the sweat that adorned his skin vanished entirely, and the dust seemed to lose its gravitational pull, cascading to the ground. A faint, delightful fragrance emanated from his being, particularly pleasing to the olfactory senses. Consumption of the rare cloud dream bamboo shoot grants 8,500 experience points. Li Qingyi's body was enveloped in radiant white light, flashing twice. Level 5. He paused for a moment, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. This progression was astonishingly swift. He had only entered the game a mere day ago, and yet he had already reached level 5. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled the arduous toil of hauling bricks for 7 days and nights, and chopping countless trees and bamboo. Just to attain that very level, the comparison was stark. Name, Qingyi identity, none reputation, 0 level, 5 experience, 316, 000 strength, 8. 570 defense, 80, 68, speed, 7, 730 stamina, 83 martial arts, none skills, basic detection, slash, 1 star, equipment, azure steel knife, wolf spider armor, floral vine shoes talent, chosen drop rate. Throughout the game, the drop rate of all monster loot is randomly increased by 10, 100 times, with a 10 chance to trigger the chosen effect, enhancing the quality of dropped items. Specialties, none wealth, 5, 0, 25 copper coins gazing at his nascent yet promising attribute panel. Li Qingyi felt a surge of exhilaration within. In this life, bolstered by various factors, he was finally poised at the forefront. Not to claim the top position, but he was certainly destined to secure a place among the top 10. With renewed determination, he recalled that in his previous life, merely 5 days after the server launch, someone had already reached level 10. There were indeed many formidable players, and pride was unwarranted. Taking a deep breath, his expression hardened with resolve. A true man, born into this vast world, cannot languish in obscurity for long. If others can attain the pinnacle, why cannot Li Qingyi? It was time to act. Chapter 12. Completion of the Shelter, the Night of the Great Wilderness. Returning to the chosen location, Li Qingyi set to work. He first erected the main structure, constructing the framework, then secured the bamboo with vines, interweaving them meticulously. The door, windows, and finally the roof followed, with the last bamboo board affixed. A simple yet exquisite shelter was completed. Although it spanned only about 8 square meters, it was more than sufficient as a refuge. At this moment, dusk began to envelop the sky. Li Qingyi ignited a lantern plant, illuminating the entire room, and then suspended spider silk from the walls to create a hammock. Reclining in the hammock, he gazed through the skylight reserved in the roof, admiring the heavens. The moon appeared increasingly luminous in his eyes. Suddenly, a resounding cry soared into the sky, echoing throughout the vast expanse. It was uncertain whether it was a bird or something else entirely. A colossal figure blotted out the sun as it approached leisurely from afar, its enormous wings flapping gracefully, pausing high above. The moon cast its shadow upon the ground, and darkness swiftly descended. Beside Fu Huang, 4 robust and towering tornadoes materialized out of thin air as the winds surged and the heavens roared. Screech! Fu Huang's resounding voice echoed through the clouds, shaking the very earth. That piercing cry enveloped Li Qingyi, instilling within him a sense of suffocation and unrelenting agitation. In moments of severity, he felt an overwhelming urge to burst forth from his bamboo dwelling and wreak havoc. The ancient ferocious beast, Fu Huang. Li Qingyi's expression turned grave, acutely aware that he was under its influence. In the world of mountains and seas, Fu Huang was originally a harbinger of auspiciousness. Its melodious call capable of purifying the world's malaise. Every millennium, it descended upon the human realm, bestowing blessings upon the land. However, following the demise of its mate, Fu Huang succumbed to the malevolent temptations of the beast Mo Shi, descending into darkness and becoming a notorious fiend. With bated breath and focused mind, Li Qingyi sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to mitigate the negativity emanating from Fu Huang. Roars, hisses, howls, across the vast wilderness. The cries of demonic beasts resounded in a cacophonous symphony. While Li Qingyi managed to restrain himself, they were not so fortunate. Frustration and fury. They were ensnared in the negative energy conjured by Fu Huang, unable to extricate themselves. A fierce battle erupted among them. Rage, screams, and brutality permeated the air, as the world seemed to plunge into an alternative frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. The little bamboo house of Li Qingyi in the Xianyun Mountains rattled with the impacts. Swarms of insects launched their assault outside his door. Fortunately, the bamboo house was sturdy enough to withstand their relentless efforts, impervious to their onslaught. Li Qingyi had securely closed the skylight early on, locking himself within the sanctuary of his abode. Regardless of the chaos unfolding outside, he maintained his composure. He understood that while the external world appeared perilous, it was, in fact, fraught with danger. Should he venture outside, those frenzied insects would undoubtedly transform him into a mere husk. Thus, he resolved to remain calm. To wait. Time passed, though its duration was uncertain. Li Qingyi found himself on the verge of slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Huang had departed, leaving behind only a full, luminous moon in the sky. Was it over? Li Qingyi jolted awake. He opened the door, only to discover that the tumultuous clashes outside had long since subsided, giving way to a profound silence. The nocturnal ruckus had surely exhausted their energies, and it was high time for him to venture out. A gentle smile graced his lips as he donned his armor and stepped out of the bamboo house, making his way into the depths of the mountains. In his previous life, he had been significantly frightened by Fu Huang, cowering in the crevices of stones throughout the night. The following day, he learned through forums that once Fu Huang vanished, the exhausted demonic beasts had inadvertently enriched countless individuals. Regret washed over him as he slapped his thigh in lamentation. This time, he vowed not to miss the opportunity. The moon hung brightly in the sky, illuminating the ground below. As he walked along the path, he could still discern the fresh, crimson blood staining the earth. Thick, warm, and still exuding warmth. It seemed to have been spilled only moments prior. Were there injured parties? A surge of excitement bubbled within Li Qingyi's heart. The wounded are admirable. I hold a particular fondness for them. The strong leave behind their weapons and armor, while the weak surrender their fur and inner essence. I, Li Qingyi, do not disdain any of it. Following the trail of blood, a chaotic scene unfolds before my eyes. Trees lie felled, and the grassy plain has been reduced to rubble. Severed limbs and broken arms litter the ground, bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. This tail? A rat demon's, perhaps? And this hide, belonging to a snake demon? Through the remnants left on the battlefield, Li Qingyi swiftly deduces the identities of the combatants. Invigorating his spirit, whether it be a rat demon or a snake demon, they fall well within his capacity to confront, presenting him with an opportunity for battle. If only they were a tad stronger, perhaps a tiger demon or a lion demon, then he would be at a loss, for those of level 20 or 30, even when injured, would be beyond his current capabilities. A mere skill from them could easily claim his life. As he presses onward, he soon discovers the ongoing clash of the rat demon and the snake demon not far ahead. To his delight, their battle is far from concluded. The rat demon is ensnared by the snake demon, tightly wrapped like a zongzi, with only its head exposed, visibly nearing its end. Goodness! Such large demons must possess a considerable level. Gazing at the rat demon, as massive as a car, and the snake demon, as thick as a barrel, Li Qingyi cannot help but marvel. He casts 2 novice detection spells. Name, Giant Rat Grade, Elite Monster Level, 10 Health, 27, 816, 875 Mana, 563, 901 Spirit, 299, 811 Strength, 587 Defense, 409 Speed, 476 Stamina, 398 Skill, Mighty Strength 2, unleashes latent power within the body, capable of momentarily quadrupling strength for 1 minute. After which the user enters a weakened state. Skill, Bite 2, possesses razor-sharp teeth with astonishing biting power, capable of easily penetrating even the toughest armor. Name, Azure-Eyed Serpent King Grade, Level, 8 Health, 800, 810, 000 Mana, 18, 992, 000 Spirit, 28, 883, 006 Strength, 894 Defense, 701 Speed, 752 Stamina, 631 Skill. Charge 3, launches a forward assault, dealing immense damage to the target. Skill, Toxic Mist 2, releases a yellow gas, highly toxic, inflicting continuous damage within a radius of 3 meters. A staggering amount of health. The information on this snake demon astounds Li Qingyi. It appears that the influence of Fu Huang is indeed significant. Merely wandering about, he encounters such a terrifying entity. Were it daytime, he would undoubtedly turn and flee without a second thought, for he would stand no chance. However, the present moment stirs ambition within him. He is not alone. The rat demon, Jerry, leads the charge. Go, Jerry, bite it to death. Li Qingyi silently encourages. Yet, it seems his motivation bears little fruit. For the rat demon is completely subdued by the Azure-Eyed Serpent King, showing no signs of resistance, merely awaiting its demise. Jerry is nearing his end, indeed. It is a case of natural predator-prey dynamics, easily outmatched. Li Qingyi shakes his head. The outcome did not come as a surprise to him. Although the mighty rat had leveled up twice, its attributes were utterly overwhelmed by the Azure-Eyed Serpent King. After all, it was a monster, and no elite creature could possibly compare. Moreover, The rat was inherently prey to the serpent. In Chapter 13, titled The Azure-Eyed Serpent King and the Terrifying Toxic Mist, Qingyi mused that he could not allow the Azure-Eyed Serpent King to secure victory so effortlessly. Even after a fierce battle with the mighty rat, the serpent still retained a health pool of over 8,000, with its combat strength still at least 80%. Under such circumstances, he had little confidence in achieving victory. Thus, it was imperative to free the rat from its predicament, allowing it to continue entangling with the serpent and to lower the Serpent King's health as much as possible. Qingyi drew forth his short bow, knocking a modified arrow, and aimed for the Serpent King's head before releasing it. Clang! The arrow struck true at the Serpent King's brow, yet instead of penetrating flesh as anticipated, it emitted a sound akin to metal scraping, sending sparks flying, and drawing no blood, merely grazing the surface. A damage notification appeared, its value shockingly low. Damn it, if the rat's damage is minimal, how could the serpent's be just as pathetic? Qingyi scolded inwardly, yet his hands remained steady as he prepared a second arrow. This time, he utilized a standard arrow, which inflicted damage that barely reached 3 digits. The third and fourth arrows followed suit. With each shot, Qingyi could distinctly sense the Serpent King's gaze upon him growing increasingly sinister, as if a volcano within its eyes were on the verge of eruption. It was the last one. Having exhausted the previous 7 arrows, only the final modified arrow remained. Qingyi took a deep breath, drawing the bowstring back once more before releasing it. Thunk! By a stroke of fortune, this arrow landed precisely in the previously grazed area, piercing the flesh and releasing a torrent of thick, green blood. The azure-eyed Serpent King, in pain, flicked its tongue and quivered violently. Suddenly, the once hopeless mighty rat felt a wave of relief wash over it, its breathing becoming significantly easier. Realizing this could be its moment to retaliate, it rallied itself, its body swelling as muscles rippled, transforming it into a figure of formidable strength. With a ferocious snap, it revealed 2 sharp fangs and clamped down on the Serpent King's body. Thunk! 2 gaping wounds appeared, blood gushing forth. The mighty rat had thrown caution to the wind, activating both its immense strength and biting skills, inflicting substantial damage upon the azure-eyed Serpent King. Qingyi distinctly observed the Serpent King's health bar plummeting rapidly. In no time, it dropped from 7,000 to below 6,000. Well done! Qingyi exclaimed in admiration. His efforts had not been in vain. The mighty rat had risen to the occasion. In comparison to Qingyi's arrows, the rat posed a far greater threat to the azure-eyed Serpent King, drawing its attention and absorbing the damage. The azure-eyed Serpent King let out a fearsome roar, attempting to shake off the massive rodent clinging to its body. However, its efforts proved futile, as the rodent continued to grip tightly, biting fiercely. Hissing in frustration, the azure-eyed Serpent King ceased its thrashing and, enduring the excruciating pain, coiled its body once more around the rodent. Its emerald pupils glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. Suddenly, a yellow mist began to emanate from its scales, spreading ominously in all directions. Qingyi's expression tightened, sensing impending doom for the rodent. As the toxic fog enveloped the creature, it began to writhe uncontrollably, emitting piercing cries of distress. Before long, the mist dissipated, revealing the rodent in a pitiful state, its flesh grotesquely corroded, exposing stark, white bones. At that moment, it lacked the strength to continue its struggle against the azure-eyed Serpent King, teetering on the brink of death with its health plummeting to just over 500 points. Time was of the essence. Recognizing the opportunity, Qingyi swiftly produced a fire talisman. A fierce blaze erupted, engulfing the azure-eyed Serpent King as if to consume it whole. One after another, damage notifications flashed before him. Rodent killed, experience gained, 1060. A white halo descended to the ground, marking the equipment dropped by the rodent. Yet, Qingyi had no time to spare for the spoils, his entire focus riveted on the azure-eyed Serpent King. Despite having lost over 3,000 health points from the rodent's relentless assault and his own arrows, it remained a formidable level 8 adversary. Even under the searing flames of the fire talisman, it did not succumb immediately. With a thunderous roar, the azure-eyed Serpent King writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. As its health dwindled to just over 2,800 points, the fire's intensity finally began to wane, gradually revealing the serpent's battered form. At this juncture, it appeared utterly wretched, its body marred by ghastly wounds inflicted by both the rodent and the arrows. More alarmingly, its skin was blistered from the flames, with some ruptured blisters oozing creamy pus, filling the air with a faint scent reminiscent of roasted meat. Standing defiantly, its forked tongue flickering, the serpent's gaze bore down on Qingyi with a murderous intensity, as if it yearned to obliterate him entirely. The fact that it still drew breath was a testament to its resilience, prompting a reluctant admiration for its tenacity. With its health still hovering near 3,000, Qingyi contemplated how to bring this beast down. Suddenly, the azure-eyed Serpent King surged forward, launching itself like a streak of light, charging at Qingyi with alarming speed. Level 3 skill, charge. Qingyi remained unperturbed, swiftly leaping to the side. Boom. The trees behind him were shattered into splinters by the collision with the azure-eyed Serpent King, debris scattering in all directions. Truly, the power of a level 3 skill was formidable. Had he been struck, Qingyi would likely have met his demise on the spot. He turned and delivered a powerful strike to a swollen mass, causing pus to splatter, making the azure-eyed Serpent King shudder momentarily. The damage inflicted brought a sigh of relief from Qingyi. Fortunately, he had first used the fire symbol to breach the Serpent King's armor. Otherwise, with its defense exceeding 700 points and his own strength barely at 150, he would have been unable to inflict any significant harm. After taking an initial hit, the azure-eyed Serpent King grew wary. It ceased its aggressive onslaught, standing upright to face Qingyi from a distance. Qingyi initially adhered to the principle of remaining still while his opponent did. He awaited the Serpent King's move to seize an opportunity for a counterattack. However, as time elapsed, he sensed something amiss. The azure-eyed Serpent King was not merely inactive, it was biding its time for something. Its mouth seemed to be brewing a sinister concoction, ready to erupt at any moment. Poisonous mist. A jolt of alarm surged through Qingyi. The cunning Serpent King was waiting for its skill. Such a violation of martial ethics. The tragic fate of the large rat was still fresh in his mind. And Qingyi dared not linger any longer. With a powerful push of his legs, he fled. However, this retreat was merely a ruse, designed to lure the azure-eyed Serpent King into action. Having reduced it to such a wretched state, it surely harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. If it could devour him, it would likely crush his bones in the process. There was no way it would allow him to escape easily. Thus, Qingyi orchestrated this deception. As he anticipated, upon sensing his apparent retreat, the azure-eyed Serpent King grew frantic, disregarding its skill preparation, and swiftly darted in front of Qingyi. In response, he did not engage but turned to flee in the opposite direction, prompting the Serpent King to pursue once more. They found themselves locked in a cyclical chase. He ran, it blocked, he evaded, it chased, and even when he paused, it still yearned to pursue. A chuckle escaped Qingyi. The foolish giant believed he was fleeing. Little did it know, he was not retreating this time, but preparing to strike. With renewed determination, Qingyi charged forward, delivering a decisive blow aimed at the Serpent King's vital spot. There, above its 7-inch mark, lay a substantial blister. Suddenly, it was all too abrupt. Wasn't he supposed to be fleeing? Why was he coming towards it? The azure-eyed Serpent King found itself perplexed. With a swift slash, Qingyi shattered the blister, not relenting as he gripped the hilt of his blade and plunged it into the wound. 2 damage indicators materialized. The vital point was attacked, and the azure-eyed Serpent King nearly collapsed to the ground, its massive body trembling. It struggled to maintain its stance, lunging forward with its robust head to bite at Qingyi. Swiftly, Qingyi drew his azure steel blade and rolled aside to evade the strike. Once on his feet, he did not hesitate to deliver 2 swift slashes to the azure-eyed Serpent King. At this juncture, the serpent's health had plummeted below 1,000. With just a few more strikes, it would surely meet its end. Hissing in desperation, the azure-eyed Serpent King realized its imminent defeat. Without further delay, it suddenly lifted its head, unleashing a stream of toxic mist. Perhaps due to insufficient preparation, this toxic cloud was noticeably less potent than before. Qingyi quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the initial assault. However, as the mist dispersed, some of it inevitably clung to him. The burning sensation on his skin felt as though it were searing him, and the inhaled toxin caused him to choke and gasp for breath. In a moment of urgency, Qingyi rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a small blue flower, swallowing it whole. This was the antidote he had previously gathered, the celestial blue flower. As the potion took effect, he felt the scorching sensation dissipate, replaced by a refreshing coolness. There was no time for contemplation, for the howling wind surged towards him. The azure-eyed Serpent King, seizing the opportunity while Qingyi was affected by the mist, launched another charging attack. Its colossal form surged forward like a streak of azure lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Had Qingyi still been under the influence of the toxic mist, he would have been unable to evade this strike and would have faced a fatal counterattack. However, such hypotheticals were moot. With the celestial blue flower consumed, Qingyi's state returned to its peak, allowing him to perceive the serpent's movement with perfect clarity. Thus, the serpent's attack was destined to miss. With a decisive strike, he closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of slashes. As the final blow landed, the azure-eyed Serpent King's health bar finally reached 0. You have slain the azure-eyed Serpent King, gaining 501 experience points. Congratulations on being the first to slay it in the entire server. System announcement is in preparation. A multitude of radiant lights burst forth, scattering upon the ground. Among them was a captivating purple glow. A purple item, Qingyi exclaimed, hastening towards it. Plateau Fragment 2, a rare purple item. A piece of a map that may guide one to a corner of the plateau. This was merely a fragment? His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Qingyi felt as though he had unearthed a treasure. Though it was only a fragment, the system had classified it as a purple item. One could only imagine the immense value of a complete map. It was truly astonishing that even an 8th level monster could yield a purple item. Reflecting on his previous life, Li Qingyi had painstakingly reached level 20, only to receive a mere 2 blue items, with not a single purple to be seen. He was moved to the brink of tears. It was the heart of 9 clouds, the fortuitous drop rate that had stirred such emotion within him. He tucked away the Highland map, resolutely deciding to pay closer attention to such map fragments in the future, striving to uncover the remaining pieces and ultimately unveil the hidden treasure. After all, he had never truly found a worthwhile treasure and yearned to experience the exhilarating sensation of sudden wealth. Name: 8 Extremes Bow Grade, Level 10 Bronze Weapon, Attributes, Strength 200, Armor Penetration 30, Piercing 30. Description: crafted from the sinews of the mountain python, the bowstring, when fully drawn, can harness the power of the 8 extremes. A weapon of bronze caliber. Li Qingyi was once again astonished. Though it was the first of its kind in the entire server, he felt exceptionally fortunate. How could such a weapon as a bow have materialized if not expressly intended for him? Wielding a blade was fraught with danger. The bow was clearly superior. Not only did it possess significant power, but it also allowed for ranged attacks, sparing him from close combat. With a well-aimed arrow, he could both claim monsters and eliminate foes, retreating should danger arise, truly a source of unwavering security. Testing the bow, Li Qingyi calculated that without the weapon's enhancements, his strength stood at 85 points. This level of power could barely draw the 3 extremes, indicating that he could not even fully utilize half of the 8 extremes bow's potential. Remarkable. This bow was certainly usable up to level 10, if not until level 15. Li Qingyi was filled with elation. Even though he was still a capable melee fighter, the reckless blade techniques he employed were far too potent to be unleashed lightly. Donning the 8 extremes bow, he turned his attention to the last 2 items. Name: Black Crystal Bracers. Grade: Level 10 White Equipment. Attributes: Strength 35, Defense 25. Description: exquisitely crafted from wild boar hide, embedded with black crystal, these bracers enhance the user's vigor while providing a measure of protection. Thunderbolt Explosive: a powerful concealed weapon crafted by a formidable practitioner, containing immense force. Detonating the explosive causes cataclysmic damage within its vicinity. The black crystal bracers were dropped by a giant rat, while the Thunderbolt Explosive was the final item obtained from the Azure-eyed Serpent King. The bracers were a commendable addition, filling a gap in Li Qingyi's equipment. The Thunderbolt Explosive was even more impressive, essentially an enhanced version of the Fire Talisman, though regrettably usable only once. Li Qingyi resolved to reserve it as a trump card. Chapter 15, Server-wide Announcement, Forum Turmoil. Just as he intended to clean up the battlefield, the system's voice resonated. Server announcement: congratulations to player Qingyi for achieving the first kill in the entire server, rewarded with 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, and 100 reputation. Server announcement: congratulations to player Qingyi for achieving the first kill in the entire server, rewarded with 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, and 100 reputation. Server announcement: congratulations to player Qingyi for achieving the first kill in the entire server, rewarded with 100 gold, 10 free attributes, and 100 reputation. The announcement echoed thrice, plunging players worldwide into a state of bewilderment. While we toiled tirelessly gathering wood, he had already completed the challenge solo. Are we even playing the same game? In the West Wilderness, amidst the Aphim Mountains, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man from the Eagle Kingdom stood atop a massive boulder, radiant light shimmering around him. Beside him lay a bird-like beast, a level 5 elite monster, lifeless on the ground. Upon hearing the system announcement, his expression morphed into one of incredulity, quickly followed by anger as he exclaimed, "What the hell? How is this possible? It's only been a day since the server opened. What gives him the right to achieve this? He must be cheating. By the gods, that despicable scoundrel. I shall use my newly purchased hard cowhide boots to kick his backside." In the South Wilderness, within the Alikia Mountains, hundreds of players were besieging a chicken demon. The battle fierce and chaotic. Most players were below level 3, brandishing wooden sticks, charging forward in waves, inflicting only meager damage upon the creature. "It's nearly dead. It's nearly dead. Let Lord Ishang deliver the final blow," someone shouted, prompting a halt in their actions. Once Ishang secured the kill, the crowd erupted in jubilant celebration, dancing as if they had won a monumental victory. Solo kill. Ishang beamed with delight. Server announcement: congratulations to player Qingyi. As the announcement reverberated, Ishang's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a dark scowl. A player from the East Wilderness has achieved the first kill? That impoverished and backward place. I must message my father to rally another 1,000 players. I too shall solo this. If an East Wilderness player can do it, I shall surpass him. In the Cherry Blossom Mountains of the East Wilderness, a small mustached man wielding a katana furiously struck a nearby tree, only to find it unyielding. After several futile attempts, he withdrew his blade. The server announcement echoed once more, heralding the achievement. Li Qingyi recognized that he had gained notoriety, yet he remained indifferent, deeming it a trivial matter. At this moment, he was reveling in the thrill of looting. The Azure-eyed Serpent King was a treasure trove, and he could not let it go to waste. He first severed the serpent's head, extracting a fist-sized mass with great care, wrapping it securely, and storing it in his system space. This was the venom sac, containing a significant amount of poison, useful for various purposes, from sabotage to potion crafting, and even for detoxification, a truly valuable asset. Next, he made a vertical incision, extracting the serpent's gallbladder, wiping it with his hand, undeterred by the faint fishy scent, and devoured it in a few bites. Consuming serpent gallbladder grants 10 strength, 20 poison resistance. As anticipated, this was his first consumption of such an item, and it significantly enhanced his attributes. At last, we arrive at the snake meat, a commodity far less precious than the previous two. Thus, Qingyi engaged in a rather indiscriminate selection process, taking one piece only to discard another, meticulously choosing the finest cuts. After thoroughly ransacking the creature, the Azure-Eye Snake King was left with little more than a skeletal frame. Gazing upon his handiwork, Qingyi let out a sigh of relief and promptly logged off. Upon awakening from the game, night had already descended. Feeling his stomach rumble insistently, he ordered a dozen pizzas in one go. Since acquiring the Galaxy Totem, his appetite had become alarmingly voracious. While awaiting his delivery, he opened his phone and perused the forum. The news of the server's first kill had stirred quite a commotion online. After all, while many players were laboriously chopping wood, there was someone who had managed to conquer a formidable foe, an achievement that most players found hard to fathom. As Qingyi scrolled through the posts, he discovered that the most popular thread belonged to none other than himself. After applying a filter, thousands of posts immediately sprang forth, with numbers continuing to surge rapidly. Server first kill, Qingyi. First floor, the world's #1 player, Dragon Kingdom Qingyi. Second floor, impressive, rise up. Third floor, Qingyi, where art thou? Can you take me along? I'm your 10-year fan. Sixth floor, please take me with you. I'm a beauty, just look at my legs, with a lowly voice. Seventh floor, a lowly voice is of no use. Take me along, I can breathe sweetly. Eighth floor, Qingyi, you are my deity. I wish to bear your children. One must admit, the internet is a captivating realm, a veritable fountain of flattery that can leave one feeling quite euphoric, almost yearning to appear in person to bask in the adulation of the masses. It is no wonder that so many gaming luminaries indulge in online escapades. The experience is undeniably exhilarating. Regrettably, Qingyi was not swayed by such trivialities. He was a man of modesty, indifferent to fame. Rubbing his slightly raised lips, he restored his demeanor to one of solemnity. Continuing to scroll down, another post surfaced, gaining traction. The fortuitous lucky one, Qingyi. First floor. Blade of Destiny. I don't see what the fuss is about. It's merely sheer luck. Ordinary players may not grasp this, but someone of my caliber certainly does. The signs of calamity have emerged. At night, numerous battered monsters roam, and he simply stumbled upon a grand opportunity. Second floor, toasting wine. Slaying Chow. One cannot dismiss it so easily. With so many players in the game, why should only he be fortunate? It indicates a degree of skill, does it not? Third floor, Blade of Destiny. Luck? Do you understand what luck is? If you encountered it, you could seize the chance too, just like if someone with a single drop of health appeared, who wouldn't be able to defeat them? It's entirely a matter of chance. Do you comprehend? Fourth floor, Silent Night. You're just bitter about not tasting the grapes. Fifth floor, Blade of Destiny. Am I bitter about not tasting grapes? Just look at me. Ask around the gaming community, who doesn't know Blade of Destiny? Qingyi's expression turned peculiar. He had heard of Blade of Destiny, a professional player from a certain mobile game who was on the verge of entering the Hall of Fame. However, he later fell from grace after being implicated in match-fixing scandals, ultimately retiring to become a game commentator. In his previous life, this individual seemingly made quite a name for himself in the vast wilderness of mountains and seas. Such a master has emerged to challenge me? How intriguing. Qingyi thought it might be wise to stir the waters a bit, allowing himself to remain deeply concealed. I was present at the scene. I can attest that Tianxi's guesses were entirely accurate. With just a single strike, Qingyi dispatched that foe, truly a stroke of fortune. Alas, had I not been so distant, that magnificent wealth would have been mine. Upon posting, Qingyi quickly noticed that his comment had been pinned, garnering a multitude of endorsements. Among them was, the dominant blade, Tianxi has liked your comment. Ah, Tianxi, you have struck me this time. Next, it shall be my turn to strike you. A faint smile graced Qingyi's lips. Chapter 16, Dragon and Phoenix Soup. A small nest after sleeping for over 4 hours, Qingyi glanced at his phone. Noting it was midnight, he felt invigorated, not finding it peculiar, as the totem had significantly enhanced everyone's physical constitution. 4 to 5 hours of rest was ample. As his level increased, his need for sleep could diminish further. With nothing pressing to attend to, he recognized that time in the wilderness differed from reality. At least for now. Here, dawn was breaking. In the early morning, wild creatures were scarce. One need not slay monsters to level up, as sustenance sufficed as well. He ignited a fire and began roasting snake meat. The enticing aroma wafted through the air as Qingyi sliced off small pieces to savor. Delicious, crispy on the outside, tender within, rich yet not greasy, truly the essence of his being. Compared to this, the delicacies of Blue Star seemed laughable, utterly incomparable to the meat of the beasts in the wilderness. After consuming several pieces, Qingyi felt something was amiss. Indeed, it was soup that was lacking. What could be more delightful than a hearty broth with ample meat? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. Gidge. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the stone feather chicken wiggling its ample posterior as it emerged from the thicket. Qingyi's eyes sparkled. Ah ha ha ha. The chicken soup is here. More precisely, it is dragon and phoenix soup. The snake paired with the chicken, one dragon, one phoenix. How splendid. The steaming, snow-white broth, adorned with a sprinkle of herbs, was a nectarous delight. A sip revealed its sweetness, akin to divine ambrosia. Exquisite. Qingyi marveled. With a mouthful of soup and a mouthful of meat, he found himself satiated, having accrued over 600 experience points. Along with his previous gains, he was nearing 3,000 points, almost halfway. Just a few more hundred points would elevate him to level 6. For a gourmand, this place was nothing short of paradise. He could indulge freely without concern for weight gain, as traversing a few miles would easily burn off the excess. Qingyi couldn't help but smile. If one day the wilderness merged with reality, the gyms and weight loss programs scattered across Blue Star would likely face closure. With the perpetual struggle for survival in the mountains, who could possibly gain weight? A bit of dragon and phoenix soup remained, saved for lunch. After a brief respite, Qingyi rose to embark on his journey of monster hunting and leveling up. Currently, he had reached level 5, equipped with commendable gear. Within several miles, there were scarcely any formidable creatures left for him to vanquish. To confront higher-level monsters, he would need to venture 50 miles beyond his familiar territory. Navigating through thickets and scaling several small hills, he finally discovered a promising location for monster spawns. A cave rising 2 to 3 meters high, teeming with red-eyed rat demons flitting in and out like thieves. This was undoubtedly the lair of the rat demons. Name: Honey Rat type, common monster level, 8 health, 1244 mana, 301 spirit, 266 strength, 211 defense, 281 speed, 245 stamina, 208 rage 1. When health drops below 30%, rage mode activates, doubling all attributes for 8 minutes. This was merely an average level 8 monster, significantly inferior to the chicken brother. The attributes and skills of the honey rat were quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable features, categorizing it as a rather mediocre wild creature. Thus, the question of whether he could defeat it was moot. Qingyi strode confidently into the cave. The interior of the cave was quite deep and shrouded in darkness. To enhance his visibility, Qingyi ignited a lantern plant and hung it on the wall, cautiously advancing into the dimly lit space. You have entered the honey rat's lair. Honey rat's lair, a small nest, habitat of the honey rat. As the system's notification echoed, Qingyi noticed several pairs of glowing red eyes in the shadows. Counting them, he found a total of 10. Unfazed, he retrieved an 8 extremities arrow and loosed it. The sound of the arrow embedding itself into flesh resonated, followed by a white damage notification. 1401. Immediately, one pair of eyes dimmed, and the creature collapsed to the ground. You have killed a honey rat, gaining 387 experience. To his astonishment, an 8-level monster had been slain with a single arrow. The 8 extremities bow was indeed formidable. A subtle smile graced Qingyi's lips. With the bow's enhancement, his strength had surpassed 300, complemented by armor-piercing critical strikes. Given the honey rat's inherently low defense, it was hardly a challenge to dispatch it with a single shot. The chicken brother, however, would undoubtedly struggle against such a foe. Squeak. The arrow did not intimidate the remaining honey rats, but instead incited their fury. One after another, they charged towards Qingyi, their blood-red eyes glimmering like phantoms in the darkness. Unperturbed, he knocked another arrow and unleashed a flurry of shots. 1385, 1409, 1423. Each shot was a lethal strike. The honey rats had no opportunity to even enter their rage mode. As they charged forth, only 2 remained, battered and bruised. Without a moment's hesitation, they opened their jaws wide, lunging toward Qingyi. Yet, Qingyi remained unperturbed, drawing forth his azure steel blade to meet the challenge. With a fierce cry, he brought the blade crashing down upon the belly of one of the honey rats, cleaving a gruesome gash. This strike rendered the creature grievously wounded. Qingyi swiftly followed up with another blow, extinguishing its life. Simultaneously, the second honey rat launched its assault, prompting him to hastily block with his blade. The impact resonated with a clang. Though the creature's strength was modest, the force against the blade caused a slight tremor. Qingyi retreated a couple of steps to regain his stance, seizing the opportunity between the rat's attacks to surge forward with a powerful thrust. The honey rat, taken by surprise, recoiled. Consequently, his strike merely grazed its flesh, failing to inflict a fatal wound. Unwilling to relent, Qingyi gripped the hilt firmly, pressing the attack. With a sickening squelch, the honey rat, having no avenue of escape, was impaled against the wall. It let out a pained shriek, attempting to enter a frenzied state. Qingyi, however, denied it that chance. Twisting his wrist, the blade spun within its body, sealing its fate. Honey rat slain, earned 437 experience points. A dazzling light flickered as Qingyi successfully ascended to level 6. Name, Ratskin Belt Grade. Level 5 White Armor. Attributes. Defense 41 Description. Crafted from honey rat hide. Resilient and durable. Name, Sharp Iron Sword Grade. Level 5 White Weapon. Attributes. Strength 45 Description. A weapon forged from fine iron, notably sharp. Chapter 17. A sudden rise in levels. These two pieces of equipment, the iron sword proved to be of little use, while the belt might serve him for a time. Though its humble grade suggested its utility would be fleeting. I still possess 10 unallocated attribute points, he suddenly recalled, remembering the bonus from his first kill. Upon opening the attribute panel, he confirmed the presence of those points. Strength, 5 defense, 2 speed, 3 following this principle. He judiciously allocated the points. Name, Qingyi Identity, None Reputation, 100 level, 6 experience, 217, 000 strength, 109, 235 defense, 91, 134, speed, 89 stamina, 91 martial arts, none skills, basic detection, /1, 1 star, equipment, 8 extremes bow, wolf spider armor, black crystal bracers, rat skin belt, flower vine shoes. Talent, chosen drop rate. During gameplay, the drop rate of items from all monsters is randomly increased by 10 to 100 times, with a 10 chance to trigger chosen, enhancing the quality of dropped items. Specialization, none wealth, 100 gold, 12, 789 copper, 1 gold, 10 silver, 10, 000 copper. Gazing at his equipment, he had already filled 5 slots, with just 1 more to achieve a complete set. In the vast expanse of the mountains and seas, gear is not fixed. However, players generally categorize their equipment into 6 positions. The primary 3 consist of weapon, armor, and pants, referred to as the Big 3, while the secondary 3 comprise gloves, or bracers, belt, and boots, known as the Small 3. Additionally, there exists a variety of special equipment that does not count towards the standard. Thus, in typical circumstances, collecting all 6 pieces of equipment signifies a graduation of sorts. Do not be mistaken, this endeavor is not trivial. In his previous life, many struggled for a month without achieving a complete set. Even Li Qingyi himself spent a full 15 days before donning a ragtag outfit that barely qualified as complete. How could that compare to now? With exquisite gear like bronze and black iron at hand, he was merely 1 pair of pants away from his goal. Li Qingyi was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would achieve full equipment today. Continuing deeper into the cave, the light grew dimmer, forcing him to reignite a lantern plant, which he carried forward. After traversing approximately 500 meters, he encountered 3 forks in the path, left, middle, and right. He decided to follow the right passage. This cave was not particularly deep. After walking a few dozen meters, he reached its end. Observing the ground strewn with various items, it became apparent that this was the storeroom of the honey mice. Dried meat, chestnut shells, chicken feathers. What peculiarities these were. After searching for a while, he found little of value, only a little over 100 silver coins. Just as he was preparing to leave, an ancient chest in the corner caught his eye. Black iron chest, a chest weathered by time, containing precious treasures. Goodness! The light was so dim he nearly missed it. Li Qingyi felt a surge of excitement. This was worth it. He eagerly opened it, and a flash of light erupted. Name, Green Eye Mask. Grade, Special Equipment. Attributes, Defense 50. Night Vision, emits a green glow in dark environments, aiding night vision. What a splendid item, a timely boon. Not only was it special equipment, but it also provided night vision capabilities. Li Qingyi was in dire need of such an item, so he promptly donned it. Remarkably, it proved to be exceptionally useful. Once worn, the entire world appeared to be brushed with fluorescence, becoming much clearer. He then set out to explore the second cave, not the middle, but the left one. Upon entering the cave, Li Qingyi was taken aback. Before him lay a writhing mass of creatures, coiled together, crawling and squirming. Hundreds of red eyes glimmered in the darkness of the cave, all honey mice. As someone afflicted with a fear of clusters, Li Qingyi was covered in goosebumps. They were all huddled together. Should he dare? He quickly recalled the thunderbolt bomb. If he threw it, he was certain that within a minute, all those honey mice would meet their demise. However, the thunderous lightning bomb possesses tremendous power and is quite valuable. Utilizing it against these minor creatures seems akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, such a wasteful extravagance. Ultimately, Li Qingyi could not bring himself to part with it. Did I not still have a venom sac? He suddenly recalled having extracted a venom pouch from the azure-eyed Serpent King just yesterday, which contained a considerable amount of lethal poison. He then retrieved the leftover dragon phoenix soup from his waist, combined it with the poison, and sliced open the venom sac to pour in its contents, stirring it all together. With a cackling laugh, he prepared a fragrant concoction. Before long, a stream of honey rats, drawn by the enticing aroma, began to appear. Name, Honey Rat Grade, Common Monster Level, 3 Health, 398 Mana, 2929 Spirit, 2929 Strength, 59 Defense, 39 Speed, 50 Stamina, 48 Rage 1. When health drops below 30%, enters a berserk state, with all attributes increased by 100% for 8 minutes. Li Qingyi employed a basic detection spell and discovered that the honey rats here were predominantly of lower levels, with many at level 2 or 3, and only about 30 at level 4 or above. Off you go to meet your ancestors, little ones. Observing that nearly all the honey rats had savored his concoction, a satisfied smile crept across Li Qingyi's lips. Enjoy it, not a peep from any of you. Moments later, the effects of the poison began to manifest. The lower-level rats lay lifeless on the ground, frothing at the mouth, oblivious to their fate. The slightly higher-level ones trembled violently, teetering on the brink of death. The once coiled mass had collapsed, scattered across the ground. Kill honey rat. Gain 167 experience points. Kill honey rat. Gain 41 experience points. Kill honey rat. Gain 305 experience points. A series of system notifications echoed, and Li Qingyi's experience surged rapidly. Before long, a radiant light enveloped him, flashing twice before propelling him to level 8. At this moment, not a single honey rat remained standing within the cave. They all lay neatly on the ground. Most had succumbed, with only a few higher-level ones still grappling with the effects of the serpent's venom. Why struggle? Allow me to end your suffering. Shaking his head, Li Qingyi drew an arrow and dispatched one of the remaining honey rats. Then he proceeded to the second and the third. Soon, every honey rat in the cave had perished. Over 100, with not a single survivor. These unfortunate creatures had yielded a bounty of items, shimmering with light, yet regrettably, none of them brought Li Qingyi any surprises, not even a single piece of black iron. Name: rat skin coat, grade, level 5 white armor, attributes, defense 48, description, crafted from honey rat skin, resilient and durable. Name: rat skin bracers, grade, level 5 white armor, attributes, strength 38. Description: crafted from exquisite honey mouse hide, remarkably resilient. Chapter 18, trousers by the rocks. Swift as the wind. Name: mouse hide shoes. Grade: level 5 white armor. Attributes: speed 53. Description: crafted from exquisite honey mouse hide, remarkably resilient, comfortable, and aesthetically pleasing. These shoes are indeed suitable for use. Li Qingyi replaced his fragrant flower vine shoes with the mouse hide shoes. Unfortunately, out of the 12 pieces of equipment dropped by the honey mice, only these shoes were usable, the rest remained inapplicable. This led him to lament the truth that lower-tier monsters seldom yield quality loot. He decided to store the unusable equipment for future sale. Additionally, apart from these items, the honey mice also dropped 2 white objects, a bottle of fine wine and an antidote pill. Upon seeing the round pill in his hand, Li Qingyi's expression turned peculiar. The honey mice that had succumbed to poison had surprisingly dropped an antidote pill. Was this some form of obsession? He chuckled lightly and temporarily stowed away these 2 seemingly useless items. The final cave awaited. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingyi ventured into the central cavern. A sense of anticipation flickered within him. Surely a small nest would be present? The depth was profound. After traversing nearly a kilometer, he still could not discern the endpoint. Had it not been for the encroaching darkness ahead, devoid of light, he might have doubted whether this was indeed an exit. Such a long path. The dead mice had certainly excavated impressively. Li Qingyi scoffed and persevered forward. After what felt like an eternity, he finally glimpsed the end. Yet, the conclusion was not a wall, but rather a colossal honey mouse. Just how immense was it? In its stillness, Li Qingyi briefly mistook it for a wall. It resembled a mountain of flesh, entirely filling the cavern. Name: Honey Mouse Matriarch. Grade: Elite Monster. Level: 12. Health: 2962. Mana: 603. Mentality: 401. Strength: 608. Defense: 512. Speed: 108. Stamina: 157. Special trait: prolific reproduction leading to a rapid increase in population. Whip Strike 2. The honey mouse's elongated tail acts like a whip, delivering precise strikes to targets within range. Brutal Charge 3. Its massive size allows it to launch indiscriminate assaults, inflicting substantial damage on targets ahead. What a mere elite creature. Li Qingyi mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Upon first encountering the matriarch's enormous form, he had anticipated something formidable, only to discover it was merely an elite. While it appeared imposing, it was nothing more than a blundering behemoth. He curled his lips in disdain, having faced many of its kind. Maintaining distance for ranged attacks, dodging its skills, and employing a kite strategy would suffice to vanquish it. There was no need for further thought. The approach was essentially the same. The rotund creature, with its large ears, likely could flood a vast expanse with its waist. Li Qingyi knocked an arrow, releasing it with a swift whoosh. Indeed, such an immense target hardly requires aiming. Even a careless shot could strike true. Nevertheless, out of a sense of respect, he symbolically took aim. A white character representing a critical hit materialized before him. The formidable force of the 8 extremities bow drove the arrow deeply into the head of the Rat Queen. With a pained roar, the Rat Queen unleashed a fierce cry, her long tail curling menacingly as it swung toward him, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind. Li Qingyi swiftly retreated, evading the attack while not forgetting to release a few arrows in the process. One arrow went astray, failing to achieve a critical hit. But Li Qingyi paid it little mind as he prepared to shoot again. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dark figure ahead, seemingly teleporting directly toward him. A wild charge. Realizing the impending danger, Li Qingyi quickly withdrew. Though he dismissed the Rat Queen's appearance, he recognized the respect warranted by her level 3 skills and imposing stature. He could not afford to be struck. The rumbling wind surged behind him as he hastily retreated, feeling immensely grateful for the Qingtong mask that bestowed him with night vision. Without it, navigating the pitch-black environment of the cave could have resulted in a collision with a wall, a disastrous fate for his slender frame, which would be easily crushed by such an impact. After sprinting a mile, the Rat Queen finally came to a halt, glaring at him from a distance with an expression of pure hatred. Li Qingyi understood her frustration well. Having endured a barrage of attacks while being unable to retaliate would naturally provoke such ire. For the sake of her suffering, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Drawing 3 arrows, he loosed them in rapid succession. In an instant, the Rat Queen's health bar was entirely depleted, her body collapsing to the ground as several items tumbled out. A black light and a white light emerged. Defeated the Rat Queen, gained 1201 experience. Name: Pants of the Rock's Edge. Grade: Level 10 Black Iron Equipment. Attributes: Defense 98, Stamina 44. Description: Crafted from ancient rock and animal hide. It provides formidable physical defense while also enhancing stamina. Ha ha ha, the pants have appeared. Graduation. Li Qingyi beamed with joy as he hurriedly donned the pants, relishing the sensation of being fully equipped. The improvement in defense was palpable, and with the added stamina attribute, his endurance would surely increase as well. Then, his attention turned to the white item. Skill: Gale Arrow. Grade: 2 stars. Description: Upon release, the arrow gains a wind boost, increasing speed by 30 and attack power by 20. An archery skill. Li Qingyi was astonished. Beyond the art of swordsmanship and the techniques of blade wielding, archery skills are indeed a rarity. One might not even find a single tome among 100. To my astonishment, not only did I acquire such a skill, but it is also of the 2nd star level. Truly, I must be fortunate beyond measure. Hastily, I set about mastering it, eager to test its might. Li Qingyi withdrew to a considerable distance, carefully aiming at the head of the rat behind, and then released a swift arrow, invoking the Gale Arrow technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp, piercing sound echoed as the 8 polar arrows cut through the air like a streak of light, penetrating with tremendous force, burying themselves deeper than any previous arrow. The shaft of the arrow vanished halfway within. Evidently, this shot was both swifter and more powerful, so much so that when Li Qingyi attempted to retrieve it, he exerted considerable effort to extract it from the rat's skull. Remarkable, Li Qingyi marveled. With this skill, I can strike from even greater distances, enhancing my safety significantly. Yet, it does come at a cost. The arrows are more prone to wear. Indeed, just now, the arrowhead suffered some damage, losing its former sharpness. Li Qingyi felt a pang of regret. Having obtained the 8 polar bow, he had discarded his previous arrows in favor of the specialized 8 polar arrows. However, he possessed only 10 of these, and if they were to be broken, replacements would require a visit to a blacksmith. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, without a map, locating a human settlement would not be an easy task. Henceforth, it would be prudent to reserve my skills for more formidable foes. Direct shots would suffice for lesser creatures, and I would explore further options when the circumstances allowed. Chapter 19. The Solitary Caveman, a series of quests. Emerging from the nest of the honey rat, the sun was already high in the sky. Overall, the rewards were plentiful. Not only had I ascended 3 levels, but I had also acquired a trove of equipment and skills, significantly enhancing my strength, which left me quite satisfied. After a brief respite to regain some energy, I continued to venture outward. Get away, you beasts! Move along. A voice of reprimand echoed from a distance, prompting Li Qingyi to halt in his tracks. A human voice. A player? Intrigued, he cautiously moved in the direction of the sound. Down the slope, amidst the lush foliage, a middle-aged man clad in animal hide sat upon a branch, his expression tense as he vociferously shooed away 2 wild wolves below. Though his tone was authoritative, the fear etched on his face was unmistakable. Name: Gu Jiu. Identity: Solitary Caveman. Reputation: 550. Qualification: Talent: Basic Governance. Occupation: Leader of the Solitary Cavern. Level: 9 Health, 300, 461 Mana, 100, 105 Spirit, 212, 301 Strength, 203 Defense, 215 Speed, 307 Stamina, 298 Specialty, none. He was not a player, but rather, it appeared he was a wild man from some encampment. Li Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, the presence of humanity was not absent. On the contrary, it thrived. The quantity is indeed vast. However, within the great wilderness, the dominance of monstrous beasts renders the human race relatively weak, thus diminishing their presence. Nevertheless, considering the immense expanse of the Shanhai Great Wilderness, even a single mountain range dwarfs the entirety of Blue Star by several folds. Consequently, despite the human race's disadvantage, their numbers far surpass those of Blue Star. These humans inhabit various corners of the great wilderness. According to the accounts of players from a previous era, they can be categorized into two primary groups. One group consists of sizable settlements with a semblance of civilization, referred to as the natives. The other comprises scattered individuals, uncultivated, known as wildlings. The natives possess relatively stronger capabilities, exhibiting organization and discipline, and in every conceivable aspect, they are not inferior to the inhabitants of Blue Star. The concept of wildlings, however, is broader. Anyone without a settlement may be labeled as such. In terms of strength, wildlings vary widely. Some are formidable enough to rival top-tier monsters, while the weaker ones resemble mere common creatures. Take, for instance, the wildling before him. Yet, Qingyi remained unfazed. Although the wildling before him was lacking in strength, he was nonetheless a cave chief. With just a couple of tasks, he could procure some rewards. Thus, he tossed a small stone, directing it to land beside the wildling to capture his attention. "Stranger warrior, please save me." Upon noticing Qingyi, the wildling's eyes sparkled with hope, and he hurriedly gestured. However, Qingyi chose to ignore him, standing still as if awaiting something. "Warrior, warrior." The wildling remained undeterred, pacing anxiously around the branches, yearning to leap down and shout directly at Qingyi. Yet, Qingyi remained unmoved. Unbeknownst to him, Qingyi found the wildling's lack of initiative quite exasperating. Merely shouting for help without offering a task or any benefits was futile. How could he expect assistance without providing something in return? Such a lack of intellect was quite disappointing. After a lengthy pause, at last, the wildling's mind sparked with clarity, and he issued a task: Desperate Plea of the Lone Peak Caveman. Chain Quest 12. Rescue Gugio. Quest Introduction. The Lone Peak Caveman Gugio is besieged by wolf demons. Proceed immediately to rescue him. Quest Reward: 1,500 copper coins. How much? 1,500 copper coins. Qingyi was utterly speechless. Was this a joke? After waiting for so long, this was all he received? Even the wild chickens along the roadside could yield 200. How dare he offer merely 1,500 copper? He might as well shoot an arrow and treat the wildling as a common monster. The spoils could exceed this paltry sum. This was simply too miserly. Feigning to depart, the wildling panicked and called out desperately, promptly issuing another task: Desperate Plea of the Lone Peak Caveman. Chain Quest 12. Rescue Gugio. Quest Introduction. The Lone Peak Caveman Gugio is besieged by wolf demons. Proceed immediately to rescue him. Quest Reward: 10,000 copper coins. And a skill book for sprint. The reward, evidently, was far superior to the previous one. No wonder no tasks were assigned for such a long time. It was evident that he was merely waiting for a selfless rescue. Cunning fellow. Fortunately, he was an experienced player, well aware that bargaining was a possibility in this game. Had he been a novice, upon spotting a task, he might have rushed in recklessly. "You stingy miser, unwilling to part with even a penny for a life-saving endeavor. If I ever catch the opportunity, I shall extract a considerable tribute from you." Qingyi scoffed inwardly. He accepted the task, drew his bow, and took aim at the two wolf demons. Name: Wild Wolf Grade. Common Monster Level: 8 Health, 1254, 1754 Mana, 403 Spirit, 285, 311 Strength, 297 Defense, 301 Speed, 312 Stamina, 214 Bite 1. Rips through the opponent with ferocity, inflicting direct damage. The arrow shot forth, piercing through the wild wolf's abdomen, and a significant damage notification appeared. 1301. Defeated Wild Wolf, gained 461 experience. Witnessing the demise of its companion, the other wild wolf was struck with terror and fled, but how could it outrun an arrow? It hardly took a few steps before it too was pierced, following in its companion's footsteps. "Thank you, brave warrior." As the wolf demon fell, a wild man hastily descended from the tree. Qingyi remained silent, extending his palm. The gesture was simple. Task completed. Where was the reward? The wild man chuckled awkwardly, eager to speak, but upon noticing Qingyi's unfriendly demeanor, he promptly fell silent and retrieved the reward. Qingyi furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the wild man. Sensing his insincerity, he had encountered many wild men before, most of whom were genuine and straightforward. Never had he met one like this. If this wild man donned modern attire and claimed to be from Blue Star, Qingyi would not have doubted him for a moment. Stowing away the copper coins, Qingyi picked up the skill book. Skill: Sprint Grade. 1 star. Description: Increases speed by 50 for 3 minutes. An acceleration skill, not bad at all. Coupled with his bow, it would ensure steadier damage output in the future. Qingyi nodded to himself, clapped his hands, and learned the skill. Rescue of the Solitary Cave Dweller. Chain Task 22. Save Gomo Yi. Task Description: The solitary Gomo Yi has been captured by wolf demons. Hurry to rescue him. Task Reward: A mysterious map. Without uttering a word, a task was dispatched to him. Chapter 20. Level 9 Wolf King. "Gomo Yi your son?" Qingyi inquired. No. Gulu 9 hastily denied, saying, "He is a child from the Hunter S family in my camp." "What connection does the hunter's child have with you?" Qingyi regarded him skeptically. He appeared anything but trustworthy. Could he be involved in child trafficking? Gulu Nine's eyelids twitched at the accusation. Then he proclaimed with righteous indignation. As the cave leader, I must protect those beneath me. I don't believe you. Qingyi shook his head, unconvinced by his flimsy excuses. As an experienced player, having been in the game for quite some time, he could discern the genuine from the pretentious with a mere glance. Gujio, without a doubt, was not a commendable character, even if he were not a villain. He posed a few tentative inquiries, yet gleaned nothing of significance. Gujio remained reticent, consistently evading direct answers. Once they had extricated themselves from peril, his cunning and miserly disposition became glaringly apparent, his tone growing increasingly obstinate. Observing this, Qingyi refrained from further questioning and instead shifted the conversation to the matter of the mysterious map. The quest's reward seemed rather dubious, and fearing that Gujio might attempt to deceive him with a worthless trinket, he insisted on validating the item beforehand. However, Gujio firmly refused, resolutely stating that the map would only be handed over once Gumoya was rescued. When Qingyi attempted to negotiate further, Gujio simply turned his head away, ignoring him entirely, exuding an air of indifference as if to say he could take or leave the task. In light of this, Qingyi reluctantly acquiesced. It was not that he was particularly fixated on the mysterious map. Even if it proved to be of little use, completing the quest would still yield some reward. Upon receiving Qingyi's consent, Gujio displayed a triumphant grin, thumping his chest and assuring him that he would not be disappointed. He then led the way towards the wolf's habitat. The two traversed mountains and valleys, ultimately arriving at an expansive stretch of land. It's just ahead, Gujio announced, gesturing forward where a pack of approximately 20 wolves lounged lazily on the ground. Qingyi observed not only the wolves, but also the target of their mission, Gumoya, an infant of 4 or 5 years clad in animal hide. What struck him as peculiar was that despite being amidst the pack, Gumoya was unharmed. The wolves permitted him to crawl about freely. Exhausted from crawling, the child clambered onto one of the wolves, gripping its ears and twisting playfully as if riding a steed. Remarkably, the wolves exhibited no signs of impatience, instead indulging the child in their playful antics. Are you certain this requires my intervention? Qingyi queried, bemused. It appeared as though the wolf pack had taken him in as one of their own. What was there to save? Perhaps it would be best to return home for a wash and rest. Gujio's gaze flickered, his tone unequivocal. In response, Qingyi shrugged, knocking an arrow in preparation to shoot. Given that the wolves had not harmed the child, rescuing him would undoubtedly be much simpler. A distant, resounding wolf howl echoed through the air. A wolf with a strikingly silver coat and a fierce demeanor sprinted towards them. Is that the Wolf King? Qingyi's eyes narrowed as he employed a basic detection spell. Name, Wolf King Grade. Level, 9 health. 1, 0, 23, 410, 234 mana. 2, 001, 205 spirit. 27, 193. 000 strength. 845 defense. 688 speed. 801 stamina. 698 frenzy 3. Increases strength and speed by 100 for 5 minutes, with an 80 reduction in defense. Gale Charge 3. Dashes at incredible speed, inflicting significant damage on the target. Silver Fury 3. The release of internal energy surged forth like a razor-sharp blade, piercing the target in an instant and inflicting fatal damage. 9th level, Qingyi felt a slight tremor within. This Wolf King was, astonishingly, even stronger than the previously encountered Azurite Serpent King. Although their attributes seemed closely matched, Qingyi, as someone who had experienced such battles, knew all too well that attributes merely served as a reference. The true measure of a beast's combat prowess lay in its divine abilities and skills. In the early stages, discussing divine abilities was rather premature, hence the focus was primarily on skills. This Wolf King possessed a skill capable of unleashing energy. It was utterly outrageous. What is this energy? It is a sensation that beasts acquire through martial comprehension upon reaching the 9th level. This sensation is immensely powerful, capable of shattering stone with ease when released. Furthermore, this energy is pivotal for a beast's ascension. Only when it continuously strengthens and forms a cyclone within can the barrier be broken to ascend to the 10th level. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, the transition from level 9 to level 10 constitutes a significant realm, distinctly separate from the realms of levels 10 to 19. The combat capabilities of these two realms are incomparably different. Now, the fact that this Wolf King had mastered the utilization of energy implied it stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with a considerable chance of ascending to the 10th level. Such strength raised Qingyi's concerns, yet also stirred a flicker of hope within him. If it could yield a martial skill, his ascent to the 10th level would be assured. Otherwise, he would have to invest time seeking one. Like the beasts, humans also required martial skills to progress from level 9 to 10. Why not attack it? Gujio inquired. We cannot overpower it, Qingyi replied, shaking his head. Let us observe for a while. We must engage, regardless. Do you not wish to complete the task? As the Wolf King approached Gumoyi, Gujio's tone turned urgent, pressing Qingyi to take action, his incessant chatter becoming a source of irritation. Be quiet. If you're so capable, you take the lead." Li Qingyi shot him a glare, prompting Gu Jiao to fall silent. "Such a coward," Li Qingyi scoffed, noticing Gu Jiao shrink away like a quail, and then refocused his attention on the Wolf King. "Oh woo." The Wolf King raised its head high, surveying its pack like a sovereign. "Oh woo." Sensing the Wolf King's ferocity, the wild wolves bowed their heads, emitting fearful whimpers. Content with this display, the Wolf King released its pressure and approached Gu Moyi. Gu Moyi, perched atop one of the wolves, was playing merrily. Upon noticing the Wolf King's shadow, he looked up, displaying no fear. Instead, he smiled innocently and reached out to stroke the Wolf King's fur. However, unlike the other wild wolves, the Wolf King did not allow Gu Moyi's advances. It swiftly evaded and bared its fangs, its eyes glinting with menace, as if poised to strike at any moment. Roar! The Wolf King opened its jaws wide, ready to bite Gu Moyi. Li Qingyi had silently knocked an arrow, aiming it at the mouth of the Wolf King, ready to release it at any moment. But before he could act, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wild wolves, previously submissive, stood up in unison upon witnessing the Wolf King threatening Gu Moyi, instinctively positioning themselves in front of their leader. "What on earth? Are they rebelling?" Li Qingyi gasped, lowering his bow. The Wolf King shared this sentiment, seething with rage, its eyes radiating a murderous intent. It was the Wolf King. How dare these wild wolves defy it? In Chapter 21, the Beastmaster Gu Moyi faces a mob of wolves. The Wolf King let out a fierce roar, unleashing an even greater pressure to intimidate the wild wolves. However, although fear flickered in their eyes, they showed no intention of yielding. These wild wolves were actually resisting the Wolf King for the sake of this little brat. Li Qingyi found it astonishing and turned his gaze toward Gu Jiao, seeking to discern if he possessed any insight into the situation. Gu Jiao shook his head vigorously, indicating his complete ignorance. Li Qingyi decided to cast a detection spell on Gu Moyi. Name, Gu Moyi. Identity, Guhua Cave Dweller. Reputation, 0. Qualification. Talent, Advanced Beast Tamer. Occupation, Wildman. Level, 3. Life, 153, 153. Magic, 7, 878. Spirit, 188, 188. Strength, 38. Defense, 36. Speed, 39. Stamina, 45. Specialty, none. What? An advanced beast tamer talent. Li Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to rise from his seat. No wonder these wild wolves were fighting to protect him. It turned out that, unbeknownst to everyone, Gu Moyi had already tamed all the wild wolves, rendering even the Wolf King powerless. A prodigy indeed. Li Qingyi marveled, a glimmer of divine light flashing in his eyes. With an advanced beast tamer talent and exceptional qualification, as long as he received proper training, becoming a high-level beast tamer was merely a matter of time. The possibility of even reaching the elite or king levels was not out of the question. This was a beast tamer, an existence far rarer than an alchemist or blacksmith. If he could bring Gu Moyi under his wing, the benefits for himself would be unimaginable. Although he was currently a jobless wanderer and unable to recruit him, establishing a territory was merely a matter of time, and he would inevitably need such talent. This individual could be worth 1,000-man army. Even if it meant binding him, he had to bring him to his territory. Li Qingyi's mind raced with thoughts on how to save Gu Moyi. Just as he pondered, the Wolf King could no longer wait. Unable to tolerate the betrayal of its former subordinates, it let out a furious roar and attacked the nearest wild wolf. It leaped suddenly, striking the wild wolf with its claws, then lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the wolf's neck. Blood poured from its mouth, and before long, the wild wolf ceased its struggles, falling silent. After killing one, the Wolf King prepared to choose its second target. The other wild wolves, fueled by a spirit of rebellion, surrounded the Wolf King, preparing to launch a collective assault. Excellent, let us go for it. Li Qingyi silently applauded, also aiming his bow and arrow at the Wolf King. With someone leading the charge, he could not simply stand by. He had to lend his support. Roar! As the wild wolves charged towards him, the Wolf King became increasingly enraged. With a powerful strike, it sent one of the wolves flying, just as it was about to tear into its assailant. A whistling sound pierced the air, a swift arrow streaked towards it like a shooting star. An ambush. The Wolf King had no time to evade. The sound of the arrow piercing flesh echoed as it embedded itself in the Wolf King's neck. Staggering slightly, the Wolf King almost fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the other wild wolves rushed in to bite at it. In no time, a flurry of damage notifications flooded the screen. Almost immediately, the Wolf King's health plummeted below 8,000. Just as Li Qingyi felt confident and on the brink of an easy victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Wolf King let out a furious howl. Its fur shifted from silver to crimson, its eyes gleaming more intensely, and it opened its massive maw, radiating an even more ferocious aura than before. Suddenly, it swiped a paw with incredible force, sending one of the wolves that dared to bite it flying, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing. The unfortunate wolf lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. With a single swipe, it had annihilated the wolf. Enraged, Li Qingyi recalled the Wolf King's ability. Feeling a chill run down his spine, That strike possessed terrifying power. If it landed on him, it would surely break his back. Upon activating its skill, the Wolf King launched a counterattack. Its attributes were already high, and now its strength and speed had surged by 100%, leading to swift eliminations. In a brief span, nearly 20 wild wolves had fallen, yet the Wolf King's health remained around 7,500. Qingyi realized that this could not continue. If the wild wolves were all annihilated, he would be left without a front line, and that would spell disaster. Thus, he decisively loosed an arrow at the Wolf King. A swift arrow. Although it did not strike a vital point, it found its mark on the Wolf King's back, tearing a significant wound. The Wolf King, having activated its berserk skill, saw its defense plummet by 80%. Consequently, this arrow inflicted a staggering 4-digit damage. A howl of pain erupted from the Wolf King as it turned its vengeful gaze towards Qingyi. This individual had already shot it twice. The pain felt most profound. It immediately abandoned its battle with the wild wolves, rushing towards Qingyi to eliminate this greatest threat first. What the hell? Even with wild wolves biting at it. Why target him? Gujiu yelped in protest, casting a reproachful glance at Qingyi before hastily retreating to climb a tree. Why run away? Such lack of ambition. Qingyi scoffed, gesturing a middle finger in the direction of Gujiu. The audacious fellow, who had been the loudest in his cheers when he shot the arrow, now turned to blame himself, displaying an utter lack of shame. Unperturbed, he retrieved another arrow, aiming for the hind leg of the Wolf King, intending to incapacitate it and neutralize the threat. Such was the thought of Qingyi. However, the Wolf King's speed was astonishing, causing the arrow to miss entirely. Again, sweat began to bead on Qingyi's forehead as he took aim and released another shot. Success! A surge of joy coursed through him. Yet, to his dismay, while the arrow struck the Wolf King, it seemed to have little effect. Its speed remained undiminished, and the pain only intensified its ferocity, propelling it into a more frenzied pursuit. An enraged Wolf King charged forward, its savage demeanor sending chills down Qingyi's spine. With no time to lose, he hurriedly retreated. Don't come this way, he thought, witnessing the Wolf King's pursuit of him, and he could see Gujiu nearly in tears. Desperately, he clung to the tree trunk and climbed higher. Make some room, Qingyi shouted, scrambling up the tree with all his might. Ascending nearly 20 meters before feeling a semblance of safety. Perched upon a branch, both he and Gujiu exhaled in relief, watching the impotent Wolf King below. Thankfully, this creature could not ascend the tree, otherwise, they would have been doomed. It can't reach us, shoot it, kill it. With the Wolf King thwarted, Gujiu felt emboldened, urging Qingyi to launch an attack. Qingyi cast a silent glance at him, recalling a phrase, a small man revels in his temporary success. Despite the sentiment, one could hardly argue that now was not the time to hesitate in striking the Wolf King. Qingyi knocked an arrow, summoning all his strength to draw the extreme bow to its utmost limit. 6 extremes. Swift wind arrow. With a resounding twang, the bowstring snapped, releasing the arrow with breathtaking speed and formidable power, driving it deep into the Wolf King's skull. A tremendous amount of damage surged forth, reducing the Wolf King's already dwindling health by a third, leaving it with just over 500 health points. Qingyi felt invigorated, his heart racing with excitement. To his astonishment, a pack of wild wolves had converged from the distance, launching a renewed assault on the Wolf King. The two factions clashed once more. Though the wild wolves lacked significant offensive power, their sheer numbers allowed them to inflict some damage on the Wolf King through their desperate tactics. However, this strategy proved fleeting. Within a minute, the entire pack of wild wolves was nearly annihilated. Swift wind arrow. Qingyi stealthily loosed another arrow, striking the Wolf King in the neck, causing it to collapse to the ground with a roar. At this moment, the Wolf King was left with just over 500 health points, nearly hanging by a thread. It glared at Qingyi with immense hatred, its eyes gradually becoming frenzied. So be it, let us perish together. Suddenly, a wave of alarm washed over Qingyi as he observed the Wolf King opening its mouth, seemingly preparing something sinister. His eyelids twitched violently, and almost instinctively, he leapt down from the tree. Indeed, a thunderous crash resounded as the very spot he had occupied moments earlier was obliterated by a powerful force. Stout branches akin to water barrels disintegrating into a shower of splinters. With a sharp intake of breath, Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. How fortunate he was to have fled swiftly, otherwise, his corpse would likely remain undiscovered. What of Gujiu? It was only then that Qingyi recalled the fellow. His concern was not for the man's demise, but rather for the potential loss of his reward. Scanning the area, he finally spotted Gujiu sprawled on the ground, having fainted, limbs akimbo. Surviving a drop of over 20 meters was quite the feat. Qingyi smirked, realizing he was hardly in better shape. His body felt as though it might disassemble, darkness clouded his vision, and countless stars spun before him. Had he climbed just 5 meters higher, he would surely have met his end. This force was indeed formidable. Turning his gaze back to the Wolf King, he noticed that after expelling that tremendous energy, the creature seemed to have exhausted all its strength, lying on the ground with its tongue lolling out, gazing at Qingyi with a glimmer of despair in its eyes. With immense effort, Li Qingyi suppressed the agonizing pain coursing through his body and loosed his final arrow. A spray of blood erupted, and the Wolf King perished. Wolf King killed, gained 1891 experience points. Several glimmers fell from the Wolf King's corpse, yet Li Qingyi lacked the strength to collect them. Collapsing onto the ground and losing consciousness, the world around him fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable in the stillness. Time passed, though he could not gauge how long, until the setting sun cast its golden hues and a few birds soared overhead, rousing Li Qingyi from his slumber. He opened his eyes and rose from the ground. Realizing that his body had fully healed, the pain vanished. Miraculously, in just a couple of hours, he had recovered significantly. Truly, this realm was wondrous. Such severe injuries could be mended by a mere nap, a marvel indeed. Li Qingyi marveled at the peculiarities of this game world, pondering how long it would take to recuperate in reality. Looking back, he noted that Gu Jiu remained unconscious, while Gu Moyan was also lying in the distance. Paying them no mind, Li Qingyi made his way to the Wolf King's carcass to examine his spoils. Highland Fragment 1, a rare purple item. A fragment that points the way, perhaps it could lead to a corner of the highlands. The first item sent a tremor of excitement through Li Qingyi. The other half has emerged. He was filled with astonishment as he retrieved the Highland Fragment 2, dropped by the azure-eyed Serpent King, and pieced it together. Indeed, a complete map unfolded before his eyes, revealing a landscape of undulating mountains and meandering rivers. A winding path was delineated within, guiding the seeker towards the treasure's location. Where could this place be? Li Qingyi scrutinized the map intently, but could discern no clues. He felt utterly perplexed. In the vast expanse of the mountain sea wilderness, with its intricate topography, relying solely on a treasure map to pinpoint the exact location of the treasure was an exercise in futility. Reluctantly, he tucked the map away, contemplating whether he could find some locals to guide him later. Next, he picked up the final item dropped by the Wolf King. Experience Pill, a high-grade herbal concoction that, when consumed, would elevate one's experience by 20,000 points. Li Qingyi furrowed his brow. It was somewhat useful, but not significantly so, especially as he was already at level 8, rendering it rather redundant. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the experience pill. Buzz. His experience surged rapidly, and before long, a radiant white light enveloped him. He had reached level 9. The effects of the experience pill continued until he hit 999 experience points. But he did not ascend to level 10. Despite the surplus of 20,000 experience points from the pill, he could not level up further. This outcome was anticipated by Li Qingyi. In the mountain sea wilderness, every 10 levels constituted a major realm. Thus, advancing required not only sufficient experience, but also fulfillment of other conditions. For instance, to progress from level 9 to 10, he must first learn a martial art. Martial arts were also a cumbersome matter. Li Qingyi sighed. In his previous life, he had been unfortunate and failed to acquire any martial arts from his encounters, ultimately depleting his resources to spend 10 gold coins to learn a blue-grade martial art, 3 harmonies chi, at a tribal camp. It is worth noting that martial arts were ranked as follows: white ordinary, blue excellent, purple exquisite, orange rare, gold exceptional, and extraordinary. The lowest rank was white, with blue being the second lowest. The grade of martial arts directly influenced combat strength, and this impact was considerably substantial, in the absence of crossing major realms. It could even surpass the influence of levels and skills. Those with inferior martial arts were nearly incapable of defeating those with superior skills. Thus, Li Qingyi's blue martial art condemned him to mediocrity in combat, a source of great frustration in his heart. Having been granted a second chance at life, Li Qingyi was determined not to let such a situation repeat itself. Even if it meant delaying his level up, he resolved to carefully select a high-grade martial art. He had hoped the Wolf King might yield a martial art, yet the item dropped was inferior to that of the Serpent King. Li Qingyi sighed again. Had it not been for the Highland Fragment, the effort against the Wolf King would have been in vain. Chapter 23, Solitary Camp, Remote Trading. After securing the Highland treasure map, Li Qingyi approached the side of Gu Moi. The little fellow had unknowingly succumbed to slumber, curled up like a caterpillar. He swiftly scooped up Gu Mo Yi and then roused Gu Jiu. You didn't even warn me of the danger. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, I might have been obliterated, he remarked. Gu Jiu, rubbing his sore legs and feet, cast a resentful glance at Li Qingyi. I intended to alert you, but as you know, there was no time. Li Qingyi shrugged, indicating that he had done his utmost. He gestured towards the Gu Mo Yi in his arms and extended his palm towards Gu Jiu. This time, Gu Jiu was surprisingly agreeable, without any unnecessary chatter, promptly producing a map. Such promptness, it can't possibly be worthless, can it? Li Qingyi scrutinized it with skepticism, accepting the map and glancing over it briefly, only to be met with a wry smile. Indeed, it is quite the worthless item. I had harbored some hope, thinking it might be a treasure map, but it turns out to be a mere reproduction, with ink smudged and indistinct. You had the audacity to present this shabby thing after a 9th-tier peak ordeal? Li Qingyi's expression darkened as a dangerous glint flickered in his gaze towards Gu Jiu. Where's the flaw? It has been like this for years, Gujio chuckled awkwardly. Attempting to explain, creating maps is quite challenging for us, especially a map of the entire Flame Peak. Is it truly difficult? One only needs to carve a block of wood, and then make a copy with some ink, Li Qingyi retorted, unreservedly revealing the crafting process. Having spent years in the Shanhai world, he was well acquainted with the methods of the natives and savages. Ahem, one should not speak so lightly. You know our camp conditions are dire. We simply cannot produce anything of value. The only worthwhile skill book we had was given to you. Gujio laughed nervously, beginning to spin a tale of hardship. His insinuation was clear. They had neither money nor lives to spare. Enough with the nonsense. Li Qingyi waved his hand impatiently, unwilling to bicker with him. At this point, extracting anything of value from this miserly fellow was futile. Let us go and see your camp. Since he intended to target Gomo Yi, Li Qingyi certainly needed to ascertain the location of the Guding camp. Once he had established his own territory, he could directly demand the person. Isn't the task complete now? Upon hearing that Li Qingyi wished to visit the Guding camp, Gujio appeared exceedingly reluctant. He contemplated refusing, but, upon seeing Li Qingyi brandish the map in his fist, which resembled a sandbag, he decisively chose silence. A mere look won't cost us anything. At worst, we can handle that matter more discreetly. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Gujio's eyes. Thus, the group set off towards the Guding camp. Along the way, Li Qingyi scrutinized the map provided by Gujio. Although it was drawn rather crudely, it contained the necessary elements. The mountains, the waters, all broadly aligned with the map. Is this place truly called Flame Peak? Li Qingyi inquired. The flame tribe of the Flame Peak in the Outcloud mountain range. Gujio replied. Finally, Li Qingyi gained a clearer understanding of his predicament. In his previous life, although he was also within the confines of the Yuyun mountain range, he resided on Jinyun Peak, which lay several thousand kilometers away from Yanhua Peak. It is no wonder that the topography and landscape differed so vastly. He continued to scrutinize the map and noticed several circled areas marked upon it. These denoted the territories of high-level demon beasts, undeniably perilous. Gujio elucidated. Li Qingyi nodded slightly, committing this information to memory. Indeed, there are splendid locations. The Guding camp was not far. After a little over half an hour, Li Qingyi and Gujio arrived at their destination. This, however, was rather rudimentary. Li Qingyi gazed at the scene before him, falling into silence. This was perhaps the most primitive camp he had ever encountered. 3 or 4 wooden cabins and a mere 10 caves constituted the entirety of the site. Beyond that, there was naught. Please take Gu Moyan. I shall return him to his parents, Gu Moyan requested. The little one nestled in his arms was still fast asleep. Li Qingyi gently patted his head and relinquished him. Strangely, the child who had been peacefully slumbering throughout the journey awoke instantly upon being placed in Gujio's hands. Upon seeing Gujio's face, he began to twist and squirm, ultimately bursting into tears. Fear not, the cave master will take you to find your parents. Gujio assured Li Qingyi with a reassuring glance, indicating that he could explore at his leisure while he hurriedly departed with Gu Moyan. Truly, even holding a child could evoke such fright. Li Qingyi was left speechless, with Gujio having abandoned him. He found himself at a loss for direction and began to wander aimlessly within the confines of the Guding camp. However, given the camp's diminutive size, there was little to discover, and he traversed it in mere moments. Yet, his presence startled the wild inhabitants, who hastily armed themselves, eyeing Li Qingyi with trepidation. Unfazed, he continued on his path, which serendipitously led him to an intriguing find. Within the Guding camp was, astonishingly, a rudimentary market. What constituted a market? In the eyes of the natives, it was merely a place for trading goods, nothing extraordinary. Yet, for Li Qingyi, it held a different significance. In the early stages of the game, players were exceedingly weak and unable to traverse the vast wilderness. Thus, to facilitate trade among players, the system had established a remote trading platform for their use. The range of trade would expand in accordance with the market's level. A rudimentary market could link to the entire trading network of Yanhua Peak, an intermediate market would extend to the Yuyun mountain range, and a high-level market would encompass the eastern wilderness. Although this was merely a rudimentary market, it still connected to millions of players on Yanhua Peak. Li Qingyi decisively entered, eager to browse. To his surprise, the rudimentary market boasted over 10,000 items listed by players. While most were materials such as wood and iron, ore, it was evident that many fortunate individuals had arrived at human camps or their vicinity. With the assistance of human camps, their growth environment was undoubtedly more favorable than that of those who had landed in desolate wilderness. Pearl wood, 5 copper coins per unit, purchased. Gold sandstone, 7 copper coins per unit, purchased. Oh, what a remarkable find. The 9th grade black gold iron ore is being sold for merely 20 copper per unit. What a steal. Li Qingyi, dazzled by the abundance, hurriedly placed a flurry of orders. In the early stages of the game, novice players, unaware of the market dynamics, would gather materials to sell, using their hard-earned money to purchase rudimentary gear such as iron swords. Chapter 24, Skill Upgrade, Solitary Grain. Such a bargain, Li Qingyi exclaimed, as he engaged in a fervent shopping spree, clearing the shelves of rare materials and herbs. With over 100 gold coins in his possession, equivalent to more than 1 million copper coins. He felt as though he could acquire anything in the nascent market. In no time, he had purchased over 1,000 units of wood, more than 2,000 units of stone, over 1,000 units of iron ore, and around 300 fine herbs. The total expenditure amounted to just over 80,000 copper coins, or a mere 8 gold coins, an insignificant sum for Qingyi. Although these items were not immediately useful, they would be indispensable for the future development of his territory. Purchasing them now would undoubtedly save a considerable amount later. This behavior soon caught the attention of other players, who observed the rapid disappearance of items from the market and realized that a wealthy player had entered the fray and was frantically purchasing everything in sight. Wow, is there really someone capable of spending so much on materials at the beginning of the game? Who is this godly figure? They speculated, estimating that at least several thousand copper coins had been spent. Truly impressive. As Qingyi continued his buying spree, he suddenly stumbled upon something extraordinary, a skill upgrade stone. He was incredulous, questioning whether he had misread the listing. How could someone be selling such a rare item? 2 for just 20 gold coins. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly secured the purchase. This was indeed a highly coveted item. In the early game, when martial arts and divine abilities were not prevalent, levels and skills served as the benchmarks of combat prowess. It was well known that leveling up was a challenging endeavor, while skill enhancement was more attainable. Thus, higher skill levels indicated a more formidable player. He recalled that in his previous life, when players were generally around level 10, the demand for skill enhancement stones soared, with prices peaking at 300 gold coins each. Although the advent of martial arts later diminished the focus on skills, the price of skill upgrade stones remained around 100 gold coins. Now, however, someone had the audacity to sell these stones for just 10 gold coins each. One could only surmise that they were not aware of their true worth. How fortuitous for me. Qingyi chuckled to himself. Would you like to consume a skill upgrade stone to enhance your /skill? The system's voice echoed, and without hesitation, Qingyi selected yes. Skill upgrade successful, /level 12. Following the upgrade, the distance of his charge increased slightly, and the damage surged from double to triple. Then, Qingyi applied the second skill upgrade stone to his Gale Arrow skill. Swift Arrow 2. After the arrow is released, it gains the bonus of swiftness, with a speed of 40/10 and an attack power of 30/10. Upon leveling up, the speed and damage of the swift arrow have also received considerable enhancements. With both skills upgraded to level 2, combat becomes significantly more convenient. A slight smile curled at the corners of Qingyi's mouth. After purchasing nearly all the valuable items available in the market, he decided to list all the surplus equipment he possessed. Precisely 12 pieces, all obtained from the honey mouse nest. As for pricing, the flower vine shoes, priced at only 8 gold coins, for they are worthy of a dance that could last 80,000 moves. The remaining level 5 equipment, 3 major pieces for 10 gold coins, and 3 minor pieces for 5 gold coins. These prices are not exorbitant, merely 5 times the market rate. In the early stages, when equipment is scarce, these prices are entirely acceptable. Unbeknownst to Qingyi, his actions caused a significant stir within the entire market. Players gazed in astonishment at the sudden influx of equipment. Collectively bewildered, had they not known that only players operated in this remote market, they might have thought an outsider had arrived. Who was this remarkable individual? How could they suddenly present so much equipment? 12 pieces. Had they unearthed a treasure trove? The appearance of a mysterious big shot at Flame Peak, with the news of 12 pieces of equipment being listed for sale, stirred up a considerable uproar on the forums. Meanwhile, Qingyi gazed at the 82 additional gold coins in his backpack, reflecting on the sheer number of wealthy individuals in this world. What of Moya? He should not be the sacrificial offering for the camp. In the cave, a middle-aged man clad in yellow animal skin shouted hoarsely, his fists clenched tightly, eyes wide with fury, his tone charged with emotion. Nearby, several members of the solitary pinnacle camp restrained him to prevent his escape. An elder stood by, observing the scene with indifference. Guhua, this is the will of the heavens. Someone must sacrifice for the camp. If this is the will of the heavens, why must my son be the offering? Guhua spat contemptuously at the elder, gritting his teeth as he spoke. It was supposed to be the turn of Guliu's son this year. How dare you utter the name of the cave master? The elder rebuked sharply. The cave master's son is frail and sickly. How can he be the offering? If we incite the ire of the tree demon lord, can you bear the responsibility? When has Gushi ever been frail and sickly? I see him in perfect health. It is merely Guliu's unwillingness. You old fool, you still support him. Guhua seethed. Frail and sickly? Does my Guhua have blind eyes? Among children of the same age, who is as robust as Gushi? As this moment arose, suddenly he was deemed weak and sickly? Let me go quickly. Even if I leave the camp, I will not allow you to harm my son. Guhua realized that those within the solitary pinnacle camp were indeed a nest of serpents and rats, wishing for his son to die in place of Guliu's. Leave the camp. Upon hearing this, the elder's gaze turned icy. The solitary pinnacle camp was sparsely populated, particularly with fewer young and strong individuals, most being women and children. The labor force is critically insufficient. If each household were to share their provisions equally, it might barely sustain them. However, as the leader of the cave, Gujio has 18 women, making equal distribution impossible. Naturally, he must take the larger share, leading to a situation where half of the food is appropriated by Gujio and his faction. This clandestine maneuver has incited considerable discontent among the young and able-bodied, resulting in frequent disturbances. Among them, the most esteemed is Guhi. As the captain of the hunting team, he began to disregard Gujio's commands and even led the other members of the hunting team in an attempt to establish an independent faction. Gujio, upon learning of this insubordination, could not tolerate it and sought to eliminate Guhi. This time, Guhi's son was to be sacrificed in place of Gushir Ba, intending to provoke Guhi's wrath. You may leave, but the hunting team cannot. The elder spoke coldly. Losing one Guhi is not terrifying. What is alarming is if Guhi departs with a contingent of the hunting team. The Guding encampment would be doomed. Without the contributions of the young and able, what would the cave leader eat? It is pointless to argue. If others wish to leave, you cannot stop them, Guhi retorted. He was confident that if he departed, at least half of the hunting team would follow, and they could establish a new camp without having to support so many idle hands, ensuring they would all be well fed. The elder, fully aware of the implications, felt his demeanor turn icy. Indeed, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thus, I shall first sever your tongue and cripple your limbs. Once the cave leader has completed the sacrificial offering of your son, I will publicly behead you on the grounds of your offense against the great tree spirit. The elder gestured, and the Guding cave dwellers understood the signal, pulling out sharpened knives, preparing to strike at Guhi. You are framing me, Guhi exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. After all he had done for the encampment, these individuals dared to seek his life? You have forced our hand. The knife-wielding Guding dwellers advanced, the glinting blade reflecting their sinister expressions. A sudden sound pierced the air, a sharp crack of skin. But it was not Guhi who was struck. An arrow had embedded itself in the chest of the knife-bearer. Who did this? The elder gasped in shock. With each echoing thrum of an arrow, another fell. No. The elder, terrified, turned to flee, but a swift arrow pierced through his chest, claiming his life. Who is this valiant warrior? Step forward. The precision of the archery left Guhi equally alarmed. He trembled, summoning his courage to shout in the direction from which the arrows had come. The sound of footsteps echoed, and a young man clad in black approached steadily from the distance. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life, Guhi exclaimed, rushing forward and kneeling, bowing deeply in gratitude. It was unclear whether his gratitude was genuine or rooted in fear of Li Qingyi's wrath. Are you the father of Gu Mo Yi? Li Qingyi inquired. He had no intention of harming Guhi, otherwise, there would have been no reason to intervene. Yes, Guhi nodded fervently. Tell me what you know. What does Gujio intend for Gu Mo Yi's sacrifice? Li Qingyi pressed. Upon hearing this, Guhi commenced his narration. For a long time, the Guding camp had been venerating a tree spirit, ostensibly for the protection of the camp's safety, but in reality, it served to maintain the dominion of the Gujio lineage. Whenever a disobedient individual emerged within the camp, they would be dispatched to the tree spirit under various pretexts by Gujio. Moreover, the tree spirit had a penchant for consuming children, to satiate its insatiable hunger. The Guding camp was obliged to offer a child as a sacrificial tribute each year. Guhi had long harbored a profound disdain for this practice. Yet out of fear of the tree spirit's formidable power, he had remained silent. It was only when his own son mysteriously became the scapegoat for Gujio's son, Gushir Ba, that Guhi could no longer contain his fury and fled with his son. He was subsequently captured by Gujio's men. That incompetent Gujio would never possess the capability to capture Mo Yi. He must have been aided by some wretched scoundrel. As he spoke, Guhi ground his teeth in fury, oblivious to the awkward expression of someone nearby. Perhaps, sometimes, fate weaves its strands in such an intricate manner. Li Qingyi cleared his throat to divert the conversation, inquiring about the current whereabouts of the tree spirit. We must confront it together. As a practitioner of elite-grade demon taming, he could not stand idly by. It was imperative to rescue the child. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Li Qingyi's intention to rescue his Mo Yi, Guhi was instantly overwhelmed with joy, so much so that he knew not what to say, and thus fell to his knees, fervently knocking his head upon the ground. Under Guhi's guidance, they traversed a mountain peak and arrived at a verdant valley. In the valley, vibrant blossoms flourished, and at its center stood a tree the size of a grinding stone, its branches thick and leaves abundant, casting a shadow over the sun. Lordly, this is this year's tribute. Please accept it graciously. Gujio, with a face full of sycophancy, knelt and held up Mo Yi. As Gujio's hands trembled and sweat poured down his brow, the ground quivered slightly. The Lord Tree had awakened. A surge of joy flooded Gujio's heart, and he lowered his head even further. A vine slowly extended from the tree branches, binding Mo Yi's body and drawing him towards the great tree. Thank you, Lord Tree, Gujio exclaimed loudly, preparing to depart. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air from a distance. With a sharp sound, it severed the vine, and immediately, a figure descended from the heavens, catching the plummeting Mo Yi in their embrace. Gujio felt a chill creep into his heart upon recognizing the newcomer. He could not contain his exclamation. "It's you." "Of course, it is I," Li Qingyi replied with a faint smile. "Dare to deceive me, and I shall hold you accountable. What do you intend to do?" Gujio, trembling with fear, retreated a few steps and barked, "Today, with the Lord Tree present. Do you dare to harm me? What is there to fear?" Li Qingyi readied his bow and aimed it at him. Gujio, terrified, scrambled and rolled to hide behind the tree spirit. "Coward," Li Qingyi scoffed disdainfully, opting not to waste arrows but instead cast a detection spell upon the tree spirit. Designation, Li Tree Spirit. Grade, Elite. Level, 10. Life, 112-341-1234. Mana, 30883074. Spirit, 30193200. Strength, 899. Defense, 801. Speed, 513. Stamina, 900. Root Entanglement 3. Harnessing formidable vitality. It conjures countless tendrils to bind and drain the life force of enemies. Emerald Leaf, /3. With a flourish of branches and leaves, akin to razor-sharp blades. It inflicts continuous damage upon foes. Wood Spirit Shield 3. Infusing energy into a shield, it creates an impenetrable barrier that mitigates incoming damage. At level 10 of elite status. The prowess was formidable. Li Qingyi mused inwardly. It was one thing to be a tier above him, but to possess such terrifying attributes, over 11,000 in health, 800 in defense, and a trifecta of skills that encompassed life-draining, offense, and defense, left him at a loss as to how he could possibly prevail. He tossed Gu Mo Yi to Gu He, instructing him to retreat, and took a few steps back, contemplating an escape. However, the tree demon discerned his intentions and acted swiftly, its branches whipping about to form a colossal, enclosed space, trapping them within. This is bad. A chill ran down Li Qingyi's spine. He hadn't anticipated the tree demon's quick response, complicating matters further. Whoosh! A branch, thick as a thumb, hurtled toward him with astonishing speed, aimed directly at his face. Li Qingyi's expression hardened as he knocked an arrow, releasing it in kind. The shot was impeccably accurate, the arrowhead colliding with the branch's tip, intercepting it mid-air. Swift wind arrow. Recognizing the tree demon as a formidable adversary, Li Qingyi resolved not to engage in protracted combat and unleashed his skills directly. But that was not the end of it. After releasing one arrow, he drew again for a second, and then a third. This constituted the most potent archery technique he could wield at present. Triple star convergence. 3 arrows soared in a straight line at astonishing speed towards the trunk of the tree demon. The branches stood in unison, resembling a shield in defense of the demon. Yet, it was woefully inadequate. The culmination of Li Qingyi's arrows was not so easily thwarted. The shield failed to withstand even the first arrow, which pierced through with ease. "Lordly Shu, what is this?" Gujio exclaimed in terror, realizing that he was ensnared by the branches, suspended in midair, while the rapidly approaching arrows bore down upon him. The tree demon intended to use him as a shield against Li Qingyi's assault. "No, my lord, I am ever loyal." Gujio cried out in panic, struggling fiercely, but to no avail. With a piercing sound, his cries abruptly ceased. The first arrow was indeed halted by Gujio's body, but the ground trembled as a verdant light barrier emerged, erecting itself before the tree demon. It was its skill, with spirit shield. As the arrows met the shield, a cacophony erupted, the air swirling violently in the aftermath. After a brief standoff, the second arrow was ultimately intercepted. Yet, the third arrow had arrived. Crack! The sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed, and in an instant, the entire shield fragmented. The third arrow, as though traversing an uninhabited realm, pierced through the body of the tree demon. Blood, a vivid crimson, gushed forth from the wound. An aged visage resembling that of a fox emerged from the trunk, bearing an expression of anguish. However, Li Qingyi felt no joy. The damage inflicted was a mere fraction, barely a tenth of the tree demon's vitality, signifying a stark disparity in their levels of power. Once the tree demon recovered, he knew he would be at its mercy. Indeed, the tree demon forcefully expelled the arrow from its body, letting out a fierce roar as its branches began to thrash about wildly in evident fury. Over a dozen tendrils, akin to sinuous serpents, lashed out toward Li Qingyi. He drew his steel blade, striking fiercely, yet was unable to withstand the onslaught, being sent sprawling through the air along with his weapon. Li Qingyi coughed lightly, feeling as though his very organs had shifted. Before he could catch his breath, a multitude of branches rained down upon him like arrows, prompting him to activate his sprint, rolling and dodging to evade their wrath. The ground was soon pockmarked and battered by the relentless assault. Had those struck a human, they would have surely been reduced to a mere pincushion. Unperturbed by the missed attack, the tree demon relentlessly commanded its tendrils to pursue him. Li Qingyi found himself without the means to retaliate, forced to continuously evade. Suddenly, a lifeless figure lay before him, and an idea sparked in his mind. With renewed vigor, he seized the corpse of Gujio and hurled it towards the demon. The branches mercilessly pierced Gujio's body, writhing like serpents, their blood-red tips pulsating ominously, reminiscent of bloodthirsty fangs. In no time, Gujio was drained to nothing but his skeletal remains, which fell to the ground in disarray. Even more terrifying was the sight of the tree demon, which had regained its full vitality after consuming Gujio. A chill ran down Qingyi's spine. This relentless regeneration extinguished his hopes of gradually wearing down the demon. Faced with such overwhelming odds, he sighed deeply, retrieving a fist-sized orb, the Thunderbolt Bomb, a treasure extracted from the Azure Eye Serpent King. "You've forced my hand," Qingyi murmured. It was time to employ his final trump card. With resolve, he activated the Thunderbolt Bomb and flung it towards the tree demon. "Get down," he bellowed, swiftly retreating several dozen meters and dropping to the ground. Hearing his shout, Guhi swiftly followed suit, clutching onto Gu Moyi. A resounding explosion shook the very earth. Brilliant white light illuminating the valley as a colossal mushroom cloud billowed upwards. A searing gale swept through, propelling the three of them into the air. Qingyi felt his eardrums nearly shatter, engulfed in a mouthful of dirt. Once the cacophony faded, he shook off the dust, rising to his feet, only to be met with a spectacle that left him utterly astounded. After a lengthy silence, he finally raised his thumb in approval. Impressive. Before him, what once stood as a towering tree had vanished, leaving only a deep crater in its place. Scattered remnants of branches lay about, signifying the presence of the tree spirit. The system notification chimed, indicating the defeat of the tree spirit and awarding 2,299 experience points. However, the experience did not continue to accumulate. Instead, it overflowed. Yet, at that moment, Qingyi was too engrossed to care about such matters, his entire focus captivated by the treasures dropped by the tree spirit, particularly a resplendent golden light. It was gold. He had struck it rich. Qingyi was overwhelmed with excitement. Three-colored primordial fire technique. Martial arts. Three-colored primordial fire technique. Rank. First order golden extraordinary description. Gathers the essence of true fire from heaven and earth, forging it into a unique three-colored brilliance of primordial fire, refining the body and condensing true energy. To his astonishment, it was a golden martial art. Qingyi found himself momentarily stunned. Not merely a golden treasure or equipment, but something even rarer. First order golden extraordinary martial arts. His joy knew no bounds. The significance of golden martial arts was immense, even in the vast expanse of the mountains and seas. Only divine beasts or sacred creatures were deemed worthy to practice such arts. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone able to cultivate golden martial arts at the first order. Did this mean he was ahead of everyone else? Oh, this technique even bore the character for realm. A jolt of realization surged through Qingyi as memories of the past flooded his mind. In his previous life, many factions were fervently acquiring items with the character for realm, offering exorbitant prices, tens or even hundreds of times more than their non-realm counterparts. As for their efficacy, those who had used them claimed they were identical. Initially, Qingyi was quite curious. Why was there such a disparity in price for items that functioned the same? After extensive inquiries, he learned a secret. Items marked with realm could be brought into the real world before the mountains and seas descended. He couldn't wait to try it. With a surge of anticipation, he focused his mind, and the galactic totem trembled slightly, manifesting a golden tome in his hand. It was real. His hands trembled with excitement as he hurriedly opened the three-colored primordial fire technique, delving into its wisdom. Unlike the instant comprehension found in games, grasping a technique in reality was profoundly challenging. He strained his mind, contemplating each word and phrase, slowly piecing together the meaning. Of course, such insights were unattainable within a game. Time passed slowly. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Qingyi completed the final page. At that moment, an epiphany struck him, and he closed his eyes. A profound sensation welled up from within, a surge of energy gathering in his dantian, growing ever more intense and searing. Ultimately, a fiery vortex formed, swirling powerfully. It was accomplished. Qingyi opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He extended his fist, a searing energy swirling around it, and suddenly struck out, producing a resounding thud as the solid wooden table bore a deep imprint of his blow. Ha! Qingyi laughed heartily at the sky. Having only just begun his cultivation, to possess such strength was nothing short of miraculous. If he could perfect his training, would he not become even more formidable? He might not withstand bullets, but ordinary blades would surely fail to harm him. At last, he had some leverage. With a growling stomach, Qingyi opened the refrigerator and indulged in a hearty feast. Meanwhile, Gui did not depart but remained in place, waiting. Upon seeing Qingyi return, he approached with a face full of reverence, cradling Gu Moya, seemingly unfazed by Qingyi's sudden departure. Qingyi understood well that, due to the system's integration with player identities, they were aware of various unusual behaviors exhibited by players, including their immortality. Gui nodded, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. With Gu Jio's demise, and given his own prestige within the camp, the next cave lord was surely within his grasp. Upon returning to the camp, Gu He, with Qingyi's permission, hurriedly set about his affairs, his demeanor radiating an air of lethal intent that suggested a river of blood might soon flow. However, Qingyi was unconcerned. He requested a cave to himself and began to examine the other treasures that had been unearthed. As a level 10 elite, the tree spirit was not likely to yield only a single item. Chapter 27, Skill Ascension, System Update. Skill Ascension Stone randomly enhances the star rating of a skill, with a maximum upgrade to 7 stars. Wow, this is impressive. Qingyi marveled. The Skill Ascension Stone was not to be confused with the Skill Upgrade Stone. The former elevated the star rating of a skill, while the latter merely improved its level. One was an enhancement, the other a transcendence. The two were incomparable. He decided to use the Skill Ascension Stone on the Skill Gale Arrow. With a mere thought, the stone vanished from his hand, transforming into a purple radiance that enveloped him. The skill bar on his attribute panel began to blur as it approached 7 stars. Qingyi exclaimed inwardly. Skill Ascension successful. Congratulations on acquiring the 6-star skill, Divine Arrow. Skill, Divine Arrow. Grade, 6 stars. Description: inflicts 10-fold damage on the target, with a chance to trigger Divine Strike, dealing an additional 10-fold damage. A 6-star skill. Though it did not achieve 7 stars, 6 stars was still quite impressive, especially after reading the skill description. Qingyi felt even more satisfied. This skill might very well rival a 7-star skill. Although he had never obtained a 7-star skill, the prospect of inflicting 10-fold damage was tantalizing. Surely, a single arrow could exceed 1,000 damage, and if Divine Strike were triggered, it would be truly extraordinary. Even the most formidable foes would likely crumble before his arrow. Low damage, lack of a trump card, and difficulty in challenges had always been Qingyi's concerns. With this skill now at his disposal, he believed there was nothing that could impede his progress in the early stages of the game. Was it not time to soar? Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. At last, he retrieved the final item dropped by the tree demon. Purple Extreme Body Refining Pill. A purple treasure crafted from various precious herbs, refined over 49 days. Upon consumption, it grants 50 strength, 50 defense, 50 speed, 100 endurance, and 10,000 experience points. Words of astonishment escaped Qingyi's lips as he contemplated the remarkable item before him. Had it not been for the absence of the tree demon's corpse, he would have urged He to prostrate in reverence. The experience was profoundly moving. 3 items, each a masterpiece, of the highest quality from the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, and they were his. Without hesitation, Qingyi swallowed the purple Extreme Body Refining Pill. It ignited within his stomach like a blazing fire, transforming into streams of energy that coursed through his entire being. His attributes began to rise at an astonishing pace. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to level 10, becoming the first player in the entire server to reach this milestone. Reward: 100 gold coins, 100 reputation points, and the title of Pioneer. Pioneer, the first warrior to traverse the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, granting luck level 5. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Qingyi for reaching level 10, rewarded with 100 gold coins, 100 reputation points, and the title of Pioneer. The announcement echoed 3 times, resonating in the hearts of every player in the vast wilderness. Could it be? I've been grinding day and night just to reach level 5. How did he achieve level 10? Is he exploiting some advantage? I'm still stuck at level 5. I've been chopping trees for 2 days, and I'm only level 3. Who is more unfortunate than me? I just entered the game and was killed, resulting in a 24-hour ban, and now I'm only at level 2. I recall that the first kill in the entire server was also Qingyi, right? Daily announcements for him. It's simply incredible. Indeed, I have no idea how he plays. He is truly formidable, a sight to behold. The players engaged in fervent discussions. However, the subsequent announcement brought an eerie silence to the world. System announcement. In light of a player reaching level 10, the system will officially enter an update state, lasting 24 hours. All players will be automatically logged out of the game in 10 minutes. To avoid unnecessary losses, please manage your game time wisely. The upcoming update includes the following main points. 1. Improvement of the player talent system, adding talent upgrade access and triggering prompts. 2. Introduction of in-game photography and recording features, allowing players to bind their phones or other electronic devices to the mountain and sea totem for image or video uploads. 3. Increased frequency of mid to large-sized demon beast appearances, with additional plot elements available for player exploration. 4. Opening of regional announcements. 5. Activation of teleportation arrays, allowing players to find and utilize these arrays for travel between mountains. 6. Launch of a combat power assessment system, enabling players to view their evaluated combat power in the attributes panel. The leaderboard has commenced, unveiling player levels and combat rankings. The attributes panel has been updated, removing health and other dimensional attributes, and standardizing the display of martial arts realms, with combat power assessed from 1 star to 12 stars. The announcement of the arrival of the mountain and sea wilderness has sent shockwaves through the hearts of all. While the initial 8 points of the update were relatively mundane and acceptable to players, the 9th point was terrifyingly profound. Items manifesting for use in reality. A bridge between the game world and the real world. The complete arrival of the mountain and sea wilderness on Blue Star. Each word is comprehensible. Yet when woven into sentences, it becomes utterly chilling. Is the announcement genuine? Such doubts arose in the minds of many. A cascade of light flickered as countless players logged off to spread this news. The server-wide announcement was almost forgotten. Qingyi realized he had truly gained notoriety. However, rather than feeling elated, he was engulfed by anxiety over the potential exposure of his identity. With the game announcement, the world's gaze would inevitably converge upon the mountain and sea wilderness, and as the game's foremost player, he would undoubtedly become the focal point of scrutiny. While he might conceal his identity within the game, in reality, discovery would leave him with nowhere to hide. He recalled that in his previous life, the first player to reach level 10 was an American named Tony. That individual proudly showcased his achievements on social media, accompanied by a handsome photo. 5 days to the global top. Look at me. Yet that very night, his home was bombarded by the foeboler. Although he was later pacified due to public outcry, Tony's smile never returned. Qingyi had no desire to become a puppet like him. He resolved to perfect his practice of the three-colored primordial fire technique. The situation was beyond alteration. His only recourse was to continuously enhance his strength for self-preservation. Chapter 28. Forum, a call from Uncle. 10 minutes later, Qingyi logged off. He picked up his phone and began perusing the forum. As expected, chaos reigned at that moment. The game announcement had sparked tremendous uproar. The news of the mountain and sea wilderness's impending arrival divided opinions. Some chose to believe, while others scoffed, leading to a fierce debate between two factions in the forum. Supporters contended that since the mountain and sea wilderness had already invaded the human body, its arrival on Blue Star was merely a matter of time. Conversely, detractors claimed the so-called invasion was a fabrication by malicious individuals, aimed at subverting human civilization and should be strictly prohibited. Clearly, the supporters outnumbered the opposition. After all, entering the game merely with a totem illustrates the wonders of the vast wilderness of mountains and seas. Qingyi was well aware that the emergence of this realm was inevitable, thus he paid little heed to the outcome of their debates. He continued to scroll through the posts, discovering that, aside from those discussing the arrival of the wilderness, a thread concerning him firmly occupied the second position on the discussion board, titled "Who is the illustrious first high player? Qingyi? First floor." Based on current information, Qingyi appears to be a grassroots player, as his name has not been mentioned in either the World Gaming Hall of Fame or the Dragon Kingdom Gaming Hall of Fame. Second floor. Is that even worth discussing? It's all about the money spent. It's merely a list of wealthy players and lacks any real reference value. Moreover, the wilderness is not a celebration for insiders, but a grand event for all to partake. Influential figures from various sectors are involved. Third floor. Since the wilderness does not allow for purchases, true prowess is the sole determinant of success. Unlike these fellows, who have accomplished little in the game, numerous previously unheard of players have made their marks. Fourth floor. In a realm devoid of monetary constraints, genuine strength inevitably surfaces. Qingyi has already garnered 2 server-wide announcements, which is truly remarkable. Fifth floor. Agreed. Sixth floor. Enough boasting. Perhaps Qingyi is just fortunate. Seventh floor. Luck is also a form of skill. If you're unconvinced, then go and secure the world's top position through luck. With the emergence of the wilderness, where should players go? First floor. It's quite simple. Everyone should pursue immortality and cultivation. Second floor. Great idea. However, I believe we should first discuss how to survive in the wilderness. Third floor. Riding the winds with a sword, heading towards the North Sea and evening in Qingyi. How carefree and liberated. Fourth floor. You must first survive. Fifth floor. Gathering celestial herbs and concocting elixirs. I aspire to become the deity of alchemy in this world. Sixth floor. You need to survive. Seventh floor. Taming the exotic beasts of the wilderness, establishing a sect, and achieving immortality. Eighth floor. Surviving is essential. Desperately seeking the great deity Qingyi to lead our Dragon Kingdom players to the pinnacle. First floor. With the wilderness about to descend, if the great deity Qingyi could emerge to guide us, then our Dragon Kingdom shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Second floor. I second that. Time is of the essence. Third floor. At that time, we shall vanquish the cherry blossoms and tread upon them, becoming invincible. Fourth floor. A multitude of players plead for the great Qingyi to establish a faction. I shall be the first to enlist. Fifth floor. I completely agree. Sixth floor. 1008611. Qingyi gazed at this post, feeling somewhat speechless. His prominence was already considerable. Why were others stoking the flames further? Whose misguided idea was this? It could only bring him trouble. Taking the lead in a grand era was a perilous endeavor. He dared not be the one to stick his neck out. Being the top player in the game was one thing, but in reality, daring to stir up trouble could lead to dire consequences. The stakes were far from trivial. How could there be so many in agreement? As he watched the post ascend to the front page in an instant, with millions engaging in the discussion, Qingyi realized that his influence had far surpassed his expectations. Indeed, should he choose to raise his voice, a throng would rally to his call. It was likely that countless individuals were already discreetly inquiring about his circumstances. Thus, he must remain vigilant not to reveal his identity. Qingyi felt a sense of relief. grateful for his cautious approach upon entering the game, as he had disclosed nothing to anyone. If he could refrain from speaking, then, for the time being, no one would uncover his true identity. After perusing the posts for a while longer, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his uncle. After his rebirth, he had become estranged from Li Shanshan, yet he held great respect for his uncle, Li Weining. In the wake of his parents' passing, when the family faced financial ruin and struggled to afford meals, it was this very uncle who had supported both him and Li Shanshan, providing no less than 100,000 yuan over the years, a kindness that Li Qingyi could never forget. "Qingyi, how have you been lately?" came the warm and cultured voice on the other end, bringing a sense of comfort. "That's good to hear. I can rest easy now." Li Weining responded cheerfully after their pleasantries, and they began to converse. There was an inexplicable amiability about Li Weining. His words never elicited annoyance, regardless of their content. "Qingyi, have you been busy with work? Do you have time to join me for a meal?" "Not too busy. I'll come to visit you tomorrow," Li Qingyi replied. It had been a long while since he last visited, and with the system update, it was the perfect opportunity to reconnect. "Excellent. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. At the new Yuanda Hotel," Li Weining said with a hearty laugh. "The new Yuanda Hotel?" Li Qingyi asked, puzzled. "Aren't we just having a casual meal together? Why go to a fancy place?" In his previous life, he had received a similar call from his uncle. However, in a fit of anger after a quarrel with Li Shanshan, he had declined the invitation, leaving his uncle visibly disappointed. Subsequently, as he became engrossed in the game, he failed to visit his uncle, and ultimately, after being betrayed by Li Shanshan, he found himself utterly alone. Reflecting on it now seemed almost absurd. He had neglected those who truly cared for him for the sake of a merely nominal sister, and in the end, he gained nothing. Having been granted a second chance at life, Li Qingyi had come to terms with this realization. Why squander emotions on someone indifferent to him? Her life and suffering should no longer matter to him. With so many beautiful things in the world, it was unnecessary to waste precious time on such trivialities. For that would be exceedingly dull. There's a gathering with many people, Li Weining said with a smile, teasingly adding, "Dress formally. I've arranged a rather good position for you, and I hope you will accept it." "What position?" Li Qingyi inquired. "To play," his uncle replied. "Can one not play? In this day and age, who among the Blue Star people does not engage in play?" Li Qingyi found it impossible to conceal his surprise. "So, it's just about playing?" he asked. "Precisely," Li Weining affirmed, prompting a flicker of suspicion in Li Qingyi's mind. Could it be? Is this position still related to the vast wilderness of Shanhai? Deep down, he was even less inclined to go, given his current reputation. Should he dare to show his face, troubles would undoubtedly swarm around him. "I might not be able to." Li Qingyi had yet to finish his thought when Li Weining interrupted. "What do you mean you can't? Unless you're among that 1%. There's nothing to discuss. Just come." With that, Li Weining hung up the phone. Li Qingyi could only manage a wry smile. Uncle, still as impetuous as ever. He decided to let it go. His uncle meant well. He would refuse him in person when they met, he thought to himself. Chapter 29. The Li family of Huai Creek. A reunion with Li Shanshan. A night devoid of dreams passed. The following day, the gentle morning light streamed through the glass, filling the entire room. Li Qingyi awoke naturally, feeling refreshed. On days when he didn't have to work, even the wind seemed leisurely and free. After getting out of bed and washing up, he boiled a pot of eggs. After a simple meal, he donned a handsome outfit and set out. Lacking a car, Li Qingyi hailed a taxi to the location his uncle had mentioned. "Is this the Xinyuan Hotel?" Upon disembarking, Li Qingyi gazed in awe at the luxurious estate before him, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness, this is quite grand." The entrance gate alone stood at least 10 meters high, truly worthy of a 7-star hotel. Having spent considerable time in the wilderness, Li Qingyi found himself somewhat unaccustomed to modern architecture. Nevertheless, as someone who had seen the world, he maintained a calm demeanor despite his inner astonishment. After providing his uncle's phone number, he walked into the estate with an air of composure, under the watchful gaze of the security personnel. Unity among kin. Deep as the ocean. Congratulations to the Huai Creekly clan on their prosperity. From every corner of the earth, a legacy passed on. Together we strive for development, creating brilliance. A massive screen displayed the achievements of the Huai Creekly clan. Li Qingyi had heard of the Huai Creekly clan. In the entire Huai Creek city, nearly everyone with the surname Li was connected to them, indicating a sizable community. His parents were indeed members of this clan, yet due to their modest circumstances, they had little presence within the family. As for family gatherings, he had never attended one. Was this gathering his uncle spoke of? Li Qingyi shook his head, feeling no particular interest. Such gatherings were merely for feasting and bonding. Here, aside from his uncle Li Weining, he knew no one. He wouldn't even know who to converse with. As for fostering relationships, that was unnecessary. He was adopted. And after all these years, Li Shanshan had never acknowledged him as a member of the Li family. It was even more unlikely for the other Li family members to do so, leaving no emotional ties to strengthen. He could remain a mere specter, enjoying a meal and paying a visit to his uncle. Having come this far, there was no reason to turn back. Li Qingyi decided to treat this as an opportunity to enjoy a meal, relishing the chance to dine in such an opulent setting for the first time. My, There are quite a few luxury cars here, he mused. On the lawn, a row of luxury cars stood proudly, including Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs, among others. Li Qingyi once gazed upon them with envy, but now he felt indifferent. Having traversed the vast wilderness and ridden several exotic beasts, he was no longer impressed. In terms of size, these vehicles were akin to the small dogs of the great expanse. In terms of capability, he had ridden the finest, a dragon stretching hundreds of meters long, soaring 3,000 miles into the sky, ascending to an altitude of 90,000 meters, exuding unparalleled majesty. Although he had never reached 90,000 meters, the dragon had taken him to 3,000, where the gentle breeze caressed his face, and all was free. That sensation of looking down upon the world was one that no car could replicate. After walking for half a mile, he finally beheld a structure resembling a Western medieval castle, exuding an air of nobility from afar. Ascending over 100 steps, he entered the castle, where a grand chandelier, composed of countless smaller lights arranged in an orderly fashion, illuminated the vast hall brilliantly, akin to a radiant waterfall cascading down, reflecting opulence in every corner. One could easily surmise that the chandelier alone must have cost a fortune. The hall was filled with guests adorned in magnificent attire, engaging in lively conversations in groups. The gentlemen wore impeccably tailored tailcoats, while the ladies draped in long gowns lifted their alabaster necks, adorned with dazzling jewelry that epitomized elegance. Servers glided through the crowd, balancing silver trays, occasionally bowing in greeting. No wonder my uncle urged me to dress formally, thought Li Qingyi, glancing at his own suit with a wry smile. It wasn't that he sought to stand out. Rather, it was the most expensive suit in his household, costing a mere 800 yuan. Yet, in comparison to the others' lavish outfits, he felt woefully underdressed. Li Qingyi was not particularly concerned about what others might say. He merely wished to remain unnoticed. Yet, in truth, his inexpensive suit attracted attention wherever he went. The gazes directed at him were a mixture of astonishment and disdain, tinged with a hint of scorn. It felt akin to a group of nobility observing a poor relative who had come from the mountains, carrying a snakeskin bag to collect scraps. Let them look. It once he cost them a thing. After all, he did not intend to be deliberately unconventional, and thus he remained unconcerned. Scanning the room, he noticed that his uncle was not in sight, so he decided to wait for a while. However, waiting idly was not an option, especially since he felt hungry. Li Qingyi asked a server for a plate and filled it with an array of delicacies, then found an empty table to eat while he awaited his uncle. To be sure, a 7-star hotel was unlike any other. Whether it was foie gras or steak, everything was exquisitely prepared. Shanshan, is that your brother? A young woman in a blue gown whispered softly, tugging at the arm of her friend in a pink dress. Li Shanshan followed her friend's gaze and indeed spotted Li Qingyi in the corner, indulging heartily. What is he doing here? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Shanshan's eyes, quickly transforming into indignation. She sensed that those around her were casting peculiar glances at Li Qingyi, and although they seemed to disdain him, the repercussions felt as if they were directed at her, igniting a fiery blush across her face. How dare he appear in such a manner? Li Shanshan cursed inwardly, initially intending to feign ignorance. Yet, unable to quell her frustration, she stamped her foot and stormed towards Li Qingyi, dragging her friend along, demanding, "Who allowed you to come here?" Li Qingyi raised his gaze but chose to ignore her, continuing to enjoy the food on his plate. In truth, he had noticed Li Shanshan the moment he entered, but he had no desire to waste even a moment on this ungrateful person. Seeing that Li Qingyi was unresponsive only fueled Li Shanshan's anger further. She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Are you not aware that many prominent members of the Li family are present today? Dressing like this, looking like a rogue, don't you feel embarrassed?" "If the esteemed members are concerned about my attire, then they are not truly esteemed," Li Qingyi replied indifferently. "Moreover, your sense of embarrassment has no bearing on me. If you find it shameful, then perhaps you should distance yourself." "You." Li Shanshan's expression turned to one of disbelief, clearly taken aback by Li Qingyi's audacity. Wasn't he usually the one who spoke to her with kindness and reason? Today, it was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Her eyes widened in shock, and soon, a torrent of rage surged within her, sharpening her voice. "Li Qingyi, who do you think you're speaking to? Am I wrong? At such a high-profile gathering, you show up in casual clothes. Is it inappropriate for me to call you out on it?" Li Qingyi finished the last bite, wiped his mouth, and slowly uttered 4 words. "None of your business." Chapter 30, The Aristocratic Alliance. "Keep your distance," he said coldly. How absurd it was for her to meddle in his affairs as if she had the right to do so. "You." Li Shanshan was nearly beside herself with rage, her body trembling slightly, unable to articulate her thoughts as she pointed at Li Qingyi. Observing her state, her friend quickly supported her and turned to Li Qingyi, expressing her discontent. "Shanshan merely doesn't want you to embarrass yourself in public. Is that so wrong? She is concerned for you as her brother. Why are you behaving like this? Why don't you distance yourself as well?" Li Qingyi found their antics amusing. These 2 women, who typically disregarded him, now acknowledged him as their brother? They feigned concern, but it was clear they merely worried about their own reputations being tarnished by his appearance. The hypocrisy was nauseating. Choosing to disregard them, Qingyi picked up his plate, preparing to fetch more food. With the Milky Way totem present, he felt insatiable. Stop! A deep voice rang out. Not far away, a slender man in a black suit, holding a tall glass, strode toward them. His complexion was pale, his features striking, and his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, giving him a somewhat brooding appearance. Apologized to Shanshan. He strode with an air of arrogance, blocking Qingyi's path. Zhou Yuan. Qingyi's gaze turned icy. A flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In a previous life, it was this very scoundrel who had incited Shanshan to drag him into a match for organ donation to replace his kidney. Moreover, after his demise, he sought to seize control of his territory in the vast wilderness of Shanhai, manipulating Shanshan as a pawn without stepping into the fray himself. Wanting to reap all the benefits, a true villain. I do not know why you have angered Shanshan, but let me be unequivocal. If you do not apologize today, do not expect to leave. Observing Qingyi's indifference, Zhou Yuan reiterated with greater emphasis. Isn't today a gathering of the Li clan? Why bring an outsider? Qingyi paid him no heed, instead turning his attention to Shanshan. What does this matter concern you? Shanshan, still engulfed in her fury, turned away. Qingyi's expression grew even colder. In his previous life, he had received no word of this. Shanshan would rather bring along several outsiders than include him. How foolish he had been to offer her assistance, only for it to be squandered. He dismissed the thought, casting a frigid glance at Shanshan before striding away. Hey, you haven't apologized yet, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, clutching his palm in pain. How could you strike me? Shanshan, distressed, grasped Zhou Yuan's hand and shouted angrily at Qingyi. He spared Shanshan for the sake of his foster parents, but he made no promises regarding Zhou Yuan. That wretched creature would eventually pay for his transgressions. When the Shanhai descends, your time will be up, Qingyi mused darkly. Rude. Within the hall, many witnesses observed the unfolding drama, their brows furrowed, expressions filled with disdain. As Qingyi approached, they deliberately averted their gazes, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge him. Qingyi ignored them completely, as long as they did not provoke him. He cared little for their opinions. He refilled a plate and settled at an empty table to eat. The guests at surrounding tables, having witnessed Qingyi's formidable presence, hurriedly rose to depart, as though fleeing from a plague. In an instant, a vacuum formed around him. He remained unconcerned, reveling in the solitude. Shanshan and Zhou Yuan, having received a beating from Qingyi, had become much more subdued, huddled in a corner, glaring at him with resentment, mumbling incessantly, though their words were lost on him. As time elapsed, the flow of people in the hall did not diminish. Rather, it became increasingly dense. On the main stage, the setup was complete, and a man and woman stepped forward to commence the proceedings. Dear relatives and friends of the Li clan, esteemed guests, welcome to the annual gathering of the Li family, they announced. In the new world of Shanhai, we shall collectively explore the vast wilderness. Today, Mr. Li Xingsan, the patriarch of the Huai Creek Li clan and chairman of the Dongjiang province in Longhua, will deliver a speech, aiming to unite all members of the Huai Creek Li clan to forge new frontiers in the Shanhai wilderness. To the distinguished clansmen with remarkable totems, the family offers generous support. Let us welcome Mr. Li Xingsan. It is no wonder such a grand event is being held. It is indeed to pursue this very aim. Qingyi suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder his second uncle sought him out, as it was part of the family strategy. A sense of admiration welled up within him. Truly, such an enduring clan is replete with talented individuals. Just last night, an announcement was made, and today they hastily convene a banquet, aiming to court a group of clansmen with outstanding totems. Their ability to seize the opportune moment is remarkably astute. Alas, as I possess a colorful totem, I cannot harness the power of the Huai Creek Li clan. Qingyi sighed. Had this been in a previous life, with the prowess of his violet fierce tiger totem, he would undoubtedly have become the center of attention at this gathering, receiving overtures from all sides and gaining formidable allies. However, that is not fated to be now. The rarity of a colorful totem is too great a risk, should he dare to expose it. He might find himself controlled by others, compelled to serve against his will. The stakes are too high for him to take such a chance. Qingyi, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Qingyi looked up to see a man in his 40s, clad in a Zhongshan suit, approaching him, flanked by two exquisitely beautiful young women. One of them wore a flowing black gown, her long hair cascading like a dark veil, her figure elegant, every inch of her skin radiating a translucent beauty. As she walked, the hem of her dress swayed gently, exuding an extraordinary grace. The other donned a delicate qipao, her features imbued with a classic charm, her every gesture revealing the gentle demeanor of an Eastern beauty. She seemed to have stepped out of an ancient scroll, radiating an enchanting classical allure. Second uncle, Qingyi smiled. Li Weiniang embraced him warmly and whispered swiftly in his ear. These two are from the Chen family. One is Chun Xin, the general manager of the Chen group, and the other is his assistant, Suya. They are here primarily to discuss a potential collaboration with our Li family, to form an alliance and jointly develop in the vast wilderness of Shanhai. However, To forge an alliance, we will need an in-game liaison, which is a crucial position. I wish to recommend you for it. If you perform well, it would be far superior to your current unremarkable job. Li Qingyi understood. Indeed, it was an excellent opportunity, simple enough, just running errands and relaying messages. If he were merely an ordinary player, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Unfortunately, he was not. You are right, second uncle, but I only possess a red totem. I truly cannot take on such a role. To avoid revealing his true nature, Li Qingyi could only tell a small lie. Oh, are you truly just that rare 1%? Upon hearing this answer, Li Weiniang's expression momentarily faltered. His countenance shifted, and the carefully prepared words he had intended to say were now caught in his throat. After a brief silence, he could not help but sigh deeply, regretting not having clarified Li Qingyi's totem earlier. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Had he merely been a green totem, he could have leveraged his own status to ensure Li Qingyi secured the liaison position. Yet, it is a crimson emblem. This most rudimentary totem, even if it were to be wielded by Li Qingyi, would hardly suffice for self-preservation in the game, let alone achieve any legendary status or act as a liaison. Li Weiniang sighed once more, gently patting Li Qingyi's shoulder, and continued in a hushed tone. Qingyi, do not be disheartened. The totem's insignificance means little. With diligence, there is no telling what you may accomplish in the future. I trust you have seen the announcement regarding the vast wilderness. Play with earnest intent, and remember that. With that, Li Weiniang hastily led the two women away. Had the Li family of Huai Creek and the Chen family of Huai Creek already formed an alliance? Li Qingyi observed their retreating figures, his brow slightly furrowed. In Huai Creek City, the most formidable families were undoubtedly the Li and Chen clans, each boasting thousands of members. It was astonishing that merely a day after the game's announcement, they had already allied. Such swiftness exceeded all expectations. It seemed my understanding was superficial. If Huai Creek operates thus, the entire Dragon Kingdom, indeed the whole world, must be rife with undercurrents. Li Qingyi mused quietly to himself. In truth, his speculation was accurate. Various esteemed families had dispatched envoys to negotiate alliances. The Jiuzhou Alliance, the Qinhan Mountain, the Western Merchants League, one formidable faction after another was rapidly established, poised to coalesce and enter the game as soon as the update concluded. Moreover, several official military units had vanished without a trace overnight, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. In this world, I am destined to traverse a solitary path, Li Qingyi murmured. Ah, your brother is leaving. Upon witnessing Li Qingyi's contentment and readiness to depart, her close friend promptly tugged at Li Shanshan's sleeve. This remark acted as a spark, igniting Li Shanshan's emotions instantaneously. She sprang to her feet, fury radiating from her, exclaiming, "He is not my brother, merely an orphan adopted by my parents. I share no connection with him whatsoever." Li Shanshan's delicate features contorted with resentment. Zhou Yuan, seated nearby, pressed an ice pack against his swollen hand, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes. Until Li Qingyi's silhouette faded from view, he quickly recalibrated his demeanor, donning a gentle smile in an effort to soothe Li Shanshan's agitation. "Shanshan, there is no need to be angry because of him. Such individuals are destined to remain as they are for life. We, however, are different. We are bound to carve our names in the vast wilderness. You just heard it. All the esteemed families are currently recruiting possessors of high-tier totems, and I." Zhou Yuan revealed a proud smile, unbuttoning his collar to unveil a slender design resembling a silver needle, emanating a faint purple glow. A purple totem. Li Shanshan was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze towards Zhou Yuan transformed. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a member of the Li family with a blue totem receiving personal attention from the clan leader, Li Xingsan, while the two members with purple totems had been invited for private discussions on the second floor, a space previously reserved for distinguished guests, inaccessible even to lesser officials. With a purple totem, did that not signify Zhou Yuan had attained the qualifications to leap through the Dragon's Gate? Despite this, Zhou Yuan never abandoned her, and Li Shanshan was instantly moved. Even her close friend could not resist sending subtle glances of admiration. They, being mere green totems, held slightly more promise than the red ones. Yet, in the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, their prospects seemed rather bleak. However, should she manage to ascend the ranks by aligning herself with Zhou Yuan, perhaps she could alter her fate against all odds. Rest assured, Shanshan, with my purple totem, I shall ensure that your brother kneels and apologizes to you, Zhou Yuan declared, thumping his chest in fervent assurance. His heart surged with ambition. With the purple totem in his possession, all he needed to do was step forth and summon the luxuries of life. Villas, luxury cars, and wealth would all come flooding in. I believe in you, Li Shanshan replied, equally stirred, as she envisioned the splendid scenes of their future. Chapter 31, Talent Upgrade, Combat Power 14520. Upon returning home, Li Qingyi indulged in a restful slumber. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the updates concluded, he eagerly immersed himself in the game. Name, Qingyi Identity, None Reputation, 200 Level, 10 Experience, 999950000 Strength, 195235 Defense, 177, 232, speed, 17573 stamina, 17744 martial arts, first stage 3-colored elemental fire technique, golden extraordinary, beginner skills, basic detection, /2, 1 star, sprint 1, 1 star, divine arrow 2, 6 stars, equipment, 8 extremes bow, level 10 bronze, wolf spider armor, level 5 black iron, black crystal bracers, level 10 white, rat skin belt, level 5 white, rat skin shoes, level 5 white, blue eye mask, special, talent, chosen 1 drop rate, 3. During gameplay, the drop rate of items from all monsters is randomly increased by 10, 100 times, with a 10 chance to trigger the chosen one, enhancing the quality of dropped items. Specialty, none wealth, 258 gold, 7544 copper, 1 gold 10 silver 10, 000 copper. Title, Pioneer, the first warrior to venture into the wilderness of mountains and seas, luck 5, combat power rating, 14,520 points. Upon opening the attribute panel, many aspects had undergone transformation post-update. Firstly, the martial arts section now displayed proficiency levels, allowing players to monitor their martial arts training progress as per the system's provided metrics. The equipment section introduced displays for equipment levels and quality, facilitating easier evaluations of gear status. Additionally, the talent section now featured talent levels and upgrade entries. The chosen 1 drop rate could be upgraded. Upon seeing the number behind the chosen 1 drop rate, Qingyi was filled with elation. It could be said that his dominance in the game was largely attributable to the chosen 1 drop rate. Without it, he would not have amassed such a plethora of equipment and items. It was precisely these rare items that provided Qingyi the confidence to face challenges. He wondered how the upgrade would manifest. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. This was a tier of talent, even before the upgrade. It had been unparalleled. What would it become after the upgrade? With a heart brimming with excitement and trembling hands, he clicked on the option to enhance his talent. Would you like to spend 100 gold coins to upgrade the talent's chosen drop rate? 100 gold coins, quite a hefty sum. Qingyi couldn't help but gasp. Although he currently possessed over 200 gold coins, most of that was earned from 2 world-first rewards and selling equipment. The true bounty from monsters yielded merely about 10 gold coins. The game had only been live for 2 days, averaging 5 gold coins per day. As the foremost player, even he could only accumulate 5 gold coins daily, which vividly illustrated the meager drop rate of gold from monsters in the vast wilderness. Truly appalling. For an ordinary player, amassing 100 gold coins would take no less than 2 or 3 months. Upgrade. Though somewhat expensive, it paled in comparison to the costs of enhancing other talents. And thus, Qingyi hesitated not for a moment. Upgrade successful. Chosen drop rate increased to 2. The chosen drop rate, 3 during gameplay. The drop rate of all monster items randomly increases by 20 to 100 times, with a 12 chance to trigger the chosen effect, enhancing the quality of dropped items. The minimum drop rate was raised from 10 times to 20 times, and the probability of triggering the chosen effect increased by 2. One could only say that this upgrade was worth it. Such a substantial enhancement was akin to acquiring a new talent for drop rates. It was a bargain at any price. Even if it cost 500 gold coins, it would still be a profitable venture. Regrettably, advancing from level 2 to level 3 required 1,000 gold coins. Qingyi sighed at the thought. Such a sum would take him an indeterminate amount of time to accumulate, and it was certainly not feasible in the immediate future. Moreover, this was merely the cost of upgrading a talent. Establishing a territory would entail even greater expenses. It was easy to foresee that the pursuit of wealth would become a significant source of worry for him. The final alteration to his attributes was the introduction of a combat power system. As an experienced player, he understood well that this system evaluated a player's various attributes, skills, equipment, and martial arts to provide a comprehensive score. Relatively speaking, this score was quite representative. However, he was astonished to find that his combat score had reached 14,520 points. What did this signify? In his previous life, on the 5th day after the launch, his initial combat assessment yielded a mere 499 points, not even reaching 500. As a player with a purple totem, he was considered formidable among players, while those with inferior totems barely exceeded 300 points, averaging around 200. Yet now, just 3 days into the game's launch, his combat score had surpassed 10,000, truly remarkable. As for the reason behind such a high score, Qingyi surmised that the 6-star skills and golden martial arts had contributed significantly. Particularly, the golden martial arts had provided him with a tremendous boost in both the game and reality after he practiced the 3-colored primordial fire technique, enhancing his physical condition considerably. Certainly, although Qingyi possesses formidable combat prowess, he understands that such metrics serve merely as a reference. It does not necessarily imply that the individual with a higher combat score will triumph in a confrontation. The realm of Shanhai Wasteland mirrors reality, where numerous factors influence the outcome. For instance, combat experience is conspicuously absent from the system's evaluation criteria, yet it undeniably impacts victory or defeat. Furthermore, should the tree demon possess a combat score, it would undoubtedly surpass that of Qingyi. However, With the Thunderbolt bomb at his disposal, he could easily vanquish it. Relying solely on combat scores as an absolute truth would be folly, leaving one oblivious to the means of their demise. Having gleaned the updates from the system, Qingyi began to ponder his next course of action. In truth, he had several options. Firstly, he could venture to the Flame Tribe to accept a quest, where his level might allow him to undertake initial exploration tasks, potentially yielding rare items. Secondly, following the map provided by Gujio, he could journey to the marked location to defeat enemies, obtain territory tokens, and reap the benefits of establishing the foremost territory. Lastly, he could explore the highlands. And let us not forget, he possessed a treasure map of the highlands that had long been nestled in his backpack, tantalizing him with its promise. Exploration tasks could be arduous, consuming considerable time, and the rewards could vary greatly. Should fortune not favor him, he might toil for hours only to acquire worthless loot. Engaging in combat was a viable option, yet the rewards often did not correlate with the effort expended. After much contemplation, Qingyi resolved to embark on the exploration of the highlands. After all, as a map synthesized from 2 purple treasures, its intrinsic value was beyond question and was bound to yield exceptional treasures. The only concern lay in the difficulty. However, it is often said that greater challenges yield greater rewards. Qingyi was unperturbed by difficulty. Chapter 32, The Zijing Highlands. My lord, have you summoned me? In walked Gu, clad in a yellow beast skin garment. Compared to yesterday, he appeared radiant and robust. With the threats of Gujio and the tree demon behind him, he had swiftly eliminated all dissenters within the camp, consolidating power to become the new leader of the Guding cave. Yet, before Qingyi, Gu displayed utmost respect, nearly bowing to the ground. Having witnessed Qingyi's terrifying combat capabilities, he dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. Is there anyone familiar with the map among you? Qingyi inquired, comparing Gujio's map with that of the highlands. Unable to discern anything significant, he sought assistance from the wildlings in the cave to uncover potential clues. Yes, within the hunting team, many are quite familiar with the map, Gu replied. Bring forth the one most knowledgeable. Gu nodded and stepped outside. Before long, he returned with a young man, bare-chested. This is Gu Ying, the bravest warrior of our camp, well acquainted with the terrain for 1,000 miles, Gu introduced. Qingyi handed over 2 maps, pointing at the plateau map and inquiring, can you tell me where this is located? Gu Ying accepted the maps and spread them on the ground for a detailed comparison. After a considerable time, he raised his head and indicated a spot on the Yanhua Peak map, stating, right here. Upon hearing this, Qingyi was filled with joy, assessing the location to be approximately 200 kilometers away. If we set off now, we shall arrive in less than 2 hours. Prepare yourself, you will guide me. He instructed Gu Ying. He then turned to Gu He, advising him to take good care of Gu Moi, promising to return to bring him along once he had established his territory. Gu He, of course, had no objections and wholeheartedly agreed. Following Qingyi was far more promising than remaining at the solitary camp. Once Gu Ying was ready, Qingyi led the way. The 2 traversed mountains and valleys, initially keeping a brisk pace, but soon Gu Ying struggled to keep up, his movements becoming sluggish. Unable to bear the sight, Qingyi took him by one hand, urging them onward. At last, after 2 hours, they approached their destination. Emerging from a dense thicket, a floating bridge woven from vines came into view, approximately 2 meters wide. Not at all narrow, stretching about 1,000 meters, swaying precariously in the air above a bottomless chasm. Qingyi noticed that at the end of the bridge, a steep mountain path ascended towards the sky. He softly warned Gu Ying, this map is fraught with dangers, given your current strength. Remaining here would not only be unhelpful, but could also pose a threat to your life. Beneath the floating bridge lay an unfathomable abyss. Gu Ying, already pale from the sight, felt a wave of relief upon hearing Qingyi's words. After watching Gu Ying depart, Qingyi cautiously stepped onto the floating bridge. This bridge, whose builders remained a mystery, possessed little bearing capacity. Walking upon it felt akin to treading on a tightrope, swaying perilously, wherever his center of gravity leaned. The bridge tilted in that direction. Lacking handrails only heightened Qingyi's discomfort, forcing him to crouch slightly to lower his center of gravity, progressing with utmost care to maintain his balance. Suddenly, a raucous noise erupted from the far end of the bridge as several juvenile monkeys leaped from the trees onto the bridge. The violent swaying of the vines nearly threw Qingyi off balance, and he stumbled forward, on the brink of falling. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he grasped a vine, stabilizing himself just in time. By the heavens, he muttered, sprawled on the bridge, his breath coming in quick gasps. The monkeys, arriving at such a critical moment, nearly cost him dearly. What are you jumping around for? Why not play in the trees? Once I get across, I shall have your skins. He cursed internally. Yet there was nothing he could do, forcing himself to press onward. He silently prayed that the monkeys would not attack him mid-crossing, otherwise, it would spell disaster. However, it seems that the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. The monkeys, capering about on the floating bridge, soon became aware of Qingyi's presence. They exchanged glances, and their playful spirits ignited. Observing Li Qingyi's precarious balance upon the bridge, they conspired, leaping onto it and setting it swaying violently. The entire bridge undulated like the cresting waves of the sea. Damn monkeys! Li Qingyi roared, nearly flung off into the abyss, had he not clutched tightly. He feared for his very life, his remains lost to the depths. Suspended in midair, he continually lifted his feet, attempting to grasp the vines adorning the bridge. Meanwhile, the monkeys, reveling in his predicament, grew even more exuberant, some even seizing stones to hurl at him, determined to torment him relentlessly. How dare you? A fierce glint flashed in Li Qingyi's eyes. With a determined kick, he hooked his feet onto a vine, twisting madly until it ensnared his ankles securely. Having secured himself, he boldly released his hands, allowing himself to dangle above the bridge. He then drew forth his 8 extremes bow, taking aim at one of the monkeys. With a swift whoosh, he released the arrow, which struck true, piercing the creature's chest. The monkey stiffened, then toppled over the edge into the chasm below. The remaining monkeys, witnessing this grim fate, recognized they faced a formidable foe and hastily leapt off the bridge, scattering in all directions. Unwilling to let them escape so easily, Li Qingyi loosed 2 more arrows, claiming 2 more of the fleeing creatures. You may be swift, but if you think you can dance upon my grave, I shall send you to the afterlife first. Li Qingyi scoffed. With the monkeys no longer a nuisance, the bridge once again settled into tranquility. Li Qingyi quickly scrambled to the opposite shore. At last, he had made it across. He exhaled a sigh of relief, for the first time in 3 days. He was so near to his great-grandmother, though the ordeal had thoroughly unsettled him. A troop of raucous monkeys. The mere thought of them ignited his anger, especially regarding the one he had slain, which had plummeted into the abyss, leaving him bereft of the spoils it might have yielded, alongside the loss of 3 precious arrows and utter misfortune. Curse it! Let me not encounter you again, or I shall raise your very lair. Li Qingyi spat, scanning his surroundings in hopes of discovering traces of the monkeys. After an exhaustive search yielded nothing, he begrudgingly made his way along the mountain path. The trail was steep and long, resembling a daunting incline, challenging him with each arduous step. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Qingyi finally reached the summit, where the wind howled, and even the air seemed to grow invigoratingly fresh. Before him lay a breathtaking vista, vast and boundless. Lush green grass rolled across the hills, shrouded in a delicate mist, akin to a celestial realm. You have entered a special map, the Zijing Plateau. Please exercise caution. Chapter 33, Elite Creature, Flying Feather. Crimson Lotus Heart. Originating from the center of the plateau's lake, this red lotus petal, as vivid as blood, emits a faint, ethereal fragrance. Possessing the miraculous ability to purify the soul and dispel malevolent thoughts, 50 years. Haitian blue, a unique treasure of the plateau. Its hue reminiscent of the sea, profound and tranquil, capable of eliminating fiery toxins, 30 years. Truly, it is a premium map, astoundingly bountiful. Li Qingyi marveled. After traversing nearly 20 kilometers into the plateau, he had already gathered a backpack full of herbs, most of which are rare specialties of the region, priceless treasures that money alone may not procure. Take the red lotus heart, revered as the spirit of purification, possessing the virtues of dispelling evil, calming the mind, and soothing the spirit. This 50-year-old specimen boasts even more potent effects. With this red lotus heart in hand, should he encounter Fu Huang again, merely plucking a lotus seed, chewing it, and swallowing it would effortlessly alleviate any negativity it might induce. One could assert that despite its diminutive size, if placed on the market, it would fetch no less than 50 gold coins. Additionally, there is Haitian blue, known as the nemesis of fiery toxins, capable of effortlessly neutralizing the fire toxins of ordinary beasts, as well as those from volcanic anomalies, and even exerting a degree of suppression against the fire toxins of divine beasts like the Zhuke. In the marketplace of his previous life, its price was at least 10 gold coins, with the 30-year variety commanding an extra premium. If he were to continue this pursuit, one could easily amass a fortune solely from the herbs collected. Li Qingyi mused with delight. Having collected enough to yield at least 100 gold coins after merely 20 kilometers of exploration, the entire Zijing Plateau spans at least 10,000 kilometers. How much wealth could he amass? Just then, unbeknownst to Li Qingyi, he had already drawn the attention of a horde of beasts. A few flying feathers surged forth, charging towards his back like eagles swooping down upon a rabbit. Claws extended menacingly. Unfortunately for them, Li Qingyi was no mere rabbit. Beneath the radiant sunlight, he swiftly discerned a colossal shadow enveloping him, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. In a split second, he executed a roll to evade the swift talons. When he regained his footing and looked up, he beheld 6 flying feathers soaring above him, powerfully circling. Each creature was the size of a calf, surrounding him from all directions. Their massive forms blotted out the sun, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. Name, Flying Feather. Grade, Elite Creature. Level, 10. Health, 69, 537, 001 Magic, 10, 991, 314 Spirit, 995, 999 Strength, 689 Defense, 389 speed, 521 stamina, 367. Eagle Eye 3. In high altitudes, vision range is expanded, allowing for precise targeting of ground objectives. With a detection capability of 80. Sharp Claw 3. Talons are razor sharp, easily tearing through sturdy shells and leather, inflicting an additional 30 damage to armor. Upon employing a basic detection spell, the information regarding the flying feathers materialized before him. To Li Qingyi's astonishment, all 6 were elite creatures, each endowed with 2 level 3 skills. Coupled with their nearly 700 points of strength, they instilled a sense of dread. In the vast expanse of the plateau, he was undoubtedly a living target for his adversaries. There, a stone. Li Qingyi's gaze flickered as he caught sight of a large black boulder standing nearby, measuring over 5 meters in width and 2 meters in height. If he could take refuge behind that stone during the battle, it would certainly alleviate some of the pressure. However, before he could make a move, several flying feathers swooped down, launching a coordinated assault against him. Faced with such an intense barrage, his escape routes were nearly entirely sealed off, leaving him with nowhere to flee. With merely 400 points of defense, should he be caught, even if he survived, he would surely suffer grievously, something he could not afford to endure. As the flying feathers drew ever closer, he swiftly drew back his 8 extremes bow and released an arrow. This arrow struck the abdomen of one of the flying feathers, creating a gash. Regrettably, it did not hit a vital point, and Li Qingyi felt a pang of disappointment. His aiming time had been too brief for precision. Nevertheless, it did have an effect, momentarily halting the creature's speed and creating a gap within the encirclement. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingyi hastily darted towards the stone, taking cover behind it, which would at least restrict the movements of the aerial beasts. Another arrow. Li Qingyi drew back his bow once more, targeting the previously injured feather. The 8 extremes bow, a weapon of bronze caliber, did not disappoint. When fully drawn and combined with the critical damage from a headshot, it effortlessly dispatched the flying feather. Kill the flying feather, gain 1101 experience. With a piercing cry, the remaining 5 flying feathers emitted a chilling shriek, filled with boundless fury, seemingly intent on avenging their fallen comrade. With the stone as his backdrop, Li Qingyi felt no fear, deftly maneuvering to toy with the 5 flying feathers. As the ancient Qin king once circled a pillar, so did he now dance around the stone. These foolish birds posed no threat to him. A hint of pride swelled within him. However, his triumph was short-lived. The flying feathers, unable to contain their rage any longer, surged forward once more, their claws raking against the stone. With a thunderous crash, debris flew in every direction, and an immense force erupted, sending Li Qingyi hurtling away. The cascading stone struck his back, leaving a fiery sting. Turning to look back, he was astonished to see the stone had been shattered into fragments by the furious flying feathers. Had they truly obliterated it? Li Qingyi was left speechless. What deep-seated grudge could provoke such a ferocious attack? He had not taken their young. Why this reckless vendetta? Fortunately, the ferocity of their assault had taken its toll on the flying feathers as well. They hovered in the air, panting heavily, their claws drenched in blood. Checking their health, Li Qingyi noted that each had fallen below 5,000 points. Clearly, they were not unscathed. Recognizing the opportunity, he unleashed a 3-star barrage, bringing down 3 of the flying feathers. 5,089, 5,232, 2,653. One of them survived, prompting Li Qingyi to fire yet another arrow. Now, only 2 flying feathers remained in the air. The feathered creatures, aware of their plight, emitted a sorrowful cry. Instead of fleeing, they spread their wings and launched a final charge towards Li Qingyi. Their bravery was commendable, yet ultimately futile. With an unchanging expression, he loosed 2 arrows, ending their lives swiftly. Thus, all 6 feathered beings met their demise at his hands. Li Qingyi revealed a faint smile as he began to gather his spoils. It is often said that players are drawn to high-level maps, and the rewards here were indeed far superior to those found in ordinary locales. The 6 feathered creatures had astonishingly yielded 5 items, resulting in an impressive drop rate of 80%, an extraordinary occurrence. In other regions, even with the benefit of enhanced drop rates, such an outcome would be nearly impossible. Chapter 34. Feathered Arrow, King of the Golden Toad. Name: Cloudwalker Boots. Grade: Level 10 Black Iron Boots. Attributes: Speed 95, Stamina 56. Description: These boots, light as the wind, bestow the wearer with extraordinary speed and jumping ability, allowing them to dart across the battlefield like a swallow, evading enemy attacks. The boots that dropped were significantly superior to the ratskin shoes he currently wore. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingyi donned them. Once equipped, he immediately sensed a newfound lightness in his body, as if a gust of wind had taken form beneath his feet, ready to propel him forward at any moment. Content with this enhancement, Li Qingyi turned his attention to the second item, a pristine blue booklet titled Beginner's Gathering Skill. At long last, it had dropped. A smile spread across his face, for he had longed for this particular skill. As a special type of ability, the Beginner's Gathering Skill, much like the Beginner's Detection Skill, possessed immense practicality. The beginner's detection skill, for instance, allowed one to ascertain an opponent's capabilities before engaging in combat, ensuring a tactical advantage. This rendered encounters significantly more manageable, eliminating the uncertainty of facing an unknown foe. Conversely, the beginner's gathering skill accelerated the collection of commonplace resources such as wood, stone, and meat. By employing this skill, players would experience an enigmatic sensation guiding them on how to gather efficiently, thereby enhancing their collection speed considerably. Moreover, it mitigated the risk of damaging precious materials, such as high-grade timber and herbs, which could easily become waste without it. With this skill in his arsenal, Qingyi would no longer waste valuable resources after vanquishing foes, as he could now seamlessly collect and store them in his backpack. He approached the remains of the feathered creatures and activated the skill. Gathering successful, obtained 12 feathered claws. Gathering successful, obtained 6 feathered beaks. The successful collection yielded the eye of the feather, 12 in total. Before long, the 6 corpses of the feathers had been dealt with comprehensively. The synthesis scroll emerged once more, to this time, a stroke of remarkable fortune. After pondering for a moment, Qingyi chose not to store the synthesis scrolls away. Instead, he retrieved the 9th grade black gold iron ore he had purchased previously, along with the feather's claws and several ordinary refined iron arrows, placing them together. Shall we synthesize? Yes. Synthesis successful, obtained reinforced claw. The reinforced claw, forged from the feather's claws, was an exceptionally sturdy and aesthetically pleasing item, guaranteed to last for a century without deterioration. Qingyi was at a loss for words. Even with the inclusion of such a fine material as black gold iron ore, the result was this utterly useless artifact. He resolutely decided to proceed. Let us try for an arrow. Qingyi silently recited the components. Reinforced claw, eye of the feather, refined iron arrow. Shall we synthesize? Yes. Synthesis successful, obtained feather arrow. Success. A smile spread across Qingyi's face. Feather arrow, damage 30, penetration 50, a meticulously crafted arrow that whispers with the wind as it soars, capable of inflicting additional armor-piercing and penetrating damage on its target. Indeed, the effort of consuming 2 synthesis scrolls had yielded an exceptional item, not only powerful in attributes, but also visually stunning. The dark arrow shaft and the pristine white arrowhead exuded a sense of quality. At the tail end, a feather's eye was embedded, sharp and profound, imbuing the entire arrow with an aura of brilliance and spirit. Impressive, Qingyi exclaimed. With this, coupled with the 8 extremes arrows, he now possessed a total of 22 arrows. Unless faced with a horde of monsters, he need not fret about a shortage. Even in such circumstances, with this many arrows, he could easily turn his foes into a veritable beehive. After stowing the arrows, Qingyi directed his attention to the final item, the marvelous bag. Possessing preservation properties, it can be used to store food, with a capacity of 10 cubic units. This was yet another splendid item, perfectly suited for storing the meat of the feathers. In the great wilderness, food could not be placed directly in the System S backpack like other materials. It had to be carried on one person, and meat would spoil if left too long, which was exceedingly inconvenient. The marvelous bag resolved this issue effortlessly. Qingyi collected all the meat from the 6 feathers, and with a mere thought, the chunks of meat vanished from sight. Quite useful, he remarked, fastening the bag to his waist. Having organized these items, he continued on his journey. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of monsters. As the sun rose higher, noon approached. In the distance, the lake shimmered, gently swaying in the breeze. Qingyi decided it was time for a brief respite. He approached the lakeside to wash his face, preparing to kindle a fire for a meal. Suddenly, a formidable object surged from the depths of the water with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Qingyi. Startled, he swiftly leaped back 3 meters. Upon steadying his gaze, he beheld a pink appendage hovering where he had just stood, gently swaying as green saliva dripped down. Was this a tongue? Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of creature possesses such an elongated tongue? It was evident that this tongue was aimed directly at him. Had he not evaded it, he would likely have found himself within the belly of some monstrous entity. Curiosity piqued. He leaned forward to discern the nature of this aquatic beast. Suddenly, the lake erupted in a tumultuous upheaval, the surface roiling violently. A colossal shadow leapt from the depths, sending a shower of water cascading about. Towering over 5 meters, its body was adorned with crimson scales, while its massive limbs revealed sharp claws. Along its back, pronounced protrusions jutted forth, and its tail whipped about, creating a gusty wind. Designation: King Golden Toad. Grade: Level 15. Life: 1, 367, 813, 678. Mana: 32, 223, 222. Spirit: 35, 123, 512. Strength: 1, 0, 17. Defense: 1, 208. Speed: 1, 009. Stamina: 1, 000. Abilities: Heavy Slam 4. Utilizing its immense size and weight, the King Golden Toad leaps and crashes down, inflicting significant physical damage to surrounding foes while possessing a chance to induce a stun effect. Deep Lake Venom 4. The toad's exterior conceals 1,001 poison glands. Contact results in poisoning, and it can spray venom within a range, causing persistent damage. Golden Light Breathing 3. Through a powerful circulation of spiritual energy, the king golden toad can absorb golden light, restoring its own health while dealing spiritual damage to adversaries. Chapter 35. The Battle with the King Golden Toad. A level 15 creature. Qingyi gasped in disbelief. This must be the highest level opponent he had encountered thus far. With a staggering 1,300,000 health and attributes exceeding 1,000, its statistics were nothing short of terrifying. Particularly, its defense soared to a disheartening height of 1,200. With Qingyi's mere 400 strength attribute, he was uncertain if he could breach its defenses. He decided to launch an arrow as a preliminary test. Drawing back his bowstring, he released the projectile. The arrow, however, was met with indifference as the king golden toad merely tilted its head, allowing the arrow to strike harmlessly against its back. Clang! The arrowhead collided with the toad's spiny back, resulting in a damage output of 384. The good news, it could penetrate its defenses. The bad news, it merely grazed the surface. This outcome left Qingyi feeling disheartened. He attempted to shoot several more arrows, but the king golden toad deftly avoided any vital strikes. Not a single critical hit was achieved, resulting in only meager base damage. Compared to his previous encounters, where every shot found its mark and inflicted critical damage, this was undeniably difficult to accept. Yet, there was little he could do. The king golden toad's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Had it not been so nonchalant, it was likely that none of his arrows would have hit their target. Truly, its speed exceeded 1,000. Qingyi's expression turned grave. Croak, croak. Faced with Qingyi's relentless assault, the king of toads exhibited little reaction, merely swiping at its wound with its tail upon being struck. To those in the know, it was a fierce battle. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed as if Qingyi was merely scratching an itch. How dare you? Just because the tiger does not roar. Do you assume me to be a feeble cat? Anger surged within Qingyi, compelling him to show the king of toads a taste of its own medicine. However, before he could make his move, the king of toads' tongue lashed out, attempting to ensnare Qingyi in its maw. Such a maneuver was, of course, utterly futile. As a seasoned player, Qingyi possessed a formidable awareness, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. With his agile footwork, he evaded all subsequent strikes from the king of toads. You cannot harm me, nor can I be subdued. After a series of attacks, just when Qingyi anticipated a brief respite from the king of toads, he suddenly beheld a shadow soaring into the sky, ascending nearly 100 meters before plummeting downwards like a meteorite. Its target, Qingyi on the ground. The skill was unleashed. Toad Smash. Realization dawned upon Qingyi as he gazed at the ever-growing silhouette of the king of toads. He could not afford to remain idle, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, the king of toads seemed to have locked onto him. Regardless of his movements, it relentlessly pursued him from above. It even appeared to anticipate his direction, waiting in advance for his next maneuver. Helpless, Qingyi resorted to his signature technique, lower-level charge. You enjoy tracking, do you? You delight in predictions? I myself do not even know where I am headed. Let us see how you predict my course. It was not until the shadow above him disappeared, followed by a resounding crash in the distance, that he finally came to a halt. The king of toads had landed. A miss. In his moment of triumph, he suddenly felt a fierce wind rush past him as a massive object swept through the air. It was the king of toad's tail. Qingyi's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated the king of toad's speed. Had it just unleashed a skill, yet continued its onslaught without a moment's pause? In this dire predicament, escape was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he drew forth his azure steel blade to meet the attack head-on. With every ounce of strength, he struck the tail of the king of toads. Sparks flew. Qingyi felt an overwhelming force strike him, rendering him unable to resist, and he was flung backward. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood. By the heavens, that truly hurt. Qingyi grimaced. In the vast wilderness, all sensations were painfully real, including the agony he now felt. At this moment, he was acutely aware of his physical state. His body felt as if it might shatter, and he could not withstand another blow. This could not continue. Shaking his head, Qingyi reflected on the prolonged battle. He had scarcely injured the king of toads while enduring near-fatal wounds himself. If this stalemate persisted, his demise was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to unleash his trump card. He wiped the corner of his mouth and retrieved the feathered arrow from his backpack, aiming it at the abdomen of the golden toad king. With a resounding shout, Qingyi released the arrow. The force was so tremendous that it nearly shattered the 8 Extremes bow, propelling the arrow with unparalleled swiftness. Akin to a fleeting shard of cold light, a white critical damage indicator flickered into existence. True to its reputation as a 6-star skill, the arrow struck the golden toad king, reducing its vitality by half. Once more, Qingyi, drenched in sweat, dared not pause but instead launched another assault. With another invocation of the divine arrow, he felt as though all his strength had been sapped, collapsing onto the ground. The divine arrow was indeed a 6-star skill. exceedingly taxing on one's stamina. Given Li Qingyi's 277 points of stamina, each arrow fired pushed him to his limits. After unleashing 2 consecutive arrows, the toll on his body was evident. The consequence of overexerting his stamina was a depletion of health, and he sensed that, had he possessed a health bar, he would be in a severely diminished state, vulnerable to even the slightest threat. Roar! The Golden Toad King, taken aback by Li Qingyi's ability to fire yet another arrow, hastily closed its eyes and summoned a protective shield around itself, a faint golden glow enveloping its form. Health 231. Health 189. In an instant, it had restored nearly 2,000 points of vitality. Golden Breath. Li Qingyi recalled the Golden Toad King's skill with a growing sense of despair. He had reached his limit. Yet the creature still boasted nearly 9,000 health points. Even a final critical shot would struggle to vanquish it. Was this truly how it would end? How unfair. He lamented inwardly. 13,152. The feathered arrow pierced the Golden Toad King's body, unleashing a torrent of damage that emptied its health bar. Ha! Li Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a hearty laugh directed skyward. Just when he thought he was finished, fortune smiled upon him. A critical hit delivered a staggering 22 times the damage. Golden Toad King, you were unfortunate to cross paths with me. Li Qingyi rejoiced. With a thunderous crash, the Golden Toad King collapsed, and the system's notification chimed. Golden Toad King defeated. Gained 2,301 experience. Talent Luck Trigger activated, 50x drop rate. Luck triggered, item quality upgraded. Following the system update, the talent system had become more refined, providing notifications upon activation to enhance player awareness. Chapter 36, The Territory Token. I've struck it rich. Stumbling to the side of the Golden Toad King, he beheld an item radiating a mysterious aura and could not help but laugh. Truly a windfall. He eagerly gathered the spoils, examining each item one by one. Firstly, there lies a formidable warhammer, radiating a silvery luminescence. Indeed, it is a weapon of silver grade. Name, Mountain Breaking Hammer. Grade, Level 15 silver weapon. Attributes, Strength 421. Armor Penetration 53, Intimidation 30. Skill, 9 strikes of the Mountain Breaking Hammer. A sequence of 9 consecutive blows, with each strike inflicting an additional 20 damage. The final blow garners an extraordinary bonus, capable of dealing 300 damage. Description, there is a chance to trigger the mountain breaking effect upon attack, significantly diminishing the enemy's defenses while inflicting continuous damage, along with a probability of sending lightweight foes flying. A weapon endowed with skills? Li Qingyi felt a surge of astonishment. It is not solely through skill books that one can wield abilities. Certain high-tier equipment can similarly bestow skills, albeit they are rather rare. An item such as the Mountain Breaking Hammer, boasting a level 3 skill, is exceedingly scarce. Clearly, this piece of equipment is a precious find among silver-grade gear. Even though Li Qingyi was not particularly adept with hammers, he resolutely equipped it. Goodness, to unleash 9 consecutive strikes, would that not topple an adversary? Li Qingyi found it exceedingly intriguing. Moreover, a remarkable thought blossomed in his mind. If he were to employ his own 2 slashes in conjunction with the 9 strikes of the Mountain Breaking Hammer, would each strike then trigger triple damage? Although one cannot simultaneously utilize 2 skills, one being self-cast and the other inherent to the equipment would remain unaffected. This notion, perhaps, held some feasibility. Li Qingyi mused that he would certainly test this hypothesis when time permitted. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the second item dropped by the Golden Toad King. It was a weathered, yellowed map adorned with numerous symbols and annotations. Plateau annotation. Is this a detailed map of the plateau? Li Qingyi scrutinized it closely, and indeed, it was a meticulous depiction of the entire plateau's topography, complete with appropriate markings. Whether it pertained to monster layers or other features, every detail was accounted for, including the corresponding monster levels, rendering it exceptionally comprehensive, truly deserving of the title annotation. Furthermore, he discerned from the map that the entire Zijing Plateau occupied a rather peculiar position, encircled by the sea on 3 sides and flanked by mountains on 1. Apart from the treacherous path Li Qingyi had ascended, no other routes led up to the plateau. No wonder a treasure map was necessary, with such a floating bridge. Unless one were aware of the unique map above, who would willingly venture forth? Li Qingyi reflected. Indeed, some treasures demand a spirit of adventure to be uncovered. While studying the annotations, Li Qingyi swiftly located his position, and to his astonishment, he realized that after toiling for an entire morning, at this pace, it would take at least a year to completely explore the plateau. Goodness, just one map could satiate one's appetite for exploration. While feeling somewhat helpless, Li Qingyi was also filled with excitement. After all, on such a vast plateau, treasures abound. At least according to the annotations, several known treasures exist. If he could explore them all, it would be sufficient to elevate him to level 30. Concealing the annotations, Li Qingyi turned his gaze to the final item. A golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest. A chest of treasures sealed away by ancient enchantments, containing treasures of immeasurable value. Thanks to the activation of the chosen drop rate, this should be the second golden item he has encountered. Though it is not a golden item per se, the golden chest is equally invaluable. Open. Qingyi rubbed his hands together, praying for something remarkable. Buzzing and vibrating, the golden treasure chest gradually opened, releasing a brilliant silver light. Qingyi's smile froze on his face. He had hoped to unearth some extraordinary golden treasure or golden-grade equipment, only to be met with silver. What a letdown, he muttered. The drawback of treasure chests lies in their unpredictability. Even high-grade chests can yield worthless items. Item, territory token, silver grade. Special attributes, none. Description, this token allows the establishment of a personal territory. Well, silver items are generally underwhelming, but a territory token is different. Qingyi's hands trembled with excitement, nearly bursting into a shout. This was the territory token, the first of its kind in the entire server. With it, he could establish the very first territory. Unfortunately, it was only silver grade and lacked special attributes. If only it were gold grade. Qingyi's greedy thoughts lingered. The territory tokens come in 4 grades: common, silver, gold, and sacred. From left to right, with each level being progressively rarer. A territory established with a gold grade token is called a gold territory, which confers special attributes that significantly enhance the entire territory. A territory created with a sacred token is termed a sacred territory, possessing even better special attributes and greater bonuses. However, to be honest, a silver grade token is only slightly superior to a common one. The difference is not pronounced. Well, he would use this for now. And when he acquires a better token, he can always change to a main city. Shifting his perspective. A level 15 common creature dropping a silver grade territory token is already a stroke of luck. He should not be greedy for more. In the future, when he faces higher level challenges, better rewards will naturally follow. The immediate priority is to decide on the location for the territory and claim the rewards for being the first in the world. Although in his previous life, Qingyi was not the lord of the first territory, he had heard from the forums that the rewards were enviable. Therefore, in this life, he must secure those rewards. Where should he establish his territory? Qingyi recalled his old domain from the previous life. It was a valley, backed by a cliff, with a treacherous terrain that was easy to defend yet difficult to attack. He had traveled over 1,000 kilometers to select this prime location, leveraging the advantageous positioning. He easily weathered the initial monster assaults on the village and established the renowned Tiger's Den. Regrettably, Jin Yunfeng lies too far from here. Qingyi shook her head, ultimately discarding this decision. The foremost territory in the world should be claimed as swiftly as possible. Jin Yunfeng is over 10,000 kilometers away. By the time she arrives, it is likely that others will have already seized the first reward. There is no necessity to take such a considerable risk for a slight geographical advantage. As for Yanhua Peak, the location of Guding Cave is quite decent. Although it is somewhat smaller, it could serve as a transitional area. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qingyi's mind. To establish a territory, one must naturally seek a location that is expansive and strategically advantageous. This land beneath her feet, the Zijing Plateau, could indeed be the answer. It is not only concealed but also vast, with only a singular path leading up, almost impenetrable, ensuring safety from potential attackers. The only concern might be the strength of the surrounding beasts. They could pose a greater threat during village raids. Nevertheless, if one cannot overcome such minor challenges in pursuit of the world's foremost territory, it would be laughable indeed. Chapter 37. The world's foremost territory, Galaxy Village. This is the place. After some contemplation, Qingyi made her decision. She circled the lake, inspecting the area, and ultimately discovered an exceptional spot where she inserted the territory token into the ground. Would you like to establish the territory here? Consuming 1 territory token, silver grade. 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 100 units of iron ore, and 100 gold coins. Yes, Qingyi had come prepared, promptly retrieving the materials from her backpack. A brilliant silver light emanated from the token, enveloping her like a delicate veil. Please enter your territory name. Galaxy Village. Qingyi has always struggled with naming. Whatever the totem is, that is what she names it. Congratulations, Galaxy Village has been successfully established. As the first territory established in the entire server, you are granted the title of the world's foremost territory, and Galaxy Village is elevated to sacred grade. As the lord of the world's foremost territory, you are rewarded with a unique building, the Shitian Pool. Upon hearing the system announcement, Qingyi was utterly bewildered, her mind spinning from the overwhelming influx of rewards. The silver grade territory had been elevated to sacred grade, equivalent to acquiring a sacred grade territory for free, and to top it off, she had received a unique building. A unique building. Each one is unparalleled in the vast world of Shanhai Dawang. Surely, she was destined for greatness. Thunderous rumbling echoed as the ground began to tremble violently, and buildings rose from the earth. The location of the territory token transformed into an ancient, aromatic little tower, accompanied by several humble earthen wall houses. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Qingyi from Dongwang for establishing the first territory in the server, Galaxy Village. The Lord Qingyi is rewarded with 500 gold coins, 1,000 reputation points, and 1 unique building. The announcement repeated 3 times, leaving players throughout the Shanhai Wasteland in utter shock. The first territory in the entire server has emerged? How astonishingly swift. As the saga of the mountain and sea wilderness unfolds, the majority of the populace has begun to accept the impending arrival of this phenomenon on Blue Star. Observing others in the game who are significantly ahead inevitably stirs the imagination. In reality, several urgent meetings have been convened. In the United States, at the Hanyu Palace, President Tren pounded the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Qingyi, once again, who is this individual? Can anyone enlighten me?" Beside him, a well-dressed secretary cleared his throat and replied softly, "Our intelligence personnel in the Dragon Kingdom have been dispatched and are diligently investigating." However, this Qingyi has concealed himself remarkably well, never having revealed any information on social platforms, leaving us at an impasse. I care not. Dispatch another 1,000 operatives from our homeland. We must ascertain his identity and whereabouts. By any means necessary, we shall recruit him to serve the Great Rice Federation. In the Pickled Vegetable Nation, at the Green Brick platform, the highest office inquired, "Have we uncovered the identity of Qingyi?" The response came, "Not yet. But he is likely one of our own." On our largest social platform, over 300 individuals have claimed to be Qingyi, and thousands more have reported sightings of him while battling monsters. While we remain uncertain of his true identity, the sheer number of eyewitnesses constitutes undeniable evidence that he is indeed from our nation. Very well. Convene a press conference to announce to the world that Qingyi is a player from our Pickled Vegetable Nation, and extend an invitation for him to become our cultural ambassador. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Tai Xiangjun commanded, "Immediately dispatch our strongest assassin. This individual known as Qingyi must not continue to exist in this world." In the Dragon Kingdom, a group of formally attired individuals sat upright in the hall. Based on the feedback received, no information regarding this Qingyi had been uncovered, suggesting he is merely a civilian player. The top players in the server are all attributed to him alone, showcasing extraordinary talent. What are your thoughts? The mountain and sea wilderness is of profound significance, impacting the future trajectory of our world. We must not falter. Intensify the search, extract all domestic data. We must identify this person. Moreover, I propose that Qingyi being in the Dragon Kingdom is advantageous for us. If located, we shall refrain from taking any immediate action. Little does Li Qingyi realize the tumultuous world outside, for he has turned the tides. He is now enveloped in immense joy. Territory, Galaxy Village. Level, Micro Village 1. Spiritual veins, none. Special attributes, Holy Level Territory 1. Increases territorial comprehension by 30. Holy Level Territory 2. Enhances the probability of acquiring special skills by 20. The Greatest Territory, Fortune 10. Increases attraction to wanderers by 30. Population, 1. Public sentiment, 100. Law and order, 100. Current resources, food, 981 units. Stone, 211 units. Wood, 109 units. Currency, 550 gold coins. Tribal area, 10 square kilometers. Current structures, 15. Celestial pool, unique rumored to be the place where celestial beings gather the waters of Mount Tian, each drop capable of transforming one's very essence. Upon joining the territory, one automatically accepts the rite of baptism, resulting in an initial enhancement of aptitude by half a level. The territory hall serves as the Lord's office, a venue for meetings and announcements. The residential houses accommodate the tribespeople. Construction requirements, 20 wood, 10 stone, 200 copper coins. The primary warehouse is designated for the storage of food and resources. Construction requirements, 100 wood, 200 stone, 10,000 copper coins. The primary market facilitates trade among villagers, as well as between villagers and players, functioning as a trading platform for players. The primary training ground is a space for residents to train and practice martial skills. Prosperity stands at 198, assessed through a comprehensive evaluation of population, commerce, and construction within the territory. The required prosperity for upgrading is 1000. Li Qingyi was quite familiar with the territory interface, yet he had never encountered such an extensive one before. It was simply extraordinary, truly deserving of its title as a holy level territory, boasting 2 special attributes, a 30-point increase in territory perception and a 20 enhancement in the probability of special skills, which would suffice for an ordinary territory to pursue for a lifetime. With these 2 attributes, not only would the inhabitants of his territory become more intelligent, but their likelihood of comprehending various skills would also increase. It is easy to foresee that the talents within the territory would multiply significantly in the future. Furthermore, this washing pool was nothing short of miraculous. Li Qingyi was left speechless. Elevating the territory's aptitude by half a level meant that all would benefit collectively. Throughout the vast world of Shanhai Wasteland, he had never encountered a more formidable collective benefit. It was simply astounding. One should not underestimate this half-level increase. After all, an individual's aptitude is primarily determined by innate factors, making it exceedingly difficult to alter. According to statistical data from the previous LifeS forum, the probability of attaining a level B rank is 1, a rank is 0.05, while Super A rank is merely 0. 0000008, and regarding higher ranks. They are virtually unheard of, with few ever having the opportunity to engage with them. Therefore, enhancing by half a level could very well signify the leap from an ordinary individual to a genius. Chapter 38, The Washing Pool, Yinwu. A surge of accomplishment welled within him. Alas, the number of people was rather scant. Within the expansive galaxy village, he found himself alone, creating an atmosphere of desolation. However, he understood that this was merely a temporary state. After establishing the territory, the system would provide a group of individuals to aid him in pioneering and development, ensuring he would not remain solitary. Considering the time, they should arrive shortly. Qingyi speculated that they would voluntarily come to seek his support. Seizing this moment of leisure, he decided to visit the washing pool. Following the system's guidance, he found the washing pool nestled between hills, 2 kilometers from the territory. The distance was not far, and he soon arrived. Standing atop a rise, he beheld in the distance a sapphire blue lake, nestled in the valley, emanating ethereal mists, resembling a scene from a celestial realm. Is this the washing pool? He had assumed that the landscapes of Shanhai Wasteland were already extraordinarily surreal, yet the washing pool surpassed even those expectations. It was so pure that it defied description, leaving Qingyi utterly captivated. It is said that the waters of the washing heaven pool possess the power to facilitate a complete transformation of the soul. Gazing upon the crystal-clear, jade-like spring, Qingyi was suddenly struck by a thought. Testing the water temperature with his foot and finding it agreeable, he shed his garments and leaped in. Ah, how delightful! He sighed in bliss. The warmth enveloped him, a soothing embrace as if delicate, boneless hands were gently caressing his entire being, inducing an overwhelming sense of relaxation that compelled him to close his eyes and drift into a reverie, savoring the moment. To his astonishment, his 3-color primordial fire technique began to operate autonomously. Within the washing heaven pool, Qingyi noticed that his technique was functioning at an astonishing speed, exceeding his usual pace by 100-fold. In this state, he felt as though he had transformed into a black hole, voraciously consuming all the spiritual energy around him. This energy accumulated within him, refined and purged of impurities, until it coalesced into scorching balls of primordial fire. Ultimately, at the Dantian, a swirling vortex of tricolored primordial fire emerged, radiating an intense, searing aura with vigor. Had the 3-color primordial fire technique broken through? Qingyi examined his attribute panel and was astounded to discover that his technique had progressed from the entry level to the initial stage. Elation surged within him. Such breakthroughs in martial arts are notoriously arduous. Unlike mere leveling through defeating monsters, they require time and relentless dedication. In his previous life, a book on 3 harmonies Qi had left him muddled, perpetually hindered by an unseen force that slowed his progress. However, now, the 3-color primordial fire technique was synchronously cultivated in reality, every word and nuance clear as day, allowing him to fully comprehend his achievements. Qingyi even speculated that this phenomenon might be influenced by the system, which prevented him from fully grasping martial arts content. The techniques bearing the realm designation were entirely his own, naturally making the cultivation process clearer and more distinct. To his surprise, a mere bath in the washing heaven pool had spared him half a month's worth of arduous training. A sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He also discovered that with the breakthrough of the 3-color primordial fire technique, his combat power rating surged from 16,000 to over 20,000, marking a significant leap forward. This was anticipated, for while the breakthrough did not directly augment his attributes, its impact on combat prowess was immense. For instance, players with identical attributes who practiced martial arts were on an entirely different level than those who did not. In combat, a player lacking martial arts training not only faced an opponent with equivalent strength, but also contended with their internal energy, be it scorching or freezing, an overwhelming advantage that could easily obliterate untrained players. Even without considering these factors, martial arts enhance a player's endurance, enabling them to fight longer, run farther, and unleash more skills swiftly. In essence, martial arts provide a comprehensive enhancement to the player's capabilities. Qingyi felt a remarkable change. The stamina consumed by his divine arrow technique was significantly less than before, allowing him to unleash at least 2 shots. Upon entering the domain's hall, he observed a throng of approximately 40 to 50 individuals approaching with great fervor. "Your Excellency, Lord," the leader proclaimed, stepping forward and kneeling on one knee before Qingyi, while the others bowed in respect. "Rise quickly," Qingyi urged, scrutinizing the young man before him. Appearing to be in his 20s, he possessed a robust physique and an air of righteousness that naturally evoked admiration. With a mere thought, the young man's attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Yinwu. Identity: Villager of Galaxy Village. Loyalty: 80. Occupation: None. Level: For qualification: Realm: Mid-stage. Body refinement. Talent: Exceptional grade root bone, possessing unparalleled martial arts aptitude. Courage in battle: Morale 100, Valor 100. Skills: None. Martial arts: None. Combat rating: None. Impressive, Qingyi exclaimed, marveling at the exceptional qualifications. Indeed, as the strongest gifted by the holy level territory, Yen Wu had the potential to evolve into a formidable master if nurtured properly. Li Qingyi's gaze intensified upon realizing that with such qualifications, there were virtually no upper limits to his level, provided he seized opportunities and continued his training. Moreover, Yen Wu was a prodigy of his caliber. You shall accompany me henceforth. Li Qingyi imparted a few instructions to Yen Wu, intending to personally guide him as they ventured forth into the vast wilderness. Thank you, Your Excellency, Yen Wu responded, overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed at Li Qingyi, his loyalty rising by 5 points. Nodding, Li Qingyi turned his attention to the remaining individuals. After a brief count, he noted that apart from Yen Wu, there were 48 others, men and women of varying ages. Their qualifications varied, with 2 exceptional, 10 average, and others in between. Overall, quite promising, possibly due to the system's benefits. You two, Li Qingyi pointed to a pair within the group, identifying them as brothers, Chunjiang and Shanhai. Name, Chunjiang identity, villager of Galaxy Village loyalty, 70 occupation, none level, 2 qualification, realm, early stage body refinement talent, intermediate administrative. Skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat rating, none. Name, Shanhai identity, villager of Galaxy Village loyalty, 70 occupation, none level, 2 qualification, realm, early stage body refinement talent, intermediate construction. Skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat rating, none. An administrative talent. Li Qingyi's eyes brightened as he summoned Chunjiang for inquiries. To his delight, Chunjiang demonstrated remarkable capabilities, responding with fluency and sound reasoning. Thus, Li Qingyi promptly appointed Chunjiang as the administrative supervisor of Inha village, entrusting him with the management of various affairs within the territory, including the recruitment of villagers, provisions, accommodations, and construction, among other responsibilities. Chunjiang, living up to the task, meticulously organized the matters after receiving Li Qingyi's approval. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingyi subtly nodded in approval. Without uttering another word, he led Yen Wu into the wilderness. At the inception of the territory, there was little to be done. Chunjiang would first ensure that the residents' basic needs were met. Meanwhile, he intended to train with Yen Wu to enhance their combat prowess. Believing that everything would fall into place thereafter, you have entered the Golden Fluff Rabbit's burrow. Golden Fluff Rabbit's burrow, a small den, the habitat of the Golden Fluff Rabbit. Ahead, a rabbit shimmering with golden light sat on the ground, nibbling on a long strand of dry grass. Upon hearing footsteps from afar, it swiftly darted into its burrow. My lord, these rabbit demons are exceedingly alert. They are difficult to capture, Yen Wu exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration. He circled around the vicinity, discovering several burrows created by the rabbit demons, yet no matter what he tried, he could not entice the rabbits to emerge. Foolish, Li Qingyi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Though robust in stature, he appeared somewhat lacking in mental acuity. Watch closely. Li Qingyi picked up a handful of dry twigs, ignited them, and stuffed them into a burrow. Before long, thick smoke billowed out from various holes. Squeak. A golden fluff rabbit could no longer resist and emerged from its burrow. However, before it could catch its breath, an arrow, glimmering with frost, flew swiftly toward it. The arrowhead entwined with faint tricolor elemental flames. Thud. 6,500, kill the golden fluff rabbit. As you are in party mode, according to the team distribution rules, you gain 0 experience points, while your teammate gains 1087 experience points. A flash of white light enveloped Yen Wu as his level ascended from 4 to 5. For Li Qingyi, who required 50 to 60,000 experience points to level up, a few thousand points were inconsequential. Thus, he generously allocated all the experience to Yen Wu, elevating him to level 9, saving further discussions for later. As the smoke continued to pour in, more and more golden fluff rabbits emerged from their burrows, but inevitably, each one met its demise by a swift arrow. In no time, over 10 golden fluff rabbits had fallen beneath Li Qingyi's onslaught. This exhilarating display thrilled Yen Wu, who, brimming with eagerness, could not restrain himself from asking, My lord, may I have a turn? You? Li Qingyi questioned incredulously. You, a level 5 novice, believe you can contend with a level 10 elite monster? Are you delusional? I can do it, Yen Wu replied with unwavering confidence. Seeing his determination, Li Qingyi chose not to dampen his enthusiasm and decided to let him try. Will you wield a sword or a bow? He inquired. Both, Yen Wu beamed. Suit yourself. Li Qingyi shrugged, tossing him the short bow and the steel dagger he had previously used. Upon receiving the bow, Yen Wu treated it as a precious treasure, his excitement palpable as he toyed with it for a moment before stringing the short bow taut and taking aim. There. His eyes lit up as he spotted a golden-furred rabbit emerging from its burrow, and he hastily loosed an arrow. Whoosh. As expected, it veered off course. Coughing awkwardly, Yen Wu notched another arrow and shot again. Still he missed. Li Qingyi remarked, I am not particularly skilled with a bow, but this foolish rabbit shall fall to my blade. With that, Yen Wu brandished his azure steel sword and charged forward with fervor, his swordplay reminiscent of Li Qingyi's own style. However, what set Yen Wu apart was his formidable instinct for battle, which allowed him to anticipate the golden-furred rabbit's movements and launch his attacks accordingly. Thus, despite his attributes being far inferior to those of the rabbit. His extraordinary talent shone through, suggesting that with proper training, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Yen Wu remained unscathed. As long as he maintained this momentum, victory was merely a matter of time. Sure enough, it was not long before a notification chimed in Qingyi's mind. Golden-furred rabbit slain. As you are in team mode. According to team distribution rules, you gain 0 experience points, while your teammate gains 1035 experience points. Glancing up, Qingyi saw that Yen Wu had dispatched the golden-furred rabbit. Upon feeling Qingyi's gaze, Yen Wu beamed with delight, a broad smile illuminating his face. Noticing the glimmer of eagerness in Qingyi's expression, he gestured for him to continue. Naturally, Yen Wu was more than willing, standing ready with his sword, awaiting the next unfortunate creature to venture forth. Such a battle fanatic, Qingyi chuckled, shaking his head. Since Yen Wu was eager to fight, it would be beneficial for him to hone his skills. Qingyi could afford to relax, assuming the role of an invisible bodyguard. Golden-furred rabbit slain. After letting Yen Wu handle the next encounter, he grew increasingly valiant and, as if enlightened, became more adept in his movements. What began as a fierce struggle with the golden-furred rabbit transformed into effortless slaying in just over an hour. Buzz. A radiant light enveloped Yen Wu as he ascended to level 9. At this moment, buoyed by the Chosen One's extraordinary drop rate, he had upgraded his gear, donning 4 new pieces of equipment. Exhilarating. Bring it on. Yen Wu felt as if he were soaring. In contrast, Qingyi yawned from his perch. Weariness etched upon his face. The role of a bodyguard was undeniably dull. He decided to practice the 3-color primordial fire technique instead. Sitting idly felt like a waste of time, and he sensed he was on the verge of dozing off. So he settled cross-legged on the ground to cultivate his martial arts. Yen Wu had no objections. In fact, he believed that their lord should remain in a position of authority while the subordinates handled the combat. Come forth, golden-furred rabbit, let us engage. Yen Wu was brimming with fervor. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadow of a rabbit spirit and, filled with excitement, charged forward with his sword, completely unaware that this particular rabbit spirit was significantly larger than the ordinary ones. With the heart commanding the spirit and the body channeling the energy, he rushed forth. Qingyi was engrossed in his cultivation when he was abruptly startled by a loud thud. Something had fallen beside him. Opening his eyes, he beheld Yen Wu sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. What on earth? Qingyi's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly rose to assess the situation. Yen Wu was his prized companion, and he could not afford any harm to come to him. After a thorough examination, he found that Yen Wu was merely injured internally. With no damage to his vital organs, a period of rest would suffice for recovery. Relieved, he admonished, why engage in battles you cannot win without a word of caution? You are only at level 9. Whom can you hope to defeat? Do you aspire to challenge the heavens? Yen Wu, after a slight movement of his lips, lowered his head in shame. Seeing his demeanor, Qingyi refrained from further reproach. Instead, with a face of indignation, he surveyed the surroundings to identify the scoundrel responsible for Yen Wu's injury. Name, mutated golden velvet rabbit king grade. Lord level, 10 health. 1, 199, 119 mana, 35. 313 spirit, 38. 773 strength, 952 defense, 961 speed, 861 stamina, 885 golden velvet armor 3. The golden fur of the mutated golden velvet rabbit king forms a hardened armor during battle, enhancing its defense and reflecting a portion of physical attacks. Fur storm 4. The mutated golden velvet rabbit king conjures a storm using its soft yet resilient golden fur, inflicting piercing damage on surrounding foes. Those caught in the storm suffer continuous cutting damage and experience reduced mobility. Golden velvet ambush 3. Utilizing its astonishing speed and agility, the mutated golden velvet rabbit king vanishes and reappears behind its enemy to launch a lethal ambush, dealing substantial physical damage and potentially inflicting a bleeding status. A lord. Qingyi's heart raced. Chapter 40. The Inheritance Token, Gale Blade Master. Good heavens, this was perhaps the highest grade creature he had encountered, surpassing the elite lychee tree demon he had previously faced. However, upon examining its attribute panel, Qingyi's spirits lifted. The Welfare Bureau had truly smiled upon him. Despite its elevated grade, the attributes and skills of the mutated golden velvet rabbit king were disappointingly mediocre. Not only did it pale in comparison to the lychee tree demon, but even the golden toad king outclassed it significantly. It could be said that a rabbit demon is still a rabbit demon. Even in mutation, it lacked any remarkable qualities. Grateful for nature's bounty, Qingyi smiled broadly, drawing his 8 extremes bow, and promptly unleashed a shot. Divine arrow. He feared the creature might escape. Hence he employed his most potent archery technique from the outset. Whoosh. The blazing 3-colored primordial fire clung to the arrowhead, slicing through the air like a flaming meteor. Plummeting swiftly. 7,999 snow-white characters floated up, striking directly at its weak point, causing a critical hit that obliterated half of the mutated golden velvet rabbit king's health. Without pausing, Li Qingyi offered no respite to the creature and loosed another divine arrow. As the arrow grew larger within the pupil, the mutated golden velvet rabbit king became anxious. Its body trembled, and the long golden fur on its surface intertwined, seemingly shrinking and molding into a layer of golden armor. However, this imposing armor proved to be as fragile as paper when the arrow pierced through it effortlessly. You have slain the mutated golden velvet rabbit king. Due to your participation in team mode, you receive 0 experience points, while your teammates gain 2,823 experience points. The talent's chosen burst rate has been triggered, with a 70-fold increase. The chosen effect has activated, enhancing the quality of obtained items. A level 10 lord defeated. Remarkable. Yen Wu stood in awe, his heart shaken by the spectacle. Such terrifying archery. Could a Bao truly wield such power? It was far more exhilarating than his own melee attacks. Moreover, witnessing the Lord's effortless demeanor was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Indeed, after the breakthrough of the tricolor elemental flame technique, utilizing the divine arrow became significantly simpler. Li Qingyi had long harbored fears of exhausting his meager stamina, rendering him incapable of further combat. The dread of missing his shot was even more daunting, compelling him to exercise caution. Yet now, it mattered little. He could effortlessly unleash 2 arrows and even felt he could manage another. Eagerly, he approached to see what treasures had emerged. According to the system prompt, a 70-fold burst rate had been activated. One could only wonder what splendid items awaited him. On the ground lay 2 items, peacefully resting. Name: Golden Velvet Belt. Grade: Level 15 Silver Belt. Attributes: Defense 288, Strength 110, Speed 105, Stamina 75. Description: Wearing it grants a chance to trigger the golden body effect, reducing damage and control effects inflicted by enemies. Inheritance Token of the Gale Blade Master, an extraordinary relic. Personally carved by the Gale Blade King. The bearer of this token may accept the inheritance of the Gale Blade Master, transforming into the wind, with blades that pierce the heavens. Up to 100 individuals can receive this inheritance. Both items were exceptional finds for Li Qingyi. The Golden Velvet Belt. A level 15 silver gear, offered comprehensive enhancements across all attributes, making it an ideal replacement for his current level 5 white belt. The inheritance token, however, was even more remarkable. Not only was it a golden item, but it was also an exceedingly rare inheritance-type artifact. Its purpose was to enable individuals to accept the inheritance of the Gale Blade Master, encompassing martial arts, skills, and much more. It was essential to note that the Gale Blade Master represented a bona fide 7th-tier inheritance. The martial arts techniques associated with it were at least of purple rarity, far surpassing ordinary martial arts. Accepting this inheritance would likely allow for a steady ascent to level 79. Bypassing the need for common practitioners to seek out techniques at each tier. The value of such a treasure was immeasurable. Most impressively, this inheritance could be bestowed upon 100 individuals, effectively granting him the capacity to create 100 7th-tier warriors. Li Qingyi could scarcely fathom the confidence he would possess if he were to venture forth accompanied by 100 7th-tier warriors. Even the birds perched upon the trees would likely perceive their chirps as a tribute to his prowess. This inheritance, however, was of no use to him. He was reluctant to practice without the character of boundary. After contemplative deliberation, he resolved to bequeath the entirety of the inheritance to those beneath him. As for Yen Wu, Li Qingyi had initially hesitated to allow him to accept it, for his aptitude warranted nothing less than golden martial arts to be deemed worthy. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the rarity of such golden martial arts. Should they prove elusive, it would condemn Yen Wu to stagnate at the 9th level. This would be a disservice to him. It was far more prudent for him to commence his cultivation early, elevating his realm. And should he encounter superior skills in the future, it would not be too late to switch. How much experience do you still require to reach the pinnacle of level 9? Li Qingyi inquired. Since he intended for Yen Wu to inherit the legacy, it was imperative that he be fully experienced. Let us proceed. Without delay, Li Qingyi led him forth to gather experience. The two traversed 5 kilometers, vanquishing a few scattered wild monsters, and their experience reached halfway. My lord, there are several eagle demons following us in the sky. Yen Wu pointed upwards. Li Qingyi frowned. These 4 eagle demons had pursued them for a mile and showed no signs of retreating. Did they regard them as prey? They were slightly elevated, yet still within reach. Initially, Li Qingyi had no intention of hunting them, but given their relentless pursuit, he could hardly be blamed. Drawing his bow, he aimed at one of the beasts and, with a resounding thud, released the arrow. A cry pierced the air as one eagle demon's flapping wings abruptly ceased, plummeting to the ground with a thunderous crash. The remaining 3 eagle demons were momentarily thrown into disarray, but continued to circle, unwilling to depart. Li Qingyi showed no hesitation, loosing 3 arrows in swift succession, eliminating them all. It is done. As the last eagle demon fell, Yen Wu's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Li Qingyi nodded slightly, extending the inheritance token towards him. Upon receiving the token, Yen Wu's gaze quivered slightly. After taking a deep breath, he placed the token against his chest. Instantly, the inheritance token emanated a violet glow, enveloping Yen Wu. He He closed his eyes, his countenance serene, while his eyes occasionally flickered as if engaged in profound contemplation. Qingyi observed him, unaware of how much time had elapsed, until the system notification finally resonated. However, it was not a notification of completion of the inheritance. Rather, it proclaimed, Chapter 41, Inheritance Upgrade, Eagle Tribe. System Announcement. Congratulations to Yin Wu for acquiring the Gale Blade Master Inheritance. As the first citizen in the entire server to obtain an inheritance, a reward of a 2-level upgrade is granted. Gale Mind Technique upgraded to Wine Spirit Profound Skill. Gale Quick Blade upgraded to Gale One Cut Slash. A series of system notifications echoed, prompting Qingyi to swiftly open Yin Wu's attribute panel. Name, Yin Wu. Identity, Villager of Galaxy Village. Loyalty, 100. Occupation, Wind Spirit Commander. Level, 10. Aptitude. Realm, Qi Refinement Stage, 1st level. Talent, Exceptional Root Bones of the highest caliber. Possessing unparalleled aptitude for martial arts. In battle, leading with courage, morale stands at 100, and valor at 100. Skill, Gale Blade /1, 5 stars. Martial arts, 1st tier Wind Spirit Profound Art, Golden Extraordinary, entry level. Combat power rating, 1st tier 2 stars. Remarkably, the martial art has ascended directly from purple to gold. Does it also commence at 5 stars? Qingyi expressed profound envy. The system has made a grand gesture, bestowing an epic enhancement upon the originally purple Gale Blade inheritor. Previously capped at 7 tiers, it now boasts a golden martial art with no limits, propelling Yin Wu to new heights. Were it not for the absence of the boundary character in this inheritance, Qingyi would have considered utilizing it himself, but alas. Nevertheless, this arrangement proves beneficial. It spares him considerable effort, as he now possesses a complete set of Golden Wind Spirit Profound Art, alleviating any future worries regarding Yin Wu's martial training. Thank you, esteemed lord. Upon accepting the inheritance, Yin Wu recognized the immense advantages he had gained and hurriedly bowed in reverence to Qingyi. Rise, this is your fortune. Qingyi replied with a serene smile. Yin Wu's loyalty had reached 100, indicating his unwavering fidelity, justifying the hours Qingyi had served as his protector. In the vast wilderness of mountains and seas, all beings are authentic, endowed with genuine emotions. Generally, subjects like Yin Wu are loyal to their lord. But such loyalty is not absolute. Prolonged neglect could lead to betrayal. Loyalty is gauged on a scale. 6,170 reflects apathy, teetering on the brink of treachery. 7,180 indicates some emotional attachment, with betrayal unlikely unless significant upheaval or external persuasion occurs. 8,190 denotes recognition, where betrayal is improbable unless motivated by profound grievances. 9,110 signifies absolute loyalty, where commands from the Lord are followed unconditionally, rendering any persuasion to defect ineffective. Let us continue grinding for a while, Qingyi remarked, adjusting the experience distribution from a 0-10 ratio to a 5-5 allocation. With Yin Wu reaching level 10, he had caught up to his lord, and Qingyi deemed it inappropriate to channel all experience to him, lest he find himself outpaced by his subordinate, a rather embarrassing predicament. Having just received an inheritance and significantly increased in power, Yin Wu naturally sought a foe to test his newfound skills. Just as they took a few steps, the ground trembled abruptly, and a dozen horsemen rapidly encircled them. Are you the ones who killed our great eagle? A man clad in black, perched atop a miniature horse, questioned with a grim countenance. Here we go again. Qingyi's eyes flickered. He had not anticipated encountering them in this highland. Maintaining his composure, he replied nonchalantly, yes. It was I. And what of it? You seek death. Upon Qingyi's admission, the black-clad man roared, raising his blade, and the other mounted figures similarly brandished their weapons, exuding a menacing aura. Seize them and present them to the chief for judgment. The man clad in black has commanded his followers to charge towards Qingyi and Yin Wu. Yin Wu draws his Qing steel blade, aiming to carve a path through the bloodshed, but is intercepted by Qingyi. The prospect of heading into the territory of the human race excites him. Under Qingyi's counsel, both men offer no resistance and have their hands bound, placed atop horses. The steeds gallop swiftly, covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye, until they soon behold several large tents erected upon the plain. Inside the tents, the sounds of lively conversation fill the air. Dozens gather around a roaring fire, feasting on hearty meat and drinking from large bowls, the atmosphere vibrant and boisterous. At the center, a middle-aged man with his hair tied back speaks freely, eliciting hearty laughter from his subordinates. Chief, 2 individuals have slain our great eagles. The man in black enters with Qingyi and Yin Wu, bowing before the middle-aged leader. What? Yanning nearly spews his drink, his eyes widening in disbelief. How many have died? 4. Just 4. And you dare tell me that 4 are dead? Yanning smashes the porcelain bowl in his hand, glaring furiously at Qingyi. Take them out and execute them. His anger boils. Training eagles is a laborious endeavor, often taking 6 months to train a single bird. The loss of 4 magnificent eagles, the fruits of his years of toil, is unbearable. Wait, Qingyi scans the room, speaking calmly. Might I have a moment to explain? With death upon us, what more is there to say? The man in black curses, preparing to usher the two towards their grim fate. Let him speak. Why did you slay my great eagles? Yan Ying, still fuming, fixates his gaze on Li Qingyi. Clearing his throat, Li Qingyi smiles. How about joining me instead? Yan Ying. The others? Yinwu. 666. How dare you mock me? Take them out and kill them. Yan Ying gasps, slamming his hand on the table. What? You refuse to agree. Li Qingyi offers a faint smile, activating his three-color yuan fire technique. The three hues of internal energy manifest around him, incinerating the ropes binding him, which crumble to ash at his feet. What are you doing? The others rise, alert and wary of Li Qingyi. Yan Ying squints, his voice low and cautious. Who are you? And what business do you have in our eagle tribe? It is apparent that Li Qingyi is no ordinary individual, and his intentions in their tribe are suspect. Was it not your men who brought me here? Li Qingyi replies, a smirk gracing his lips as he reiterates, will you join me? Humph. We of the eagle tribe have no desire to ally with others. We kindly ask you to leave. The earlier display of three-color flames reveals to Yan Ying that Li Qingyi is not to be trifled with, and he no longer wishes to pursue the matter of the great eagles, opting instead to suggest his departure. Chapter 42. Subduing the eagle tribe. Impossible. Li Qingyi shakes his head. I have already made concessions. Do not push your luck. Yan Ying's expression grows cold, his voice steady. If not, the eagle tribe shall ensure you pay the price. Very well, let us engage in a duel. Should you win, I shall depart immediately. I have emerged victorious. The flying eagle tribe has surrendered to me. What do you think? Li Qingyi spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Yan Ying fell into silence. His gaze swept across the surroundings, noting the unwavering trust reflected in the eyes of his subordinates. Very well. Yan Ying understood that his opponent was relentless in pursuit of their goal. Should he refuse any longer, the flying eagle tribe would undoubtedly face a river of blood. He inhaled deeply, gesturing for his followers to clear a space, and then drew a curved blade, assuming a defensive stance. Come forth. I wish to see your true strength. Li Qingyi remained steadfast, a faint smile gracing his lips. As this was a one-on-one duel, he opted not to utilize his bow and arrow, but instead wielded the colossal hammer he had never before employed. Watch closely, he whispered, recognizing the necessity to subdue Yan Ying with overwhelming force. He prepared to strike with his most powerful technique, mountain-splitting 9 hammers. Li Qingyi leapt into the air, unleashing the skill inherent to the giant hammer, simultaneously triggering a devastating strike. A tempest arose, the hammer descending with a deafening roar. Bang! Yan Ying attempted to deflect the blow, feeling an immense force reverberate through his arm, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. Is that all you have? He smirked, believing that although Li Qingyi possessed commendable strength, it was far from overwhelming. As long as he handled the situation seriously, he could remain undefeated, even if he couldn't claim victory. Do not be hasty. It is far from over. Li Qingyi called out, and the second blow followed swiftly. With a resounding clang, Yan Ying found himself pushed back over 5 meters. Then came the third and fourth strikes, each more ferocious than the last, crashing down with the might of thunder. The first 3 blows, Yan Ying managed to withstand. But by the time the 4th and 5th strikes landed, his complexion flushed, and blood began to seep from his hands. Will you concede? Li Qingyi inquired. Never. Yan Ying shouted defiantly. With the 6th strike, a force of 200, augmented by triple damage, came crashing down. Boom. A figure was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Will you concede? Li Qingyi demanded, his heart filled with concern that this man might be battered to death if he persisted. His intention was to subdue the entire flying eagle tribe, not annihilate them. Gritting his teeth, Yan Ying staggered to his feet, once more grasping his blade, and roared. Bring it on. Li Qingyi couldn't help but admire him. Even after being thoroughly beaten, he still managed to hold his ground. Since his opponent refused to yield, he had no choice but to continue. The 7th strike. The mountain-splitting hammer swung once more, cleaving through the air, tracing a perfect arc as it descended. Boom. The hammer, imbued with 3-colored elemental fire, struck down upon the curved blade with the force of a divine weapon, warping the blade into a heap of scrap metal. Yan Ying coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled backward, and crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. But this time, he could not rise again. Leader. The members of the Flying Eagle tribe rushed forward to shield him, brandishing their weapons, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Li Qingyi. Halt! Came the feeble voice of Yan Ying. His face was ashen, supported as he sat up. I have lost. With great effort, he waved his hand, halting the actions of his subordinates. Li Qingyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Yan Ying. Does this not mean it is time to fulfill our prior agreement? I am quite curious about what might transpire should I choose to retract my words. Yan Ying erupted into a violent fit of coughs, suddenly breaking into laughter. Upon hearing this question, a brilliant smile illuminated Li Qingyi's face, revealing his stark white teeth. I have little patience for those who do not keep their promises, nor can I tolerate such individuals among my ranks. His tone was remarkably calm. As if devoid of anger, yet the depths of his eyes betrayed an unsettling stillness. Yanning stared intently at Li Qingyi for a prolonged moment before suddenly rising to his feet and kneeling on one knee. I am willing to submit to you, my lord, chief. The members of the Flying Eagle tribe wished to voice their thoughts, but were silenced by Yan Ying's gaze. Reluctantly, they too knelt in submission. Alas, with a knife to my throat, I have no choice but to bow, Yan Ying sighed. How could he not see that although Li Qingyi displayed no overt emotion, the murderous intent lurking in his gaze was palpable? Should he dare to refuse, not only would he face annihilation, but the entire Flying Eagle tribe would likely meet a similar fate. To preserve the lives of all, he found himself without options. Moreover, he harbored a sense of admiration for Li Qingyi's prowess at such a young age. Aligning himself with him could potentially lead to future opportunities. We, the Flying Eagle tribe, are willing to submit to you, my lord. Within the tent, voices rose and fell. At last, Li Qingyi revealed a joyful smile. He assisted Yan Ying to his feet, patting his shoulder with a hearty laugh. Now that you have chosen to follow me, you shall henceforth be regarded as a brother of Inha village. After offering words of encouragement, he instructed Yan Ying to gather the members of the Flying Eagle tribe for a brief address, subsequently initiating their surrender and incorporating them into the territory of Inha village. Before long, their information appeared before Li Qingyi. Name, Yan Ying. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 70. Occupation, none. Level, 12. Qualification, realm, first stage of Qi refinement. Talent, exceptional valor, exceptional leadership skills, instant/4, 1 star, eagle strike 3, 2 stars, martial arts, first stage Flying Eagle decision, blue. Excellent. Initial stage, combat power rating, first stage 3 stars. Name, Yen San. Identity, villager of Inha village. Loyalty, 65. Occupation, none. Level, 8. Qualification, realm, late stage of body refinement. Talent, advanced berserker skills, frenzy 4, 3 stars, martial arts, none. Combat power rating, 0. Stage 8 stars. Li Qingyi was pleasantly surprised. The Flying Eagle tribe, being a long-established hunting community, boasted commendable qualifications, especially after the enhancement from the celestial pool. Among the 78 individuals in the entire tribe, there was 1 at level 1, 38 at level 38, and 39 at level 39, with none below. Their loyalty, however, was slightly lacking. Li Qingyi was certainly aware of this issue. Those who had been coerced into submission through force would naturally have low loyalty. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, knowing he had various methods at his disposal. It would be ideal to transform those with high potential into combat personnel, he mused. Currently, Inha village was in dire need of many things, especially martial artists. Aside from himself and Yen Wu, there was no one else. This was undoubtedly untenable. Putting aside other matters, in light of the impending beast attack a month later, relying solely on him and Yen Wu to defend the village was nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, cultivating sufficient martial strength was an urgent matter for Inha village. Chapter 43. The Galeblade squad returns to Inha village. My lord, this. Yanning surveyed his body, feeling considerably lighter all over. His limbs were imbued with strength, and his mind was clearer. Questions that had once eluded him now became remarkably lucid. The other members of the Flying Eagle tribe also sensed the changes, displaying expressions of curiosity. Do not worry. This is the effect of Inha village's unique attributes. Providing your bodies with a baptism, Li Qingyi spoke calmly. Upon joining Inha village, they would be recognized as subjects of the village and would automatically undergo the baptism of the celestial pool. With their enhanced capabilities, they would naturally perceive the transformation. Baptism. Yanning clearly had never encountered such an exalted term. Our Inha village is a sacred territory, boasting a marvel known as the celestial pool. And what you have received is its baptism, Yen Wu supplemented, finally getting a chance to interject after being bound and cornered. Although Yan Ying was unfamiliar with the concept of the celestial pool, he comprehended the notion of a sacred territory, instantly displaying an expression of disbelief. The other members of the Flying Eagle tribe were similarly astounded. A sacred territory, in their memories, was a place only inhabited by legendary divine beasts and celestial creatures. Yet now, as captives, they had been brought into a sacred territory as its subjects. Had I known it was a sacred territory, I would have surrendered without hesitation and avoided a beating. Yin Ying's expression transformed, revealing a naive grin, as his previous gloom and worry dissipated in an instant. His loyalty incrementally rising by several points. A sacred territory is indeed splendid and reliable. Is this all you desire? Do not be hasty. More splendid gifts await. Li Qingyi smiled mysteriously, pointing towards the crowd. You, and you. He singled out Yan Ying and others with potential. Close your eyes. I have something wonderful to present to you. Li Qingyi's voice resonated. Although they were unsure of Li Qingyi's intentions, having surrendered to him, they naturally complied with his commands. Forming a group obediently, a radiant purple light burst forth, enveloping them all. At first, there were those who resisted, but as time progressed, they seemed to comprehend the significance of their undertaking, promptly ceasing their struggles and quietly awaiting the arrival of the inheritance. A low hum filled the air. Due to the larger number of individuals receiving the inheritance this time, the process took a bit longer, yet it lasted merely around a quarter of an hour. When the inheritance concluded, everyone opened their eyes, revealing expressions of astonishment. "Thank you, my lord." Yanning knelt on one knee, his eyes shimmering with profound gratitude. During the recent inheritance, he had unexpectedly acquired a complete 7th-tier legacy, indeed, a 7th-tier inheritance. Within it were the martial arts technique, Gale Heart method, along with various combat skills, far surpassing his previous martial abilities by leaps and bounds. The elevation of his martial prowess significantly raised his potential. The debt of gratitude he felt was immense. Yan Ying's loyalty soared dramatically, akin to a rocket, reaching an astonishing score of 99, nearly maxed out. The others shared similar sentiments, with loyalty levels no less than 90 points. The 39 individuals who had accepted the inheritance bowed once more, but this time, they fully acknowledged Qingyi as their lord. The gratitude for the imparted teachings was indelibly etched in their hearts. Others who had not received the inheritance, though unaware of the specifics, understood that Yan Ying and his companions had undoubtedly gained substantial benefits. While feeling envious, they also harbored an increasing trust in Qingyi. Such a generous lord would surely not neglect them in the future. Name: Yan Ying. Identity: Villager of Galaxy Village. Loyalty: 99. Occupation: Gale Blade Master Level 12. Potential: Realm: Qi Refinement Stage 1. Talent: Exceptional Valor. Exceptional Command Skills: Instant/4, 1 star, Eagle Strike 3, 2 stars. Gale Blade 1, 3 stars, Martial Arts, 1st tier Gale Heart Method, Purple Rare. Entry Level, Combat Power Rating, 1st tier 4 stars. Rise, Qingyi said, his face alight with a smile as he observed the significantly enhanced attribute panels of Yan Ying and the others. With the special occupation of Gale Blade Master, combined with Yan Wu, Galaxy Village now boasted a total of 40 such individuals, each possessing at least tiered potential, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Reaching the 7th tier would pose no challenge for them. He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Bringing these individuals forth to display their prowess would surely create quite a stir. In the future, he resolved to establish a rule. Only those with at least tiered potential should be granted the inheritance of advanced special occupations. Better to be selective than indiscriminate. Qingyi contemplated this, not out of disdain for lower potentials, but rather due to ample evidence suggesting that those with tiered potential would have a martial art ceiling of merely the 3rd tier, while those with tiered potential could only reach the 5th tier. Bestowing advanced inheritances upon them would be a futile endeavor if they were unable to cultivate further. It was far more prudent to allocate such legacies to those with higher potential, maximizing their utility. Yan Ying and the others promptly began their preparations, dismantling what needed to be taken apart, leaving no tent unclaimed, packing everything with diligence. "My lord, congratulations on acquiring a fierce warrior," Yan Wu exclaimed, clasping his fists together and grinning earnestly at Qingyi. With his keen perception, although he could not discern the full extent of Yan Ying's prowess, he noted that the latter was a robust figure, with arms as muscular as those of an ox, even though Qingyi had bested him, leaving him in a disheveled state. Yan Ying's ability to withstand numerous exchanges still earned him Yan Wu's respect. At the very least, he was acutely aware that he was not a match for Yan Ying. Upon hearing Yan Wu's words, Qingyi was naturally pleased. Yan Ying's exceptional aptitude, coupled with 2 extraordinary talents, indicated that he was a capable warrior and a leader of men. While he may not surpass Yan Wu, he would undoubtedly serve as a competent deputy. Yan Wu, without a doubt, Yan Ying is commendable, yet do not underestimate yourself, Qingyi remarked. His intention was to have Yan Ying assist Yan Wu, allowing the 2 of them to elevate the Swift Blade squad together. "I fear I may not be a match for brother Yan Ying. If I were to assume the role of leader, would he object?" Yan Wu pondered aloud. "Then let force silence him," Qingyi replied with a subtle smile. Given Yan Wu's qualifications and heritage, surpassing Yan Ying was merely a matter of time, requiring little more than patience. When that moment arrived, any dissent could be quelled through strength. "Surely you have confidence in such trifles?" Noticing Yan Wu's lingering hesitation, Qingyi admonished him lightly. "If you falter, I shall appoint Yan Ying as the leader." "Let it be me," Yan Wu declared emphatically. "A man must not concede defeat. The leadership position is mine by right." "Well said," Qingyi chuckled, both approving and teasing. Chapter 44, Development of the Territory Mounted upon his steed. Qingyi gazed into the distance, where dozens of villagers from Galaxy were bustling with activity. Several new houses had been completed, and a substantial expanse of farmland had been cultivated. By the lakeside, fishermen struggled with fish weighing several dozen pounds, having rendered them unconscious with their clubs. In the distance, women bent low, gathering baskets filled to the brim with ripe fruits. Wisps of smoke spiraled upwards, signaling that the cook was preparing the evening meal for the villagers. It was evident that in just an afternoon, the populace of Galaxy Village had noticeably increased. "Xinjiang has done quite well," Qingyi mused to himself, acknowledging his capabilities as a mid-level administrative talent who had arranged matters commendably. "Greetings, my lord." Xinjiang approached Qingyi and his entourage with alacrity. Before Li Qingyi could pose any inquiries, Chunjiang eagerly began to report, "My lord, Galaxy Village lives up to its reputation as a holy territory. Blessed with natural beauty and abundant resources. After our efforts in cultivation, it has begun to take shape." "I can see that," Li Qingyi responded, giving him a thumbs up. "Please elaborate on the specifics." With a pleased nod, Chunjiang spoke with the enthusiasm of one recounting cherished memories. "In terms of food, our farmland has been fully cultivated and sown, with an expected harvest in 7 days, achieving self-sufficiency. During this week, the resident staple diet will consist mainly of fish and wild fruits. While somewhat monotonous, it suffices for sustenance. Regarding the houses, Shanhai, as a mid-level architect, has constructed sturdy and durable dwellings, each capable of accommodating 10 residents. We currently possess over 20 such houses, sufficient to shelter at least 200 individuals. In terms of population, Galaxy Village is a territory of great renown, attracting numerous wanderers. On a single afternoon, it drew 18 individuals seeking refuge, including one of elite qualifications and 17 of intermediate standing. Among them was the elite blacksmith, a remarkable find indeed. Li Qingyi was overjoyed, for he had been troubled by the lack of equipment for his substantial following. The arrival of a skilled blacksmith was akin to a timely rain. Alas, without the blueprints for a blacksmith's forge, he could only dream of mass-producing armaments, given the space and a supply of iron ore. He resolved to safeguard this newfound talent. For once he acquired the necessary schematics, this blacksmith would become the first master craftsman of Galaxy Village. Li Qingyi instructed that with sufficient resources for forging and research, he could cultivate an extraordinary blacksmith, and with fortune, even a king-level craftsman might emerge. At that point, acquiring silver and gold equipment would be merely a matter of course. Very well, Chunjiang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Qingyi entrusted the group, led by Yan Ying, to Chunjiang, instructing him to ensure their comfort. While he wandered through the territory, "My lord," greeted the villagers reverently as he passed. Witnessing their diligent labor filled him with immense satisfaction. Galaxy Village was finally taking shape. As night fell, bonfires blazed beside the Lord's Hall, where the weary villagers gathered to enjoy fish and wild fruits, engaging in joyful conversation. Li Qingyi took out the feathered meat from his travel bag to roast, sharing it with the villagers. The rich aroma enveloped the area, heightening the festive atmosphere, as everyone hailed the wisdom of their lord. After the gathering, Li Qingyi privately summoned Xinjiang to outline the future development plans for Galaxy Village. First and foremost, it was essential to identify individuals with unique talents, blacksmiths, tailors, miners, and papermakers among others. These skilled artisans could be strategically placed across various trades, ensuring a continuous supply of goods for the territory. Those with higher qualifications would have greater potential for advancement, necessitating focused training to enhance their proficiency and laying a solid foundation for the development of secondary occupations in Galaxy Village. Once the population pressure eased, an influx of even higher-tier individuals could be arranged for training, undoubtedly yielding a wealth of exceptional talent for the territory. The second point was to cultivate combat capabilities among those above a certain level of proficiency. In the perilous world of the Shanhai wilderness, where dangers lurked at every turn, the impending threats of fierce beasts and territorial disputes loomed large. In just a month, the village would face an onslaught from monstrous creatures, demanding formidable strength to withstand the assault. Li Qingyi estimated that the impending attack would be particularly fierce, given the prevalence of elite monsters in the highlands. To navigate this crisis safely, a battalion of at least 1,000 warriors would be necessary. Thus, it was clear that Galaxy Village faced a significant shortfall in martial prowess. The final point pertains to the issue of population. For a territory to flourish, population is an inescapable topic. Without inhabitants, any ambitions or plans are mere castles in the air. Thus, the pressing concern at hand is how to bolster the population of the territory. Galaxy Village, benefiting from the esteemed titles of the foremost territory and the sacred level territory, saw a considerable influx of inhabitants on the first day. However, this was merely the initial day, and the privileges afforded during the novice period played a significant role. Once the period of benefits has elapsed, the number of recruits will undoubtedly dwindle. A decrease in population will inevitably slow development, a scenario he cannot abide. This predicament must be resolved promptly. "Do you have any good ideas?" inquired Li Qingyi. Chunjiang pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "Our Galaxy Village is situated on a plateau, inherently sparse in population, making recruitment quite challenging. To acquire more inhabitants, we must conquer, much like the Lord did this afternoon, by annexing smaller camps and claiming their entire population." Li Qingyi, upon hearing this, shook his head in disappointment. While this approach might yield immediate results, it only provides a temporary solution and fails to address the root of the issue. Not to mention, the plateau is limited in size, and once all wild inhabitants are captured, what then? The problem will remain. What he desires is a method to draw the populace to Galaxy Village in a continuous flow, enabling sustained growth without the risk of stagnation. However, achieving this is exceedingly difficult. The two men contemplated for a considerable time, yet could not devise an effective solution. After all, he was but one individual, and it would be unwise to press too hard. Pushing him too far could lead to disastrous consequences. Regrettably, in reality, he too finds himself solitary, otherwise he would not face such vexations. Watching Chunjiang's retreating figure, Li Qingyi sighed. He now envied the powerful families of reality. Those individuals possess wealth and followers, capable of rallying thousands with a mere call. Inadequate population? Simply fill the gaps with players, thus sidestepping such concerns entirely. There was no need for him to feel elated at conquering a few small tribes for an entire afternoon. Alas, where there is a will, there is a way. He must contemplate solutions gradually. Li Qingyi's demeanor grew resolute. Although the path ahead is arduous, it possesses its own merits. One can observe the loyalty of his subjects without fearing betrayal. This aspect presents a significant advantage compared to players, who often harbor ulterior motives, rendering them inscrutable. Chapter 45. The Slaughter of 7 Fiery Hounds. In the lair of 3 fiery hounds, medium-sized, a group of individuals armed with steel blades fiercely battled against the 3-headed beasts. Their movements were swift, their blades sharp, maneuvering around the hounds with agility, delivering strikes with precision. Despite the hounds' formidable size and 3 heads, they appeared clumsy before the nimble humans, rendered into a state of bewilderment. Haha, that elite beast is mine. As Yanning had just felled a 3-headed fire hound and was preparing to seek his next prey, he suddenly caught sight of a colossal beast exceeding 5 meters in height, prompting a hearty laugh to escape his lips. Just as he intended to charge forward, a figure swiftly darted past him. "Old Yen, I spotted it first," a booming voice declared as the figure surged ahead, wielding a green steel blade that struck fiercely at the elite 3-headed firehound. It was none other than Yen Wu. "Commander, you cannot seize my kill," Yanning protested, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, Yen Wu was already engaged in battle with the foe, indifferent to his cries, merely tossing back a nonchalant remark. "The next one is yours. You've already uttered that line no less than thrice." Yanning lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. Over the past 3 days, he had no idea how many monsters had been taken from him. Initially, his superior strength allowed him to deliver decisive blows and secure his quarry. However, as Yen Wu's prowess surged, he became capable of single-handedly defeating foes, leaving Yanning with no opportunities to intervene. Consequently, he found himself relegated to slaying lesser creatures alongside his subordinates, with no elite monsters to claim for what felt like an eternity. Truly, the prodigy esteemed by the Lord exhibited remarkable growth. Yen Ying's tone was laden with envy. He had witnessed Yen Wu's evolution. From a time when he was inferior to himself to now, when he could effortlessly dominate him, there was nothing he could do about it. The disparity in talent was akin to an insurmountable chasm. A mere 3-headed firehound dares to show off before me? Witness my swift blade. A thunderous shout erupted as Yen Ying turned to see Yen Wu leap into the air, his blade slicing through the neck of the 3-headed firehound, severing all 3 heads in one fell swoop. Victory was swiftly determined. So fast, Yanning marveled internally. "Old Yen, how was that strike?" Yen Wu inquired, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "Truly remarkable, Commander," Yen Ying exclaimed, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. "Of course, I have tirelessly honed this skill for 3 days. Naturally, dispatching a mere 3-headed firehound is child's play," Yen Wu boasted, his enthusiasm palpable. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a massive firehound approached with alarming speed from the distance. Unlike any other firehound, this one towered at an unprecedented height of 7 to 8 meters, resembling a moving hill. Most strikingly, it boasted not 3, but 7 heads. With a chilling roar, the 7-headed firehound surveyed the devastated remnants of its 3-headed kin, a glacial light flashing in its eyes. A powerful aura surged forth, casting a formidable shadow over Yen Wu and his companions. How formidable, Yen Wu thought, overwhelmed by the weight of pressure emanating from such a colossal creature. In terms of sheer presence, this 7-headed firehound far surpassed him. Should a confrontation arise, his chances of victory seemed slim. "Here, the next one you desired," Yen Wu said, brow furrowing as he retreated behind Yanning. "What? You offer me the one you cannot defeat?" Yanning exclaimed in disbelief. "Is this even a monster I can handle?" Yanning shook his head and retreated behind Yen Wu, declaring, "No, this is your monster. Given the opportunity, you fail to seize it." Yen Wu coughed lightly and replied, "From now on, refrain from competing with me for monsters. You cannot even handle such trifles." Yanning remained non-committal, silently watching Yen Wu's performance. "My lord, we struck gold," Yen Wu exclaimed, hastening over to Li Qingyi, rousing him from his meditative state. Yanning thought to himself, "I have never been so speechless in my life. Truly a shameless individual." Ignoring Yen Ying's disdainful gaze, Yen Wu's face brightened with flattery as he pointed at the 7-headed flame hound, declaring, "It is this one, a great prize." Li Qingyi glanced over, a sparkle of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it was a great prize. Name, 7-headed flame hound grade, elite level, 15 health, 1, 538, 915, 389 mana, 45, 674, 567 spirit, 48, 994, 899 strength, 1. 234 defense. 1. 357 speed. 1. 405 stamina. 1. 266 flame chain. 3. Utilizes searing chains to bind enemies, inflicting continuous fire damage while reducing their mobility and attack capabilities. Flame shield. 3. The seven-headed flame hound can form a formidable barrier of fire, granting itself a degree of protection and diminishing the damage it receives. Flame roar. 5. The seven-headed flame hound opens its massive maw, unleashing a wave of scorching flames that inflicts area burn damage on all foes, with a chance to induce a state of panic. Qingyi rose from the ground, loosening his arms, a hint of excitement gracing his features. After 3 monotonous days of training, he was finally able to stretch his limbs. Crushing Mountain 9 hammers, he shouted, brandishing his great hammer and leaping toward one of the hound's heads. Boom! The seven-headed flame hound would not remain passive. It struck first, sending forth a fiery serpent to ensnare Qingyi. Unfazed, he smashed the fire serpent with a powerful blow, descending rapidly. With a resounding thud, he struck the third head of the seven-headed flame hound. 1565. The force of the blow left the creature dazed, prompting it to activate its skill and form a flame shield around itself. Qingyi, however, paid no heed, continuing his onslaught with a second strike. 895. Though the flame shield mitigated some of the damage, it could not withstand the third blow, which shattered the shield and crushed one of its heads. 2899. This strike was a critical blow to the seven-headed flame hound, toppling it to the ground. As the fourth strike loomed, it staggered to rise. But time was not on its side. Crack! The second head shattered. Qingyi's attacks were relentless, offering no respite, as he continued his tempestuous barrage. The third head, then the fourth. In no time, the seven-headed fiery hound was reduced to a solitary head remaining on its body. However, at that moment, the ninth hammer had arrived, its target being that last remaining head. With a resounding thud, the final head was shattered, causing the body of the seven-headed fiery hound to crash to the ground. Lord, you are magnificent, Yanwu exclaimed loudly. Yanning stood rooted in place, murmuring, so this skill comprises 9 hammers. I am fortunate to have conceded early, or else it would have been my head that was crushed. Witnessing such a brutal scene sent a shiver down his spine. Thankfully, he had surrendered in time. Otherwise, grass would have grown over his grave. Chapter 46. Intermediate Market, Wanderer's Camp. You have slain the seven-headed fiery hound, as you are in team mode. According to team distribution rules, you have gained 2,006 experience points, which are divided equally among Yanwu and Yanning, yielding 1,003 points each. Talents, chosen drop rate triggered, resulting in a 20-fold increase. Alas, the creature had only provided the minimum guarantee. The chosen did not activate, which was quite absurd. Previously, he would often experience drop rates of 50 or 60 times. Now, suddenly encountering a mere 20-fold rate felt rather disconcerting. Upon examining the drops, Qingyi had little hope for the items obtained, yet when he beheld the reality, disappointment washed over him. An elite creature had yielded only 2 items, both blue, with not a single purple in sight. This was exceedingly paltry. Basic Building Upgrade Blueprint. Upon use, it allows for 1 upgrade of a basic building within the territory, not applicable to special buildings. Azure Bird Token. Identity token of the Azure Bird tribe. Qingyi was at a loss for words. The blueprint held some utility, but what could this Azure Bird token possibly do? It was utterly useless. Wait a moment. His luck seemed to have dwindled these past 3 days. After such an extensive hunt, encountering so few creatures, and finally, when one appeared, it yielded nothing of worth. Qingyi pondered, his mind swirling with doubts. Could these fellows be influencing his fortune? Turning to observe, he saw Yanwu approaching with a sycophantic grin, while Yanning followed behind, seemingly burdened by some unseen grievance. They were akin to a fool and a simpleton. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Qingyi nodded, feeling it prudent to distance himself from them. This was a detailed map of the Zijing Highlands, a perilous area to be avoided. He left Yanwu and Yanning staring at each other in confusion. Upon returning to his territory, Qingyi took a leisurely stroll before arriving at the intermediate market. After some contemplation, he resolved to utilize the basic building upgrade blueprint here. Compared to other constructions, upgrading the market offered better value for his resources. At the very least, it would connect him to the player market spanning the entire Outcloud mountain range, no longer confined to the diminutive Flame Peak. Do you wish to consume the basic building upgrade blueprint to upgrade the intermediate market? Yes. A radiant light swept across, and the formerly modest single-story building instantly transformed into a 2-story loft, both in appearance and interior, now adorned with considerable luxury. Qingyi stepped into the bustling market, making a beeline for the front desk to begin his exploration. It is worth noting that the upgrade to the intermediate market has significantly expanded the array of items on display. Unlike before, when only basic materials like wood, stone, and iron ore were available, nearly a week into the server's launch, players have rapidly enhanced their abilities, with some even reaching level 10, capable of defeating lower-tier monsters. Consequently, various materials from these creatures can now be found in the market. However, Qingyi remained indifferent to these offerings. What he sought were items that would contribute to the development of his territory, such as profession tokens and building blueprints. After a thorough search yielded little of value. Just as he was about to abandon hope, a blueprint caught his eye. It was a blue item, newly listed. As he focused on it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wanderer Camp, Special Construction Blueprint. Upon use, it allows the establishment of a Wanderer Camp, increasing the recruitment capacity of wanderers within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Price, 100 gold coins. A remarkable find. Although the price was somewhat steep, Qingyi did not hesitate to purchase it. While this blueprint might hold limited utility for others, it was immensely beneficial for him. Situated on the plateau, Galaxy Village had been slow in recruiting residents, averaging only 30 individuals over the past 3 days. With the Wanderer Camp, the recruitment radius would expand significantly, potentially increasing the daily influx by 30 to 50 individuals. Even if modest, this would effectively double the numbers, representing a tremendous long-term boon for Galaxy Village. Regrettably, the players' low levels meant they could not acquire better items. Qingyi sighed. After sifting through tens of thousands of pages in the market, this was the sole worthwhile discovery. Perhaps he should wait until players generally reached levels 15 to 20, at which point more valuable items would surely emerge, highlighting the advantages of the intermediate market. Exiting the market, Qingyi sought out a vacant plot of land and proceeded to construct the Wanderer Camp. This would allow for a daily increase of 50 to 60 individuals, enabling him to keep pace with the development of his territory. He contemplated. Territory, Galaxy Village. Level, Micro Village 1. Spiritual Pulse, none. Special Attributes, Saint Level Territory 1. Increases territory comprehension by 30. Saint Level Territory 2. Enhances the probability of acquiring special skills by 20. The Preeminent Territory, Fortune 10. Increases attraction to wanderers by 30. Population, 215. Public Sentiment, 85. Law and Order, 83. Current Resources, Food 1788 units, Stone 1098 units. Wood 1632 units. Currency, 750 gold coins. Tribe Area, 10 square kilometers. Existing buildings, 47. Celestial Pool, unique, allegedly the site where celestial beings gather the waters of Tianshan. Each drop capable of transformative rejuvenation. Those who join the territory automatically accept the baptism, enhancing their initial qualifications by half a level. Territory Hall, the Lord's Office, where meetings can be held and announcements made. Residential House, 35. A dwelling for the tribe's populace. Construction requirements, 20 wood, 10 stone, 200 copper coins. Primary Warehouse 2. A facility for storing food and supplies. Construction requirements, 100 wood, 200 stone, 10,000 copper coins. Intermediate Market. A venue for transactions between villagers and players, as well as a trading platform for player-to-player exchanges. Primary Training Ground. A space for residents to train and hone their martial skills. Wanderers Camp. A special construction blueprint that, when utilized, allows for the establishment of a Wanderers Camp, increasing the recruitment capacity of wanderers within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Prosperity Level, 298. An assessment based on the population, commerce, and buildings within the territory. Required prosperity for upgrade, 1000. After gazing at the panel for a while, Qingyi realized that the structures in Galaxy Village were still far too few, resembling a primitive society devoid of commercial buildings. Despite having over 200 inhabitants, prosperity levels remained stagnant. Though he had managed to secure a high-level blacksmith, they lacked even a proper forge. The blacksmith was reduced to monotonously hammering away at the stove. This situation was untenable. Qingyi understood that he needed to procure some blueprints to construct these buildings. Otherwise, over time, these talented individuals might become discontented and eventually defect. Summoning Xinjiang, he briefly outlined the territorial affairs before setting off alone towards the plateau below. His destination was naturally the Flame Tribe, the largest human settlement in Flame Peak, where he hoped to acquire the necessary items. This must be the smallest horse in the vast wilderness. Yet it was still twice the size of a horse in reality. It was humorously named the miniature horse. Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle as he led the miniature horse from the stable, stroking its knee before leaping onto its back. With a swift squeeze of its belly, he set off towards the plateau. Chapter 47. Encounter with the honeypot monkey, Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey. Galloping swiftly, Qingyi soon arrived at the floating bridge. At this moment, the floating bridge had transformed into a long stone bridge, standing majestically atop the cliff, exuding an air of robustness. This was a project that Qingyi had specifically instructed Shanhai to construct, which took 15 individuals a full 3 days to complete. Qingyi was concerned that if someone were to seek refuge with him one day, they might fall to their demise while crossing the bridge. Thus, it was prudent to have built the stone bridge. As he approached the bridge, a peculiar sound suddenly pierced the air. In quick succession, several stones whizzed through the air, hurtling towards him. The miniature horse reacted swiftly, leaping to evade the incoming barrage. Qingyi turned to see a group of monkeys hanging from trees about 10 meters away, hurling stones with fervor and chortling joyfully. Once again, it was them. Qingyi seethed with rage. instantly recognizing them as the honeypot monkeys that had ambushed him previously. Damn monkeys. Last time, he had failed to chase them down due to the bridge. Now, they dared to return. This was intolerable. While deftly maneuvering the miniature horse to avoid the assault, Qingyi drew his 8 extremes bow and aimed at the most boisterous honeypot monkey. The arrows shot forth with remarkable speed, akin to hunting birds, striking down the honeypot monkey from its perch in the trees, which fell to the ground with a thud. This sudden event instilled terror in the remaining honeypot monkeys, evoking memories of the dread they had experienced just days prior at the hands of Qingyi. One by one, they leapt from the branches in frantic retreat. Yet, Qingyi would not allow their escape. He swiftly urged his steed forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows, each finding its mark and claiming the life of another monkey. By the time the remaining monkeys plunged into the dense undergrowth, the majority had perished, leaving only 3 to flee for their lives. Qingyi dismounted, following them into the thicket, and loosed 2 more arrows, felling 2 of the honeypot monkeys. The last remaining monkey, realizing it was alone, was consumed by fear, scrambling desperately to evade capture. At that moment, it failed to notice that Qingyi had lowered his bow, not because he could not vanquish it, but rather, he intended to confront it at its lair. This wretched creature is truly insufferable, he muttered with disdain, contemplating the idea of exterminating the entire lot in one fell swoop for a permanent resolution. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate monkey, it had unwittingly become Qingyi's guide. After a span of over half an hour, the monkey finally reached its destination, emitting strange cries as it dove into a vast cavern. Shortly thereafter, it re-emerged, leading a throng of monkeys. Their cacophony filled the air, though their words were indecipherable. They appeared agitated and fervent. Silence. You shall soon meet the elder monkey, Qingyi retorted, indifferent to their outcry as he drew his bow and unleashed a torrent of arrows, akin to a machine gun, swiftly decimating a large swath of the horde. Still attempting to ambush me? Qingyi scoffed, thoroughly engrossed in the act of slaughter. Having established his territory, he had commissioned the newly arrived master blacksmith, Zheng Chui, to forge over 1,000 arrows. Although the quality was mediocre due to constraints in the forging environment, the sheer quantity was bountiful. He regarded them as expendable supplies. The monkeys had never witnessed such ferocity and scattered in fear, abandoning any thoughts of vengeance for their fallen comrades. However, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace Qingyi's arrows. One by one, the honeypot monkeys fell, struck down in their tracks. As they witnessed their companions succumb, desperation gripped the remaining monkeys. They halted, standing their ground, and raised their voices in unison, seemingly conveying some form of signal. What are they up to? Qingyi pondered, though his hands remained unceasing in their lethal work. Before long, within the cavern, it became apparent they were summoning reinforcements, not merely beckoning other monkeys. He felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged within him. What splendid summoning! The more, the merrier. A small handful is hardly worth the effort. I would prefer a substantial bounty. Suddenly, heavy footsteps resonated through the cavern. Emerging from the depths was a formidable, robust monkey demon, its body cloaked in a vibrant red fur, advancing with deliberate grace. It brandished a blood-red wooden staff, its form considerably larger than that of the average honeypot monkey. Its fur was thick and abundant, each strand glimmering with a metallic luster, particularly dazzling under the sunlight. A fearsome roar erupted from the creature, its rugged visage betraying a primal ferocity, and its crimson gaze sparkled with a deadly glint. Name: Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey. Rank: Elite Level, 15 Health, 1, 643, 316, 433 Mana, 48, 754, 875 Spirit, 47, 234, 723 Strength, 1, 377 Defense, 1, 451 Speed, 1, 499 Stamina, 1, 323 Shadow Dance Flash. 4. A rapid flicker around enemies, elusive and difficult to pin down, each flicker inflicting an attack upon foes. Spirit 8 Palm 4. Concentrating spiritual energy in its palm, it unleashes a powerful wave of energy that inflicts area damage on enemies ahead. Crimson Blood Fury 4. A skill born from bloodline mutation. Enhances all attributes by 100 for 5 minutes with no side effects. Other skills may still be used during this period. Drunken Monkey Fist 5. A spectral manifestation of a drunken monkey, its fists dance in a mesmerizing manner. While inebriated, defense decreases by 50. But there is a chance of inflicting significant physical damage on a single target, triggering critical hits. Upon witnessing the attributes of this monkey, Qingyi's brows furrowed in rare concern. This is going to be troublesome, he thought. As an elite of the same level, the Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey was far more formidable than the 7 fiery hounds he had previously encountered. Not only did its attributes surpass those of its predecessors, but its skills were also remarkably superior. For instance, it possessed Shadow Dance Flash, a skill that amalgamates rapid damage with mobility, as well as the explosive Drunken Monkey Fist, and the godly Crimson Blood Fury, which could double all attributes without any drawbacks. What was most outrageous was that this crimson blood fury not only lasted for 5 minutes, but also incurred no side effects afterwards. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. The phrase bloodline mutation intrigued Qingyi. Mutations were not particularly rare, as many beasts exhibited them, such as the mutated golden velvet rabbit king he had previously encountered. However, bloodlines were considerably rarer, typically found only in creatures of noble lineage, making it difficult for ordinary beasts to possess such traits. To possess both a bloodline and a mutation was, to be frank, something he would not find surprising in powerful demons or ferocious beasts. Yet, seeing it manifest in a mere monkey demon was rather astonishing. Had this monkey consumed something extraordinary, or was it a case of ancestral bloodline resurgence? Qingyi pondered, as it was challenging to rationalize otherwise. Chapter 48, Crimson Blood Fury. Qingyi knocked an arrow onto his feathered bowstring and attempted to shoot it. The crimson blood honeypot monkey remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious. Thud. The arrow struck its body with pinpoint accuracy. Was it really that simple? Did I hit? Qingyi mused with suspicion. However, he soon felt a jolt of realization. Something was amiss. No damage had registered. The arrow had missed. Alarm bells rang within him as he focused intently, and indeed, he discovered that the arrow had struck a mere afterimage, passing through the air. From behind, a howling wind surged forth. This was dire. Qingyi's heart raced as he turned to see a stick, as thick as his arm, sweeping towards him. The crimson blood honeypot monkey had unexpectedly appeared behind him. In a hurry, Qingyi retracted his 8 extremities bow and met the attack with his breaking mountain hammer. The two forces collided, and in an instant, Qingyi was sent flying, skidding back 20 to 30 meters before regaining his footing. He winced, shaking his pained arm. His expression turning grave. With the enhancement of his equipment, his strength had exceeded 1,000, only 300 below that of the monkey. Yet, he was astonished at how challenging it was to withstand the creature's strike. The speed of its shadow dance was astonishing, and its explosive power formidable, allowing it to unleash thrice his strength. Qingyi speculated that it would be best to avoid a direct confrontation, given the disparity in size. His smaller frame could not contend with the crimson blood honeypot monkey. As he pondered, the monkey vanished from sight once more, reappearing behind him. Here it comes again. Now on guard, Qingyi swiftly activated his sprint, dodging to a distance of 5 meters. The crimson blood monkey relentlessly pursued him, executing its shadow dance to strike again. The two engaged in a dynamic game of chase and evasion through the air. With the advantage of his sprint, Qingyi felt unperturbed by the monkey's advances. Perhaps fatigued from the pursuit, the crimson blood honeypot monkey came to a halt, retrieving a barrel of liquor from who knows where, and began to drink heartily. Drunken Monkey Fist? Qingyi recalled the monkey's 5th skill, which boasted significant damage and the potential for critical hits, even more formidable than the shadow dance. He dared not take it lightly. After consuming the alcohol, the monkey staggered about, swaying as if on the verge of falling. Yet, miraculously, it managed to stabilize itself each time before a tumble. After finishing the barrel, the monkey discarded the wooden stick and lunged toward Qingyi, its steps erratic yet swift. Observing this, Qingyi maintained his distance with another dash. Seeing that the monkey could not keep up, he readied his bow to aim. With the activation of Drunken Monkey Fist, the monkey's defense plummeted by 50%, presenting a prime opportunity for Qingyi to counterattack. An arrow of divine precision. He unleashed 2 skill shots in rapid succession, each possessing remarkable speed and power. Although the monkey was inebriated, it retained enough awareness to raise its arm in defense. However, it managed to block only 1 arrow. The second struck true against its chest. 2,987, 5,435. The 2 damage notifications appeared, and more than half of the monkey's health bar vanished in an instant. The searing pain jolted it back to consciousness. Pulling it from its drunken stupor, it bared its teeth, yanking the arrows from its arm and chest. With a sudden burst of strength, it crushed the arrows into splinters. A furious roar reverberated through the air. The crimson blood honeypot monkey glared fiercely at Qingyi, its scarlet eyes filled with intense hatred. Without hesitation, it activated its bloodline skill, Crimson Fury. The ground trembled ominously. The vigorous bloodlust surged within the crimson blood honeypot monkey, its scarlet fur drooping like a layer of wrinkled skin clinging to its body, while thick steam emanated from its form. This was utterly grotesque. Fortunately, this ability could not be maintained indefinitely. Otherwise, who could hope to defeat such a creature? Cursing under his breath, he swiftly retreated, aware that in its current state, with its attributes nearing 3,000, approaching it would be tantamount to delivering oneself as fodder. He had to wait for its skill to expire. Seeing Qingyi attempting to flee, the crimson blood honeypot monkey was incensed. Having lost so many of its kin and sustaining injury, it demanded retribution. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. In no time, it closed in on Qingyi's retreating figure. Joining its palms together, it unleashed a formidable wave of energy. Qingyi felt the howling wind behind him, his mind sharpening into acute clarity, fully aware that he must evade the impending strike. For to be hit would spell certain doom. He thought to himself, I need to activate my sprint. Ahead, a rock wall obstructed his path, yet rather than despair, his eyes gleamed with determination as he pressed forward with renewed vigor. As the wind from the monkey's attack approached, he leaped, scaling the rock wall with a sideways motion. Boom! The gust of energy crashed against the wall, causing the mountain to tremble and debris to rain down, leaving a massive handprint embedded within the fiery rock. Nearly half a meter deep. On the wall, Qingyi's balance was momentarily disrupted, threatening to send him tumbling down. Yet, he remained unperturbed, with a calculated step. He harnessed the force of the impact to propel himself outward, spinning gracefully in the air before landing securely behind the crimson blood honeypot monkey. Time for my signature 3-turn thunderous kick, Qingyi smirked, casting a disdainful glance at the monkey before resuming his flight. This maneuver left the monkey feeling mocked, its fury manifesting as it pounded its chest in indignation. Ultimately, it stormed over to a nearby tree, uprooting it with sheer force. With a roar, it hurled the nearly 1-meter-thick trunk like a cannonball toward Qingyi, who hastily dove into the thicket. However, it was futile. Any trees in its path were obliterated into splinters. As the tree trunk drew alarmingly close, Qingyi suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. There was no other option. Time to activate the sprint. With the boost from his sprint, he widened the distance once more. After what felt like an eternity, the flying tree finally lost momentum and crashed to the ground. Good grief, that was brutal, Qingyi gasped, having never felt so beleaguered since entering the game. The crimson blood honeypot monkey was exceedingly fierce, far beyond the merit of a level 15 elite, rivaling even those of level 20. Curse you. Once your skill expires, I shall take great pleasure in exacting my revenge, he spat defiantly, vowing to settle the score. However, the effect of rage of blood has not yet subsided, and with the crimson blood honeypot monkey in pursuit, he must continue to flee. Chapter 49, The Awakening of Bloodlines, the Sovereign. At long last, he endured until the 5-minute mark, when the skill duration of the crimson blood honeypot monkey expired. Although its health bar was still nearly full, it afforded Qingyi an opportunity for a counterattack. He knocked a feathered arrow, fully drawing the 8 extremes bow, and aimed at the monkey's chest, releasing the arrow. With a resounding thud, it struck true. The crimson blood honeypot monkey, still basking in the overwhelming strength of rage of blood, had not paid heed to the arrow until a searing pain radiated throughout its body, awakening it to the situation, prompting it to emit a cry of anguish. Taking advantage of this moment, Qingyi swiftly regulated his breathing and knocked another arrow. This time, he chose not to aim for the monkey's chest, but rather its more vulnerable throat, the area with the least defense. Whoosh! The second arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, striking its mark with unerring accuracy. The crimson blood honeypot monkey shook its head in agony, attempting to extract the arrow lodged deep within its throat, yet each effort only intensified its suffering. Blood gushed from the wound, staining its already crimson fur. Qingyi offered no respite, swiftly loosing a third arrow, this time targeting its eyes. Instinctively, the monkey shut its eyes, but the force of the arrow was too great, penetrating the eyelid and embedding itself deep within the eyeball. It writhed in torment on the ground, seeking to alleviate its pain through this motion. Despite not utilizing any skills, each of the 3 arrows struck vital points, delivering critical hits that collectively dealt over 10,000 points of damage. At this moment, the crimson blood honeypot monkey was left with merely 5,400 health points. Die! Qingyi shouted, summoning the last remnants of his stamina to forcefully release one final divine arrow. 5405 a hit. Qingyi's spirit sword. Crimson blood honeypot monkey. 116433. Bloodline awakening. To his astonishment, the creature still retained a single drop of health. He quickly loosed another arrow, but it had no effect. That drop of blood seemed impervious to his attempts. It was then that he noticed the words following the monkey's health bar. Bloodline awakening? Although he had previously speculated that the crimson blood honeypot monkey might possess an extraordinary bloodline, the reality of its awakening left Qingyi momentarily stunned. This monkey could be defying the heavens. The state of mutated bloodline was already formidable enough, and now it was undergoing a bloodline awakening. The awakening of a bloodline is far more terrifying, as it calls forth the ancestral blood within. The beings that have managed to retain their bloodline through the annals of history are undoubtedly powerful. Once awakened, its strength would surely surge. Was he, then, destined for doom? Qingyi could not help but curse his fate. Crimson blood honeypot monkey. 108917891203418912. Within the attributes panel, it became evident that as the bloodline revival progressed, the vitality and maximum life force of the crimson blood honeypot monkey were surging rapidly. Should I stay or depart? Qingyi pondered internally. His stamina was nearly depleted, while the crimson blood honeypot monkey was swiftly recovering. Once its rejuvenation was complete, escape would be impossible, and he might very well meet his demise at the first attempt. However, after enduring such a prolonged and arduous battle, the thought of retreating empty-handed was unacceptable. At this critical juncture, a system notification materialized in his mind. Bloodline revival in progress, 30 completed. Upon completion, The Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey may advance to level 20 Sovereign. Level 20? Sovereign. Li Qingyi paused, his breath quickening. What did this mean? He had initially planned to retreat, yet the system's prompt echoed, tempting him. Which player could resist such a lure? Thus, he resolved to embrace this temptation. Gritting his teeth, Li Qingyi decided to seize this opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Unable to employ his last arrow due to exhaustion, he brandished the Great Mountain Hammer for a final duel with the Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey. Great Mountain 9 strikes. Slicing blow. Taking advantage of the monkey's immobility during its bloodline revival, Li Qingyi swung the massive hammer with ferocity. The first strike, it struck squarely on the forehead, resonating with a thud. 1567 3014 20008. Damage numbers erupted forth, and without pause, he continued to swing for a second strike. 1649 286 521844. With a relentless barrage of 8 strikes, Li Qingyi bludgeoned the monkey's head into a grotesque state, so disfigured it resembled a pig's head, unrecognizable even to its closest kin. At this moment, its health stood at 202-436-078. Bloodline revival progress, 99. Crimson Bone Fierce Monkey's bloodline revival successful. The Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey metamorphoses into level 20 Sovereign. As the bloodline revival concluded, the Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey emerged from its transformative state, feeling an overwhelming dizziness and excruciating headache. Struggling to open its eyes, it beheld a colossal hammer before it. The 9th strike. Today, I shall crush you. Li Qingyi roared, channeling all his strength into the Great Mountain Hammer. 3577-03-7001. With a splattering sound, the monkey's head ultimately could not withstand Li Qingyi's rhythmic assault, shattering like a watermelon. Its health was depleted. Defeated the Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey. Gained 7,024 experience. Talents, chosen drop rate triggered, 100-fold increase. Chosen effect activated, item quality upgraded. A trio of notifications resonated, and Li Qingyi's mouth twisted into an ecstatic grin. This is extraordinary. The effects stacked together. Surely it would yield something grand. Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Nemo Gatling Bodhisattva, I do not ask for much. Just grant me a celestial artifact. Amen. Li Qingyi fervently prayed. At last, amidst his fervent anticipation, an item tumbled from the corpse of the Crimson Blood Honeypot Monkey. A crimson radiance emanated forth. What? Indeed red. Was it not a mere illusion? Li Qingyi swiftly picked it up, and after examining its attributes, he became so exhilarated that he danced on the spot. Red. Truly, it was red. The classification of treasures is as follows: white, green, blue, purple, orange, pink, red colorful. Crimson Flame Essence, a red treasure. The essence condensed from the fire seed of heaven and earth, possessing miraculous properties. The one who refines it shall be immune to all mundane flames. A treasure of the fire element. This was Li Qingyi's assessment, without delving into other potential uses, which he was unaware of at present. The mere fact of being immune to mundane flames rendered it overwhelmingly powerful. It is crucial to understand that the concept of mundane flames encompasses a vast spectrum, from the humble kindling of wood to the molten lava of volcanic eruptions, as well as the fire seeds refined by most demonic beasts. In essence, once he refined this crimson flame essence, he could leap from a volcano without fear, should he encounter fire elemental beasts. He could stand still and allow them to burn him without shedding a single drop of blood. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Chapter 50, Fusion of the Crimson Blood Essence. Do you wish to fuse with the Crimson Blood Essence? Yes. Li Qingyi did not hesitate. As his thoughts settled, the golden red, translucent crimson blood essence levitated into the air, slowly ascending and radiating a scarlet glow that illuminated Li Qingyi's chest. Thump, thump. His heart pounded fiercely, conveying a yearning emotion. And then, as if it were a black hole, it seemed to draw in the crimson blood essence. A path of red light appeared, connecting his heart and the essence, gently pulling it closer as it permeated through his skin and merged into his heart. Boom, boom, boom. A drum-like sound emanated from his heart, deep and powerful. Li Qingyi felt as if a searing flame was ablaze within his chest, threatening to consume him entirely. He could not help but exhale, and in an instant, a fiery serpent erupted forth, swiftly reducing a towering tree before him to blackened ashes. Sensing the surging energy within him and fearing for his own safety, he quickly seated himself and activated the 3-color primordial fire technique. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Under the guidance of the 3-color primordial fire technique, the previously chaotic energy, akin to a headless fly darting about, found direction, gradually coursing through his body and being absorbed and refined. This energy was inexhaustible. As each time Li Qingyi refined a portion, a new fragment would be released from the crimson blood essence. Thus, he continued to refine, integrating the energy from the refined crimson blood essence into his veins, bones, and flesh. Beneath this scorching, robust energy, all impurities within him were thoroughly eradicated. Had he the ability to introspect, he would have discovered that his internal organs, meridians, and flesh had become as crystalline as water, gleaming with brilliance. Time flowed by unnoticed. Li Qingyi was oblivious to how long had passed, only aware that he functioned like a machine, continuously absorbing and refining energy. The progress of the three-color origin fire technique, unbeknownst to him, had evolved from its initial stage to the intermediate, then to the advanced, and ultimately reached its pinnacle, culminating in perfection. A majestic first-tier golden extraordinary technique was astonishingly perfected within a single day, an accomplishment that would surely leave countless individuals in awe. In his previous life, even a mere azure variant of the three-combustion chi had taken Li Qingyi an arduous month to master. The complexity of golden martial arts was infinitely greater. He had anticipated a 3-month endeavor to achieve perfection, yet, with the assistance of the crimson blood essence, he found himself attaining perfection directly. Truly, it was an eye-opening experience. Upon fully refining the energy of the crimson flame crystal essence, Li Qingyi opened his eyes, a brilliant gleam flickering within. Within his dantian, a golden-red vortex of spiritual energy swirled vigorously, exuding an extraordinarily intense and robust power. Delighted, Li Qingyi could not help but smile. It was indeed a treasure of red hue. Merely releasing its energy had spared him over 2 months of arduous effort. He now felt an unprecedented sense of vitality. Opening his attribute panel, Li Qingyi silently mused. Name, Qingyi. Title, Lord of Galaxy Village. Reputation, 1200 level, 15 experience, 5003, 110, strength, 240874 defense, 222705, speed, 220283 stamina, 222389 martial arts. First tier 3-color origin fire technique, golden extraordinary. Perfection, skills, basic detection. /2, 1 star, sprint 1, 1 star, divine arrow 2, 6 stars, equipment. Mountain crushing hammer, level 15 silver, golden fury armor, level 15 bronze. Azure mirage bracers, level 15 bronze, golden velvet belt, level 15 silver, swift combat boots, level 15 bronze, azure eye mask, special, talent, chosen drop rate, 3. During gameplay, the drop rate of all monsters is randomly increased by 20 to 100 times, with a 12 chance to trigger the chosen effect, enhancing the quality of dropped items. Crimson Flame Crystal Essence. Charging. Upon completion of charging, it will induce unexpected changes in the body. Charging progress, 0.5, special skills, none wealth, 810 gold. Title, Pioneer, the first warrior to venture into the vast wilderness of the mountains and seas. Luck 5, combat power rating, 106,965 points. With the perfection of the 3-color origin fire technique, Li Qingyi's combat power experienced an unprecedented surge, skyrocketing from 32,000 to over 100,000. Such terrifying statistics were nothing short of astonishing. A new line had appeared in the talent section. Li Qingyi keenly observed that a talent regarding the Crimson Flame Crystal Essence had emerged. However, it seemed to lack certain conditions for activation. Charging? What does that mean? Li Qingyi pondered, slightly perplexed. Could it be that the Crimson Flame Crystal Essence required some form of substance to charge it further for continued use? He was uncertain. After an extensive period of contemplation, I surmised that the Crimson Flame Crystal Essence is indeed a treasure of the fire attribute. Perhaps it requires the infusion of fire attribute spiritual objects to unlock the mysteries that lie ahead. With this realization, Li Qingyi no longer lingered and eagerly logged off. In the realm of reality, night enveloped the world as Li Qingyi awakened from his slumber. He swiftly rose, extending his palm. With a subtle shift of his mind, a sphere of searing primordial fire energy materialized in his grasp. The golden-red flames illuminated the room, casting a radiant glow in his eyes. Ha! He exclaimed in exuberant laughter. Indeed, in the real world, the tricolor primordial fire technique had also reached perfection. Filled with exhilaration, he donned his attire and sprinted towards the outskirts. Once he ensured that no one was around, he began to rub his hands together, conjuring a vibrant ball of flames, swirling in azure, blue, and yellow hues. He aimed it at a colossal rock 10 meters away and hurled it forth. Boom! The massive boulder exploded into countless fragments, sending dust swirling into the air. Although he had witnessed such scenes in the game, the sheer force and the clash with reality was exhilarating beyond measure. At this point, I could be considered superhuman. Li Qingyi mused, a smile gracing his lips. An invisible force surged beneath his feet as he took a step, ascending to the treetops. With a graceful twist of his form, he became as light as the wind, leaping from branch to branch, weaving through the dense forest. As he gazed at the ever-changing scenery below, a sense of grandeur welled within him. 3,000 years of studying history is nothing but the pursuit of fame and fortune. Yet, the journey of 90,000 miles in seeking the Tao ultimately leads to poetry, wine, and pastoral life. The bright moon, the gentle breeze, and I, how splendid. Lost in his revelry, he continued to roam until dawn broke, wandering through the quiet streets where only a few streetlights flickered to life. Meow? A soft meow pierced the tranquility, drawing his attention. Li Qingyi looked up at the towering apartment building, where a tabby cat suddenly leaped down from several stories high. Goodness, it won't fall to its demise, will it? He thought, reaching out to catch it. However, the feline nimbly sidestepped his grasp and landed gracefully on the ground. Clutched in its mouth was a sizable piece of marbled meat. Whether it had just stolen it was uncertain, as it cast a haughty glance at Qingyi before elegantly striding away. How did it not fall? Impressive. Qingyi observed the tabby, noting its agile form. Just as he prepared to depart, he spotted a peculiar symbol on the cat's rear. Is that a Shanhai totem? Qingyi's spirit surged with excitement. Chapter 51. Pets, players? That was undoubtedly a Shanhai totem. As a seasoned player, Qingyi had no doubt. Wait, he called out. Upon hearing his voice, the tabby cat surprisingly halted, raising its head and regarding him with indifference. It appeared to comprehend human speech. Qingyi was taken aback and approached with a smile, saying, "Little cat, be a good one and let me see the pattern on you." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp the nape of its neck. The tabby cat, wary of Qingyi's advances, deftly evaded his touch with a nimble leap. "Why are you running?" Qingyi raised an eyebrow. Observing that it wouldn't perish from his gaze, his curiosity only intensified. With a swift movement, he dashed forward. The tabby retreated a couple of steps, hissing menacingly, and, seeing that Qingyi remained unfazed, raised its paw to swipe at his outstretched hand. He caught it perfectly. He seized the tabby's paw and lifted it effortlessly. The little creature possessed surprising strength. Qingyi chuckled inwardly, further convinced of the cat's extraordinary nature. The force behind that paw was formidable, easily surpassing 2,000 pounds. Even more ferocious than an ordinary tiger. How could a common cat possess such might? He grasped the tabby by the nape and turned it over, intent on studying the intriguing totem. However, the creature retaliated with a sudden breath attack, unleashing a fierce gust aimed directly at Qingyi's face. The projectile was swift and thunderous, a formidable force that could shatter half his skull upon impact. Taken aback by this unexpected tactic, Qingyi quickly exhaled a tricolored elemental fire to intercept the onslaught. The flames roared, incinerating the breath attack entirely. The tabby, momentarily taken aback, displayed a look of disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the presence of such a mighty human who dared to ambush it. Qingyi's ire was kindled. How could a mere cat be so treacherous? Launching a surprise attack on a well-meaning individual merely wishing to pet it? To prevent any further ambushes, he secured the cat's head with one hand while restraining its hind legs with the other, flipping it upside down to thwart its struggle. Only then did he examine the totem closely. The colors, the vibrancy, and the lifelike essence unmistakably revealed it as a totem. But this design, a fierce tiger roaring to the heavens? This was no ordinary cat. It had awakened a tiger totem. Was it regressing to ancestral traits? Qingyi's expression grew peculiar. Yet soon, he was captivated by the shimmering golden light emanating from the totem. A golden totem? His gaze sharpened. Golden totems were exceedingly rare among humans. Only a select few possessed them. How could such a phenomenon manifest in a mere cat? Were it not for the evidence before his eyes, he might have doubted its authenticity. No wonder this little creature was so powerful. It was indeed a rare prodigy. Qingyi's expression softened, his demeanor transforming to one of warmth and kindness. Gently stroking its head, he spoke in soothing tones. "Little cat, I understand you are astray. If you do not mind, I would like to offer you a home, where you shall have canned food every day." Initially, he had merely intended to study it briefly before releasing it. However, upon discovering its exceptional talent, he resolved that letting it go was no longer an option. Keeping it as a pet seemed a splendid idea. Qingyi's actions were met with vehement resistance from the tabby cat, which struggled and pushed against his hand with its paws. Incensed by the creature's lack of gratitude, Qingyi conjured a fiery red orb in his palm, radiating intense heat. "Unwilling, are we?" The fireball gradually approached the cat, resting just before its belly, poised to singe its fur at any moment. "Meow?" The tabby cat's gaze suddenly cleared, tilting its small head as it rubbed against Qingyi's hand, displaying a demeanor that starkly contrasted its earlier defiance. "That's more like it," Qingyi remarked with a slight smile. "You willingly acknowledge me as your master, correct?" He gently patted the cat's head before sliding his hand over its belly. Feeling the warmth radiating from its abdomen, the cat stiffened, unable to move, its head nervously turning to nod at Qingyi. "Good, as long as it's voluntary." Qingyi, detest forcing others. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame appeared at his fingertips. The fire was not fierce, but its glowing red hue hinted at the immense power contained within. "Open your mouth and consume it." Qingyi's expression was soft, his face adorned with a smile that, to the tabby cat, resembled that of a devil. However, circumstances dictated the outcome, and the choice between consuming it or not was no longer in its hands. Despite 1,000 reservations, the cat, in order to preserve its own life, swallowed the flame with a sense of humiliation, tears streaming from the corners of its eyes. Once a proud first-tier beast of the vast wilderness, it now found itself in such a degrading predicament. The pain was unbearable. A profound regret welled within, realizing it should never have withdrawn from the game for something as trivial as food. Now, captured and stripped of its freedom, The weight of remorse bore heavily upon it. If only conditions allowed, it would have sought a place to weep freely. Seeing the tabby cat consume the flame, Qingyi's smile grew even brighter. Now that's obedient. Look, you're even moved to tears. He gently wiped away the cat's tears and, locking eyes with it, inquired, "Can you access the game now?" With a totem in hand, it was certain that entry into the game was possible. If so, he wished to explore what a cat would be like within that realm. Meow. The tabby cat let out a timid sound, avoiding Qingyi's stern gaze and shaking its head. Noticing the cat's continued defiance, Qingyi's thoughts shifted, and he resolved to show it a taste of consequences. Buzzing. The flame that the tabby had just ingested ignited within, wreaking havoc in its body, scorching its flesh and searing its bones. The tabby cat trembled violently. Writhing in agony, it quickly grasped Qingyi's arm, shaking its head, then nodding to indicate it understood its mistake. "Humph, do you still think you can deceive me?" Qingyi gave a cold hum and said lightly, "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, do not attempt to play tricks. You must be loyal, do you understand?" The tabby cat nodded eagerly. Upon seeing this, Qingyi ceased his actions with the fire seed. This fire seed, born from the perfected three-colored primordial fire technique, was entirely under the control of its mother flame. It could not only dwell within living beings, but could also be detonated when necessary, making it exceedingly formidable. Today, it was an opportunity for the tabby cat to experience something novel. "Do you possess a teleportation array?" Qingyi inquired. "Once you log in, use the teleportation array to come to the Union Mountain Range, specifically to the Flame Peak to find me. I will be visiting the Flame Tribe soon." Meow, all right. It agreed readily. After providing its address, he released it. The tabby cat immediately dashed away as if granted a reprieve. Watching its retreating figure, a mysterious smile crept upon Qingyi's lips. Becoming his pet would not be so easy. Once the fire seed activated, he wondered if it would come seeking him. Chapter 52, Bloodline Mark, Recipe for the Fiery Monkey Wine. Upon returning home, Qingyi logged back into the game. His gaze swept across the area, and he noticed the corpse of the crimson blood honey pot monkey still lying on the ground, which caused him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had logged off in haste, forgetting that the corpse held some valuable items. Collection successful. Obtain bloodline of the Fierce Monkey 1. Fierce Monkey Bloodline. Mixed the pure blood of the Crimson Blood Fierce Monkey clan, with a purity of 5%, attracts beastly creatures, doubling the presence of monkey-type demon beasts. It was said that the bloodline of this fierce beast clan held tremendous benefits for demon beasts and could fetch a handsome price if sold. Gazing at the small vial of blood in his hand, which glowed like molten lava, Qingyi nodded inwardly. Truly, this blood contained ancient power, a surging vitality that promised great nourishment. Due to your collection of the pure blood of the Crimson Blood Fierce Monkey clan, you have acquired the mark of the Crimson Blood Fierce Monkey Clan 1. Mark of the Crimson Blood Fierce Monkey Clan. Having blood from the Crimson Blood Fierce Monkey clan on your hands may attract the pursuit of the ancient demon clan, the Crimson Blood Fierce Monkeys. Just as he completed the collection, the system's notification chimed in, and blood energy surged from the corpse of the Crimson Blood Honey Pot Monkey, coalescing into a fearsome monkey visage, which roared, "Kill." The monkey face rushed into Qingyi's body. Good heavens, it can do that too. Qingyi cursed inwardly, feeling overwhelmed. In the palm of his hand, a mark the size of a mung bean depicting the Crimson Blood Fierce Monkey was etched there, its grotesque features emanating a fierce aura. This was indeed troublesome. Qingyi sighed, realizing he had been careless. With the ancient demon clan now focused on him, a mere 7th or 8th tier demon could pose a significant threat. Cursed be the Crimson Blood Honey Pot Monkey. Even in death, it sought to ensnare him. One step at a time, he murmured, shaking his head. He felt powerless to resolve this predicament. If all else failed, he would simply embrace death, and upon resurrection, he would emerge anew. In frustration, he kicked the corpse of the Crimson Blood Honey Pot Monkey, and then turned to enter its dwelling. Unlike the ordinary, this territory likely guards a treasure, inviting those daring enough to test their luck. As one steps into the cavern, a breathtaking scene unfolds, towering to over 100 meters. The vast expanse of the cave reveals an aperture at its apex, allowing light to penetrate and illuminate the interior. Qingyi traverses the cavern, appearing as diminutive as an ant, almost inconspicuous in its grand scale. Ahead stands a colossal stone, measuring over 10 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in height, adorned in such a way that it resembles a bed. Its position is ideal, directly beneath the open sky. One could gaze upon the stars when sleepless at night. Qingyi leaps onto the bed's surface, searching for treasures but finding none. However, beside the bed, he discovers an impeccably arranged collection of wine jars, over 100 in total, filled with a divine liquid. Monkey's Honey Brew, a specialty crafted by the honey monkey, brewed from exquisite spiritual fruits, imbued with abundant energy, significantly enhancing one's physique. Monkey's Honey Brew Recipe, the formula for brewing Monkey's Honey Brew. Wine crafted by monkeys? Such a rarity. Qingyi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he uncorked a jar and sampled its contents. The flavor was exquisite upon tasting. The sweet essence of fruit surged from his mouth to his brain, utterly delightful, and upon swallowing, a gentle warmth enveloped his stomach, radiating through every pore as if they were opening wide in bliss. Consuming Monkey's brew grants 5 strength, 5 defense, 3 speed, 3 endurance. The enhancement was exhilarating. He marveled, indulging in another sip. Consuming Monkey's brew grants 3 strength, 3 defense, 2 speed, 2 endurance. This time, the attribute increase was less pronounced than the first, yet still substantial, prompting Qingyi to continue drinking. He consumed nearly half a jar, pausing only when he sensed no further enhancement. What a remarkable find! He couldn't help but exclaim. Half a jar had augmented his attributes by over 20 points, equivalent to a 2-level increase. Simply astonishing. The most crucial aspect was that he had also acquired the recipe. With a skilled brewer, mass production was within reach. Selling it to players at 100 gold coins per jar seemed entirely feasible. With over 100 jars here, that amounted to a staggering 10,000 gold coins. A glint of gold shone in Qingyi's eyes as he promptly stowed away all the monkey's honey brew into his system's backpack. Once finished, he leisurely exited the cavern, traversing the dense forest until he finally spotted a grazing miniature horse. With a swift motion, he mounted the steed and galloped towards the direction of the Flame Tribe. Ahead lay the Flame Tribe itself. Seated atop his horse, Qingyi gazed at the distant, densely clustered buildings, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although termed a tribe, Qingyi understood that aside from some relatively primitive small camps, other higher-level territories were genuinely advanced. At the very least, they rivaled the feudal societies of the Blue Star. Take the Flame Tribe before him as an example. It was classified as a medium-sized tribe, yet its level of development surpassed that of many feudal cities. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Flame Tribe, 2 imposing crimson-hued hunting hounds, each towering over 5 meters, sat majestically. These level 25 flame hounds were quite impressive. Qingyi's gaze flickered as he absorbed the information about these formidable creatures. However, he had no intention of provoking them. After silently offering 10 copper coins, he made his way into the city. The streets bustled with activity, yet the atmosphere remained tranquil and harmonious. Occasionally, a few boisterous individuals passed by, their identities as players starkly evident. Although the game, Shanhai Wasteland, had only recently launched, players with their immortal forms were still active across various locales. Qingyi had no desire to engage with them. After stabling his horse at an inn, he hurried to procure various blueprints essential for Galaxy Village. He acquired a total of 15 blueprints, 13 for basic and intermediate tailoring shops, 2 for blacksmithing, and others for medical facilities. The cost amounted to over 340 gold coins, nearly half of his wealth, leaving him with just over 400 coins. Fortunately, he had brought a substantial amount of gold from Galaxy Village, or he would have been unable to afford these purchases. The piece de resistance was the advanced market blueprint. With it, Galaxy Village could extend its remote trading capabilities across the entire eastern wilderness. For instance, the blueprint for the Wanderer's Camp had significantly aided Galaxy Village. In the early stages of the game, when players generally lacked resources, having wealth allowed him to dominate the advanced market, purchasing items that others could not afford. The advantages were unmistakable. Qingyi understood that the remote trading capability of the market was merely temporary. As players' strengths increased in the later stages of the game, the system would eventually revoke this feature. Thus, he was determined to exploit this opportunity while it lasted. After acquiring the advanced market blueprint, he found himself with only 130 gold coins, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. After completing his purchases, night had fallen, prompting Qingyi to seek lodging at an inn for the night. A modest room cost 300 copper coins, and he finally grasped why so many chose to log off at night. It was exceedingly dark, and spending a night could deplete a small fortune. Qingyi was not particularly concerned about this expense. He even added an extra 100 copper coins to ensure his horse was well fed. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Qingyi awoke, feeling invigorated. Resting in the game was akin to resting in reality, perhaps even more rejuvenating. After a brief wash, he prepared to purchase additional vital supplies. As he strolled through the bustling streets, the cacophony of vendors echoed like a scene from a vibrant drama. Among the sights, one particular gathering caught Qingyi's attention. It was a group of players showcasing a stall, not for selling goods, but for recruiting. A dozen attractive young women, clad in alluring attire, swayed enticingly at the stall, capturing the attention of a throng of players. The entire venue was surrounded, impassable. The Grand Guild, the Dragonhead Conference of the Qingyi Mountain Range, was recruiting for the Eastern River Tribe. There were no other requirements. Salaries were determined by totems. Players with green totems started at an annual salary of 100,000. Blue totems offered 100,000. Cash payments were guaranteed, with no delays. Numerous benefits, including comprehensive insurance. From mountains to rivers, we await your arrival. Qingyi struggled to push his way in, only to discover that more than one guild was recruiting. Guilds such as Lily Manor, Dragon River Tribe, Ancient City Bay, and Bladestar City had all gathered together. While Qingyi could not claim familiarity with these guilds, he recognized them. In his previous life, they were all top-tier forces within the Qingyi Mountain Range, far surpassing the territory he had established. The Dragon River tribe was offering high salaries to recruit players, with green totem players earning 150,000, blue totems 2,000,000, and a shining reputation. Lily Manor even enticed recruits with the promise of wives. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, with several recruitment ladies standing on stones, exposing their fair legs as they danced exuberantly. Listening to the offered salaries, Qingyi could not help but shake his head. It was utterly insane. No wonder they thrived. They were handing out real gold as if it were candy, truly extravagant. Hey, this is a player-exclusive area, no entry for outsiders. Please leave and make room for those behind you. Thank you. Who? Qingyi glanced around, discovering that a nearby girl was indeed addressing him. Who am I? He paused momentarily, then realized. In a realm where players were still clad in novice clothing or even animal skins, his high-grade equipment and mask certainly did not conform to the typical appearance of a player. Qingyi initially thought to offer a rebuttal, but reconsidered. There was no need. What was he doing here at their recruitment fair? It was best to leave. He nodded at the girl and prepared to depart. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Byron from the Western Wilderness for establishing the second territory in the server, the Kellen Alliance. Reward. 300 gold for the Lord Byron, 500 reputation, and 1 talented individual. The sudden server announcement rendered the entire venue silent. Before anyone could process it, another announcement echoed throughout the server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Songlong Wenny from the Eastern Wilderness for establishing the third territory, the Dragon Protection Division. Reward. 100 gold for the Lord Songlong Wenny, 100 reputation, and 1 talented individual. The repeated server announcements caused an uproar among the crowd. Goodness, the second and third places were only a minute apart? No, mere seconds. What a pity. It should have been our Dragon Nation's second place. There was nothing to be done. The Kellen Alliance was heavily backed by the U.S., attracting talents from all walks of life, including a significant number of special forces and renowned individuals. It was said that their branch, the Melody Peak, boasted 1 million players in its service, with its leader, Mycos, being the crownless king of the survival industry, a player with a golden totem. This time, they had snatched away the rewards for second place, a talented individual far surpassing the ordinary. The Kellen Alliance was our #1 adversary. Wasn't he the Dragon Protection Division in danger? Wasn't he the Dragon Nation at risk? Sigh indeed. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a somber atmosphere enveloped them, and even the spirited young dancer seemed to have lost her zest for performance. At that moment, an individual unexpectedly spoke up, uttering calmly, "What is there to fear? What does it matter to be second in the world? The title of first belongs to our Dragon Kingdom." With these words, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, they still had the esteemed Qingyi deity on their side. What was the significance of being second? The galaxy village of the Qingyi deity had been established for several days now, in the Eastern Wasteland, at the summit of the Zhongjing mountain range. A young man with a square visage gazed despondently at the territory he had just established. Second in the world, gone? The Kellen Alliance was remarkably swift in their actions. He sighed and called out to those outside, "Dispatch the guard brigade. We must clear the territory of the Dragon Protection Corps, spanning 1,000 kilometers, within 7 days." "Yes." Majored Songlong. "Ah, it seems my little butterfly effect has accelerated the progression of this game significantly. I recall that in my previous life, the Kellen Alliance was the first to establish itself on the 10th day after the game's launch, yet here we are on just the 6th day. Furthermore, the Dragon Protection Corps has also shown remarkable progress, nearly securing the second position in the entire server. Originally, they were second but lagged behind the Kellen Alliance by 2 days. Now, astonishingly, they were on the verge of surpassing the Kellen Alliance. It appears that my influence in the Eastern Wasteland has been noted by some, prompting them to hasten the development of the Dragon Protection Corps. Thus, it seems the most unfortunate party would be the Paladin Alliance of the Eagle Kingdom, which had originally held the 3rd position but has now vanished entirely. Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to my previous life, both the Kellen Alliance and the Dragon Protection Corps have been established ahead of schedule. I imagine other factions are likely following suit. Even though my little butterfly has yet to engage with the outside world, the announcements I've made have had a significant impact. Yet, I remain uncertain about how far I will progress in the future. A sense of urgency blossomed within Qingyi. Setting aside the Kellen Alliance and the Dragon Protection Corps, 2 prime examples of the strongest forces supported by official backing, there were countless territories bolstered by major powers, possessing substantial real-world foundations. Once these territories were established, they could easily enter a phase of rapid development, thanks to the vast number of players. In contrast, I must oversee every detail personally. My time and energy are insufficient. I must recruit more talent. Only then can I contend with other factions. As the lord of the foremost territory in the world, Qingyi naturally held a sense of pride. While he did not aspire to conquer the world outright, he at least aimed to achieve invincibility. Chapter 54, Martial Arts Engraving Stone, Pure Yuan True Qi. Emerging from the throng at the recruitment fair, Qingyi proceeded toward his next destination. He intended to acquire a crucial item, the Martial Arts Engraving Stone. It is well known that whether for players or non-players, advancing from level 9 to level 10 requires martial arts assistance. However, not everyone can be as fortunate as Yanwu, who received a complete inheritance. Generally, there are 3 methods to obtain martial arts knowledge: through secret manuals, personal enlightenment, or by utilizing the martial arts engraving stone. The acquisition of martial arts secrets is a rare endeavor, and the path of personal enlightenment can often be arduous. The most accessible and practical means of learning lies in the use of martial arts inscription stones, which can impart the profound truths of martial arts to those in need. Much like a teacher, in a previous life, Qingyi mastered the 3 harmonies Qi through a single-use martial arts inscription stone. As a lord, it is only fitting that Qingyi prepares martial arts inscription stones for his subordinates. Otherwise, aside from a few inheritors, the majority would find themselves stuck at level 9. Unable to progress, an untenable situation. Without personal development, the very progress of the territory would be a distant dream. Thus, purchasing martial arts inscription stones is an essential step. However, the variety of inscription stones is vast, with prices varying significantly. A single-use white martial arts inscription stone, first tier, costs around 8,000 copper coins, while a permanent one is priced at approximately 200,000 copper coins. The next tier, blue martial arts inscription stones, first tier, costs 100,000 copper coins for a single-use stone and 3 million copper coins for a permanent one. These are the 2 most commonly found types in the market. Higher quality blue stones are exceedingly rare and depend largely on fortune, while purple stones and beyond are essentially monopolized by the powerful factions in the vast wilderness, making them nearly unattainable without extraordinary luck. Considering the needs of countless individuals within his territory, Qingyi naturally aims to procure permanent stones. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by a middle-aged man clad in fine garments and possessing a rotund figure. "Good sir, are you in need of inscription stones?" the man inquired. Qingyi nodded affirmatively. The middle-aged man's face brightened upon hearing this, and he patted his chest, exclaiming, "You have indeed come to the right place. Our humble shop is renowned throughout the Flame tribe for the quality of our inscription stones." Disinterested in the man's self-promotion, Qingyi began to scan the shop, which was filled with an array of inscription stones, each more dazzling than the last. Martial arts name, gathering essence technique, grade, first tier white ordinary description, through a unique method of breathing and exhalation. This technique enables the continuous circulation of spiritual energy within the body, achieving the goal of consolidating internal energy, strengthening the meridians, and solidifying one's foundation. Martial arts name, polar ice decision grade, first tier blue excellent description, drawing from the extreme cold. This technique condenses into a body of profound ice, transforming it into a chilling force that tempers the bones and refines the true energy of the cold spirit, enhancing both physical resilience and the attack power of ice attributes. Martial arts name, evergreen technique grade, first tier blue excellent description, utilizing wood as a guide. This technique inhales and exhales the essence of perpetual greenery. When perfected, it allows the practitioner's body to become as enduring as ageless ancient trees, with true energy circulating within like the spring waters. After surveying the array, Qingyi noted that white stones dominated the selection, occupying 6 large cabinets, while blue stones were confined to a single cabinet, and there were no blue stones whatsoever. "Is this all you have? Are there no better options?" Qingyi asked, frowning. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in response, as he pointed to the cabinet containing the blue stones, saying, "My lord, our shop's finest inscription stones are all right here. Surely, you must find something to your liking among them. The quality is rather subpar. Are there any exquisite martial arts of the azure variety?" Qingyi expressed his dissatisfaction with these offerings. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, stating, "Such high-tier martial arts are exceedingly rare. It is improbable they would be available for sale." He shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. "I have been in the Flame tribe for over 30 years and have yet to encounter anyone selling such advanced martial arts. Even if they existed, they would undoubtedly be claimed by the Lord, leaving us mere vendors with nothing." Upon hearing the man's words, Qingyi let out a sigh. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the confirmation still left him feeling despondent. Only martial arts of the Cyan level were available. Could it be too trivial? It cannot be said that high-quality martial arts suit everyone, for some may not grasp them, yet advanced martial arts are invariably suitable for geniuses, far superior to lower-tier techniques in every aspect. Coincidentally, Galaxy Village is renowned for producing prodigies. It would be utterly unacceptable for someone of a higher caliber to resort to practicing inferior martial arts simply due to a lack of suitable options. Is it truly impossible? Qingyi inquired, unwilling to concede. "There is no need to deceive you, my lord," the middle-aged man replied with a wry smile, his demeanor earnest. "Very well." Qingyi sighed deeply, deciding not to press the man further. Having found nothing of great merit, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he took a moment to observe before selecting Gathering Essence Technique and Pure Essence Qi. It was not due to their strength that he chose these two, but rather because they were moderate, devoid of specific attributes, akin to a universal remedy suitable for all practitioners. This would prepare the territory's average talents. While they might struggle with high-tier martial arts, The lower-tier options would provide them with a chance to ascend. The 2 martial arts inscription stones cost 20 gold coins for the gathering essence technique and 290 gold coins for pure essence chi, totaling 300 gold coins after the shopkeeper's deductions. Money flows like water. Qingyi couldn't help but lament as he exited the shop. In just 2 days since yesterday, he had scarcely purchased anything, and 1,000 gold coins had vanished. 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to 10 million copper coins. It was a considerable sum in any faction. Qingyi resolved to seek an opportunity to sell his batch of honey pot monkey's wine, hoping to raise some funds. Otherwise, once these blueprints were exhausted, Galaxy Village would be left without operational funds. Thus, he began his search within the tribe, seeking a faction that might consume his stock of wine, deliberately excluding the impoverished players from consideration. After wandering for a while without finding a suitable buyer, he suddenly remembered the inn where he resided also sold wine. Perhaps they would be interested. On his way, he noticed 2 individuals persistently following him. Their attire and demeanor unmistakably marked them as players. Are they tracking me? Qingyi furrowed his brow, intentionally slowing his pace. Predictably, the 2 players matched his tempo, maintaining their distance, walking leisurely behind him. Could it be that they view me as affluent and intend to rob me? A cold glint flashed in Qingyi's eyes. He pivoted, leaving the bustling crowds behind, and stepped into a nearby alleyway. After walking for a while, Qingyi arrived at a secluded dead end. Confirming that the area was deserted, he came to a halt. Chapter 55, Selling Wine. Why are you following me? Qingyi turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the 2 individuals. They exchanged awkward smiles, rubbing their palms together, and after a moment of hesitation, one of them stammered, "Hero, you possess remarkable charisma. Is there anything we can assist you with?" "Assist me? Are you here seeking tasks?" Qingyi was left speechless. Once again, he encountered 2 individuals who regarded him as a mere task giver. "I do not require assistance." Since they were not attempting to rob him, he had no inclination to engage further and waved his hand, preparing to leave. However, the 2 blocked his path, continuing to plead, "Trust us, we can help you with many things, running errands, delivering messages, even extortion. We can tackle any issues you have." "What is this nonsense?" Qingyi couldn't help but feel exasperated, his voice growing firmer. "I do not need any of that." He was a player himself. Why would he delegate tasks to others? Seeing his demeanor, the 2 exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting suddenly. With a thud, they knelt before him, clutching his leg, and pleaded desperately, "Please, great hero. We are truly struggling to survive. We beseech you to assign us some work. We have families to support." Qingyi was taken aback. These 2 were truly laying it on thick. "You have families to support?" "If I weren't a player myself, I might have fallen for your sob story." To curry favor for a task, they even resorted to theatrics to elicit sympathy. What talent! Disinterested, he turned to leave. Yet, the 2 clung to him like stubborn leeches, refusing to let go. "You." A flicker of anger crossed Qingyi's face, and just as he contemplated teaching them a lesson, a thought struck him. "How about this? Exit through the eastern city gate, travel 500 kilometers forward, take a left, then a right, and proceed straight for another 100 kilometers. There lies a cave, the lair of the flame hounds. Steal the treasure they guard for me, and I shall reward you handsomely. Isn't this what you enjoy? Let's play along." The mention of the flame hound's lair, those very creatures guarding the city gates, made the 2 gasp, their expressions quickly turning complex as they hesitated. "What? Unwilling?" Qingyi scoffed. "Aren't you boasting that you can accomplish anything? How is this task daunting you? If you can't handle it, be gone and do not waste my time." The 2 exchanged another glance, steeling themselves. "We'll do it. We can manage it. Great hero, wait for us. We shall devise a plan immediately." "Are you leaving just like that?" Qingyi was taken aback. "But I haven't even assigned a task yet?" Madness, he thought, feeling utterly baffled. He called over the innkeeper, instructing him to summon the owner of the tavern. "What is your finest wine?" Qingyi inquired. He did not hastily promote his own product. Rather, he prepared to observe the goods within the tavern and gauge the market. It was Yuhua wine. "May I see it?" "Certainly." The proprietor instructed a server to fetch a jar of fine brew from the cellar, carefully placing it on the table. He remarked, "This Yuhua wine is crafted from the morning dew of flowers and superior fruits, boasting a rich aroma and exceptional quality, truly a first-rate wine." As he spoke, he uncorked the jar, and a wave of refreshing fragrance enveloped the air, transporting one to a sea of blossoms. "Indeed." Qingyi nodded, secretly comparing the Yuhua wine with his own monkey wine, ultimately concluding that his monkey wine was superior. The morning dew sounded prestigious, but in reality, it was merely dew, a clever marketing ploy, with ingredients that were rather ordinary, consisting solely of fruit. His own monkey wine, however, was made from genuine spiritual fruits. "How much for a jar of this Yuhua wine?" Qingyi inquired. 80 gold coins, the proprietor replied, stroking his beard with a smile. The production of Yuhua wine is limited, hence the relatively high price. However, everyone who has tasted it sings its praises. Even our tribe's lord, Master Xiaobai, has lauded it. Qingyi understood and gained a deeper appreciation for the value of his monkey wine. If Yuhua wine of such quality could fetch 80 gold coins, then selling his own honey monkey wine for 160 would not be unreasonable, would it? He shook his head, saying, though the floral aroma of Yuhua wine is enticing, its ingredients leave much to be desired. Good sir, I have a jar of wine here. Would you care to sample it? Upon hearing this, the proprietor frowned, displeased. What are you, a mere youth in your 20s, no? You cannot even comprehend the nuances of wine. As he opened the seal of the monkey wine, an intensely rich, fruity fragrance permeated the tavern, enticing passers-by outside to linger and investigate. The proprietor's eyes widened, his nose twitching like a hound's. May I taste some? He asked, swallowing hard, his gaze fixed longingly on the jar. Noticing his eagerness, Qingyi smiled slightly and poured a cup, handing it over. The proprietor cautiously accepted it, bringing the cup to his nose and inhaling deeply, revealing a look of rapture. After a long moment, he finally brought it to his lips and tasted. He excitedly grasped Qingyi's hand, exclaiming, young hero, I was blind to such greatness. This wine is indeed far superior to Yuhua wine. Might I purchase some from you? A sense of triumph filled Qingyi's heart. He knew that anyone who tasted monkey wine would inevitably love it. He feigned hesitation, saying, I could sell it, but my honey wine is produced in very limited quantities. As for the price, how about 120 gold coins per jar? The proprietor tentatively suggested. 150. Qingyi raised his price slightly. After a moment's hesitation, the proprietor replied, agreed. But I have one condition. Any future batches must be sold exclusively to our Mingzhu pavilion. Not a problem, Qingyi readily agreed, saying, I have a stock of 100 jars. I wonder if you can accommodate such an order? Upon hearing that there were as many as 100 jars of wine, the shopkeeper's eyes visibly glimmered, and he quickly nodded. Of course I can consume that much. Brave sir, please sell them to me, and I shall prepare the contract. After speaking, the shopkeeper hurriedly entered the main hall, and, with the involvement of Qingyi, handwrote 2 copies of the contract. The young man glanced over them, and after confirming there were no issues, he promptly stated he would make the payment. Qingyi meticulously reviewed the documents, and upon finding everything in order, he affixed his signature. The contract stipulated, 1. As the exclusive supplier of honeypot wine, Mingzhu Tower shall pay the seller Qingyi 150 gold coins for each jar. 2. Honeypot wine, being a unique product of Qingyi, shall not be renamed without consent. 3. The contract shall remain valid for 3 months, after which both parties shall decide whether to renew it. Chapter 56. The Chosen One's Drop Rate 3, Seizing Tasks. As he strolled down the street, with a hefty sum of 15,000 gold coins from selling wine, Qingyi felt a surge of delight. Shouldn't he upgrade his talent as well? Since the last upgrade to a drop rate of 2, he had refrained from further advancement due to a lack of funds. Now, with so much money in hand, it was time to strive for level 3. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the talent? Chosen One's drop rate. Yes. Upgrade successful. Chosen One's drop rate 3 during gameplay. The drop rate of items from all monsters is randomly increased by 30 to 100 times, with a 14 chance of triggering the Chosen One effect, enhancing the quality of dropped items. 3. A minimum drop rate of 30 times means the likelihood of obtaining items from monsters has significantly increased. A smile curled at the corners of Qingyi's mouth. He wondered if, at a 100 times drop rate, small monsters would yield rare items. His heart brimmed with anticipation for that day. Upgrade conditions: 10,000 gold coins, and 1 level 3 lucky stone. However, when he discerned the conditions for upgrading the Chosen One's drop rate, his excitement waned considerably. In truth, a 30 times drop rate was quite satisfactory. There was no need to pursue such lofty heights. The requirements for this upgrade were exceedingly stringent. 10,000 gold coins were one thing, but the necessity of a level 3 lucky stone was another. Lucky stones were rare commodities, only found in specific maps, and their drop rate was exceedingly low. From what he knew, in the trading market of his previous life, a level 1 lucky stone fetched an astonishing price of 3,000 gold coins, while level 2 easily surpassed 10,000, and level 3 was even more exorbitant, often reaching tens of thousands with demand exceeding supply. Truly a predicament, this lucky stone. Good day, esteemed elder. Please enjoy your meal. Should you encounter any hardships, do not hesitate to share. We shall do our utmost to assist you. After you've dined well, feel free to voice any requests. A chorus of flattering voices echoed, drawing Qingyi's attention. He noticed dozens of players encircling a tattered old man, laboriously trying to curry favor. They presented food and fine wine, while several burly men even crouched down to massage the elder's shoulders and legs, their cautious and gentle demeanor eliciting laughter. The phrase "no good deed goes unpunished" came to Qingyi's mind, as he quickly understood that this group sought to obtain a quest from the old man. Quite astute, indeed. Qingyi perceived that these individuals were far more astute than the 2 imbeciles he had encountered earlier. They had indeed selected the right person. The likelihood of this elderly beggar having a mission was considerably higher than usual. It seemed he truly had a task at hand. Upon closer inspection, Qingyi discerned that this old man was no ordinary figure. Despite his tattered clothing, he exhibited an air of refinement while eating, and though his demeanor appeared somewhat melancholic, there was a flicker of profound light in his eyes that suggested he had a story to tell. Qingyi paused, deciding to observe a little longer. After the old man had his fill, he took a few sips of wine and sighed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality, kind souls. However, I truly have no need for your assistance. You are simply too weak. Not weak, elderly sir, one of the players from the Ba Dao Star City Guild interjected earnestly. We are members of the Ba Dao Star City Guild, boasting thousands of members who can undoubtedly help you with your troubles. Please, trust me. After much effort, they finally managed to elicit a response from the old man, and the players of Ba Dao Star City were on the verge of exclaiming in excitement. Yet, upon hearing the old man's remark about their lack of strength, they quickly rebutted, gathering together to demonstrate their numbers. The enemy is formidable. Mere numbers alone will not suffice. The old man waved his hand dismissively. You should return when you have grown stronger. Old sir, the players of Ba Dao Star City continued to plead. But no matter how they argued, the old man remained unmoved, eventually closing his eyes to feign ignorance. It appears we have not met the conditions to trigger the quest. This old man is unlikely to grant us a mission, a rotund individual commented to the young man at the forefront of the group. After mobilizing so many people and expending so much effort, it is truly disheartening to be thwarted by our lack of strength. Just as despair settled among the players of Ba Dao Star City, a voice rang out from the distance. Old sir, come with me. Perhaps I can assist you. The young man looked up to see a figure clad in high-quality gear, exuding an extraordinary presence, approaching with measured steps. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. His greatest fear had come to pass. Someone was seizing the opportunity to snatch the quest. How do you assess my strength? Qingyi inquired with a smile as he approached the old man. The elder opened his eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and the murkiness of his gaze gradually brightened. Peak of the first tier, although your strength is not formidable, you can assist me in certain matters. He rose to his feet. Young hero, are you willing to help me? At your service, Qingyi replied, his lips curling slightly. Just as he intended to lead the old man away, dozens of players from Ba Dao Star City formed a circle, blocking their path. Friend, is it not rather unprincipled of you to rob us of the quest we have so arduously uncovered? The young man stepped forward, whispering into Qingyi's ear. You cannot accept the quest, yet you would not allow me to take it? Qingyi retorted coolly. Just because we cannot take it does not mean Ba Dao Star City cannot. What if our guild's experts are available? Then you may wait. It is of no concern to me. You have already lost your chance to take the quest, he replied dismissively. The audacity of Qingyi infuriated the young man, whose countenance darkened as he declared, Brother, I see you are quite the skilled player. You must have heard of the reputation of our dominance Blade Star City. Do not deceive yourself. Indeed, I have heard of it. And what of it? Qingyi responded nonchalantly, dismissing the significance of the mere dominance Blade Star City. With only a few tens of thousands of members, an unruly mob, what could they possibly do to him? The Yunjiao mountain range was the territory of our dominance Blade Star City. Should you dare to abduct anyone, I assure you, you will be hunted down relentlessly until you dare not log in again. The young man threatened. Oh, I shall wait for that, Qingyi replied coolly. You, the young man, infuriated by Qingyi's blatant disregard, shouted, You shall not leave today. Once the experts from our guild arrive, we shall see how you meet your demise. Opposing us will surely come at a cost. Chapter 57, The Silver Bracelets Arrangement. He commanded his subordinates to encircle the two, preventing their escape, feeling a surge of smugness within. In the Flamefire tribe, fighting was strictly prohibited. If caught by the city guards, one would incur a fine of 1,000 copper coins and face 3 days in the dungeon before release. Thus, he feared no confrontation and even anticipated that Qingyi would strike. Qingyi was well aware of this, and as he surveyed the impenetrable wall of bodies, a slight frown creased his brow. They intended to play the rogue by obstructing his path without engaging him, while others might find themselves at a loss against such tactics. He was not like them. Shaking his head, Qingyi brandished his colossal hammer and swung it fiercely at the nearest player. Boom. You have been slain by a player. Entering resurrection countdown. Please log in again after 24 hours. The player, caught completely off guard, was instantaneously obliterated, vanishing into a flash of white light. Take a break and log off, Qingyi said, his expression icy as he lifted the hammer again, claiming more victims. You truly dare to strike. The young man gasped. But soon his spirits lifted as he bellowed. Fear not, brothers. We are within the tribal city. The guards will come to our aid swiftly. Surround him. Don't let him take anyone away. When the boss arrives, there will be rewards for all. As he retreated behind the crowd, the young man knew he could not afford to die. Being forcefully logged off for 24 hours would be too great a loss. Observing the players continuously falling, he felt no sorrow. If they perished, it mattered not, as long as the mission remained intact. Who allowed you to fight within the city? A thunderous voice boomed from afar, resonating like a clap of thunder. They're here, the young man thought, his heart lifting at the sound. Turning, he indeed saw a squad of city guards hastening towards them. Cease this at once. One guard, clad in gleaming steel armor, stepped forward. exuding an aura that compelled all to halt their actions. Guard, this man has attacked us without cause, slaying over 20 of our comrades. You must apprehend him. The young man dashed forward, his face streaked with tears and mucus, exclaiming, You mean to say that he single-handedly defeated 50 or 60 of you? How utterly incompetent. The lead guard raised an eyebrow at the young man's words, and his expression darkened as he continued, We are aware that fighting is prohibited within the city, which is why we did not retaliate. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and he felt a flush creeping to his cheeks. The lead guard cast a sidelong glance at him, uninterested in further conversation, and proceeded directly toward Qingyi. Name, Zhu Lei. Age, 35. Identity, citizen of the Flame Tribe. Loyalty, occupation, captain of the city guard. Level, 22. Talent, realm, 3rd stage of solidification. Gift, basic martial arts skills, sword break /4, 2 stars. Storm strike 3, 2 stars, martial arts, 1st stage flame technique, blue quality. Perfection, 2nd stage flame technique, blue quality. Initial combat rating, 2 stars. 1 star. Qingyi's gaze flickered as he absorbed the information regarding the lead guard. Noticing the aggressive approach of his adversary, he maintained his composure, standing resolutely in place. A peek at the 1st stage, no wonder this group of inept individuals was unable to prevail. Observing Qingyi's youth and formidable prowess, Zhu Lei grew serious. Were you the one who struck them? He inquired. Are you aware that fighting is forbidden within the city? Zhu Lei's eyes blazed intensely as he declared, You all must accompany me for a time. You will spend 3 days in the cell as punishment. With a wave of his hand, the guards sprang into action, apprehending all players from the Bladestar City. Guard, why are you arresting us? We did not strike first. We are the victims. The young man from Bladestar City shouted, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. His protest was met with a harsh slap from a nearby guard, silencing him. No noise allowed, or you will find yourself in the beast's den, the guard barked. The young man dared not utter another word, knowing that ordinary cells had a maximum stay of 3 days. While the beast's den had no limits, he could potentially languish there for a month, not to mention the risk of being harmed by the beasts within. You too shall accompany me, Zhu Lei stated, directing his gaze toward Qingyi. However, unlike the other guards, he did not resort to force, instead adopting a relatively courteous demeanor. Qingyi's eyes glimmered as he responded, It is only proper to comply with the guard's duties, yet regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lei's brow furrowed in displeasure. But he was interrupted when Qingyi pressed a small cloth pouch into his hand. The sound of clinking coins resonated as Zhu Lei shook it. Oh, I see. It is the sound of currency, 200. Zhu Lei opened the pouch, the golden gleam illuminating his face and warming his heart. His expression softened, and he nodded. In that case, of course, the matter at hand is of greater importance. You may proceed with your affairs. Thank you very much, esteemed guard, Qingyi replied graciously. Qingyi smiled faintly before producing a small pouch, addressing the individuals from Bladestar City. These ruffians have obstructed my path without cause, inciting unrest and attempting to disrupt the order of the Flamefire Tribe. I am concerned they may be spies dispatched from elsewhere, and I implore you, my lord, to conduct a thorough investigation. He added another 100 coins. Seize these troublemakers and insurrectionists and confine them in the beast dungeon, ensuring that not a single villain escapes. When he uttered the words not a single, Zhu Lei deliberately paused, emphasizing his tone. The guards, understanding the implication, erupted with enthusiasm. It was an old custom. Once the leader profited, his subordinates would at least share in the spoils. The young man from Bladestar City, having observed Qingyi's actions, could no longer feign ignorance of the situation and felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. How dare you collude in such a manner? I will report you. The insurrectionists dared to threaten to expose their captain? It was a reckless move. The guard struck him on the head. Buzzing filled his ears as he stumbled. Yet he continued to shout, his eyes bloodshot with rage directed at Qingyi. No matter who you are, you shall pay for crossing Bladestar City. Just wait. Before he could finish, another guard swung, knocking him unconscious. Blood poured forth, pooling on the ground, and his legs gave way, dragged along like a dead dog. A truly pitiful sight. Witnessing this, the other inhabitants of Bladestar City quickly subdued themselves. You wish to seek revenge against me? How naive, Qingyi scoffed. Watching their retreating figures, having spent 300 gold coins, they shan't see the light of day for at least 10 days or half a month, and they will certainly suffer their due share of torment. Moreover, the dungeon is a unique map where one cannot log out, regardless of the punishment faced. They must endure it. They are too young, always believing in fairness and justice, unaware that they, too, are mere mortals. Qingyi smiled gently. Chapter 58, A Task of Great Difficulty, The Diamond Rock Mine. Old man, you claim you were once the leader of a territory? Qingyi expressed genuine surprise. The frail figure before him, with a gaunt visage, had a glorious past. Indeed, I was once the chieftain of the Bronze Tribe, ruling over more than 300 souls. However, when the Flamefire Tribe discovered the diamond rock mine adjacent to our encampment, they annexed our territory, forcing my people into servitude to mine for them. I was expelled and became a homeless wanderer. Tears streamed down the elder's face as he spoke. With a sorrowful expression, he lamented, "My kin are suffering under inhumane oppression. Young hero, will you rescue them?" Chin-style task. Time limited. Rescue the inhabitants of the Bronze Tribe. Task Introduction. Rescue the enslaved members of the Bronze Tribe from the Diamond Rock Mine. Task Rewards. Based on the number of individuals rescued. Receive task rewards and Qinshi's favorability. Rescue one person. Earn 5,000 copper coins and gain 10 favorability with Qinshi. Rescue 5 people. Receive 1 skill upgrade stone and gain 30 favorability. Rescue 10 people. Obtain 2 skill upgrade stones and gain 50 favorability. Rescue 50 people. Acquire 5 skill upgrade stones and trigger Qinshi's loyalty. This task can be repeated and is valid for 30 days. Do you accept? Yes. Li Qingyi readily accepted. Upon acceptance, Qinshi's previously obscured attributes became visible. Name, Qinshi. Identity, Wanderer. Loyalty. Profession, None. Level, 16. Aptitude. Realm, 8th stage of Qi refinement, Waste. Talent, Superlative Governance, Superlative Commerce. Skills, Flowing Cloud Sword Shadow 3, 2 stars. Soft Cloud Palm 3, 1 star. Martial Arts, 1st level Flowing Cloud Technique, Blue Quality, Later Stage. Combat Power Rating, 1st level 0 star. Li Qingyi was astonished. He had never anticipated the old man to be so formidable. With superlative governance and commerce skills, he was undoubtedly a talent for internal affairs. Precisely what Li Qingyi desperately needed. Furthermore, upon entering Galaxy Village, bolstered by the benefits of the Washing Heaven Pool, that would equate to exceptional aptitude. What does exceptional mean? It signifies either an unparalleled genius in martial arts or an individual with extraordinary potential in a specific profession, a rarity among millions. He could not remain idle any longer. Hastily inquired, "Elder, where are your tribesmen imprisoned? We must rescue them at once." In the Diamond Rock Mine. Mounting their miniature horses, the two departed the city, racing over 2,000 kilometers until they finally arrived at their destination. "Is this the place you spoke of?" Li Qingyi raised his gaze, surveying the endless mountains, undulating majestically. With the peak of one mountain half excavated, still undergoing mining, he could vaguely discern swarms of people moving like ants. At the base of the mountain, a towering iron wall formed a semicircle, resembling a cage, completely confining those within. "This is indeed the site," Qinshi nodded, his tone grave. "Our Bronze Tribe lies 50 kilometers away, now reduced to ruins. Ever since the discovery of the Diamond Rock Mine, the surrounding territories have suffered, with the entire population captured and forced into hard labor within the mine. Over 2 years, the mine has expanded to a scale of tens of thousands. Countless souls lie eternally buried beneath the stones." Li Qingyi shook his head in response, recognizing the harsh realities of the wilderness, where lawlessness prevails and might reign supreme. The weak are invariably devoured and obliterated. The task of rescuing them will not be easy. Li Qingyi felt a pang of worry. While the task rewards were enticing, the difficulty was equally daunting. To accomplish the task, they would have to wrest individuals from the hands of the Flame Tribe, which was no small feat. Without further ado, let us speak of Zhu Lei, the captain of a modest city guard in the Fire Tribe, who is a master at the 2nd stage of the Condensation Realm. The individuals guarding the mine here are undoubtedly even more formidable. Perhaps it would be prudent to attempt to procure their cooperation with gold. Li Qingyi sighed. Having contemplated various options, he could conceive no other course of action. He instructed Qinshi to await him outside while he proceeded towards the mine. Upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by the sentinels. "Stop! What is your business here?" 2 burly men obstructed his path, casting unfriendly glances at Li Qingyi. "I am an envoy from a major tribe, wishing to discuss a matter of trade with the esteemed overseer of the mine." Li Qingyi fabricated a casual excuse, discreetly placing gold coins into the hands of both men, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could notify him." "A major tribe has sent you?" One of the imposing figures appeared skeptical, hesitating momentarily. However, after weighing the gold in his hand, he gritted his teeth. "Wait here. I shall relay your message." With a hint of satisfaction on his face, he added, "The overseer has instructed me to take you to him. Follow me." "Thank you." Li Qingyi nodded in acknowledgement. Under the guidance of the burly man, he entered the mine. The cacophony of clattering sounds resonated throughout, and clouds of dust filled the air, casting a gray pall over the sky. In a place where thousands toiled, Li Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. The laborers bore an air of despair, resembling mere machines, devoid of vitality. Their souls, thoughts, and hopes had all been extinguished. After standing in place for a moment, Li Qingyi ventured further inside. The interior of the tent was spacious, adorned with thick, luxurious carpets that felt as though one were treading upon clouds. Exquisite silk drapes hung from the walls, their vibrant colors embroidered with lifelike floral and avian patterns, shimmering delicately under the light. In the center of the tent stood an enormous, intricately carved wooden table, laden with various bones, skulls, humeri, phalanges. Each piece had been meticulously polished, exuding an unsettling elegance. What a peculiar obsession, Li Qingyi mused inwardly, directing his gaze towards the man seated behind the table. This individual, in his early 30s, donned a gray brocade robe and bore a slightly rotund figure. He sat with poise, his small eyes occasionally glinting with a sharpness that commanded respect. "Young sir, please take a seat," he said, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a glimpse of his pearly teeth. Were it not for the macabre collection of bones on the table, Qingyi might have mistaken him for a congenial individual. Name, Zhao Ru. Identity, loyalty, occupation, level. Upon employing a basic detection technique, a slew of question marks materialized, revealing no discernible information. As anticipated, Qingyi noted, the basic detection could only unveil information about individuals within 10 levels of his own. Clearly, Zhao Ru's level exceeded 25. Chapter 59, The Qingtiao Tribe, Deception. After taking a seat, Zhao Ruling gestured for the maid beside him to brew tea and inquired, "What is the name of the young hero?" Qingyi, replied Qingyi, who did not partake in the tea. He sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Ruling, and stated directly, "Esteemed steward, I have come with the intention of redeeming some individuals from forced labor, and I hope you might facilitate this." Redeem? Zhao Ruling's interest was piqued. He took a delicate sip of tea, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "The laborers here are all captives taken from our small tribe. As a young hero hailing from a large tribe, you should have little connection to these individuals. What motivates you to seek their redemption? Could it be? You misunderstand me," Qingyi interjected, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. "Recently, I encountered an elderly man, a remnant of the bronze tribe, who is willing to serve me on the condition that I rescue the forced laborers from his former tribe. I believe he possesses considerable talent, which is why I made this journey." It seems the young hero has an eye for talent, Zhao Ruling chuckled lightly. Yet he refrained from probing further, displaying a clear lack of interest. To him, the exiled elder was merely another forced laborer, and he felt no inclination to concern himself with their plight. He regarded Qingyi solely for his claim of being from the large tribe, and continued, "You may be disappointed, for our mind has never entertained the notion of redeeming laborers. Once one arrives here, it is a lifetime of servitude until death." Zhao Ruling shook his head, adding, "Moreover, these laborers belong to the Flame Tribe, and neither I nor General Fan Meng possess the authority to act independently in this matter." "Esteemed steward, please allow me to explain," Qingyi interjected. "I do not require a large number of individuals, merely a little over 100 from the Bronze Tribe. This is but a minuscule fraction compared to the tens of thousands of laborers in the mine. Why should it disturb the higher echelons of the tribe? All it takes is a word from you to General Fan Meng, and it can be reported as normal attrition," he continued. With a faint smile, Qingyi added, "Of course, I would not ask for your assistance without compensation. The terms are negotiable." He retrieved a chest of gold coins from his backpack and placed it on the ground. Upon opening the lid, a dazzling display of gold coins was revealed, glimmering brilliantly. "Ah!" The maid beside them could not suppress a gasp, quickly covering her mouth and casting a fearful glance at Zhao Ruling, trembling as if seized by a chill and collapsing to the ground. Zhao Ruling, however, did not spare her a glance, nor did he acknowledge Qingyi, remaining engrossed in his tea. Observing this, Qingyi realized that the chest had failed to impress him. Thus, he produced another chest, and then a third. It was only upon the unveiling of the third chest that Zhao Ruling finally lifted his gaze, smiling as he remarked, "Young hero Qingyi, your generosity puts me in a difficult position." He stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. "Very well, I shall report to General Fan Meng and provide you with a response shortly." With that, he led the maid out, leaving Qingyi alone. It became clear that the authority of the mine was vested in Fan Meng, and once he cleared that hurdle, Qingyi was confident that the matter would be resolved. He let out a sigh of relief. Throughout this encounter, he had maintained a facade of composure, though inwardly he felt a twinge of anxiety. The mine was rife with skilled individuals, and any slip could cost him his life. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately before entering, ensuring that no errors had transpired. After spending a moment within the confines of the tent, a coarse voice resonated from outside, followed by the entrance of a burly middle-aged man, accompanied by Zhao Ru, who had just exited. "You are the one from the great tribe?" the man declared, boldly taking a seat of prominence and sizing up Qingyi with scrutiny. "This must be Fan Meng," Qingyi mused internally, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, "Indeed. You claim to hail from a great tribe? Which tribe exactly, and what proof do you possess?" Fan Meng's voice rose, revealing his indifference to Qingyi's intentions, focusing instead on his identity. He was wary of potential spies infiltrating their ranks. Qingyi furrowed his brow, producing a token and tossing it toward Fan Meng, his tone growing somewhat frosty. "If verification of my identity is required, then proceed. Is this the Greenbird token? You are from the Greenbird tribe?" Fan Meng's expression shifted to one of skepticism, his gaze towards Qingyi becoming more serious. The Greenbird tribe was among the most formidable of the Yuzhou mountain range, teeming with powerful warriors, far beyond the capabilities of mid-sized tribes like the Flamefire tribe, which paled in comparison. If Qingyi was indeed a member of such a tribe, he warranted earnest consideration. Instantly, the atmosphere within the tent grew intense. "The three-colored sacred fire of the Greenbird tribe. Is there anything else to be concerned about?" Li Qingyi replied, his visage as cold as winter's chill, devoid of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, he was on the verge of stifling a laugh, finding his own deception somewhat difficult to maintain. The authenticity of the green bird token was indisputable. Yet the mention of a three-colored sacred fire was entirely fabricated, a mere ruse to manipulate the two men before him. Care to investigate? Do you possess any credentials for such inquiries? How well do you truly know the green bird tribe? Have you ever heard of the three-colored sacred fire? It was evident that Fan Ming had not. However, as a martial arts expert, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the three-colored flames. He pondered the level of martial arts this youth must have cultivated to emit such formidable internal energy. Fan Ming's thoughts grew increasingly contemplative, solidifying his conviction that Li Qingyi's origins were indeed remarkable. A person from a lesser tribe would never have the opportunity to train in such high-level martial arts. Bound by his rigid perceptions, Fan Ming could not fathom the existence of players as an anomaly. No need for that. No need, he replied amiably. Since you possess a token, it is inconceivable that you would deceive me. Clearing his throat, he continued, regarding the matter of labor that you previously proposed. I shall take it upon myself to grant approval. You may take him with you. Given the reputation of the Greenbird tribe, he was willing to acquiesce to Li Qingyi's request. After all, a few hundred fewer workers in the mine posed no significant impact for him. Then I must express my gratitude to General Fan Ming, Li Qingyi said, his demeanor softening. In that case, I would like to request one more consideration from you. What is it? I require a group of individuals to undertake tasks for me. Hence I hope to procure a considerable number of laborers from General Fan Ming, offering varying compensation based on their qualifications. For level A laborers, I propose 100 gold each. For level B laborers, 30 gold each. For level C laborers, 10 gold each. And I have no need for those below level C. Upon hearing this proposition, Fan Ming's interest was piqued. To speak candidly, he was impoverished, desperately so. Otherwise, he would not have made a special trip to meet Li Qingyi for a mere 3,000 gold coins. Only he understood that, despite his ostensible role as the commanding general of the mining site, possessing absolute authority, for someone of his caliber, it felt akin to exile. The mine offered little beyond dust, and over time, this had nearly driven him to madness due to his financial woes. Now, with a glimmer of profit in sight, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. He glanced at Zhao Ru, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 60, The Transaction, Task Accomplished. How many individuals do you require? Fan Ming inquired. Li Qingyi glanced at his purse and replied nonchalantly, in terms of level A, approximately 200. However, this is merely the initial batch. There will likely be many more to follow. So many. A flicker of delight crossed Fan Ming's eyes. 200 level A laborers amounted to 6,000 gold coins. And with the additional 3,000 from the Bronze Tribe, the total reached 9,000 gold coins, a substantial sum by any standards. He had never imagined that these laborers, destined solely for mining, could fetch such a price. No problem. Level A laborers may be scarce, but level B ones are certainly plentiful. Zhao Ru, arrange for 200 high-quality level B laborers, along with the original group from the Bronze Tribe, to be handed over to young hero Qingyi. Understood. Zhao Ru responded, and promptly set off to fulfill the task. As Fan Ming's trusted aide and advisor, his actions were notably swift. In just over 10 minutes, he had completed the arrangements. Young hero Qingyi, all the individuals you requested are outside. 136 from the Bronze Tribe, along with 200 level B laborers. Please verify. Fan Ming announced with a smile. Upon stepping outside, Li Qingyi indeed witnessed two dense lines of individuals, predominantly male, encompassing both the young and the elderly. The smaller contingent belonged to the Bronze Tribe, featuring a mix of qualifications, with levels B and C being the majority and only 6 at level A, fairly standard. The larger group, however, was the agreed-upon transaction, entirely comprising level B laborers. To Li Qingyi's delight, he noted several individuals of exceptional quality among them. Once they entered Galaxy Village, they would truly become elite. Of course, the level B laborers would eventually serve as the backbone of Galaxy Village. This is 6,000 gold coins, Li Qingyi said, suppressing his excitement. With a flourish of his hand, he placed 6 chests brimming with gold before Fan Ming. Let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Having received the payment, Fan Ming was equally beaming with joy. The two exchanged a glance and erupted into hearty laughter. With financial matters settled, Li Qingyi led his entourage out of the mine. As he watched the departing figures, Fan Ming suddenly asked, Zhao Ru, do you think this person is trustworthy? At present, it's hard to discern. There should be no issues. The token and the martial arts are genuine. With no signs of forgery, Zhao Ru replied. Zhao Ru toyed with the newly acquired bone artifact, his gaze flickering. Even if there were issues, what concern was it of ours? We merely provided him with a batch of laborers. Surely the higher-ups would not trouble us over that. It made sense. What did it matter? Our sole focus was on profit. Fan Ming wholeheartedly agreed, nodding as he remarked, this time, the mine has lost a few hundred workers. When you find the time, go to the surrounding territories and capture a few more batches to replenish our numbers. We cannot afford any delays in the mine's output. Remember to capture more to sell to this fellow next time. Your wisdom is unmatched, he added. Outside the mine, Chunshur waited anxiously. Suddenly, he beheld a formidable procession emerging from the depths of the mine. He was momentarily startled, fearing that Qingyi had perished within, and that the mine's personnel were coming out to apprehend comrades. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he was astonished to find that the leader of the procession was none other than Qingyi. Behind him appeared numerous familiar faces, the former denizens of the Bronze Tribe. Had he truly rescued them all? Chunshur's mouth fell agape. Old master, what news? Qingyi inquired with a gentle smile, overcome with excitement. Chunshur stumbled over his words as he approached Qingyi and bowed deeply. Please rise. We will need your guidance and support in the future. Qingyi assisted him to his feet. Mission completed. Rescue the denizens of the Bronze Tribe. Reward of 100 gold coins and 15 skill upgrade stones. Triggered Chunshur's allegiance, securing his loyalty. To Qingyi's astonishment, the system had granted an exceptional reward. The initial task had set the highest threshold at rescuing 50 individuals for 5 skill upgrade stones. Yet now, he received 15 stones, along with an additional 100 gold coins. It seemed the system recognized the extraordinary success of his endeavor, rewarding him with triple the usual bounty. This stroke of fortune was purely serendipitous. Without it, the day's achievements would have been unattainable, and he might have even lost his life. Such coincidences were remarkable. Coincidentally, he had earned money from selling wine, and fortuitously possessed the identity token of the Qingyi tribe. Lacking any one of these elements, today's events could have unraveled disastrously. Thus, Qingyi felt profoundly grateful for his good fortune. Had he been an ordinary player relying solely on brute force for rescue, the task would have been extraordinarily difficult. Facing not only thousands of guards within the mine, but also formidable adversaries like Zhao Ru and Fan Ming, merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Chunshur, along with 136 members of the Bronze Tribe, submits a request for allegiance to your territory. Will you accept? As he pondered, Chunshur led the former members of the Bronze Tribe in a collective submission to Qingyi. Accept, he replied swiftly. Chunshur, Chinfeng, and 137 others have joined Galaxy Village, officially becoming villagers of Galaxy Village. As the system notification sounded, the identities of the former Bronze Tribe members transformed instantly. Due to the advancement of your subject Chunshur, his qualifications have evolved. His talent has progressed, elevating his status from a special administrator to a master administrator, and from a special merchant to a master merchant. My Dantian feels so warm, Chunshur exclaimed suddenly, hastily assuming a seated position on the ground. A flickering and elusive aura emanated from him, with spiritual energy converging like a funnel above his head, continuously pouring in. Had his cultivation been restored? Qingyi clearly observed that with the advancement of his aptitude, the once downtrodden Chunshur's Dantian began to miraculously recover, as a vortex of spiritual energy, no larger than a soybean, emerged and steadily devoured the surrounding essence to grow stronger. This phenomenon compelled Qingyi to recall the scene of his first bath in the Shitian pool, which bore a striking resemblance to the present circumstances. It appeared that the Shitian pool indeed possessed unimaginable benefits for martial arts and cultivation. There was much more for him to explore regarding the wondrous functions of the Shitian pool that he had yet to fully comprehend. As time passed, the spiritual energy funnel above Chunshur's head vanished without a trace. A profound transformation overtook him. He had completely regained his cultivation and radiated a formidable aura. His spirit was revitalized, akin to a withered tree experiencing rebirth, no longer shrouded in lethargy. His figure straightened, shedding the frailness of a bamboo pole, becoming robust instead. His silver hair disappeared, replaced by a mane of jet-black locks. His eyes, once murky, now sparkled with vigor, as if capable of emitting 2 bolts of lightning. If he had once resembled a gnarled, withered branch of an old man, he now appeared as a sprightly elder, fit enough to shoulder a mountain. Name, Chunshur. Identity, resident of Galaxy Village. Loyalty, 95. Occupation, none. Level, 16. Aptitude, realm, 8th stage of Qi refinement. Talent, master of governance. Master of commerce skills, flowing cloud sword shadow 3, 2 stars. Soft cloud palm 3, 1 star. Martial arts, 1st stage flowing cloud technique, blue elite. Later stage, combat power rating. 1st stage 5 stars. Chapter 61, talent allocation. Farewell to Chen. Lord this. Chunshur opened his eyes, unable to fathom the extent of his transformation. Having resigned himself to a life of mediocrity, he never anticipated a restoration of his cultivation. Moreover, he felt a newfound affinity with the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, making his practice more fluid. Had his cultivation talent improved? He turned his gaze toward Qingyi, seemingly seeking answers from him. Galaxy Village, being a sacred-level territory, housed a Shitian pool capable of profound metamorphosis. Qingyi smiled faintly. Upon joining Galaxy Village, it is implicit that you will undergo the baptism of the Shitian pool, and thus your aptitude will naturally elevate. Upon hearing this revelation, not only Chunshur, but everyone present was astounded. Soon, a wave of elation surged within them. The territory they had just joined was none other than the legendary paradise, a sacred-level domain. Thank you, my lord. Qingyi and the others from the original Bronze tribe bowed deeply, their loyalty skyrocketing, particularly Qingyi, whose loyalty surged from 95 to a perfect 100. Rise, Li Qingyi commanded, casting his gaze over the members of the Bronze tribe. He noticed that they possessed several talents, including novice blacksmiths, apprentice physicians, and beginner chefs. And to his surprise, there were also 2 rare individuals dedicated to niche pursuits. Name, Zhou Ping. Identity, villager of Galaxy Village. Loyalty, 90. Occupation, none. Level, 5. Aptitude, realm, mid-stage. Body refinement talent, beginner. Spirit farmer skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat rating, none. Name, Xie Daong. Identity, villager of Galaxy Village. Loyalty, 91. Occupation, none. Level, 9. Aptitude, realm, late-stage. Body refinement talent, beginner. Alchemist skills, none. Martial arts, none. Combat rating, none. Although the 2 individuals possessed modest aptitudes, Li Qingyi held them in high regard, for they represented the seeds of potential. With such seeds, the cultivation of exceptional talents would surely blossom, heralding hope for the future. Esteemed sir, may we join your territory? As Li Qingyi engaged in lively conversation with the members of the Bronze tribe, another team of individuals with superior qualifications could no longer contain their eagerness and spoke up, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Clearly, the allure of joining a prestigious domain was irresistible to these homeless souls. Of course, why else would I have redeemed you? Li Qingyi agreed with enthusiasm, extending an invitation to welcome them into his territory. It was no surprise that those high-quality talents, acquired at the cost of 6,000 gold coins, transformed into individuals of at least mid-tier aptitude after the purification of the celestial pool. However, it seemed that no individuals of remarkable talent had emerged. Li Qingyi observed a peculiar phenomenon. Among the 200 individuals, there was not a single person with high-level talent, and even those of mid-level talent were scarce. The sole individual boasting mid-level talent was merely a mid-tier farmer, whose utility was limited. He surmised that those with exceptional talents had likely been selected in advance, directed towards their respective fields of expertise, and would never be found laboring in the mines. Regrettably, Li Qingyi could only lament this missed opportunity. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. Talent aside, with such aptitude, he believed that with proper training in their respective industries, they could still achieve remarkable results. He roughly classified the individuals. Those with mid-tier aptitude would all transition into warriors, thereby bolstering the combat strength of Galaxy Village. As for the individuals with lower-tier aptitude, Li Qingyi's gaze swept over the 15 who had recently advanced from mid-tier, a number that was neither too few nor too many. You 2 shall follow Zhou Ping to apprentice and learn the knowledge of spirit farming. You 3 will accompany Xie Daong to master the art of alchemy. You will learn medicine under Li Fang, and you will pursue the craft of tailoring. With this allocation, the vocational planning for the 15 individuals was completed. Once they had finished their training, they would fill the occupational void within Galaxy Village. Furthermore, new architectural blueprints would need to be procured. With the addition of so many new professions, Li Qingyi began to worry about obtaining the corresponding building plans. While conventional blueprints were readily available, such as those found in the Flame tribe, the blueprints required for spirit soil and alchemy rooms were rare commodities, not easily acquired even with ample funds. Throughout the journey, only Li Qingyi rode a horse, while the others relied on their 2 legs to progress slowly. Annoyed by their sluggish pace, Li Qingyi instructed Qingyi to lead the group forward while he ventured ahead on horseback to scout the path. The route was lush with thriving trees and thick underbrush. Since mastering the 3-color elemental fire technique, Li Qingyi's senses had sharpened significantly, allowing him to hear notable sounds from a mile away. He tethered his horse to a tree and stealthily approached the source of the noise. Ahead loomed a towering rock wall, where he could faintly discern several figures. Concealing himself within a patch of grass over 2 meters high, he peered through the gaps to ascertain the identities of the individuals. There were 3 women and 1 man, engaged in conversation. To his astonishment, 2 of them were familiar faces from the real world, Chun-Xian and Suya. Despite minor alterations in their appearances within the game, their stunning features remained unmistakable, and Li Qingyi recognized them at once. They appeared even more exquisite than in reality. Chun-Xian had her long hair elegantly tied up, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her porcelain white hands were gently crossed over her chest, contrasting beautifully with her attire, which made her skin appear even more radiant. She bore a long sword on her back and wore sleek black boots, exuding an air of confidence. Meanwhile, Suya was draped in a gown of pure white, ethereal as mist, gracefully enveloping her captivating form, with every curve seemingly a masterpiece sculpted by nature. Her raven black hair cascaded like silk, swaying gently in the breeze, framing a breathtakingly beautiful face with exquisitely delicate features. Li Qingyi marveled at the serendipity of encountering them in such a vast world. However, he refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to remain hidden in the foliage and observe discreetly. To his surprise, they had failed a quest. How could such a formidable secret realm exist? Among the 3 women, The only one he did not recognize, dressed in red, lamented in despair. Indeed, the final challenge had been terrifyingly difficult to overcome. A young man in his 20s beside her sighed heavily. Why don't we gather more people and employ a swarm tactic to overwhelm it? The woman in red suggested. Glancing at Shin shook her head. Initially, I thought that way too, but it seems unfeasible now. She pressed her forehead in frustration. Her fair face etched with helplessness. When I attempted the challenge alone, it was at level 10. With the 4 of us, it escalated to level 15. I suspect that as our numbers increase, the challenge's difficulty scales accordingly, rendering the swarm tactic ineffective. Upon hearing Shanhai's words, the woman in red wailed even louder, exclaiming, "It can be this way. Oh heavens, such immense fortune lies before me. How can I not seize it? Someone please help me." Suddenly, a voice resonated, startling the 4. What was that? Who goes there? Wei Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed as she scanned her surroundings with vigilance. Ahead, the grass rustled, revealing a man clad in black. His face obscured by a mask. However, his imposing stature and the shimmering azure and silver armor he wore bespoke of his extraordinary prowess. Such an array of elite gear? Shanhai and Suya exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the other's surprise. It appeared he was a formidable expert. The martial arts secret realm, is it? How about I guide you through it? Qingyi had not anticipated that these individuals would possess the key to the martial arts secret realm. It was quite fortuitous. Encountering them without gaining something would indeed be a pity. Just you? Wei Ying, less observant than Shanhai and Suya, noted Qingyi's audacious tone and retorted. The secret realm is exceedingly challenging. Are you certain you can lead us through? All 4 of us, as top-tier players, have faced failure. Do you truly believe you can succeed where we could not? Who do you think you are? The man beside her, he too, echoed her skepticism. In response, Qingyi refrained from retorting. Instead, he smiled gently, approached a tree, aligned his fingers, and thrust forward. Boom. A muffled sound resonated as the tree trunk, as thick as a barrel, was pierced through, leaving 2 gaping holes. How about that? Qingyi smirked slightly, raising his gaze to them. Such potent internal energy. The 4 gasped in astonishment, their expressions betraying their shock. He too promptly sealed his lips, fearing that further words might provoke the man's finger to strike him. Wei Ying, however, was less restrained, exclaiming in wonder, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. When did Yanhua Peak produce such a master? Where do you hail from, brother? She danced around Qingyi like a playful kitten, sometimes tilting her head, sometimes rising on her toes, seemingly attempting to perceive him from every angle. Solo combat. Qingyi replied softly. At these words, Shanhai's eyes brightened suddenly. That is fantastic, brother. Wei Ying clapped her hands, her smile radiant as she revealed pearly white teeth. With your strength, would you be interested in joining our Liuli village? There are many beautiful women. Liuli village? Have you established a territory? Qingyi expressed surprise. It had only been a short while since the 3rd territory had emerged, and now another was being founded? Almost there. Just a territory token away. Wei Ying playfully tapped Qingyi's arm, and then draped her arms around his neck, proudly declaring, "Perhaps we can establish it right after this secret realm. What do you say? The 4th territory in the world, wouldn't you consider it?" Qingyi thought to himself, what do you mean by just needing a territory token? The most crucial element is indeed the territory token. Lacking even this, how can you claim the 4th territory? This little girl has quite the imagination. Moreover, could you please remove your hands? Are we that familiar? With a bemused expression, Qingyi gently pried her hands off his neck. Although our Liuli village has yet to officially establish itself, I assure you, within a month at most, it will be realized. Shanhai suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed on Qingyi, determination glimmering in her eyes. Let us wait and see. Qingyi offered a faint smile, effectively halting Shanhai's attempts at persuasion, and deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, have we strayed off course? Shall we proceed with the exploration of the martial arts secret realm? He was merely interested in partaking in the secret realm and intended to depart promptly thereafter, exhibiting no particular interest in anything else for the time being. Upon hearing this, Wei Ying and Hichu remained silent, directing their gaze toward Shanhai, the possessor of the key, thus bestowing upon her the authority to decide. Let us proceed. Shanhai replied, clearly pleased to have a formidable expert like Qingyi join their ranks. She produced the secret realm key, her mind focusing intently, and a radiant light burst forth, enveloping the 5 of them. As their vision blurred, they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Before them lay an endless plain, dominated by a solitary towering mountain. This martial arts secret realm was known as the Vajra Gate, and their mission was to annihilate a demonic sect bearing the same name to complete their quest. The task was broadly divided into 3 stages. The disciples of the Vajra Gate at the mountain's base, the law enforcement hall Arhats halfway up, and finally, the sect's master at the summit. The initial 2 stages posed little challenge, but the final confrontation would be exceedingly arduous. Shanhai provided a brief overview of the circumstances within the secret realm. Upon observing Qingyi nodding in understanding, she led the group toward the mountain. Upon reaching the base, 2 monks clad in yellow robes stood guard, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance at the sight of Qingyi and his companions. Dismissing the two 8th-level adversaries as insignificant, Qingyi swiftly dispatched them with 2 arrows. The distant monks, witnessing this, immediately rang the alarm bell, prompting a swarm of monks to surge forth from all directions. Attack! Qingyi commanded, charging ahead, wielding his heavy hammer to fell rows of monks with ease. The ferocity of his assault left Xian and the others in stunned silence, hastily drawing their weapons to join the fray, not to assist, but rather to gain experience, lest they be outshone by Qingyi's prowess. After a flurry of blades and a cacophony of battle, they advanced to the mountain's midpoint, where nearly 100 monks lay defeated on the ground. Seek death! A furious voice echoed as a monk in red robes charged toward them. Be cautious. That is an Arhut from the law enforcement hall, a level 15 elite. Xian warned, her eyes glimmering with the activation of a skill akin to a basic detection spell. Qingyi noted that, despite the adversary being of human origin, its attributes were categorized as monstrous. It seemed the secret realm bore distinctions from reality. He paid it little heed, whether beast or humanoid. The objective remained the same: eliminate the foe. Drawing his 8 extremes bow and knocking a feathered arrow, he pulled back fully and released with force. The arrow, imbued with 3-colored elemental fire, streaked through the air like a burning meteor, its velocity so swift that the law enforcement hall's Arhut could not react in time, resulting in a piercing shot to its chest, causing it to collapse to the ground. The terrifying number, 8,730, materialized before the group. Had it been a single strike kill? Xian's expression hardened in disbelief. She had just been contemplating the Arhut's newfound strength and the imminent assault when the opponent was dispatched in an instant, leaving her utterly unprepared. Truly formidable. Suya gazed intently at Qingyi, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. They had struck gold, a piece of black iron-grade equipment. The black glow fell to the ground, and Wei Ying hopped forward to pick it up. Upon discovering it was a monk's robe, she pouted in disappointment, lamenting the squandered potential of such fine gear. It was simply too unattractive. I have better gear already. Who wants this? Qingyi inquired. No one. Wei Ying was the first to respond. Xian and Suya also shook their heads, expressing their aversion. Although the equipment was decent, its unsightliness made it less appealing. They would rather don a visually pleasing piece of junk than this eyesore. Only he too's face was alight with desire, seeing the others reject it. He eagerly took the monk's robe. Then I shall take it. You all can have the better items later. The name Vajra monk's robe certainly had a pleasing ring to it. He cheerfully donned it, muttering, such excellent gear, and yet you all find it ugly. Women are so finicky. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp kick landed on his backside, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heart-wrenching cry. Qingyi shook his head. What a splendid occasion to wear new gear, yet you had to add that unnecessary comment. Chapter 63, 18 Bronze Men, Abbot of Huishan. Upon reaching the summit, the first sight to behold was a towering Buddha statue, standing majestically at a height of 70 to 80 meters, exuding an imposing aura. Several temples nestled at the feet of the statue appeared diminutive in comparison. The path was clear, leading them directly beneath the statue. Thud, 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 the ground trembled. And to the astonishment of the onlookers, 18 azure bronze figures emerged from the temples, brandishing iron rods and encircling Qingyi and his companions. They were colossal, crafted from metal, standing firmly upon the earth, emanating a chilling glow. The secret realm has shifted again. These bronze figures were absent during the previous encounters. Xian remarked with a grave expression. It was evident that with Qingyi's inclusion, the final challenge had escalated in difficulty. Not to worry, Qingyi replied, unfazed. They are merely a handful of bronze men. They may pose some inconvenience, but nothing insurmountable. Let us take them on together. With a thunderous roar, he struck first, his mountain-crushing hammer slicing through the air, creating a gust as it aimed for the chest of a bronze figure. The bronze figure reacted swiftly, extending its iron arm to block. Yet Qingyi's strength was formidable. The figure staggered back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Simultaneously, Xian and the others engaged their respective bronze adversaries, with flashes of sword light and clashing weapons. Although they were competent fighters, each could only manage to suppress one bronze figure at a time. When confronted with two, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The strength of these bronze figures surpassed that of level 10 elite monsters, albeit not by much. Qingyi noted this and intensified his assault, sending one bronze figure flying, but was soon thwarted by the others blocking his path. Perhaps realizing that Qingyi was not to be trifled with among the 18 bronze figures. Aside from the 4 that confronted Xian and her companions, the remaining 14 began to encircle Qingyi. They formed a circular formation, enveloping him in the center. The moment he made a move, the iron rods of the other bronze figures would simultaneously strike at him from all angles. Some of the bronze figures had even turned upside down. Qingyi let out a cold snort, swinging his hammer to deflect all the rods away. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he leapt into the air, executing the 9 hammers of breaking mountains. With a decisive strike, he sent one bronze figure flying. quickly following up with a second hammer blow that crashed down upon the chest of another, leaving a deep dent. The bronze figure could hardly struggle, unable to rise again. Qingyi pressed on, delivering a third hammer to yet another bronze figure, crushing its head flat. With the fourth and fifth strikes, he dispatched them with alarming ease. Under the tempestuous assault of Qingyi, the 14 bronze figures either transformed or collapsed, with not a single one able to maintain its stance on the ground. This terrifying display of power left Shanhai and her companions utterly astonished. In an effort to appear less incompetent, they gritted their teeth and unleashed their strongest attacks to deal with the remaining bronze figures. Witnessing Qingyi fight without even a hint of fatigue, they were completely convinced of his prowess. Wei Ying, filled with curiosity, directly asked, "Impressive. Who exactly are you, Great One?" Qingyi had yet to reveal his identity, which intrigued her greatly. As a top player from the Flame Peak, she knew many gaming elites, but none exhibited the overwhelming dominance that Qingyi displayed. Upon hearing Wei Ying's inquiry, Shanhai, Suya, and he too also perked up, clearly eager to know the answer. "Would you believe me if I said I'm Qingyi?" Qingyi replied with a faint smile, as if jesting. "I would." Wei Ying nodded seriously. "I truly cannot think of anyone else who is this formidable. Apart from my idol." "Your idol?" Qingyi was surprised to discover that Wei Ying was actually a fan of his. He looked at her with interest and asked, "How do you know he is powerful if you have never met him?" First in the entire server to achieve a kill, the first level 10 player. The first lord of the server, Wei Ying recounted his accomplishments with fervor, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "He is universally acknowledged as a peak player. If he isn't impressive, then no one is." At her words, Qingyi smiled, non-committal in his response. "Are you or aren't you?" Wei Ying was about to press further when Qingyi softly interjected, "They're coming." The group focused their gazes, following the direction of Qingyi's eyes, and indeed spotted a figure approaching at a leisurely pace. The figure was clad in a yellow robe, with a long white beard flowing gracefully. Observing the bodies strewn across the ground, his expression twitched slightly as he clasped his hands together and intoned, "Amitba, esteemed guests of the Vajra sect. What is your intent in this massacre?" "Of course, it is to kill you. Are we here to pay our respects?" One replied sarcastically, "You have mistaken the wrong person. Good sir, this humble monk has been in seclusion on this mountain for many years and has not engaged in combat." After the secret realm refreshed, Wei Ying was acutely aware that the old monk did not recognize her. But what did that matter? Just because he was oblivious, did he think he could evade punishment? Not a chance. She glared fiercely at the old monk and declared, "Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to meet your end." With that, she clung to Qingyi's arm, adopting a pitiful demeanor, and said, "Master, it's up to you now." Qingyi replied, with such a loud mouth, "Don't falter now, sister. You are being too presumptuous." Seeing no chance for negotiation, the old monk ceased his pretense, shrugged his shoulders, and smirked ominously. "In that case, do not blame this old monk for being ruthless. I shall use your flesh and blood to refine lamp oil." He swung his staff, exuding a formidable aura that surged towards Qingyi and the others, while fierce winds ravaged the ground. Name, Master Huishan rank, elite level, 20 health, 2,000, 220 mana, 75, 897 spirit, 80, 188 strength, 1, 532 defense, 1, 663 speed, 1, 572 stamina, 1, 606 dark golden palm 5, a demonic version of the golden palm technique, possessing greater offensive power than its predecessor. Capable of inflicting substantial damage and has a chance to instantly kill beings below 5 levels of its own. Demonic golden body 5, merging demonic energy with martial arts, transforming into an indestructible demonic golden body that mitigates most damage while having a chance to stun targets within 5 meters. Demonic Fury Golden Eyes 5, ascending into a state of demonic golden, significantly amplifying strength, raising it to a higher realm, and rendering it permanent. The cost of activating this skill is the soul being eroded by demonic energy, leading to eternal descent into darkness. Upon observing this formidable attribute, before Qingyi could utter a word, Shanhai gasped in alarm. How has this monk grown so powerful? Last time he was level 15, and now he has become a level 20 elite. She covered her mouth, feeling a surge of panic. The Master Huishan had not only increased by 5 levels, but also transformed into an elite rank. Examined through the lens of attributes, it had doubled. And let us not forget, level 15 and level 20 are realms apart, representing a significant leap in power, rendering any comparison futile. Moreover, if these revelations merely induced fear, the final skill of Master Huishan, Demonic Fury Golden Eyes, plunged her into utter despair. Chapter 64, Demonic Fury Golden Eyes. So strong, overwhelmingly so, instilling a sense of futility and resistance. She shared Master Huishan's attributes with Suya and the others, prompting a chorus of gasps. Even the previously confident Wei Ying fell silent. Such a challenging secret realm. If you don't want people to succeed, just say so. Why torment them like this? She wrinkled her nose and muttered a few words, anxiously glancing at Qingyi. "Master, can we handle this? Let us give it a try." Li Qingyi replied, shaking his head. With such strength, to claim victory would be disingenuous. We must engage in battle to ascertain the outcome. You all step back. I shall take care of this. He spoke softly. There are advantages to a higher level. It makes acquiring loot much easier. As long as we can vanquish it, fortune will follow. Once the battle concludes, I shall select the finest spoils first. I trust you have no objections? He turned to Qin Xian and the others, providing them with a preemptive warning. Although the secret realm was merely a fortuitous encounter, he certainly could not let any benefit slip away. Experiencing loss was simply out of the question. Agreed, Qin Xian responded without hesitation. If we truly emerge victorious, we shall split the spoils 50-50. You take half, and we four shall share the other half. Given that Li Qingyi was the team's sole hope for success, it was only fair for him to claim a larger share. Qin Xian would not dispute this arrangement. She would readily accept even a 70 or 80% share. After all, a level 20 elite would drop items of far greater value than those from a level 15 opponent. Even a mere 20% would not be a loss. Moreover, she had additional motivations, gaining Li Qingyi's favor. Securing the allegiance of a master player held immeasurable worth, far surpassing any trivial gain. Very well, she declared, drawing forth the 8 extremes bow, preparing for action. At that moment, the long-prepared Huishan finally unleashed his attack. With hands pressed together, a formidable energy surged within his palms. Radiant layers of purple-golden light shimmering around him. He strode forward, striking with his right palm, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent a gale sweeping through the air. His initial blow was a lethal strike, the dark golden palm. Li Qingyi, his clothing billowing in the fierce winds, maintained a resolute expression, undeterred by fear. He knocked an arrow from the flying feather series, aimed at Huishan's palm, and released it with sudden precision. The arrow itself shimmered with a golden-red radiance, distinct from the purple-golden glow surrounding Huishan. In the midst of the grand purple-golden brilliance, this slender beam appeared diminutive, yet shone even more brightly. Upon collision, the two forces erupted with an astounding roar, the air compressing violently and cascading outward. Boom. Ultimately, the flying feather arrow proved superior, piercing through the dark golden palm's force and advancing forward. With a sharp sound, the arrow penetrated the palm completely. A damage value materialized. Good, Wei Ying exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Truly, a master among masters. She raised her thumb in admiration, her eyes filled with awe for Li Qingyi. The others, witnessing this outcome, also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could break through the defenses, there remained hope for victory. Such minor damage was dealt. However, Li Qingyi did not share their optimism. His expression was grave. The divine arrow, his ultimate weapon, had always proven effective. Even if it did not result in an instant kill, it would typically deplete at least half of an opponent's health. Yet, against Huishan, it had barely reduced 1/5 of his health, setting a new low record. Given this damage output, he would need at least 5 arrows to bring Huishan down, assuming the latter did not evade. But could his stamina endure the strain of 5 shots? Perhaps. Yet, Huishan still had his ultimate ability yet to be unleashed. This was a challenging predicament. Li Qingyi shook his head in frustration. How dare he injure me? I will make you pay. Huishan was struck by a single arrow from Li Qingyi, igniting an inferno of fury within him. Ignoring the blood gushing forth, he forcefully extracted the arrow. Almost instantaneously, his body trembled as if a switch had been triggered, causing him to swell slightly. Dense demonic energy erupted from him, permeating his head, ears, and mouth. While his eyes were suffused with a deep purple-black mist, he was utterly engulfed in a demonic aura. Amitabha, the gate to the afterlife has opened. Please, take your leave. He intoned. After his transformation, the fury on Huishan's face dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled calm. With hands clasped together, he chanted a sutra. Were it not for the thick, demonic energy surrounding him, one might mistake him for a venerable monk descended from the heavens. Enough of your theatrics. It is you who should depart, not I. Li Qingyi scoffed, summoning a bronze-hued war hammer into his hands. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself toward Huishan like a cannonball, bringing the hammer down with tremendous force. 9 strikes of the mountain. Flash. The 2 skills activated in an instant, accompanied by a roaring wind and an imposing momentum. In the face of the incoming massive hammer, Huishan remained unfazed. The purple-black mist swirling around him coalescing into a suit of armor that enveloped his form, providing him with formidable protection. Demonic diamond body. He bellowed, thrusting his palms forward once more, dark golden palm. As Huishan unleashed his demonic diamond body, Li Qingyi felt a sudden jolt in his mind. A blankness sweeping over him, plunging him into a moment of disorientation. Fortunately, having anticipated Huishan's skills early on, he bit down on his tongue to regain his focus and continued his assault. The first strike. Boom. Empowered by the demonic diamond body, Li Qingyi's attack evidently yielded little effect, instead sending him hurtling backward. Unable to breach even the defense, the notion of inflicting damage was utterly futile. The second strike. Unwilling to concede, Li Qingyi steadied himself and swiftly launched a second hammer strike. His movements accelerated, so rapid that only a blur remained in the air. Within just 5 seconds, he unleashed the remaining 8 strikes. The 9th strike. From the 6th blow onward, he began to inflict damage upon Huishan. And by the final strike, a staggering 300 damage sent Huishan flying. Whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyi refused to grant Huishan a moment's respite. Unleashing 2 arrows in a straight line, propelled with remarkable speed, Huishan, regaining his composure, hastily concentrated his demonic energy to form a protective armor around his vital points. The arrows struck the armor with a thunderous sound, sending sparks flying as if a drill had shattered the protective layer. Crack! As the first arrow clattered to the ground. The demonic diamond body was finally breached. The subsequent arrow, however, found its mark unimpeded, plunging mercilessly into Huishan's chest. A significant amount of damage was once again dealt, prompting a smile from Qingyi. With the groundwork laid by the first arrow, the second finally struck a critical blow. At this moment, Huishan's health dwindled to just over 3,000. With one more arrow, he could send him to his final rest. Ah, you have forced my hand. Huishan became acutely aware of his perilous situation. After a moment of hesitation, he finally resolved himself. Even if it meant descending into the abyss of darkness. I will ensure your demise. His visage twisted into a ghastly expression, radiating an overwhelming desire to rend Qingyi into pieces. With an enraged roar, he summoned the wrath of the demon. The malevolent energy surrounding him intensified tenfold in an instant, enveloping him in a shroud of dense black mist, rendering him akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, exuding unspeakable evil. His level abruptly surged, elevating him to an elite rank of 30. With substantial increases to his health and various attributes. Chapter 65, The Divine Arrow, The Annihilation of Huishan. The Dark Diamond Palm. Huishan bellowed, thrusting his right hand forward. A massive black palm imprint shot forth, resembling a mountain of 5 fingers, charging towards Qingyi. Qingyi's expression sharpened as he retreated a few steps and swiftly unleashed the divine arrow. Unfortunately, Huishan's level had already risen to 30, transforming his essence into the primordial, vastly augmenting his strength. This arrow proved to be of little consequence, merely halting the onslaught of the diamond palm momentarily before being violently repelled, with the residual palm print still threateningly advancing. Upgraded dash. Aware that he could not withstand the assault head-on, Qingyi immediately consumed a skill upgrade stone, enhancing his dash by 2 levels. Dash upgrade successful, level 13. Description: speed increased by 70 for 5 minutes. With this newfound acceleration, he narrowly evaded the strike. However, the statue behind him was not as fortunate, suffering a deep indentation from the palm strike. Are you finished? Now it's my turn. Qingyi inhaled deeply, advancing forward to unleash the 9 hammers of mountain destruction. Boom. Though he was at a disadvantage in raw power compared to Huishan, the agility from his dash combined with the explosive force of the 9 hammers allowed him to hold his ground momentarily. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the air crackling with energy and debris flying in all directions. Chun Xin and the others gasped in shock, hastily retreating hundreds of meters to avoid collateral damage. The god of war descended. Su Ya's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, completely captivated by the imposing figure, murmuring, "Such formidable control of the battlefield and lightning-fast reflexes are rare in this world. Indeed, the deity is truly magnificent." Wei Ying fervently nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Alas, the demon diamond's furious glare was a permanent, defiant skill. Otherwise, a mere level 20 elite would have been utterly crushed by him. Chen Xian sighed, watching Qingyi's silhouette, feeling an increasing surge of determination within. He too, bowing to the Great One. This cannot continue. If it does, my defeat is inevitable. A missed strike weighed heavily on Qingyi's heart. With a powerful push of his legs, he created distance. Upgraded Divine Arrow. Divine Arrow upgrade successful, level 23. Description: inflicts 15 times damage on the target, with a chance to trigger a divine strike, inflicting an additional 15 times damage. Upon completing the upgrade, Qingyi gained a deeper understanding of the Divine Arrow. He steadied his breath, focusing entirely on the arrow, and unleashed it with a resounding bang. A muffled sound reverberated as the bowstring vibrated, unleashing an astonishing force that cleaved through the air. This arrow flew faster and with greater ferocity than its predecessors. He exerted all his strength to activate the demon gold body, enveloping himself in a protective barrier of demonic energy. The arrows struck the magical aura with a hissing sound, gradually depleting its power. Yet, the demonic energy roared like a fierce flame, consuming the arrows in its wake. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate until the magical barrier shattered like fragile glass, unable to coalesce again. A smile crept upon Huishan's lips, and just as he prepared to exclaim, he spotted a flicker of golden red light racing towards him from the distance, growing ever brighter in his vision. How can you possibly unleash such a technique a second time? Huishan shouted in frustration. However, in the next moment, an arrow pierced through his forehead, sending his body crashing to the ground. Because I possess enduring stamina, Qingyi remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. The perfected level 3 color primordial fire technique granted him remarkable endurance. Even a 6-star divine arrow could be unleashed 7 or 8 times without fatigue. Furthermore, that last arrow triggered a divine strike, compounded by a critical hit on his inherent weakness, resulting in a staggering 30-fold damage, sufficient to annihilate Huishan, who was already down to a third of his health. Huishan Abbott slain, gained 87 experience points. Talent selection burst rate triggered, 88 times burst rate. Selection triggered. Item quality upgraded. Several beams of light erupted from Huishan's lifeless form, cascading to the ground in a dazzling display that electrified the onlookers. Wow, 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 wow. We've struck gold, Wei Ying exclaimed, dashing forward to embrace Li Qingyi, bouncing with joy, the soft sensation of her body brushing against his chest. Is it necessary to collide with people like this? Li Qingyi mused, feeling quite amused. A gasp escaped Chun Xian's lips as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Covering her mouth delicately, her alabaster face radiated excitement. In her hand, she clutched a square token, shimmering with a silver brilliance that appeared most sacred. This item actually dropped. Li Qingyi recognized it instantly. It was the territory silver token he had acquired previously. To date, only 4 such tokens existed in the world, and he never anticipated that 2 would originate from his hands. Truly, his fortune was remarkable. The selection burst rate was indeed unparalleled. Do you want this? Upon noticing Li Qingyi's gaze, Chen Xian seemed to recall something, her expression dimming as she relinquished all the spoils into his hands. The territory token was far too precious. He should surely keep it for himself. After all, what master would not establish a territory? Chen Xian sighed quietly, feeling rather miserable. She had finally encountered the object of her dreams, only to miss out on it. Seeing Chen Xian biting her lip, reluctant to part with the token, Li Qingyi could not help but chuckle. Had he not established a territory, the territory token would undoubtedly have been his first choice. However, he already possessed the Galactic Village, rendering this item of little significance to him. Even within the broader player community, its value was limited. Consider, for instance, the third territory of Songlong Wentian, where the rewards amounted to merely a single level. Thus, even with the territory token in hand, establishing the 4th territory on the server offered scant benefits, hardly meriting even a server-wide announcement. His gaze shifted to several other items, and for once, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Before him lay 5 additional items. Aside from the territory token, a handful of gold coins, 10 skill upgrade stones, a level 15 silver staff, a skill book titled Indestructible Body, and most notably, a rare orange treasure, the martial arts engraving stone, Kongang Sect. Unlike ordinary engraving stones, this one bore a suffix, though it merely added a suffix. The implications contained within were vastly different. Typically, a martial arts engraving stone could inscribe only one martial art, or a player could comprehend merely that single martial art. However, exceptions existed, such as this particular stone in his possession, which encapsulated the entirety of the Kongang Sect's martial arts from 1st to 3rd tier, provided one's comprehension was sufficient. All these martial arts could be gleaned from the engraving stone. Li Qingyi examined it closely and discovered it contained the white martial art Kongang Force, Tier 13, the blue martial art Kongang Skill, Tier 13, the purple martial art Kongang Refinement Technique, Tier 13, and the violet martial art Kongang Decision, Tier 13. Chapter 66, Martial Arts Engraving Stone, Kongang Sect, Regional Announcement. From white to purple, the various grades of techniques perfectly aligned with differing talents and levels of comprehension. Those with lesser talent might struggle to comprehend the high-tier Kongang Decision, yet the lower-tier Kongang Force and Kongang Skill would pose no such difficulty. This significantly raised the baseline within the territory. Moreover, a cohesive martial system proved far superior to a haphazard assortment. Some might learn wood attribute techniques in the 1st tier, fire attribute techniques in the 2nd tier, and water attribute techniques in the 3rd tier, while their levels and realms might ascend. Their combat effectiveness suffered due to the sheer diversity of techniques. The martial arts engraving stone of the Kongang Sect undoubtedly mitigated this issue, rendering its value exponentially greater than that of the territory token. Li Qingyi mused silently. He discreetly grasped it in his hand and turned his gaze toward Chen Xian. Do you desire the territory token? Absolutely. Chen Xian replied without hesitation. I have been preparing for the territory for quite some time. I just need that. Then it's yours. Li Qingyi waved his hand, exuding a sense of generosity. However, he quickly shifted his tone. You know well that the territory token is exceedingly precious, especially in the early stages. It is worth its weight in gold. In the real world, it could fetch a price of 100 million. Upon hearing Li Qingyi's words, Chen Xian nodded in agreement. The early game period was immensely valuable. Establishing a territory even a minute earlier conferred an advantage that could not be purchased at any price. If you are willing to relinquish the territorial token to me, I can compensate you with 30 million in reality. No, 50 million, Chen Xian softly proposed, a delicate blush gracing her fair cheeks. While such an amount may sound substantial, it pales in comparison to the true worth of the token. Should it be auctioned, its value would undoubtedly exceed 200 million. Observing Li Qingyi's cheerful demeanor, which remained unfazed, Qin Xian clenched her teeth and declared, 100 million, that is the maximum I can offer. No, Li Qingyi replied, shaking his head. Qin Xian's heart sank at his refusal. She truly could not extend her offer further. Gritting her teeth, she pondered what other incentives might sway him, only to hear Li Qingyi's voice gently state, the token can be yours, but all other items shall belong to me. At this revelation, not only Qin Xian, but everyone else was taken aback. All gone. Qin Xian struggled to comprehend the situation. She had even considered borrowing money, yet he was rejecting it? This was not a trivial sum. It was a full 100 million. Little did she know, Li Qingyi's interest in money had only flickered for a moment before he lost all desire. Even 100 billion would be of no use to him. He would not dare accept it. After all, in the realm of reality, money earned in the morning could lead to peril by afternoon. It was far too risky. Moreover, as a dedicated player immersed in the wilderness of the mountains and seas, no amount of money could be spent. All gone, Li Qingyi reiterated solemnly. He placed the token into Qin Xian's hand and, with astonishing speed, gathered all other belongings into his inventory. No one could notice the broad grin hidden beneath his mask. The so-called territorial token likely held less value than even a 5-star skill. This was a tremendous gain. Thank you. Feeling the warmth of the token in her palm, Qin Xian inexplicably felt a surge of joy, her gaze towards Li Qingyi sparkling with admiration. Master, you are so generous. Truly my hero. Wei Ying clapped her hands, giving him a thumbs up. The eyes of the others turned towards Li Qingyi with newfound kindness. Big shot, you are exceedingly generous. Let us be friends. Li Qingyi cleared his throat, his heart brimming with delight. He had been contemplating how to tactfully acquire most of the items. At the very least, the martial arts inscription stone and a 5-star skill. Little did he expect these charming girls to be so enamored by the territorial token that they became immobile. In this moment, he chose to indulge them. After all, they had chosen their spoils once, and he had chosen once. It should be a fair split, he mused contentedly. Congratulations on clearing the martial arts secret realm, Diamond Gate. The realm is now closing. A flash of white light illuminated the space. On the rock wall, a portal appeared. We are about to establish our territory. Would you care to join us? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xian looked at Li Qingyi, unable to resist the urge to inquire. Her clear eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Oh wow, what a grand gesture, Li Qingyi remarked in surprise. Do not mention Li Qingyi. Even Wei Ying was taken aback by Qin Xian's words, especially Suya, who understood all too well how competitive Qin Xian was. Representing the Qin family in Huai Creek City, she tirelessly collaborated with other families to form the Huai Creek Alliance. Recently, under immense pressure, she surpassed her rivals to become the helm of the Huai Creek Alliance within the game. Such a remarkable achievement solidified her position as the indisputable leader among the younger generation of Huai Creek City. If she now possesses the territory token to establish the 4th territory across the entire server, then her future standing would be as solid as a mountain, unshakable by anyone. Yet now, she intends to relinquish the easily attainable position of Lord? What audacity! Were it not for trust, Suya would have shouted in disbelief. Thank you for your recognition. May our paths cross again, Li Qingyi said, gently shaking her head. Noticing Qin Xian's disappointed gaze, she waved her hand and departed gracefully. Sister Xian, why would you let the master become the Lord? Wei Ying could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Suya and he too turned to listen to Qin Xian's explanation. With a soft sigh, Qin Xian replied, leading Liuli village. My limit is merely to exit the Chuyun mountain range, whereas he can effortlessly guide Liuli village beyond the eastern wasteland. As she spoke, the system's voice echoed. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Qingyi, Xinyu, Bian Xiaoying, he too, and Suya for clearing the martial arts secret realm's Diamond Gate, becoming the first team in the server to conquer the secret realm. Each member is awarded 300 reputation points and 100 gold coins. Everyone was familiar with Qingyi. Yet the other 4 were unfamiliar faces. Who are these 4? How did they come to associate with Qingyi? Curiosity about the identities of Xinyu and the others began to swirl in the minds of countless players. Qin Xian and her companions stood frozen in place. It turned out he was indeed Qingyi. Wei Ying murmured to herself, initially thinking Li Qingyi was jesting, but now realizing otherwise. Chapter 67, The Indestructible Body. The arrival of the tabby cat. Would you like to learn the 5-star skill Indestructible Body? Yes, Li Qingyi eagerly responded. Learning successful. Skill, Indestructible Body. Grade, 5-star. Description, the ultimate technique of the Diamond Gate, capable of conjuring a protective body around oneself, offering formidable defense for 3 minutes. How impressive it seems. Li Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. To test the skill's capabilities, he climbed to the top of a towering tree, standing over 50 meters above the ground. Taking a deep breath, he leaped forth. The wind howled past his ears as he plummeted rapidly. Indestructible body, he mentally commanded, and a dense golden aura enveloped him. Standing tall and exuding an air of dominance. Boom. He landed with a thunderous crash, creating a large crater. Emerging unscathed, Not a speck of dust clung to him. Truly, a 5-star skill, remarkable. He couldn't help but praise. Following the 6-star skill, Divine Arrow, he had finally acquired another formidable skill. This astonishing defense would undoubtedly allow him to charge invincibly in future battles. Regrettably, the exertion required is excessively taxing, far more than that demanded by the Arrow of God. While Li Qingyi felt a surge of joy, he also recognized a significant flaw in the indestructible body, its exorbitant stamina requirements. With his current stamina exceeding 600, he could execute the Arrow of God approximately 8 times. However, the indestructible body could only last for about 3 uses at most. This disparity is not difficult to comprehend. The Arrow of God is a single-target skill, whereas the indestructible body is a sustained, all-encompassing technique, leading to a different level of consumption. Stamina remains insufficient. Li Qingyi sighed. Even though he had perfected his golden martial arts, the unfettered use of his 2 advanced skills remained elusive. Perhaps, this situation would improve after he advanced to second-tier martial arts. It was essential to upgrade some lower-tier skills as well, rather than relying solely on his powerful abilities. Contemplating this, Li Qingyi decided to utilize the skill upgrade stones he had at hand. The slash skill had not been upgraded for quite some time, so he proceeded to enhance it. He clicked twice, elevating the slash from level 2 to level 4, increasing its explosion from 3-fold to 5-fold. Coupled with the 9 hammers of breaking mountains, it could unleash formidable power, sufficient for swift eliminations. With 5 skill upgrade stones remaining and no other skills to enhance, he chose to apply them to the recently acquired indestructible body. The level 2 indestructible body did not differ much from level 1, save for a slight increase in duration, extending from 3 minutes to 5. After concluding this task, Li Qingyi intended to seek out his main forces, but was suddenly alerted by a message in the real world indicating someone was approaching him. Thus, he logged off ahead of time. Upon awakening from the game, he noticed a tabby cat perched beside his pillow, grooming its fur. "Ah, the little cat has arrived," he remarked. At the sound of his voice, the tabby cat displayed a fleeting expression of human-like embarrassment, quickly replaced by a pitiful demeanor. It flopped onto the floor, wrapping its front paws around Li Qingyi's hand, gently nudging with its small head, then rolling over to expose its belly, continuing to nuzzle. The effort was rather amusing. Without his maternal fire nearby, the juvenile fire must have caused considerable distress to this creature. Suppressing a chuckle, Li Qingyi feigned a sigh, saying, "Had you behaved like this sooner, perhaps I would not have compelled you to swallow the juvenile fire. Alas, now that you have, I can only wait until my skills are perfected to extract it for you." The tabby cat stiffened, on the verge of tears. Li Qingyi reassured, "Fear not. As long as you remain by my side, the juvenile fire will behave itself." He patted the cat's head and inquired, "Didn't I say to find me in the game? Where are you, little cat?" In response, the tabby cat raised its front paws, gesticulating vigorously, meowing as if to voice its grievances. Although Li Qingyi could not fully understand, he inferred from the motions that someone had obstructed its passage, preventing it from entering the city and even striking it. How unfortunate, he mused. Li Qingyi gently stroked the head of the tabby cat and said, "Then I shall come to find you. Please inform me of your location." The tabby cat nodded, using its paw to sketch a coordinate in the air, 817-827-6353. Li Qingyi memorized this location and instructed the tabby cat to wait for him in the game. After a brief meal, he swiftly entered the game as well. According to the coordinates provided by the tabby cat, Li Qingyi discovered that their distance was not great, merely a little over 200 kilometers. Thus, he mounted his miniature steed and hastened towards his destination. Outside the Flame Tribe, 30 kilometers away, on a rocky terrain, various oddly shaped stones stood erect. Over 30 players, clad in rudimentary attire and wielding swords and blades, were engaged in combat with a creature. This creature was not large, covered in a coat of brownish fur, and adeptly evaded the player's arrows, suffering little damage. Suddenly, it leapt onto a high rock, its whiskers bristling as it emitted a threatening roar. Level 15. Quickly log off and gather reinforcements. WVE struck it rich. Encountering such a creature on the road is a must for us to seize. The players, undeterred by the impending danger, were blinded by greed, rushing forward recklessly. Meow. The tabby cat, witnessing the chaos, became enraged. It had been waiting for Li Qingyi, only to be besieged by this horde of attackers, armed with knives and bows, their fierce demeanor suggesting they wished to devour it alive. How much can one endure? Does one mistake the tiger's silence for weakness? The tabby cat, unafraid, sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of lightning, weaving through the crowd. With each swipe of its paw, a player fell. In a short span, the players suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 5 or 6 desperately clinging to the fight. "You scoundrels! Allow me to demonstrate my might." Realizing that brute strength could not conquer the creature, one of the youths with triangular eyes, in a fit of rage, produced a fiery red orb from his pocket and hurled it at the tabby cat. "Experience the power of my explosive orb, perish!" He bellowed, his face twisted in malice. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted, engulfing the tabby cat. Ha ha ha. The triangular-eyed youth's face lit up with satisfaction. envisioning the tabby cat's demise. What a treasure I've acquired. Using it on you is hardly a loss. Let me see what spoils emerge. He grinned, preparing to approach and collect his prize. Suddenly, from within the flames, a small figure burst forth, exhaling a gust of energy. Buzz. With a sickening thud, it pierced through the chest of the triangular-eyed youth. How can you still be alive? His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Chapter 68. The first pet in the entire server, Spirit Treasure. Applause erupted as the tabby cat lifted its gaze, spotting a young man leading a horse towards it. Walking slowly, just as the tabby cat intended to unleash its fury, it witnessed the man remove his mask, revealing a familiar visage. Meow. Recognizing the visitor, the tabby cat's sharp gaze instantly softened. It hopped playfully towards the young man and leaped into his embrace. The little creature proved to be quite remarkable. Attracted by the sound of the explosive orb, Qingyi arrived just in time to witness the tabby cat's display of prowess. He gently petted the cat's head, realizing that he had indeed succeeded in manifesting his expectations. Name, Tabby Cat Demon Rank. Level, 15 Health, 913, 810, 012 Mana, 34, 994, 004 Spirit, 40, 034. 176 Strength, 1, 356 Defense, 1, 108 Speed, 1, 477 Stamina, 1, 165 Cat Shadow Mirage 4. The Tabby Cat Demon leaves several afterimages on the battlefield, executing rapid strikes against foes, inflicting physical damage. Spirit Cat Claw 4. A claw strike infused with demonic energy, dealing damage to the target and having a chance to induce a bleeding state. Primordial Arrow Breath 3. Concentrates a force within the abdomen and releases it as a lethal strike against the target. Impressive indeed, at level 15, it surpasses the ordinary. Observing these attributes, Qingyi could not help but commend the creature. To have evolved to such a level in such a short time. The little tabby cat clearly possessed a remarkable spirit. The demon beast tabby cat requests to become your pet. Do you accept? The system's voice resonated, and Qingyi looked down to see the tabby cat blinking its large, pleading eyes. A promising pupil indeed. He patted its rear, nodding in satisfaction as he accepted the proposal. The demon beast tabby cat has become your pet. As the first player in the entire server to tame a pet, you are rewarded with 500 reputation, 500 gold, an upgrade in pet rank, an enhancement in pet skills, and a special spiritual treasure, Demon Binding Ring Eye. To his surprise, the rewards were exceedingly generous, a double blessing. Qingyi smiled, his gaze fixated on the tabby cat nestled in his arms, only to discover that it was enveloped in a radiant white light, pulsating with vibrant life force, growing ever stronger as if undergoing some transformation. Is its bloodline also strengthening? As the master of the tabby cat demon, Qingyi could clearly sense its every state. He distinctly perceived that, due to the rank elevation, the tabby cat demon's bloodline was concurrently enhanced. Reflecting on bloodlines, he recalled that he possessed a drop of refined blood, obtained from the crimson blood honey pot monkey. Could it be possible? Qingyi gazed thoughtfully at the glistening drop of refined blood in his hand. Before he could act, however, the tabby cat demon reacted first. Coiling around his arm like a boneless serpent, its head instinctively drawn towards the refined blood, desiring to consume it. Qingyi hesitated momentarily, but did not hinder the tabby cat's actions. The refined blood was a potent tonic. Even if it had no significant effect, it surely wouldn't bring about any harm, he reasoned. Gulping down the refined blood, the tabby cat demon curled back into Qingyi's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Your pet, the tabby cat demon, is currently refining the bloodline of the ferocious monkey, mixed, undergoing unknown changes. The tabby cat demon, with its diminutive form, emanated an ever-growing aura, as if some enigmatic force were awakening, leaving Qingyi somewhat astonished. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the system's voice echoed once more. Tabby cat demon's evolution complete, mutation occurred. Would you like to check? As the tabby cat demon has become a pet, the attribute panel has been modified. Name, mutated golden-eyed cat king grade, lord level, 15 realm, chi refining stage cultivation technique, first tier Taibai chi refining art, golden extraordinary, later stage skills, golden eye of illusion breaking 1, a gifted ability. The eyes transform into two brilliant golden whirlpools, capable of piercing through illusions. When directed at a target, it exerts a soul pressure, inducing a state of bewilderment. The transformed tabby cat demon, or more accurately, the mutated golden-eyed cat king, had undergone significant changes in appearance. Firstly, its size had dramatically increased, now comparable to that of a half-year-old tiger. Its fur was a pristine white, silky to the touch, and its golden eyes sparkled with divine light, exuding an air of nobility. Had its grade increased by 2 levels? Qingyi was elated, astonished that an unintentional act had elevated the tabby cat demon to the lord level, along with the acquisition of a golden extraordinary cultivation technique. What a remarkable template for the future. Roar. The mutated golden-eyed cat king awakened from its evolution, rolling over in Li Qingyi's arms and affectionately licking his face. The ticklish sensation brought a smile to Li Qingyi's lips. With such a radiant coat, I shall call you Little Black from now on, he remarked, stroking its fur. Upon hearing this, the mutated golden-eyed cat king widened its eyes, gazing at Li Qingyi in a daze, then gently pawed at his hand, wishing to have its name changed. However, as Li Qingyi was at a loss for names, he promptly settled on the one he had chosen. Noticing Little Black sulking, Li Qingyi cleared his throat and said, "Do not be upset, I have a treasure for you." He retrieved a golden circlet from his bosom, waving it enticingly before Little Black. A spiritual treasure. The Demon King's crown, an extraordinary item. He elongated the last word. Little Black's attention was evidently captured, its eyes shimmering as it beheld the mystical radiance emanating from the circlet. No longer upset, it lifted its head, gazing eagerly. "Let us put it on," Li Qingyi said with a mysterious smile. Without suspicion, Little Black joyfully donned the crown. Upon contact with its head, the circlet adhered firmly. Little Black felt no discomfort. Leaping to the ground where its form shimmered, enveloped by a massive golden shield, the brilliance of which surpassed even Li Qingyi's diamond body. The defensive skill inherent to the spiritual treasure was indeed formidable. Li Qingyi smiled faintly, aware that the crown on Little Black's head was closely linked to him. Uttering a specific incantation would grant him control over it. The incantation was somewhat convoluted. Perhaps a bit of practice would be in order? A mischievous smile played at the corners of Li Qingyi's mouth. Yet, upon seeing the innocent smile on Little Black's face, he decided against disturbing the tender spirit of the little creature. In the event that a psychological shadow lingers, it would be quite unfortunate. Li Qingyi leaped onto his steed, and with a wave of his hand, Little Black sprang up as well, its hind legs firmly planted on the horse's back, while its front limbs rested on Li Qingyi's shoulder. With a deft command, they sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Chapter 69. Return to Galaxy Village, Senior Brewer. Before the gates of the Flame Fire tribe, Li Qingyi encountered Chen Shi and his companions, as he needed to procure some blueprints. He instructed Chen Shi and the others to wait outside the city while he galloped swiftly within. Unperturbed, Li Qingyi led over 300 individuals towards Galaxy Village. The procession, comprising both the elderly and the young, moved at a sluggish pace, yet they finally arrived. Gazing ahead at the densely clustered houses, Li Qingyi exhaled a sigh of relief. This journey had exhausted him, as he had played the roles of scout and bodyguard, darting back and forth, fretting over the safety of these precious individuals, fearful of any mishaps along the way. Indeed, such is the nature of entrepreneurship in its nascent stages. One must labor tirelessly, often more than a beast of burden. Li Qingyi sighed, resolutely determining that next time he would bring along Yan Wu to handle these trivial matters. At last, they had reached Galaxy Village. Li Qingyi called out to the group, instantly eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. They craned their necks, curiously surveying everything within the village, their eyes shimmering with bewilderment. Is this truly the place where our future lives will unfold? Upon entering the Lord's Hall, Chen Jiang promptly approached. Li Qingyi acknowledged him and inquired, "How has the village been faring recently?" "All is well," Chen Jiang nodded, smiling. "My lord, after such a long journey, do you still have the energy to explore?" "Certainly," Li Qingyi replied, equally eager to witness the transformations in his domain. The two set off together, meandering through the village. As they walked, Chen Jiang reported on the recent developments. Shanhai was promoted to senior architect 2 days ago, so we are no longer constructing wooden houses. We have transitioned to stone buildings, which offer more space and aesthetic appeal. He gestured towards the newly erected structures ahead. Li Qingyi raised his gaze to behold a cluster of 10 stone houses standing on the open ground, each a 2.5-story edifice, crafted from stones of various sizes and colors, all polished to a smooth finish, some even adorned with intricate carvings. They were truly exquisite. A minimalist-style villa was Li Qingyi's immediate impression, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the artistry that had emerged. Impressive, he lauded. Continuing onward, fields and orchards came into view. Though only a few days had passed, they already exhibited significant scale. The crops in the fields bowed slightly under the weight of their golden grains, while the fruit trees in the orchard were laden with clusters of small fruits, promising a bountiful harvest in no time. Our first batch of grain is expected to yield 10,000 units, sufficient for 1,000 people for 10 days, Chen Jiang stated. Far from enough. Li Qingyi shook his head. In the future, Galaxy Village will accommodate many more people. This meager supply wouldn't even suffice to fill our teeth. Furthermore, within a mere 6 months, the ferocious beast Chu Liang shall descend, and the grain production across the vast wilderness will be halved. We must ensure we possess sufficient reserves to weather this crisis. It is imperative to continually enhance our output. Chen Jiang felt a shiver of apprehension coursing through him and nodded earnestly. What about talent? Inquired Li Qingyi. In recent days, we have discovered few individuals of high caliber. There are only 10 with qualifications of level and above. However, it is worth celebrating that among them is a level 1, an advanced brewer, Chen Jiang responded. An advanced brewer? Li Qingyi's voice rose an octave, and he instantly became elated. Quickly, take me to see him. Having tasted the immense profits from selling alcohol, He coveted this resource greatly, dreaming of mass-producing the honey-pot monkey wine. The two hastily made their way to a modest dwelling. "Lu Quan, come out. The Lord wishes to see you," Xinjiang shouted from the entrance. Immediately, there was a stir within, and after a brief moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, clad in an apron, emerged briskly. Upon seeing Li Qingyi, he bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Lu Quan pays his respects to the Lord. Thank you for your patronage." "There's no need for formality," Li Qingyi replied with a smile, getting straight to the point. "I hear from Xinjiang that you are a brewer. Is this wine feasible to produce?" As he spoke, he handed over the recipe for the honey pot monkey wine. Lu Quan scrutinized the recipe, his eyes lighting up. "What an excellent formula. Leave it to me, my lord, and I assure you it will be brewed." "Splendid." Li Qingyi responded with delight. "What will the output be?" Lu Quan scratched his head and replied, "The spiritual fruits needed for brewing are available on the plateau, but their yield is limited. Therefore, constrained by the availability of raw materials, I can produce approximately 1 jar every 3 days. Too little. I require mass production. At least 10 jars, Li Qingyi declared with a wave of his hand. "I will find a solution for the spiritual fruits." Acquiring such a quantity solely through foraging would undoubtedly be insufficient. He planned to purchase directly from the market. In the current intermediate market, numerous players were selling materials, and procuring a few spiritual fruits would be quite manageable. 10 jars. Lu Quan was taken aback. He had thought Li Qingyi merely wanted 1 or 2 jars to sample. Never anticipating such a grand demand, his expression turned somewhat troubled. Even if the spiritual fruits were adequate, without a suitable environment, he could not produce superior wine. If only there were a wine cellar, he mused. "A wine cellar? I have one." Li Qingyi retrieved the blueprint for the wine cellar. "I will construct one for you." He had purchased the plans while at the Yanhua tribe, never expecting to utilize them so soon. "That's no issue. I guarantee the wine will be brewed." Seeing Li Qingyi's thorough preparations, Lu Quan immediately ceased his objections, confidently patting his chest to assure his commitment. The three selected a vacant plot of land, and with a flick of the blueprint, a splendid wine cellar materialized before them. "This shall be entrusted to you," Li Qingyi said, patting Lu Quan on the shoulder. "The brewing endeavor is crucial to the development of our territory. It must be taken seriously." Lu Quan felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders and nodded earnestly. "I will devote myself fully." After offering a few words of encouragement, Li Qingyi departed with Xinjiang. "Come forth, my architects." Li Qingyi waved his hand, sending sheets of blueprints fluttering into the air, suspended gracefully. The ground trembled as buildings arose, one after another. A basic blacksmith shop, an intermediate blacksmith shop, and an advanced blacksmith shop. A basic tailor shop, an intermediate tailor shop, and an advanced tailor shop. A medical clinic, a paper mill, a dojo for enlightenment, and a military camp. 30 structures stood in orderly array. Such a modest number of edifices commanded a fortune, several thousand gold coins. Initially, Li Qingyi felt a pang of regret at the expenditure, but as he beheld these constructions, a wave of accomplishment surged within him. With these establishments in place, the development of Galaxy Village could finally embark on a proper path. Chapter 70, Territory Upgrade, Enlightenment of Skills. The construction of auxiliary buildings was largely completed. Tomorrow, gather the craftsmen with special skills in the village and assign them to their respective specialties, Li Qingyi instructed Xinjiang. Talents must engage in what they excel at. We cannot afford to squander their abilities. Xinjiang eagerly complied, a sudden joy illuminating his face. "My lord, with the establishment of these buildings, the prosperity of our territory has reached the threshold for an upgrade. Shall we proceed with the territory enhancement?" "Certainly." Li Qingyi thought about this very matter. Upon hearing Xinjiang's mention, he readily concurred. The territory was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Congratulations to Galaxy Village for completing the upgrade. The territory area has increased. As the system's voice resonated, the Lord's Hall began to transform. The sounds of hammers and axes echoed, the area expanded slightly, and the decor visibly became more opulent. Territory, Galaxy Village. Level, Minor Village 2. Spiritual veins, none. Special attributes, Sacred Territory 1. Increases territory comprehension by 30. Sacred Territory 2. Enhances the probability of grasping special skills by 20. The World's Premier Territory, Fortune 10. Increases attraction for wanderers by 30. Population, 1038. Public sentiment, 85. Public order, 91. Existing resources, grain, 3, 981 units, stone, 3, 953 units, wood, 8, 347 units, currency, 1043 gold coins. Territory area, 30 square kilometers. Existing buildings, 138. Washing pool, unique, a place rumored to gather the celestial waters from Tian Shan, where each drop can transform one's essence. Those joining the territory automatically accept the baptism, enhancing their innate aptitude by half a level. Territory Hall, the Lord's office, suitable for meetings and announcements. Residential houses, 66 dwellings for the populace. Construction requirements, 20 wood, 10 stone, 200 copper coins. Exquisite dwellings, 18 stone houses for the populace. Advanced blacksmith shop, a facility where elite blacksmiths forge equipment, equipped with the core of the Earth's fire to enhance success rates. Advanced Tailor Shop, a venue for skilled tailors to craft tools, utilizing golden silkworm thread to improve success rates. Intermediate Warehouse, Intermediate Market, Intermediate Blacksmith Shop, Intermediate Tailor Shop. Basic Training Grounds, Basic Military Camp, Basic Medical Clinic. Dojo for Enlightenment, Paper Mill, Martial Arts Arena, Tavern, Lumber Yard, Quarry, Mining Site. Prosperity Level, 2,863, assessed based on territory population, commerce, construction, and other factors. Required prosperity for upgrade, 5,000. Once the secondary professions within the territory flourish and the goods produced gain circulation, prosperity will further increase. Pay close attention to individuals with exceptional talents and special gifts, and strive to strengthen the pool of talent across various industries within the territory, Qingyi advised. Suddenly, a hearty shout rang out from outside. "My lord." The door swung open, revealing a robust young man with a square jaw. Yanwu. Qingyi did not even need to look up to recognize him. After all, no one else possessed such boldness. Yanwu approached Qingyi, grinning widely. "Why the ruckus?" Qingyi feigned anger, casting him a glare that quickly softened into a smile. "Level 18, it seems you haven't been idle." He gestured for Yanwu to take a seat and inquired, "How has the task I entrusted to you fared?" "Rest assured, my lord, I handle matters with utmost diligence," Yanwu declared, puffing out his chest. "All 50 members of the Gale Squad have become first-tier warriors, successfully completing the clearance of the wilderness within 300 miles of the territory. The major monster gathering spots have been thoroughly cleansed, allowing the citizens to explore with peace of mind. Moreover, I have trained a guard team of 100 individuals with excellent potential, responsible for the defense of the territory." "Very well," Qingyi nodded slightly, asking, "Has anyone in the guard team comprehended martial arts yet?" "Understood." Upon hearing this, Yanwu scampered out excitedly. "Simpleton." Qingyi chuckled softly. Upon arriving at the Enlightenment Pavilion, Yanwu was already waiting at the entrance with a group of individuals. "My lord," they greeted respectfully. Yanwu stepped forward and softly said, "There are 18 individuals who meet the criteria." Qingyi surveyed the group, noting they were mostly young men and women in their 20s and 30s. Youth is an asset. They have a promising future in martial arts. He smiled faintly and led them into the pavilion. As they entered, an ancient and solemn atmosphere enveloped them. The soft light, emanating from luminous pearls embedded in the dome, rendered the space both mysterious and majestic. The walls of the pavilion were adorned with various enigmatic runes and totems, depicting ancient divine beasts or recording cultivation secrets, each stroke revealing profound meanings. At the pinnacle of the pavilion, a grand star map, dotted with constellations, seemed to guide the mysteries of cultivation. In the central position, a stone towering over 3 meters stood proudly, its surface covered with numerous grooves. Qingyi cautiously placed the martial arts inscription stone, Vajra Gate, into one of the grooves. In an instant, golden light erupted, dazzling and radiant, illuminating the entire Enlightenment Pavilion like a small sun, revealing an enigmatic aura. He did not pause his actions, seamlessly placing the gathering yuan technique and pure yuan true qi into the grooves as well. Though their quality could not compare to the Vajra Gate martial arts, having multiple paths is ultimately beneficial. After completing these tasks, Qingyi announced, "You may begin your comprehension now." He exchanged a glance with Yanwu, and the two quietly slipped out. After about the duration of a tea break, a powerful aura suddenly surged forth. "He has broken through," Yanwu exclaimed in delight. The door swung open, and a young man emerged. "What martial art did you comprehend?" Yanwu hurriedly inquired. "Just the Azure level," the young man replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Noticing the young man's despondency due to his words, Yanwu quickly offered words of solace. "Do not be disheartened. The Azure level is commendable. With diligent practice, you may very well grasp superior techniques by the second tier." The young man's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Qingyi, however, was not surprised, as the aptitude of these 18 individuals was rather modest. Achieving comprehension of Azure-level martial arts was already quite impressive. He recalled that, based on data from the previous LifeS forum, the probability of comprehending Azure or higher martial arts for those with Tier 1 aptitude was merely 5%, while for Tier 2, it was only 20%, truly a low probability. After approximately another hour of waiting, the remaining 17 individuals completed their comprehension. The good news was that all had successfully grasped martial arts and advanced to the first tier. The bad news was that among the 18, 15 had achieved Azure-level martial arts, and 3 had only white level. Even with the 30% comprehension bonus from Galaxy Village, none managed to comprehend higher-tier martial arts. This clearly illustrated the daunting challenge faced by those of ordinary aptitude in seeking to alter their fates. More recruits? Chapter 71, The 800 Demon-Subduing Army. The Great Serpent Denver. Upon the highlands, fierce winds howled, akin to an untamed beast rampaging across the land. 800 soldiers stood in formation, their postures as upright as pine trees, their gazes resolute as iron. The weapons they wielded glimmered ominously under the brilliant sunlight, casting a chilling light. In the stillness, An intense atmosphere of lethal intent permeated the air, as if the very atmosphere were solidifying under this formidable presence. "My lord, the demon-subduing army is assembled." Yanning stepped forward and saluted the figure at the front of the ranks. "Good." Li Qingyi nodded gently, his eyes surveying the neatly aligned 800 first-tier soldiers. A look of satisfaction gracing his features. After much arduous training, they had all finally reached the first tier. At this moment, over 20 days had elapsed since the last upgrade of the territory. Thanks to the construction of various buildings, the development of the territory had progressed remarkably. The blacksmith shop, tailor shop, and other establishments began producing finished goods shortly after their establishment. Moreover, with the presence of advanced blacksmiths and intermediate tailors guiding others, equipment production achieved mass output. After over 20 days of diligent crafting, nearly all combat personnel within the territory were now outfitted with galaxy-made gear. The results from the winery were equally promising. Throughout these days, the production of honey monkey wine had steadily increased, from 10 jars every 3 days to 20 jars in the same time frame, effectively doubling output. Calculating at a cost of 5 gold coins per jar, each jar could yield a profit of 145 gold coins, generating significant revenue for Galaxy Village. In addition to this, income from selling herbs, equipment, high-tier, and monster hunting were currently vital economic sources for Galaxy Village. Li Qingyi had roughly calculated that in just the first half of the month, the assorted revenues accumulated to at least 20,000 gold coins. It could be regarded as a substantial sum. To this end, Li Qingyi had specially sold everything he could and amassed 35,000 gold coins 5 days prior, making yet another journey to the Diamond Rock Mine, nearly depleting Fan Meng's stock. The individuals he recruited were all talents of at least level, and with the enhancement from the cleansing pool, they had all ascended to level or above. Among them, 2 stood out particularly, now at level after enhancement. One was named Guyang, who was currently learning alchemy under the village's junior alchemist, and the other, a woman named Xiao Fong, showed no interest in combat, opting instead to pursue tailoring. Li Qingyi did not discourage her, nor did he perceive this as a waste of talent. After all, mastering tailoring could lead to a transition into a spirit artisan, capable of forging spiritual devices, which held immense value. Naturally, of the 1,000 individuals, more than half had transformed into soldiers to bolster the combat strength of Galaxy Village, with 800 demon-subduing army members meticulously selected from among them. 100 Gale Blades and 800 demon-subduing soldiers. All of them possessed exceptional aptitude. He could not help but feel a sense of pride. Such extravagance was truly excessive. While others meticulously calculated the allocation of level talents, assigning them to strategic positions, he was haphazardly forging soldiers. If anyone were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be branded a spendthrift. The upper limit for level is typically 6. Given sufficient time, they would eventually become 800 level 6 soldiers. With so many masters, would they be sufficient to sweep through the Flame Fire tribe? It should be nearly enough. Li Qingyi's heart surged with ambition. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Let us set forth and eradicate the Serpent Den." As his words echoed, the 800 demon-subduing soldiers moved in perfect unison, an imposing force that sent the beasts scattering in their wake. They swiftly traversed 1,000 miles and arrived at the location of the Serpent Den nestled between 2 hills. A cave entrance, several dozen feet wide, was tightly entwined with dense vines, adorned with red fruits resembling strawberries. Beams of light filtered inside, revealing rugged stones in profound stillness. Yanning commanded the vines to be parted, brandishing a torch as he led the group into the cave, where a wave of dampness and a faint metallic scent met them. Illuminated by the flickering flames, the serpentine stone walls were inscribed with peculiar runes, echoing the ancient incantations of the Serpent Clan. Creak, creak. A subtle sound emerged, the noise of scales scraping against the walls, followed by countless pairs of eerie green eyes flickering in the darkness. They coiled, stood erect, clustered together, or crawled along the cave walls, their colors varied and vibrant. Swarming towards the team. "Form ranks." Yanning bellowed, and the troops immediately complied, the sword and shield soldiers encircling in formation while the archers ignited their prepared fire arrows, aiming at the serpentine horde. Whoosh whoosh. Thousands of arrows were unleashed, turning the foremost circle of venomous snakes into a sieve. Yet, within the vast expanse of the Serpent Den, the number of snakes was staggering. This was merely an appetizer. As one wave fell, another swiftly surged forth. Do not cease. Continue. Today, our mission is to utterly annihilate them. The 20 days of relentless combat have bestowed upon Yanning remarkable battle experience. Coupled with his innate talent as a supreme commander, he navigates the fray with exceptional ease. Despite the relentless onslaught of the serpentine horde, they are unable to breach the ranks of his team. Soon, the ground is strewn with the lifeless bodies of serpents. Boldness. Yanning bellows with fury upon witnessing a massive crimson python charging towards the squad. A radiant white glow envelopes the creature, as if it were wielding some arcane skill that rendered it impervious to the arrows soaring towards it. Foolish reptile, seeking its own demise, he exclaims, leaping into action. With a swift, thunderous stroke of his heavy blade, he cleaves the python in two. Without pausing, he presses forward, methodically decapitating the more formidable serpents one by one. The demon's subduing army, witnessing his audacity, quickly provides covering fire. This young man has made significant strides. His prowess has certainly improved, Qingyi muses, observing Yin Ying's godlike performance. In the current hierarchy of Inha village, Yin Ying stands as the most formidable individual, at level 25, mid-stage of the true condensation realm, wielding second-tier 7-star combat strength. Following closely is Yin Ying, who, constrained by the disparity in innate talent, only achieved his breakthrough to the second tier just yesterday, a full week behind Yin Wu. As for Qingyi, although he has long since perfected his martial arts level, he remains stuck at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage due to the absence of a second-tier martial art that possesses a boundary. Despite his confidence in overpowering both Yin Wu and Yin Ying, the inevitability of falling behind looms unless he ascends soon, especially with the persistent threats in reality. I hope the creature in the serpent den yields a second-tier martial art with a boundary. This stagnation is truly unbearable, he mutters, gazing into the depths of the serpent den with a somber expression. With Yin Ying's valiant advance, the demon-subduing team transforms their defensive stance into an offensive one, battling fiercely as they push forward. Before long, they arrive at the terminus of the serpent den, a vast pit teeming with serpents of varying lengths and girths, entwined like a tangled ball of yarn, a grotesque sight that sends shivers down the spine. Chapter 72, The Drought Mountains Unicorn Python and the Enchanting Aroma Herb. Ignite and release. Yin Ying commands, his visage devoid of fear, instead radiating a sanguine delight. In his eyes, the serpents are not mere harbingers of death, but rather sustenance. A volley of arrows is unleashed in a rhythmic succession. The arrowheads, imbued with a special tree oil crafted by Qingyi, resist extinguishment. After 10 volleys, the pit has transformed into a blazing inferno, where countless serpents writhe and struggle amidst the flames, the scene utterly harrowing. With a resounding tremor, the ground quakes as an enormous red and white python rises from the depths of the pit, its towering form reaching several dozen meters. It flicks its tongue menacingly. Gazing down at Qingyi and his companions, the murderous glint in its yellow, slit eyes unmistakable. Abomination, perish, Yin Ying asserts, standing resolutely at the forefront, determined to engage himself rather than allow Qingyi to intervene. With a leap, he ascends into the air, striking like an eagle soaring through the heavens. His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden motion, he swung the great blade towards the serpent's head. A rush of true energy flowed from his fingertips, taking the form of an eagle, clinging to the edge of the blade and swooping down. Buzz! The Drought Mountain Unicorn Python opened its maw, emitting a stream of gray energy that solidified in the air, forming a formidable barrier to thwart the incoming assault. Bang! 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 One strike followed another, each blow colliding against the barrier, producing a deep, resonant sound. Name, Drought Mountain Unicorn Python. Rank, Elite. Level, 25. Health, 2, 187, 623, 554. Mana, 59, 876, 009. Spirit, 61, 546, 154. Strength, 1, 675. Defense, 1, 632. Speed, 1, 488. Endurance, 1, 601. Constricting asphyxiation 5. Utilizing its massive body to ensnare its foes, restricting their movement while secreting venom to inflict continuous damage until the target is immobilized. Horn-piercing heart 5. Employing the sharp horn atop its head to deliver a powerful thrust to a single enemy, bypassing a portion of their defenses to deal direct damage. Breath of the Drought Mountain 5. Capable of exhaling the Drought Mountain energy within, inducing a petrifying effect. An elite of mid-second tier, slightly below the Yin Eagle realm. He pondered whether it was a worthy opponent. Qingyi's eyes flickered as he surveyed the battlefield. Thanks to the Gale Heart technique, the Yin Eagle moved with astonishing speed. Its form as elusive as leaves in the wind, occasionally striking with its blade, tearing open a wound upon the Drought Mountain Unicorn Python. Though the gigantic serpent was slow to maneuver, its defenses were formidable. Despite the injuries inflicted by the Yin Eagle, it remained unbroken, its health still above 15,000. With a furious roar, the python seized the opportunity as the Yin Eagle leapt, launching a counterattack like a bolt of lightning. Its horn shimmered with silver light. And with a thunderous crash, the massive body of the python slammed against the cave's ceiling, its horn embedding like a drill into the rock, creating a large hole through which faint light streamed, debris cascading to the ground. Fall back. To prevent collateral damage, Qingyi commanded his team to retreat, his gaze sweeping the battlefield, resting upon the swiftly moving figure. Quick to react, he noted with a slight smirk. Gale blade technique. The Yin Eagle's countenance turned serious as he raised his great blade and brought it down upon the python's scales, sparks flying. With a vigorous thrust of his arms, he channeled his strength, cleaving a significant gash. He then lifted the blade once more, delivering for successive strikes, viciously tearing through the python's flesh, nearly severing its body. sustaining grave injuries. The python's form slumped heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Seizing the moment, the yin eagle advanced, poised to deliver the final blow. But he suddenly witnessed the python shudder, its pupils turning a ghostly white, and its maw gaping wide as a plume of gray gas erupted forth, hurtling towards him. Breath of the drought mountain. The yin eagle reacted swiftly, hurling his blade towards a protruding rock above him. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder fell, resembling a wall standing before him, blocking the gray mist. The sound of cracking echoed ominously. Truly, it was the signature move of the Dry Mountain's unicorn python. The thick rock wall, under the relentless erosion of the Dry Mountain's breath, inexplicably expanded, becoming as smooth and fragile as glass, collapsing like a house of cards into a heap of rubble. If such a stone were to strike a person, it was unfathomable what fate would befall them. Would they too turn to stone, only to shatter? Beast, you dare to scheme against me. Yining leaped into the air, drawing his great sword, descending like a celestial being. With a flurry of blows, he struck fiercely upon the python's head, green blood spraying forth. Despite the Dry Mountain's unicorn python's tough hide and resilient flesh, it lost a significant portion of its life, leaving it with a pitiful 300 health points remaining. My lord, the final blow, Yining declared, demonstrating his understanding of the teamwork at play. Without hesitation, Qingyi knocked an arrow, which pierced deeply into the serpent's body. You have slain the Dry Mountain's unicorn python. Due to your participation in a team mode, you receive 0 experience points, while the other 801 members share 367 experience points equally. Talent trigger activated, 65 times drop rate. Blueprint for Bonebow Arrow Tower. A powerful arrow tower with a chance to penetrate the defenses of second-tier warriors, significantly enhanced when fired with true energy. Soul Bewitching Herb. Rumored to be nurtured by dragon saliva, it possesses a fatal allure for beastly creatures. Highly toxic, not to be ingested. Though disappointed by the lack of martial arts loot, Qingyi quickly reconciled with the situation, realizing that given the level and quality of the Dry Mountain's unicorn python, expectations for superior rewards were unrealistic. Nevertheless, the 2 items obtained were satisfactory. The Arrow Tower, with its straightforward operation and formidable power, posed a significant threat to lower-tier warriors and beasts, a guaranteed killing machine, especially suited for countering the impending beast invasion on the morrow. As for the Soul Bewitching Herb, Qingyi's expression shifted contemplatively. While it could be deemed useful, its efficacy was contingent upon its application. Perhaps an audacious idea suddenly sparked in his mind. My lord, I have not failed in my duty. Yining panted as he approached. Let us take a moment to rest. Qingyi nodded slightly. Despite possessing only initial stage second-tier strength, Yining had managed to defeat a mid-stage second-tier beast, proving his considerable prowess and maintaining the honor of his exceptional talent. Yunwu has taken the Gale team. I shall leave the new recruits in your capable hands. Do you harbor any grievances? Qingyi inquired. As the vice-captain of the Gale team, Yining's reassignment to train new recruits could understandably evoke feelings of discontent. As a leader, Qingyi felt it was essential to consider the sentiments of his subordinates. How could there be? I am deeply honored by your esteem, my lord. I, Yining, shall exert my utmost effort. Whether tasked with training new recruits or sweeping the streets, I shall voice no complaint, Yining replied firmly. I am at your command, my lord, he added with a respectful bow. The crowd diligently cleared the battlefield, organizing the venomous fangs, poison sacs, and serpent scales before retreating from the serpent's lair. Tomorrow, the monstrous beasts would assault the village. Chapter 73. The monster assault on the village. As dawn broke the following morning, a transport array materialized outside Galaxy Village. Several hundred meters away. Countdown to the monster assault. Half an hour. Upon the countdown's conclusion, the first wave of monsters will emerge from the transport array to the outskirts of Galaxy Village. There will be a total of 3 waves of monsters. Difficulty, advanced. Once the village defense mission commences, it cannot be halted. Successful retention of territorial qualification. Failure results in territorial dissolution. Note, during the monster assault, the drop rate for monsters increases by 50%, and the drop rate for rare items rises by 30%. At the entrance of Galaxy Village, 3 teams assembled solemnly, clad in battle attire, their spirits soaring with martial fervor. At the forefront stood the Gale team, exuding an air of pride. They donned a complete set of level 15 black iron gear, as dark as ink, glimmering with a cold sheen under the fiery morning light. Each piece of armor had been meticulously polished, with smooth edges and a design that conformed to the body's contours, providing formidable protection without hindering agility. In their hands, they wielded tang knives forged from tempered iron, their elongated blades radiating an intimidating chill, shimmering with a razor-sharp brilliance under the sun, as if capable of effortlessly cleaving through any obstacle. Every piece of equipment, every inch of armor, was crafted by Hu Jun, the esteemed blacksmith of Galaxy Village, who selected the finest quality iron ore and subjected it to repeated melting, forging, and quenching. After more than 20 days and nights of continuous labor, he completed 100 sets of armor. Fortunately, the Gale team lived up to expectations through rigorous training akin to that of a fiery demon. Each member not only possessed late-stage Qi refinement realm prowess, but also exhibited astonishing combat capabilities, easily handling elite monsters of the same realm, with some even capable of single-handedly defeating them. In the center was the demon's subduing army, led by Commander Yining. Though this team had been formed only a few days prior, all members were of high caliber and had progressed into the Qi refinement stage under Yinying's guidance, initially establishing their combat strength. Lastly, there was the guard army, temporarily commanded by the capable Wei Zhong, each soldier armed with bows and arrows, primarily responsible for long-range assaults and support. 1,000 soldiers stood tall and resolute, their expressions grave, enveloped in an eerie silence. Yin Wu, Yining, and Wei Zhong cast their gazes toward the rear, awaiting the command from Li Qingyi. At last, Li Qingyi narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke indifferently. As his words fell, the transport array flickered with white light, and shadows emerged from within. Xian shield turtles. Li Qingyi murmured to himself. He recognized these creatures. Level 15 beasts frequently appearing during village assaults, though they typically arrived in the final wave. The fact that they appeared in the first wave this time suggested that, due to Galaxy Village being a sacred territory, the attacking monsters were significantly stronger. An increasing number of Xian shield turtles swarmed the ground, advancing like a black tide. With an estimated count of at least 1,000, each Xian shield turtle bore a shell as hard as iron, protruding high, resembling miniature mobile fortresses, gradually closing in. The earth trembled ever so slightly beneath their relentless tread, as grass and trees were mercilessly crushed, leaving a scene of utter devastation in their wake. As the adversaries entered the range, Li Qingyi lowered his raised hand, commanding the archers to unleash their arrows. With a countenance as cold as steel, he issued the order with calm authority. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of arrows surged forth, a dark cloud enveloping the horde of Xian shield turtles. The sound of clanging echoed, clang, clang, clang. Despite the formidable defenses of the Xian shield turtles, their opponents were equally ranked and equipped with armor-piercing bows and arrows. The specially crafted long-tapered arrows effortlessly pierced through their proud shells and sank deep into their flesh. Under such a relentless assault, several of the Xian shield turtles lost their combat capabilities, remaining stationary as they emitted anguished cries. However, others of equal might pressed forward, undeterred by the onslaught. As if eager to vent their fury, Li Qingyi paid them no heed, methodically directing several more volleys of arrows. The rain of arrows fell like a swarm of locusts, continuously reaping the lives of the Xian shield turtles. Only when half of their number had been decimated did he decisively order a cessation of fire, directing the Swift Wind Squad to clear the aftermath. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted, as the insatiable Yin Wu could no longer contain his bloodlust. He surged ahead, wielding his blade like a bolt released from a bow. He resembled a rampaging dinosaur, exuding ferocity and executing swift strikes, all in his path. The obstructing Karamis were swiftly dispatched, utterly defenseless against his might. Yin Wu's target was unequivocal. He charged directly toward the level 15 Xian shield turtle leader. The other members of the Swift Wind Squad were well accustomed to their leader's actions, each mimicking him with impressive precision, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves. Ferociously hacking away, their gazes were resolute, their techniques simple yet effective. Each strike was aimed directly at the vital points. Before them, the Xian shield turtles appeared as pitiful sheep, utterly powerless, merely awaiting their grim fate. Die! Yin Wu infused his strength into his foot, stomping down with ferocity, shattering the leader's hardened shell as if it were merely an eggshell. Just as he aimed to deliver the final blow, a fiery red arrow soared through the air, striking with precision into the leader's skull. Stealing the kill, Yin Wu prepared to unleash his wrath, only to suddenly notice the emblem on the arrow. Feiyu? Is this the Lord's exclusive arrow? His eyes widened with clarity. He hurriedly collected the spoils of battle, intending to present them to Li Qingyi. To his surprise, Li Qingyi had already galloped over, casting a glance at the silver equipment in his hand, a frown creasing his brow. Level 15 silver gear? Truly lackluster. Of little utility. Such equipment might be considered a rare treasure for other novice players, but Li Qingyi was no ordinary player, endowed with a high drop rate talent. He regarded commonplace equipment with disdain. A mere level 15 silver item held no allure and would be relegated to the market for sale. The beast onslaught had only yielded 3 waves of foes, and with the first wave behind them, this paltry bounty was indeed disappointing. Li Qingyi was deeply dissatisfied, exceedingly so. An abundance of demon beasts had fortuitously presented themselves, and to forego seizing this opportunity would be a grave error. During the siege of the village by these creatures, the drop rates of rare items would undoubtedly be enhanced. This won't do, Li Qingyi mused internally. The quality of these beasts is simply subpar. They yield no loot. He contemplated methods to entice more of them, particularly those of higher caliber, as only then might he procure valuable treasures. Should anyone become privy to his thoughts, they would surely berate him. While others dreaded the presence of these monsters and wished for a smooth passage through the siege, he was audaciously scheming for profit. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Chapter 74, Hellish Difficulty, The Power of the Gale. Li Qingyi was not one to waver. Once he resolved to act, he did so without hesitation. From his satchel, he retrieved a blossom of pink grass, its leaves glistening with dewdrops that clung stubbornly. As it swayed gently, a subtle fragrance wafted around, enveloping one in a dreamlike aura, akin to a sea of flowers. This was the ensnaring fragrance herb. Li Qingyi was well aware of its properties. With a deft motion of his fingers, he ignited a spark at the top of the herb, which soon blossomed into a plume of pink smoke, ethereal and gossamer-like, weaving an enchanting veil in the air that gradually dispersed. An astonishing scent enveloped the surroundings, seemingly imbued with a magical allure that ignited a feverish excitement within the heart. He placed the burning, ensnaring fragrance herb beside the teleportation array, and as the light of the portal flickered, the enticing aroma wafted into the unknown realm. Moments later, the blue light of the teleportation array pulsed rapidly twice. The ground trembled, and faint echoes of the beast's furious roars could be discerned. The system's voice followed suit. Due to the player's use of the ensnaring fragrance herb, the attraction to demon beasts has significantly increased. The siege quest has advanced. The number of waves of demon beasts has changed from 3 to 8, with the level and quality of the beasts elevated. Difficulty, Hell. The current wave of siege demon beasts is the second wave. With a low hum, the system's announcement concluded, and the teleportation array began to tremble. Just as in the first wave, a stream of demon beasts emerged from the portal, a horde of centipedes. Their grotesque and fearsome appearance was nothing short of horrifying. They were larger than the Xian shield tortoise, measuring over 5 meters in length, their numerous legs gleaming like iron. As they advanced, dust billowed in their wake, resembling a vast black ocean encroaching upon this place. Level 25 demon beasts, the 10,000-legged centipedes. Observing the 10-level increase in the monsters of the second wave, Li Qingyi nodded to himself. With level 25 beasts, the arrows from the guard squad would scarcely inflict any harm. They would require more formidable weaponry. Upon receiving Li Qingyi's orders, the soldiers of the guard squad formed teams of 10 and ascended the arrow towers. With arms as thick as tree trunks, they prepared arrows over 2 meters in length. One first-tier soldier loading the ammunition, while 2 others drew the bowstring, ready to unleash their volley. With a sharp twang, they released their arrows into the fray. A colossal arrow spun gracefully through the air, piercing the heart of a swarm of centipedes, instantly impaling one of the monstrous creatures. Yet, the arrow showed no signs of slowing down. It continued its remarkable velocity, carrying with it a terrifying force as it struck down 2 more centipedes behind. Regrettably, the 10 arrow towers proved insufficient. Were there 100, merely 2 volleys would suffice to annihilate the majority of these vile beasts. Li Qingyi sighed, knowing all too well that such thoughts were merely fanciful. The cost of constructing an arrow tower was exorbitant, with high demands on materials from the arrows to the bowstrings. Each tower required over 100 gold coins, and 100 towers would amount to 10,000, an expense he was far from being able to afford. With such wealth, investing in the cultivation of strength would undoubtedly yield greater returns. The speed of the centipedes far surpassed that of the Xian shield tortoise, resulting in the arrow towers managing only 2 volleys before they could not strike again. As the swarm of centipedes advanced toward the 2 front lines, Li Qingyi decided to take action, commanding the Swift Wind Squad and the Demon Suppression Army to charge forth. Attack! Roared Yan Wu as the Swift Wind Squad surged forth. Even after 2 rounds of bombardment, the remaining number of beasts was still roughly equal to that of the 2 squads. One could not help but acknowledge the formidable efficacy of the bewitching herb. This time, Li Qingyi did not intend to remain a mere spectator. His gaze swept through the throng of centipedes, seeking a target. Soon, his eyes settled on a rear position within the beastly horde. There he spotted 2 creatures, a golden-foot centipede and a silver-foot centipede, both concealed among the mass. Though they were similar in size to their ordinary counterparts, they were markedly different. The exoskeletons of typical centipedes were smooth, while these 2 bore intricate patterns, adorned with eerie crimson designs reminiscent of a demon's claw, giving them a somewhat unsettling appearance. Both were elite creatures of level 25. Just as he prepared to make his move, he heard Yan Wu's commanding voice. Swift Wind Squad, form up. Yes. They quickly took their positions, activating the Swift Wind mental technique, a subtle connection swirling among them. The power of the wind began to coalesce above them, forming a vortex. Li Qingyi was astonished to observe that each member's aura was rising at an astonishing rate. Their previously late-stage Qi refinement realms soaring to levels comparable to mid-stage true transformation, 2nd tier, while Yan Wu's enhancement, though slightly less, approached the true essence realm, 3rd tier. A ferocious power emanated, and the fierce winds surged around the ranks like blades. Swift Wind Combat Technique. Exclusive technique for the Swift Wind Swordsman. Initiated by the Swift Wind Commander, granting an 80 enhancement to all attributes, lasting for 2 hours. How powerful this combat technique was. Li Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder Yan Wu had been so frenetic these past few days. He had been perfecting this strategy. With a faint smile, he paused his own actions. deciding it was best to let the Swift Wind squad showcase their prowess. Kill! Yanwu bellowed as the blade danced, the power of the wind surging around him, instantly shredding several centipedes ahead. The other members of the Gale squad swiftly followed suit, launching their assault. With their enhanced strength, each strike was imbued with immense power, effortlessly slaying the centipede. In a brief span, a vacuum of silence enveloped the surroundings of the Gale squad. The demon-subduing army was left in astonishment. Just moments before they were fighting with all their might, suddenly, not a single monster remained. The Gale squad swept through like a bulldozer, obliterating everything in their path without allowing any creature to escape. Upon witnessing this, the two remaining centipedes emitted a shrill, piercing cry, reminiscent of countless metal blades grinding against one another, exuding a chilling, penetrative force. Subsequently, they unleashed a dense green mist from their mandibles, resembling a torrent of poison that surged toward Yanwu and his companions. In its wake, flowers and grasses withered instantly, succumbing to the horrifying toxicity. Undeterred, Yanwu deftly cleaved the two elite monsters before him in half. The wind spirit's profound energy surged within him like a torrential tide, filling him with formidable strength. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he raised his steel blade high. The power of the wind spirit coalesced upon the blade like an awakened dragon, and with a mighty swing, he unleashed a torrent of force, akin to a majestic wind dragon roaring towards the green poison mist. In an instant, the two forces collided with a thunderous boom. The shockwave rippled through the air, snapping nearby weeds in half, leaving a clean cut in their wake. It was evident that Yanwu's wind dragon power was superior. The green mist gradually faded under the onslaught. Enraged by this turn of events, the two centipedes writhed their massive bodies, their myriad legs scraping against the ground with a rustling sound. In a shocking display, they lifted their forelimbs and lunged at a nearby centipede, their hooked fangs piercing deep into their kin, causing dark green blood to flow profusely. The sound of crunching echoed ominously, sending shivers down the spine. Soon, strange totems flickered on the backs of the golden and silver centipedes, their glow shifting from dim to radiant. The toxic essence rejuvenated, replenishing their poison mist skill by consuming their own kind. Through his attribute panel, Qingyi quickly discerned the intentions of the two centipedes and hurriedly alerted Yanwu. Yanwu immediately grasped the situation, disregarding the restoration of his energy, and launched another attack. Attempt to refresh your skill? Not a chance. His eyes burned with fierce determination as he swiftly approached the two adversaries. He paid no mind to the elite monsters flanking him. His comrades from the Gale squad would handle them. As he neared one of the centipedes, the blade in his hand became enveloped in the potent force of the wind spirit, resembling a colossal manifestation of power. Die! He cried, leaping high into the air, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, and brought his blade crashing down with ferocity. The silverfoot centipede let out a piercing roar, raising several of its forelimbs in a futile attempt to defend itself. Yet, before the formidable might of Yanwu, it proved as fragile as parchment, instantly disemboweled. The silverfoot centipede emitted a cry of agony, striving to subdue Yanwu with its fangs and claws, only to have its body cleaved in half by a flash of steel. Observing this, another golden-foot centipede scuttled over in haste to lend assistance, its massive form thrashing violently. With a tail that resembled a steel whip, it struck a colossal boulder, hurling it towards Yanwu. Unfazed, Yanwu split the boulder in two with a single stroke, sending shards flying. Swift wind slash, he bellowed, as the wind spirit technique surged within him. His form seemed to meld with the breeze, reaching an unparalleled speed. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before the golden-foot centipede. A dazzling arc of light flashed past. With a sickening squelch, the golden-foot centipede's appendages were mercilessly severed, leaving a gruesome gash upon its head, from which green blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground in a vibrant hue. Inflicted with such grievous wounds, the golden-foot centipede writhed in agony, stirring up clouds of dust. Yanwu spared it no respite, following up with several decisive strikes, performing a surgical amputation beneath its head. Remarkably, his precision was impeccable, despite inflicting severe injuries upon both creatures. He left them alive with just enough life force remaining for Qingyi to reap. Kill Silverfoot Centipede, 45x drop rate, triggering the Chosen. Kill Goldenfoot Centipede, 90x drop rate, triggering the Chosen. Once Qingyi had dispatched the two from a distance, Yanwu held up two items exultantly. Lord, excellent loot has arrived. His grin was infectious. Qingyi, upon seeing the items, reciprocated with a smile. Indeed, they were remarkable finds. Intermediate Building Upgrade Blueprint, upon use, allows for one upgrade of intermediate buildings within the territory, not applicable to special buildings. Name, Divine Flame Bow. Grade, Level 25 Golden Weapon. Attributes, Strength 1088, Armor Penetration 188, Penetration 171, Fire Elemental Power Bonus 10. Skill, Explosive Arrow. Upon striking a target, the arrow can be controlled to detonate within, inflicting tremendous damage. Description, attacks have a chance to trigger Divine Flame, significantly enhancing attack speed, while causing continuous damage. Additionally, The resulting tearing effect may ensnare the target in a state of paralysis. Finally, he could replace the 8 extremes bow, which had served him well, but was no longer commensurate with his growing strength. Qingyi felt a wave of delight as he grasped the divine flame bow, unable to part with it. Over a long span, he had vanquished countless foes in search of a quality bow, yet as bows were not common weapons, their drop rates were notoriously low, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Now, at last, his desires had been fulfilled. Well done, Qingyi exclaimed, playfully kicking Yan Wu and adding, "This swift wind technique is impressive. How did you acquire it?" He had never encountered such a technique before. It must have been something learned recently. How could this fellow keep it from him? Wasn't it meant to be a surprise for the Lord? Yan Wu chuckled and remarked, "Isn't my talent unrivaled? Just a couple of days ago, I comprehended the wind's legacy." Qingyi nodded, her admiration for the wind's legacy deepening. The ability to synchronize with one's innate talent to develop such formidable combat techniques was indeed impressive. As 2 of the monstrous centipedes perished, the remaining ones floundered like headless flies, unable to mount an offense and merely awaiting their demise at the hands of Galaxy Village. It wasn't long before they were annihilated entirely. The battlefield was strewn with the carcasses of the centipedes, a miasma of blood permeating the air. Within Galaxy Village, Chun-Shur led the villagers in an orderly fashion to the battlefield, diligently clearing the area and collecting any useful resources. It must be said that the wind combat technique was perfectly complementary to the wind squad, effectively enhancing their strength by nearly a whole tier. With such prowess, the once daunting task of repelling hellish beasts attacking the village was transformed into a swift and manageable endeavor. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th waves of foes presented little challenge. Aside from a few relatively troublesome ordinary monsters, elite creatures posed no significant threat, leading to one-sided slaughter. The spoils yielded were not disappointing to Qingyi. Blueprints, silver equipment, and an assortment of peculiar items emerged in abundance. Useful items were retained, while the rest were entrusted to Chun-Shur for sale in the intermediate market. This resulted in a sudden influx of dozens of pieces of silver-grade equipment in the player market of the Yuyun Mountain Range, including those from earlier battles. Furthermore, as Qingyi employed an auction model, it sent players into a frenzy, flocking to the market to bid. Those without territories rushed into the indigenous market, creating a throng that nearly overflowed the venue. The locals were left bewildered, utterly unaware of the frenzy surrounding them. In the 4th domain of the world, the 3rd territory of Dongwang, Lili Village, Chen Xian, and others were taken aback, yet they quickly realized this was the handiwork of Qingyi. After all, apart from him, no one else in the Yuyun Mountain Range possessed such formidable strength. They marveled, 88 pieces of silver equipment, with the least valuable fetching 500 gold coins. Has anyone calculated how much money the great Qingyi has amassed today? At least 60,000 gold coins, which is more than the value of 100 of my kidneys, muttered he Tuesday. The explosive success of the game, Shanhai Wasteland, had given rise to numerous gold farming teams in reality, selling their earnings in-game. Given the current market rate, 1 gold coin was approximately equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Thus, 60,000 gold coins translated to 600 million. Can your gold kidneys compare to 60,000 gold coins? Scoffed Suya. The great Qingyi is truly exceptional. If only he would take me under his wing, I would willingly marry him. Wei Ying mused, propping her alabaster chin in contemplation. Why are you so greedy? Chapter 76, Moon-Eating Bats. Amidst the tumult of the outside world, Qingyi remained blissfully unaware, wholly engrossed in confronting the 6th wave of beastly assaults. This time, he faced an innumerable swarm of moon-eating bats. They resembled a vast black ocean, undulating in the air, converging into a breathtaking spectacle. From a distance, it appeared to be an immense curtain stretching 10,000 meters in length and approximately 1,000 meters in height, majestically spanning the horizon. This curtain, composed of countless moon-devouring bats, stood like an indomitable barrier, blocking the sun's rays and casting a pall over the once bright sky, plunging it into a disquieting gloom, where sunlight was utterly obstructed, leaving only a foreboding twilight. Qingyi and his companions found themselves enveloped in this shadow, shrouded by darkness. The surrounding air grew heavy with the oppressive presence of the massive bat swarm, suffused with a stifling atmosphere. As they gazed upward, they could only discern the dense mass of moon-devouring bats, flitting about like tiny dark specks before their eyes. Their peculiar forms emitted a faint buzzing sound with each flap of their wings, which coalesced into a thunderous resonance that reverberated in their ears, inducing a dizzying disorientation. Panic surged through Qingyi as he realized that, apart from himself and Yan Wu, nearly all the villagers of Galaxy Village were incapacitated by the sonic wave. Clutching their ears in fear of further auditory assault, the Swift Wind Squad fared slightly better. Having muted their hearing, they managed to stand upright. In contrast, the Demon Suppression Army and the Guardian team appeared in dire straits, staggering as if intoxicated, swaying their heads in apparent agony. The weaker among them had already collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Even before the battle had commenced, Galaxy Village's combat strength lay severely crippled. "Awaken!" Yan Wu shouted, but his voice was drowned out, insignificant against the cacophony of the moon-devouring bats. In a fit of anger, he dodged an arrow from a Guardian team member and shot into the sky. Yet, before it could reach its target, the terrifying sound waves knocked the arrow to the ground. "I shall take over," Qingyi said, furrowing his brow. Though anxiety coursed through him, he endeavored to remain composed. In such dire circumstances, panic would only exacerbate the situation. Based on his experience, in any group of monstrous creatures, one typically assumes a leading role. Eliminating that creature would reduce the collective strength of the horde by at least half. He scrutinized the chaos, but the sheer number of moon-devouring bats, their distant positions, and their diminutive, dark forms made it difficult to discern the leader. His eyes grew weary, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow as time passed. Yet he refused to relent. At last, after a thorough and exhaustive search, he noticed an anomaly before each flap of wings. One particular moon-devouring bat consistently moved a fraction sooner than the others. When it slowed, the swarm followed suit. "Indeed, it is you." Qingyi cast a basic detection spell, confirming his suspicion. It was the leader of the moon-devouring bats, a level 25 lord. Name: Moon-devouring bat leader grade. Lord level, 25 health, 2, 765, 027, 650 mana, 56, 445, 644 spirit, 60, 246, 024 strength, 1, 401 defense, 675 speed, 1, 501 stamina, 846 blackwing slash. Unfolding its black and crimson wings, it delivers a fierce slash, inflicting immense physical damage upon a single target with a high probability of triggering a critical hit. Shadow assault, like a specter. It strikes from the darkness with unparalleled speed and stealth, each assault dealing considerable damage. Ultrasonic shockwave. Emitting a powerful ultrasonic wave, it inflicts area damage on surrounding foes, momentarily stunning them. The leader of the moon-eating bats, possessing the ability to keep its kin in a state of heightened frenzy, boasts an all-attribute score of 50. With a 6th-level skill, it is no wonder it is so formidable. Qingyi's expression turned grave as he analyzed the skills and weaknesses of the moon-eating bat leader. He then nocked an arrow and unleashed a rapid succession of 3 precise shots. In the face of such an onslaught, the moon-eating bat leader remained unfazed, lightly sweeping its wings to unleash a blackwing slash, sending a wave of energy toward the arrows. To its astonishment, the arrows bore immense power. The skill it had unleashed barely managed to deflect the first arrow, leaving the subsequent 2 arrows hurtling toward it. It became evident that Qingyi's archery skills were far from the feeble attempts of the earlier adversary. In shock, the moon-eating bat leader swiftly signaled for its surrounding bats to shield it from the arrows. However, Qingyi was prepared. As several moon-eating bats intercepted, he detonated the arrows, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the obstructing bats into fragments that rained to the ground. The 3rd arrow soared unimpeded, heading directly for the moon-eating bat leader. Sensing the imminent threat, it attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The arrow struck its wing with pinpoint accuracy, and in the next instant, a resounding explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. The moon-eating bat leader let out a pained screech as half of its wing was obliterated, sending it plummeting from the air. Without their leader, the formation of the moon-eating bats disintegrated into chaos, flitting about aimlessly. Observing this, the flame warriors promptly organized a counterattack, with archers and arrow towers raining down projectiles upon them. In a flurry, the sky resembled a downpour, with moon-eating bats being shot down in droves. Yet, the moon-eating bat leader was not so easily vanquished. During its descent, it swiftly regained its composure, stabilizing its form before spiraling upwards. After circling a few times in the air, it suddenly vanished into the shadows. Qingyi lost sight of it, but remained unperturbed. For the cohesion of the bat formation had been shattered, making regrouping nearly impossible. Against a mere level 25 leader, he had ample means to deal with it. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from behind, slicing toward his neck. Evasion was impossible. Qingyi remained calm, his internal energy swirling as radiant golden light erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. "You possess shadow assault. I possess the indestructible diamond body," he thought with confidence. Indeed, after enduring the strike, he emerged unscathed. He swiftly turned, and in the eyes of the moon-eating bat leader, filled with horror and dread, he launched forth with lightning speed, seizing its neck in a firm grasp. The leader of the moon-devouring bat struggled fiercely, yet remained utterly immobilized beneath his powerful grasp. At that moment, a tricolored primordial flame erupted in his hand, its vibrant and perilous flicker reminiscent of wrath from the depths of hell. The tricolored flame radiated an intense heat, distorting the surrounding air as if being seared. The crackling sound echoed continuously, a testament to the flames scorching the body of the moon-devouring bat leader. With a desperate shriek, it succumbed to the impending annihilation. Time became irrelevant until its life force was extinguished, reduced to charred remains, at which point the system's voice resonated. Defeated the moon-devouring bat leader. Talents: chosen explosion rate triggered, 52 times the normal rate. Chosen effect activated. Item quality upgraded. Chapter 77. Dragon Slayer Sword. The Four Great Guardians. Name: Dragon Slayer Sword. Grade: Level 25 Golden Weapon. Attributes: Strength 1395, Armor Penetration 256, Cutting 287, Rending 301. Skill: None. Description: Legend has it that this sword was once stained with the mystical blood of dragons, and through the passage of time, it has become an invaluable divine weapon. The dragon's blood imbues it with unique power and spirit, enhancing its brilliance in battle. To his astonishment, a sword had dropped. Li Qingyi's eyes sparkled with delight. It must be said, the appearance of the Dragon Slayer sword was undeniably the most striking he had ever witnessed. Its golden blade bore crimson, mysterious patterns that seemed alive, as if blood coursed through it, emanating a formidable aura. The hilt was adorned with exquisite engravings, ancient totems whispering tales of bygone eras. He gently traced his finger along the blade, a chilling sensation enveloping him, causing the entire sword to quiver slightly, as if rejoicing in the presence of its new master. The attributes of strength, armor penetration, cutting, and rending were utterly perfect, though it lacked a skill. Otherwise, it would truly be a legendary weapon. Li Qingyi reflected wistfully. Were he to acquire a skill, nothing too grand, even something akin to the mountain-shattering nine hammers, this would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Alas, it was without, leaving Li Qingyi with a tinge of regret. However, he understood that had it possessed a skill, the Dragon Slayer sword's grade would likely exceed that of a mere golden weapon, and it would not have dropped from a level 25 creature. Even if it were a lord, he resolved to find time to learn a sword technique. Since the Dragon Slayer sword did not come equipped with a skill like the mountain-shattering hammer, he would have to acquire one himself. After all, possessing an exquisite weapon without the skill to wield it would only invite ridicule. As he pondered, the moon-devouring bat clan was entirely vanquished. Within the teleportation array, white light coalesced, heralding the arrival of the seventh wave of monsters. Seeing this, Li Qingyi swiftly sheathed the treasured sword, preparing for the impending defense against the seventh wave. To his surprise, unlike the previous 6 waves, this time the preparation of the teleportation array was significantly slower. Previously, it was a dazzling flash of white light, with monsters crashing into existence, but now it seemed as if it were suffering from constipation, with only 1 or 2 appearing after a minute or two, and in exceedingly sparse numbers, merely a handful in total. However, Li Qingyi did not find solace in this. On the contrary, his expression grew increasingly grave. This was not a favorable omen. The potency of wild monsters was not necessarily linked to their numbers, no matter how many came. Galaxy Village possessed sufficient strength to handle them. Yet, if their quality was excessively high, if a level 40 or 50 behemoth emerged, then the entire Galaxy Village would likely be overturned. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the radiance of the teleportation array faded, 4 clusters of white light hovered in the air, humming. Once the white light dissipated, the forms of 4 wild monsters materialized before the crowd. The dragon eagle, with its massive wings unfurled, boasted feathers as hard as steel and eyes sharp and imposing. The azure wolf, with its lithe physique and inky fur, exuded an aura of untamed wildness. The cloud leopard, agile in form, flaunted a coat as ethereal as clouds, embodying a beauty of spirited grace. And the mysterious serpent, its sinuous body adorned with scales that shimmered with an enigmatic glow, radiated a chilling presence. Through the attribute panel, Li Qingyi discerned their names, and to his astonishment, all 4 were elite beings of level 30. Level 30, comparable to the true essence realm of humanity. Yet Galaxy Village currently had no one of that caliber. This was a predicament, Li Qingyi thought. If only 1 or 2 had appeared, he could have managed. However, facing 4 at once, no matter how formidable he was, he would be outmatched. A division of labor became necessary. With no other recourse, Li Qingyi sought 2 allies to assist him. Shanhai would suffice, and Yen Wu as well. He glanced at Yin, who appeared eager to jump into the fray, but quickly shook his head. Shanhai, having reached level 25 and being a lord, could likely take down 1 with full effort, while Yen Wu, bolstered by the Gale combat technique, could barely hold his own against 1. Yet, Yin was a novice, entirely unprepared for such an encounter. Engaging would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a meal. Thus, he resolved to save the 2 of them, claiming the remaining challenges for himself. He patted Yen Wu on the shoulder, gesturing towards the cloud leopard, and pulled Shanhai from the corner where it had been idly lurking, assigning it to confront the mysterious serpent while he would handle the other 2. Once the roles were established, the trio commenced their assault on their respective foes. Yen Wu strained with all his might, unleashing the Gale Spirit technique to its utmost, engaging in close combat with the cloud leopard, while Shanhai utilized its exceptional reflexes and agility to weave around the mysterious serpent, occasionally striking with a claw to inflict minor damage. As for Li Qingyi, he loosed several arrows at the dragon eagle and azure wolf, drawing their ire towards himself. He refrained from recklessly advancing. The dragon eagle circled above him, while the azure wolf faced him directly. Regardless of which adversary he chose to attack first, he would simultaneously have to contend with the assault of both beasts. He decided to eliminate the dragon eagle first, as its aerial prowess posed a greater threat. Li Qingyi's mind raced with lightning speed, formulating a response in an instant. He retreated with remarkable swiftness, evading the menacing dragon eagle and the Tsang wolf like a ghost. The two predators, sensing his retreat, revealed their predatory intent and pursued him relentlessly. The Tsang wolf, with remarkable reflexes, suddenly halted. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant light flashed in its pupils, and walls of earth erupted from the ground, rising before it. These earthen barriers, imbued with the Tsang wolf's true essence, shimmered with an indomitable hue reminiscent of adamantine rock, appearing as impenetrable fortifications. Boom, boom, boom. As anticipated, the arrows were thwarted by the formidable walls. Despite the immense power of the divine arrow, it failed to breach the final barrier. At that moment, the dragon eagle keenly sensed an opportunity. It flapped its wings, its massive feathers casting a shadow that obscured the sun, and dove swiftly toward Li Qingyi. Its enormous form, far from cumbersome, demonstrated astonishing agility as it spun in the air, conjuring a tempest around it, resembling a powerful drill charging toward Li Qingyi. The terrifying momentum made Li Qingyi feel that even with his indestructible body, he could not withstand this impending strike. As the attack drew closer, he could hear his heartbeat thundering in his ears, the fierce winds stinging his face. Yet, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Yes, excitement. This foe had fallen into his trap. In a heartbeat, he dashed away, vanishing several meters in an instant, turning swiftly to unleash arrows at the dragon eagle. Bang, bang, bang. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. He did not falter. His movements so rapid that they left mere afterimages in the air as he released 7 arrows in quick succession. The divine arrows, enveloped in surging primal fire, streaked through the air like shooting stars, leaving behind white trails. The dragon eagle had just landed, barely stabilizing itself, and stood no chance against Li Qingyi's meticulously planned assault, helplessly watching as the arrows hurtled toward it. Chapter 78, Annihilation. 7 arrows struck the dragon eagle's body with tremendous force, sending it soaring through the air amidst a cacophony of sound. It crashed heavily to the ground, dust swirling, shaking the very earth beneath. The dragon eagle struggled to rise. But before it could make a move, the 7 arrows simultaneously detonated. The explosion's tremendous force swept through the surroundings, creating a rolling wave of energy. Already gravely wounded, the dragon eagle could not withstand the onslaught. Its health plummeted to 0, leaving nothing but a fallen talisman behind. The Tsang wolf, witnessing this, appeared stunned. It had perished so swiftly? It involuntarily took a step back, fear creeping into its gaze as it regarded Li Qingyi. This young man was truly formidable. The danger he posed was palpable. With the dragon eagle defeated, Li Qingyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. With one less adversary, the pressure upon him had significantly diminished. Only you remain. Li Qingyi knocked another arrow, his gaze intense and unwavering. Having witnessed the dire plight of the dragon eagle, the Tsang wolf became acutely vigilant against the impending arrows, preemptively setting up its defenses even before the projectiles were launched. Its pupils shimmered with an intense white light. With a thunderous rumble, a formidable circular wall erupted from the ground, rising majestically like a bastion, enveloping it from all directions. Intricate runes were inscribed upon the wall, imbued with a rich essence of true energy, weaving together an indomitable line of defense. Sheltered within, the Tsang wolf felt a modicum of reassurance. While it might not excel in direct combat, in terms of defense, none among the 4 great kings could rival its prowess. As expected, when Li Qingyi loosed an arrow, the runes on the wall suddenly blazed with brilliance, coalescing into a protective barrier that firmly halted the arrow's advance. Despite the tremendous power of the divine arrow, it could not even slightly perturb the Tsang wolf's unwavering defense. Even when the arrow detonated with a resounding explosion, it merely caused the wall to tremble slightly, inflicting no substantial damage. Such formidable defensive strength. Li Qingyi furrowed his brow, pausing his assault momentarily. He narrowed his eyes, speculating that this might be a particular skill of the Tsang wolf. Due to the inadequacy of his basic detection technique, he could not ascertain the specifics of the skill. He could only observe and search for clues. After another experimental shot, he discovered that this rune possessed a potent counteractive effect against skills. Whenever he unleashed the divine arrow, the rune would exert its power, thwarting a significant portion of its force, while ordinary attacks encountered no such hindrance. With a thud, a basic attack struck the earthen wall, the arrowhead embedding itself within, but lacking the enhancement of the divine arrow, it failed to breach the wall's defenses. Relying solely on the strength of the 3-colored elemental fire and the divine bow's augmentation. At this juncture, Li Qingyi realized he truly had no means to contend with it. Drawing a boundary as a prison, Li Qingyi was at a loss for words, deciding to disregard it for the moment. If it willingly confined itself, so be it. He was skeptical that this skill required no stamina expenditure. Once its stamina was depleted, he would see if it could emerge. His gaze shifted elsewhere, scanning the battlefield. And unexpectedly, he found the situation was quite favorable. Shanhai, agile and nimble, darted around the Xian snake. Although its physique paled in comparison, its strength was no less formidable. Leaping high, it delivered several powerful blows to the Xian snake's head, sending it crashing down in disarray. The Xian snake emitted a furious hiss, conjuring several sharp water blades to strike at Shanhai, but they were effortlessly evaded. As Shanhai closed in, it landed a few more claw strikes. The serpent's body was marred with numerous wounds, all testament to Shanhai's prowess. Its health had dwindled to below half, and it appeared that defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, on Yanwu's side, although he was toyed with by the cloud leopard and appeared somewhat beleaguered, he had not sustained significant harm. On the contrary, the power of the wind around him grew ever denser, an enigmatic aura emanating from him, as if he were grasping some profound insight. Has he gained yet another understanding? Is the talent of such a genius truly that extraordinary? Li Qingyi was astounded. Just a few days prior, he had grasped the Gale combat technique, and now he unexpectedly found himself in the midst of another epiphany. When did such realizations become so effortless? The storm of the world shattered. The sound resonated like thunder as Yanwu lifted the iron blade high, unleashing a formidable force. The powers of wind, spirit, and flowing clouds were invoked, intertwining to form a cataclysmic tempest. As the storm surged forth, sand and stones were swept away, and all living things trembled in its wake. The cloud leopard sensed the overwhelming might, its eyes reflecting terror as it attempted to evade. Yet it felt as though it had been ensnared, with no refuge to be found. Its once proud speed became futile in that moment. The dreadful storm rolled in with relentless fury, erupting suddenly. Boom! A blinding white light illuminated the sky, gradually subsiding alongside the anguished cries of the cloud leopard. In the aftermath, only a few items lay scattered on the ground, a testament to the terrifying power unleashed. Li Qingyi inhaled sharply, hastily checking Yanwu's attributes, only to discover that the recently realized storm shatter was, astonishingly, an 8-star skill. An 8-star skill. Li Qingyi could not help but marvel at Yanwu's extraordinary talent. Capable of comprehending such a formidable skill, with such an ability, he would undoubtedly be invincible among peers. While envy coursed through him, a sense of urgency began to swell within his heart. His own strength had stagnated for far too long. Although, as a lord, he need not overly concern himself with power, especially in the context of developing Galaxy Village. It was evident that the village was not yet equipped to thrive without his leadership. A careless misstep could spell disaster. Yanwu approached, slightly embarrassed, holding the items dropped by the cloud leopard. No worries, Li Qingyi reassured him, unfazed. Despite possessing the chosen drop rate that typically ensured superior rewards, he understood that the battlefield was ever-changing. There was no point in forcing outcomes when the opportunity was fleeting. After all, a moment's hesitation could lead to an unfortunate miscalculation, which would be quite undesirable. Why must this chosen drop rate be so inflexible? Why can't teammates claim the kills when we are in a party? He mused, slightly exasperated by the system's rigidity. Upon accepting the items from the cloud leopard, he discovered a silver treasure chest. Indeed, without the enhancement of his chosen drop rate, the loot was rather lackluster. A 30-level elite yielding only silver-grade items. What a stingy reward. Without hesitation, Li Qingyi opened the chest. Before him appeared a beautifully crafted vial, seemingly containing a potion. As he removed the cork, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air. To think something decent might actually emerge. Li Qingyi had initially held little hope, yet he was pleasantly surprised to draw a treasure from the silver pile. It seemed fortune favored him after all. Chapter 79, The Skill Imprint Stone. As Li Qingyi conversed with Yanwu, the battle on the other side neared its conclusion. Under the relentless assault of Shanhai, the Xian snake could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a resounding crash. Meow! With a shout, Shanhai beckoned to Li Qingyi, urging him to swiftly deliver the finishing blow. Li Qingyi nodded and unleashed an arrow, sending the Xian snake to its demise. Xian snake slain. Talent's chosen explosion rate triggered, 85-fold rate. Chosen effect activated, resulting in an upgrade in item quality. An orange halo descended, instantly brightening Li Qingyi's countenance. Fortune had smiled upon him. Skill engraving stone. Capable of inscribing skills from one piece of equipment onto another, skills from dissimilar weapon types will transform into compatible new skills. The description was straightforward, yet the information it conveyed sent Li Qingyi into a frenzy of delight. It was as if his wishes had been granted. He had just lamented the lack of skills on the dragon slaughter sword, and now, lo and behold, his dreams had come true. Li Qingyi retrieved the earth-shattering hammer, preparing to engrave the 9-hammer strike and embed it into the dragon slaughter sword. He had always held a fondness for this skill, while its power was modest. Its compatibility with slashing attacks made it invaluable. Now, with new equipment at hand, he could wield it once more. What a delightful prospect. 9-hammer strike engraving completed. Would you like to embed the skill engraving stone, 9-hammer strike, into the dragon slaughter sword? Yes. Embedding complete, due to the change in weapon type. Skill transformation is in progress. Transformation complete. Dragon Slaughter 9 sword successfully equipped. Dragon Slaughter 9 sword 6. Execute a series of 9 slashes. The first slash inflicts a base damage of 150, with each subsequent slash increasing damage by 30, culminating in an additional bonus on the final slash, capable of inflicting 500 damage. The skill level had also risen by 3 tiers, impressive indeed. Qingyi made a rough calculation, even without employing slashes. The Dragon Slaughter 9 sword alone could inflict around 2,500 damage in one complete skill rotation. When combined with slashes, the figure would undoubtedly soar. What a concept. It was as easy as slicing through the air. There was no need for excessive thought. Simply unleash the Dragon Slaughter 9 sword and combine the 2 skills for a seamless onslaught. Truly a practical ability. Qingyi practiced a few sword flourishes, contemplating the prospect of honing his skills further. Ideally, he would acquire a few boundary-pushing sword techniques to showcase in real life. Aspiring to become a true swordsman. My lord, is that creature not emerging? Yanwu pointed towards the earthen wall. Among the 4 great guardians, the dragon hawk, cloud leopard, and Xian snake had already been vanquished, leaving only the Tsang wolf. Let us wait a moment. I refuse to believe it can remain cooped up in its shell indefinitely. Qingyi scoffed, feeling exasperated by the Tsang wolf's cowardice. Here was a creature that had come to raid the village, yet it chose to hide instead, turning the tables in its own peculiar manner. Whether it wishes to emerge or not, I can afford the time. It's a perfect opportunity for a brief respite. As for the Tsang wolf, Qingyi was curious to see how long this timid wolf demon could sustain its retreat. Hearing this, Yanwu nodded, abandoning thoughts of brute force, and joined Qingyi in a meditative pose a short distance away, quietly observing the Tsang wolf's performance. As anticipated by Qingyi, the howling wolf did not endure for long. After approximately the burning of a single incense stick, the runes upon the earthen wall began to dim, losing their luster. Soon after, the wall started to crumble and collapse, revealing the shadow of the wolf. With a fearful howl, the creature, paralyzed by terror, had no intention of mounting an attack and was preparing to flee. Suddenly, a fiery red arrow shot forth, striking the wolf's hind leg with precision. There was a thunderous explosion, and flames erupted into the sky. The wolf fell to the ground, emitting a pitiful wail as its entire hind leg was obliterated. As Qingyi approached, the beast trembled in fear, its once formidable form now reduced to a quivering mass. Is this the so-called 4 great guardians? Pathetic, Yanwu remarked with disdain. They are supposed to be level 30 elites. Aside from their enhanced attributes, their combat prowess is disappointingly feeble. Qingyi, however, held a differing perspective. The strength of wild creatures is not solely determined by their level and rank. Skills play a crucial role as well. The 4 great guardians clearly possessed a commendable rank and attributes that matched their level, but their skills were comparatively lacking, failing to exhibit any noteworthy abilities, which rendered them seemingly weak. Moreover, both he and Yanwu stood at the pinnacle among their peers, capable of engaging in battles across levels, thus creating the impression that the guardians were inferior. In reality, if an ordinary player were to encounter them without adequate gear or high-star skills for support, they would likely find themselves mercilessly tormented, questioning their very existence. To eradicate the wolf's terror once and for all, Qingyi swiftly dispatched it with 3 arrows. Thus concluded the 7th wave of the beast's assault on the village. Defeated the howling wolf. Talent triggered, 30x loot rate. Selection triggered, item quality upgraded. Blueprint for upgrading high-level buildings. Upon use, it allows for a single upgrade of a high-level structure within the territory. Special buildings are exempt. Perplexed, Qingyi wondered at the abundance of building upgrade blueprints. He had previously obtained a mid-level one and now a high-level one. This fortuitously meant that he was on the verge of acquiring a special building, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes as he quickly contemplated the potential uses for both blueprints. Ordinary structures, such as blacksmith shops, would naturally be of no use, as such buildings require not only the infrastructure but also the presence of skilled masters to realize their potential. However, there were exceptions, such as the market. Originally a place for trade, its level merely expanded its territory without providing any substantial benefits. Yet, once the system endowed it with the functionality for remote transactions, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Qingyi could even envision that if he were to establish a special market, he would be able to connect to the global player market. Whether buying or selling, he could seize opportunities, and with a market so vast, even if some valuable items were not for sale, there might be unwitting individuals from whom he could snatch a rare bargain. The value of the intangible is immeasurably vast. Moreover, with the existence of the astonishing heavenly pool in Galaxy Village, it is inevitable that masters of various secondary professions will emerge in abundance. The products they create, such as high-grade equipment, once consumed, will still leave a surplus, which can be sold in the premium market, leading to unparalleled dominance. Qingyi could even envision a future of wealth and prosperity derived from this. Prepare yourself for the impending assault of the demon beasts upon the village. Chapter 80. The final confrontation, the spirit radiant thunder tiger. The air vibrated violently, as if the entire space was resonating. A colossal and formidable figure slowly emerged amidst the blinding white light. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire realm in an instant. A resounding roar pierced through the clouds, reverberating across the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, a tempest of demonic winds erupted, howling and sweeping through the land. The flora and fauna on the ground swayed wildly in the ferocious wind, producing a rustling sound. Qingyi's garments flapped audibly, his gaze fixated intently on the increasingly distinct shadow before him, his expression grave. The outline of the shadow became clearer, revealing a majestic tiger demon. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, adorned with a chaotic blend of blue and purple fur that, when stirred by the wind, resembled clusters of flaming fire, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Name: Spirit Radiant Thunder Tiger. Grade: Level. A cursory detection spell revealed nothing but question marks, indicating that the power of the Spirit Radiant Thunder Tiger surpassed his detection capabilities. Skills are invisible. This will be challenging, Qingyi murmured to himself. Yanwu, equally burdened by the pressure, remarked gravely, "My lord, the duration of my Gale combat technique is about to expire. I shall take the lead shortly to test the Thunder Tiger's strength and see if I can deplete its energy. Can we still use Storm Destruction?" Yanwu shook his head in resignation. "It's unusable. My stamina has been exhausted." With a sudden gleam in his eyes, Yanwu swiftly accepted a potion and swallowed it whole. Almost instantly, he felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body, revitalizing his previously fatigued form. He laughed exuberantly. "I am fully restored. The Gale combat technique is back as well. Ha ha ha. Very well. Your pet, Little Black, has shared some information. Would you like to receive it?" Just as Qingyi pondered how to confront the formidable presence before him, he was interrupted by the system's voice. "Little Black?" He turned to see Little Black's eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Had it discovered something? With a mental prompt, he promptly accepted the information. Name: Spirit Radiant Thunder Tiger. Grade: Lord. Level: 35. Health: 6, 899, 968, 999 mana. 1, 212, 112, 121 Spirit. 1, 000, 810, 008 Strength. 2, 567 Defense. 2, 875 Speed. 2, 577 Stamina. 2, 509. Thunderstorm Claw 7. Harnessing the power of lightning, it unleashes a ferocious assault, inflicting tremendous physical damage upon its target, with a certain probability of inducing paralysis. Thunder Shield 7. Surrounding itself with 2 formidable thunder shields, it boasts powerful defensive capabilities, absorbing significant amounts of damage while enabling the shields to maneuver and inflict collision damage upon foes. Thunderclaw Strike 8. Wielding its razor-sharp thunder claws, it delivers a potent attack on a single target, with a chance to paralyze and diminish the target's defenses. 5 Thunder Strike 7. Channeling immense electrical energy, it summons 5 robust bolts of lightning to strike the target, causing substantial damage and rendering the target immobile in a state of paralysis for a brief duration. Spirit Radiance Thunder 7. The Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger invokes the mysterious power of Spirit Radiance, transforming into a spirit form that absorbs all damage and converts it into lightning energy, thereby restoring itself. Is this the attribute panel of the Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger? Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. It is hardly surprising that Shanhai, being a mutated golden-eyed cat king with exceptional talents and ocular techniques, could perceive the attribute panel of the Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger. As he scrutinized the attributes, his heart raced uncontrollably. With nearly 70,000 health points, an average of over 2,504 dimensions, and those impressively lengthy level 7 and 8 skills, how on earth could he contend with this? The more Qingyi observed, the more his heart trembled with trepidation. He felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. However, while he remained at a loss, the Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger would not simply wait idly. With an imposing gaze akin to a colossal bell, it swept its eyes over him with overwhelming pressure. Its forepaw raised slightly, and in an instant, a violent force coalesced, crackling ominously, distorting the air around it. Soon, a cerulean thunder sphere hovered in the center of its paw, dazzlingly radiant, within which countless lightning serpents seemed to writhe in a frenzy, emanating an aura that instilled dread. Boom! Without hesitation, the Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger hurled the thunder sphere with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Without a moment's delay, Qingyi activated his indestructible body and swift movement, enveloping himself in a layer of golden light, propelling his speed to its zenith. Shanhai and Yanwu mirrored his actions, sparing no effort, their techniques operating at full capacity as the trio darted in various directions like arrows released from a bow. With a resounding bang, the ground trembled violently. Thick smoke billowed forth as Qingyi and the others turned to see that the spot where they had stood was now a deep crater several yards wide. The surrounding earth charred and emitting a pungent odor. Gasp! Qingyi was astonished and relieved to have evaded the strike. Had he been caught, he would have surely been reduced to mere ashes. Divine Arrow. Having dodged the enemy's skill, Qingyi was not one to remain passive. He promptly nocked an arrow, unleashing 3 divine arrows in retaliation. The fiery red arrows sliced through the air with irresistible momentum, soaring towards the Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger. The Lingyao Thunder Tiger's eyes flickered with surprise, seemingly astonished that such insignificant ants could launch such a formidable assault. Yet, it remained unperturbed, shaking its body slightly before unleashing a blue lightning shield that completely enveloped it. The arrow, imbued with divine prowess, struck the shield, causing its speed to plummet as it engaged in a stalemate with the barrier. The sharp arrowhead clashed with the fiery essence and the thunderous true energy, creating a sizzling sound. However, despite the tremendous enhancement from the divine arrow, the disparity in quality between the three-colored elemental fire and the thunder true energy was far too great, and soon the arrow's power was exhausted without breaching the shield's defense. With a thought, Qingyi urged the arrow to unleash its final might. A brilliant explosion of flames surged skyward, accompanied by a wave of heat. Despite the astonishing defense of the thunder shield, it was pierced through, creating 3 small holes. The Lingyao Thunder Tiger shook slightly, having sustained some damage, yet it was a mere trifle, barely registering 1,000 points off its substantial health bar. Qingyi felt a surge of frustration. Undeterred, he drew forth 7 more arrows and released them all at once. Bang, bang, bang. Each arrow detonated from various angles. This time, the Lingyao Thunder Tiger could not withstand the onslaught. The thunder shield shattered, and the tremendous force sent it flying over 10 meters away. It roared in fury. Its earlier composure vanished. Yet, the encounter was far from over. To the right, Little Black had leapt before it, exuding an air of fearless cunning. Its paw raised high before striking the Lingyao Thunder Tiger's face. The sound of the slap echoed dully, causing the beast to shudder. Though the impact seemed minor, it was an affront of the highest order. The Lingyao Thunder Tiger's temper flared, its eyes ablaze with wrath, as if the flames could incinerate everything in their path. With a thunderous roar, it swung its powerful tail, creating a gust akin to a steel whip. Little Black, recognizing the danger, retreated cautiously. Seeing this, the Lingyao Thunder Tiger raised its forepaw, conjuring a paw-heart thunder explosion. Its gaze was filled with fury and murderous intent, as if intent on annihilating Little Black. With great force, it hurled the thunder explosion. Boom. The thunder explosion arced through the air with a deafening roar. However, Little Black moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it effortlessly evaded the lethal strike. The explosion detonated in the distance, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Angered by its failure, the Lingyao Thunder Tiger opened its gaping maw, radiating light. The winds howled, and thunder rumbled, as if something terrifying was brewing within. Before long, a thundercloud slowly materialized. Within this ominous cloud, blue and purple lightning flickered and intertwined, brimming with an essence of inexorable destruction. The Lingyao Thunder Tiger fixated on Little Black, its furious gaze seemingly intent on devouring it whole. The thunder cloud burgeoned within its maw, radiating an increasingly blinding brilliance, while the thunder grew ever more deafening. A formidable pressure emanated, causing the surrounding air to seem as if it had solidified under its weight. Meow. Even the Little Black Cat felt a surge of tension, its white fur standing on end. It warily observed the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger, slightly arching its body, poised to react at any moment. With the thunder crashing above, Qingyi discerned the imminent skill the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger was about to unleash. His concern for the Little Black Cat's safety prompting him to shoot 2 arrows in a bid to draw its ire. Yet, the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger was resolute in its intent to annihilate the Little Black Cat, casually unleashing a claw-heart thunderblast that sent the arrows flying. Suddenly, it tilted its head back, and the thundercloud, imbued with boundless destruction, shot forth, descending upon the Little Black Cat. With agility, the Little Black Cat leaped backward, attempting to evade, but to no avail. The thundercloud remained fixed above it. Had it been locked on? Qingyi's expression darkened with worry as he swiftly drew the Dragon Slayer's sword to intercept the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger. Dragon Slayer 9 swords, he declared, executing a powerful slash. The internal energy surged through his body, igniting his battle spirit to its zenith. Swish! The shadow of the sword cut through the air, its fierce assault momentarily restraining the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger. However, the Little Black Cat remained ensnared in the peril of the thunderstorm overhead. Boom! The first thunderclap resounded. A thick bolt of blue lightning, akin to a colossal serpent, plummeted with terrifying force. The Little Black Cat found itself with no means of escape. Gritting its teeth and facing the challenge head-on, its forepaw suddenly swelled, expanding several times in size, and it struck out fiercely, colliding with the lightning serpent. Sparks flew, and thick smoke billowed as the Little Black Cat was hurled backward, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Though it had withstood the blow, its forepaw was now charred black, its once pristine white fur singed to a dark hue. The paw trembled slightly, clearly suffering a significant injury. Worse still, due to the paralysis effect, the Little Black Cat's strength and speed were drastically diminished, making even the simplest of movements a Herculean task, let alone resisting the onslaught. That was just the first thunderbolt. There were still 4 more to come. Qingyi felt a twinge of urgency, yet found himself ensnared by the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger, unable to break free to assist the Little Black Cat. A glance at Yen Wu revealed that this fellow had closed his eyes, still brewing a grand move. Providing no aid. But there was the demon suppression hoop. Perhaps that could work. A flash of inspiration struck Li Qingyi as he recalled the golden hoop adorning the little black cat's forehead. That was a spiritual treasure. A being far superior to mere golden-grade equipment. Surely it could withstand a mere third-tier skill. He hastily called out to the little black cat. Upon hearing Li Qingyi's words, the little black cat snapped back to reality, recalling the existence of such an artifact. With a surge of thought, the golden hoop began to radiate brilliance, transforming into a colossal golden shield to protect it. Although the shield was smaller than the thunder shield, the luminosity it emanated was far more intense. As the second bolt of thunder struck the golden shield, a torrent of formidable lightning essence surged forth like a tidal wave, colliding violently with the shield. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated the surroundings, seemingly intent on tearing everything asunder. Yet, the golden shield merely quivered slightly, its radiance remaining undiminished. Subsequently, the third, fourth, and fifth bolts followed, each more potent than the last. Regardless of the relentless onslaught, the shield stood resolute and unyielding. Li Qingyi, who had been observing the situation, felt a surge of joy and admiration. Truly, it was a spiritual treasure, utterly remarkable. Little Black, equally elated, had feared for its own life, but was now relieved to find itself safeguarded by the demon-subduing hoop. The boss had not deceived it. The golden hoop was indeed an extraordinary artifact. Overwhelmed with gratitude, it felt reassured that it had not chosen the wrong ally. Meow? Little Black licked its singed paw, its gaze narrowing on the Lingyao Thunder Tiger, which was locked in battle with Li Qingyi. It had nearly met its demise at the tiger's hands. It was time for retribution. Before Little Black could spring into action, a furious roar erupted from Yen Wu. In an instant, the tempest surged forth, the culmination of pent-up energy finally unleashed. A colossal storm, imbued with destructive power, swept across the battlefield, annihilating everything in its path. Li Qingyi, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly retreated, sprinting with unparalleled speed until he vanished from sight. Confronted with such a terrifying assault, the Lingyao Thunder Tiger felt its fur bristle in fear. Like a cornered beast, it summoned its lightning shield once more, enveloping itself in a protective cocoon. Boom! Just as the storm was about to crash upon the lightning shield, Little Black found its moment of opportunity. Now was the time. Its eyes gleamed with a radiant golden light, the golden eye of breaking illusion. Li Qingyi's eyes sparkled with recognition of the skill, and he grasped Little Black's intent, anticipation swelling within him. As the Lingyao Thunder Tiger strained to fend off the storm, it suddenly experienced a sharp pain in its soul, as if a terrifying presence had locked onto it, rendering its mind blank and immobile. In that moment of bewilderment, the lightning shield lost its control and vanished from existence. The power of the storm descended. Chapter 82, The Qingyi Spiritual Fire Decision Realm, an Epic Recruitment Order. The immense storm, laden with the force to obliterate all, crashed upon the Lingyao Thunder Tiger with the weight of a mountain. A dazzling light erupted instantaneously, bright enough to sear the eyes. Roar! The anguished cry of the Lingyao Thunder Tiger resonated throughout the heavens and earth. It trembled violently, its internal lightning essence spilling forth like a deluge, desperately attempting to mitigate the devastation wrought by the storm. However, as an 8-star skill, the power of the destructive storm was overwhelmingly fearsome, swiftly depleting its essence. Under the relentless onslaught, cracks began to appear on the Lingyao Thunder Tiger's body, spreading like a spider's web, with blood seeping from the fissures, staining its fur crimson. In quick succession, injuries emerged, and within mere seconds, over 30,000 health points were lost. The spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger, flustered, wasted no time and suddenly expelled a blue-purple orb from its core, the size of a fist, suspended in midair. Its surface was alive with countless dazzling arcs of lightning, crackling with miniature electric sparks that erupted in the distance with a thunderous roar, exuding a terrifying power. The orb began to vibrate violently, flickering erratically, causing the surrounding air to tremble and emit sharp sounds as if unable to withstand the surging force. Under the tiger's command, the orb began to disintegrate, splitting into myriad strands of blue light. These strands danced through the air, forming a colossal blue net enveloping the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger. The radiance blossomed, shimmering brilliantly, as if cloaking the creature in a sacred armor of lightning. A miraculous scene unfolded. The lightning armor appeared as an unfathomable abyss, absorbing all the energy of the tempestuous storm. Gradually, the tiger's health bar began to stabilize and rise. Li Qingyi recognized this as the spirit-radiant Thunder Tiger's ability, his frustration boiling to the point where he felt he might shatter his teeth in anger. It was utterly infuriating. With a fierce shout, he drew an arrow and shot it towards the tiger. However, the arrow struck the lightning armor, inflicting no damage. Instead, it became magnetically affixed to the armor, unable to move. Undoubtedly, the damage was absorbed and transformed into lightning energy. Let us see how much you can absorb. Li Qingyi scoffed, drawing another arrow and launching it again. He believed that every ability had its limits. It could not endlessly absorb and convert energy, for otherwise, it would be invincible. If that were the case, the Spirit Radiant Thunder Tiger would undoubtedly be more than just a lord. It could be a ruler, for such a power was utterly monstrous. A true divine skill. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Li Qingyi continued to unleash his arrows until he had exhausted his stamina, stopping only when 21 arrows had lodged themselves in the armor. As Li Qingyi had anticipated, while the Spirit Radiant Thunder was formidable, it was not without bounds. The 20-plus arrows, with their overwhelming impact, gradually overwhelmed the lightning armor, causing cracks to appear. Boom. Li Qingyi's expression turned serious, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a resounding explosion, the 20-plus arrows detonated instantaneously. A deafening roar echoed across the heavens, overwhelming in its intensity. A blinding white light illuminated the scene, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of the atmosphere apart. Is it dead? Yen Wu swallowed hard, astonished by the explosion's might. Truly, the prowess of the leader was unmatched. This explosion was far more powerful than his own storm of destruction. It's dead, Li Qingyi remarked with a slight smirk, quietly listening to the notification sound from the system. After defeating the Spirit Radiant Thunder Tiger, due to the team mode in which you find yourself, you have received 0 experience points, while the remaining 1,001 members collectively share 19,999 experience points. The talent Chosen One has activated, triggering a 100-fold increase in drop rates. The Chosen One has further manifested, resulting in an upgrade of item quality. Upon hearing this, the little black creature's eyes shimmered momentarily, as if it had uncovered something significant. In a flash, it dashed towards the explosion site with the swiftness of lightning. Moments later, it emerged, clutching 2 items in its mouth, the spoils dropped by the Spirit Radiant Thunder Tiger. Meow. The little black creature stood upright, placing the items into Li Qingyi's hands. 2 beams of light radiated brilliantly. Double gold. Li Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, a rush of joy flooding his face, particularly at the sight of the yellowed tome, which filled him with exhilaration. Qinglian Spiritual Fire Technique. Martial Arts. Qinglian Spiritual Fire Technique. Rank. 2nd Tier Golden Extraordinary. Description. Harnesses the spiritual essence of all fires in the universe to forge the unique Qinglian spiritual fire, capable of incinerating evil entities, refining the body, and purifying true essence. Ha! He laughed heartily, gazing skyward. After much anticipation, the coveted golden technique had finally emerged. Promotion to the 2nd tier was within reach. Time to soar. The other golden item. Epic Recruitment Order, a golden level artifact, which allows for the recruitment of any unclaimed individual with high qualifications. Incredible, Li Qingyi exclaimed internally. This item was formidable. Equivalent to receiving a high-level recruit for free, it's worth rivaling that of the golden technique. The high-end combat strength within his territory was still insufficient. Once the right candidate appeared, he would recruit them without hesitation. Contentedly, Li Qingyi stowed away the 2 treasures. It's over, he announced, waving to the crowd of Galaxy Village. Instantly, the entire team erupted in exuberant cheers, each face illuminated with sheer joy. Particularly the members of the Gale team stood tall, their eyes brimming with pride. In this defensive battle, they had exerted the most effort and earned the greatest accolades, truly deserving of the title of the strongest team. Upon witnessing this, other villagers of Galaxy Village rushed out to celebrate their victory. Monster assault on the village defense successful, hell difficulty cleared. Rating. As the first territory in the entire server to clear this challenge, we hereby reward Galaxy Village with 5,000 gold coins and 1 plot of spiritual farmland. The Lord Qingyi receives 1,000 prestige points and 5,000 gold coins. The system's voice resonated. While there was no server-wide announcement this time, the rewards were nonetheless substantial. Prestige and 1,000 gold coins aside, there was even a plot of spiritual farmland. What is spiritual farmland? Simply sowing a turnip seed would yield ginseng. It is exceedingly precious. Galaxy Village happens to have 2 highly qualified spiritual farmers who can manage this land and cultivate rare medicinal herbs. Furthermore, of the 4 high-qualified recruits sent for training, 2 have now become junior alchemists, while the other 2 have progressed to junior potion masters. Once the spiritual herbs in the farmland mature, they will be perfectly poised to utilize them for alchemy and potion making, an utterly flawless scenario. Li Qingyi, with a cheerful demeanor, felt a rush of fervor in his heart. Unlike the trades of blacksmiths and tailors, alchemy and potion making are high-end industries, yielding significantly greater profits. The fact that Galaxy Village has established a complete production line undoubtedly places it ahead of all other players. My lord, in this defensive battle, our Galaxy Village has reaped substantial rewards. We have acquired over 300 pieces of equipment ranging from levels 20 to 25, predominantly black iron and bronze, more than 100 items, over 50 types of materials, and gathered more than 3,000 units of various meats, along with over 600 gold coins, Shenshi reported in detail as he stepped forward. Li Qingyi nodded and instructed, store the materials and meat in the warehouse for future use. For the equipment and items, Select the good ones, and put the inferior ones up for sale in the market. Chapter 83, Level 20, The Leaderboard Unveiled. In the second floor of the Lord's Hall in Galaxy Village, Qingyi sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes gently closed. Engrossed in the cultivation of the Qingyi spirit fire technique, the three-colored primordial flames, following an extraordinary pattern, continuously circulated through his meridians. Gradually, the spirals of the three-colored primordial fire diminished in size, while the quantity of azure true energy increased. Consolidate, he uttered softly, and at the moment when all three-colored primordial flames transformed into azure lotus true energy, he initiated the second refinement. In his dantian, clusters of scattered azure true energy were controlled and slowly condensed into the shape of a lotus blossom. With a hum, as the azure lotus flower took form, his body instantaneously transformed into a black hole, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, creating a vortex that formed a large funnel above his head, which then surged forcefully into him. The influx of spiritual energy caused the azure lotus flower in his dantian to grow exponentially, expanding from 4 petals to 8. Each petal infused with rich azure true energy. This true energy flowed rhythmically within him, refining every corner of his being. Under the baptism of the azure true energy, his muscles, meridians, and bones all became increasingly resilient and powerful. As time passed, a halo of azure light began to emanate from Qingyi's body, a faint pressure spreading around him. He opened his eyes, and 2 flickers of azure flame flashed within his pupils. Without uttering a word, he gently extended his palm, where a sphere of azure flame appeared, crystalline and translucent, as if sculpted from the purest crystal in existence. Finally, he had reached level 20, entering the realm of true consolidation. A faint smile graced Qingyi's lips as he retracted the azure lotus fire. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to level 20. As the first player in the entire server to reach level 20, new features have been unlocked, and the system rewards you with 500 reputation and 1,000 gold coins. Server announcement. With the emergence of the first level 20 player, the leaderboard feature has been activated, allowing all players to check the leaderboard for their respective regions through the feature entrance. This echoed 3 times resoundingly in the minds of all players. What level? How many levels? Level 20. Who is this incredible player? Already at level 20. What kind of technique does he possess? Players rushed to open the leaderboard, gazing at the name perched at the top, revealing expressions of astonishment. Indeed, it is the esteemed Qingyi. Let us disperse, for I had anticipated this outcome. The players have become accustomed to Qingyi's repeated ascension to the pinnacle of the rankings, and thus, it does not evoke any profound astonishment. Rather, it would be shocking if anyone else were to claim the top position. This enigmatic figure has been the subject of countless discussions, rendering the players somewhat desensitized. Conversely, the unfamiliar names populating the leaderboard spark their curiosity and intrigue. Level rankings of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon Kingdom. 1. Qingyi, level 22. Songlong Wentian, level 19-3. Jiuzhou Jinhun, level 19-4. Qinjun, level 19-5. Shishanyu, level 19-6. Junzi Zhangjian, level 19-7. Zhao Qinglong, level 19-8. Jiuzhou Xinghe, level 19-9. Ruofeng, level 19-10. Yiming Shanhua Gu, level 18. Goodness. I was unaware until I glanced at the rankings. It is startling to discover that so many have surreptitiously ascended to level 19. These prominent figures remain silent, and few among the top 10 are familiar to me. Naturally, they are preoccupied with their own advancement, with little time to linger on the forums. The rankings posted on the forum only reflect a maximum level of 15, which outdated individual compiled that list. It is grossly inaccurate. I was just reveling in my recent achievement of reaching level 10 yesterday, feeling quite accomplished, only to find myself utterly astonished now. Qingyi, too, had noticed this ranking and felt no surprise. He had been stagnating at level 19 for over a week. Given the relentless pace of those dedicated players on the leaderboard, it was hardly unexpected for them to catch up. Furthermore, he firmly believed that among the top 10, there were certainly individuals who had met the requirements for promotion. Yet they had chosen to delay their ascent in order to select superior techniques. Alas, my fortuitous luck ensures that I remain a step ahead of them. Qingyi smiled faintly. What does speed matter? Who can surpass Qingyi? As he continued to peruse the list, he encountered several familiar names. Sinyu, Chun Xin, was at level 18, ranking 78th, while Suya was at level 17, ranking 236th, due to the leaderboard displaying only the top 300. He could not see further down. To his surprise, Chun Xin had indeed broken into the top 100. Impressive. Qingyi silently praised her. To rank among the elite in the Dragon Kingdom, teeming with experts, speaks volumes of her prowess. After reviewing the level rankings, Qingyi opened another leaderboard, the equipment rankings. This was the second and final leaderboard made available during this update. As he scanned through it, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Equipment rankings of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon Kingdom. 1. Lungtu Sword, Gold, level 25, owner, Qingyi 2. Shanhai Bao, Gold, level 25, owner, Qingyi 3. Bingjing Battle Armor, Silver, level 25, owner, Qingyi 4. Fengxing Battle Boots, Silver, level 20, owner, Qingyi 5. Ziguang Battle Blade, Silver, level 20, owner, Sanlong Wentian 6. Baolai Bracers, Silver, level 20, owner, Qingyi 7th place. Longyan Dagger, level 20 Silver, owner, Wushuang Dark. 8th place. Black Illusion Belt, level 20 Silver, owner, Qingyi. 9th place. Golden Illusion Bracers, level 20 Silver, owner, Zhao Qinglong. 10th place. Orange Light Leg Armor, level 20 Silver, owner, Qingyi. Among the top 10 in the rankings, 7 pieces of equipment are currently wielded by Li Qingyi, while the absurdity escalates within the top 100, where over 60 pieces originate from his previous sales. In other words, more than half of the equipment on this leaderboard is attributed to his drops. Li Qingyi's lips curved into a slight smile. It appears that his gear has been acquired by these affluent players. Has he unwittingly become their dream ambassador? Meanwhile, the forum has descended into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on that name, rendered speechless. In this moment, everyone can empathize with the dread of being overshadowed. 7 out of the top 10 pieces of equipment belong to him. How is that even conceivable? It simply cannot be. How could he possibly amass such a plethora of high-level gear? I've also acquired a fair amount, yet can barely piece together a full set. While he has achieved 6 divine artifacts, I must lodge a complaint. There is undoubtedly something amiss with Qingyi. Indeed, given the abysmally low drop rates in the Shanhai wilderness, how could one individual obtain so much high-tier equipment? There must be something suspicious about Qingyi. Let us unite and petition the system for a thorough investigation. A multitude of players clamored online, demanding an explanation from Li Qingyi, their voices resonating with urgency, resulting in over 1 million replies within mere minutes. However, Li Qingyi was too preoccupied to visit the forum, and even if he had, he would have paid it no mind. A complaint? How ludicrous. There's no entry point for that. Should I take it to my dreams? Chapter 84, Fiery Steed. Upon exiting the Lord's Hall, Li Qingyi encountered Chen Shi, who rushed toward him, a jubilant expression adorning his face. Elder Chen, what has brought you such joy? Li Qingyi inquired with a smile. My lord, I was just about to seek you out. Chen Shi exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. We have successfully tamed our first batch of demon beasts. Really? Li Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Did Gomo Yi truly accomplish it? Yes, that was the message we just received. Come, let us go and see. Unable to contain his joy, Li Qingyi grasped Chen Shi's arm and headed outside. All the tamed beasts were to be relocated to Galaxy Village. Yet Chen Shi suggested retaining the Gomo camp as a strategic foothold, which might prove useful in the future. Li Qingyi considered this and agreed. After all, it wouldn't hurt to maintain a claim to the land. Thus, only Gomo Yi was brought along. Upon returning to Galaxy Village, they captured a herd of demon horses, allowing Gomo Yi to attempt taming them. After more than 20 days, they finally achieved modest success. The two rode miniature steeds at a swift pace, eventually arriving at a horse ranch situated 500 miles away. Here, the expanse was vast, with tens of thousands of acres dedicated to beast taming, an unbroken stretch of land. This expansive territory was precisely what Li Qingyi had earmarked for Gomo Yi. My lord, look. Chen Shi pointed toward the beast taming pens. Li Qingyi gazed into the distance, where a herd of galloping horses approached with fervor. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed like war drums, reverberating through the earth. Over 100 majestic steeds thundered forth, their fiery red manes billowing wildly in the wind, resembling a conflagration sweeping across the land. Amidst the gusty breeze, a child clad in a white vest sat resolutely atop the lead horse, exuding an air of serene confidence. Upon spotting Li Qingyi, a spark of surprise flickered in his lively eyes as he waved his hand, directing the herd to charge forth. With a leap from more than 4 meters high, Gomo Yi descended from the horse with the agility of a young leopard, bounding over and exclaiming, My lord, you have arrived. Indeed, Li Qingyi replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he lifted Gomo Yi into the air, praising him. I heard you have tamed these fiery steeds. I came to see for myself. Gomo Yi lifted his chin slightly, boasting with pride, My lord, I am quite formidable. These fiery horses now heed my command. Oh, is that so? Why not take me for a couple of laps? Li Qingyi's lips curled into an eager smile. The fiery horses, classified as level 20 magical beasts, possessed a robust physique and astonishing speed, darting across the plateau like lightning. Their breathtaking swiftness left onlookers in awe. Li Qingyi had immediately taken a liking to them, and together with Shanhai, they had spent 2 days capturing a herd of more than 100 fiery horses. As they approached the herd, the lead horse surprisingly knelt, allowing Gomo Yi to mount, its eyes gleaming with intelligence, which astonished Li Qingyi. He recognized this horse as the elite magical beast of the herd, known for its fierce temperament. Even after enduring a beating from Shanhai, it had refused to submit, baring its teeth in defiance. To his surprise, it had now become so docile. Truly, a testament to the prowess of a beast tamer. Once mounted, the fiery horses seemed to sense Gomo Yi's joy, snorting eagerly as their hooves lightly dug into the ground. Gomo Yi gently patted the horse's head, calling out, Great fire, let us depart. The fiery horses surged forth like arrows released from a bow, the wind howling past their ears as the landscape blurred in their wake. The spectacle of the herd racing behind them was nothing short of magnificent. It was undeniable that the speed of these fiery horses far surpassed that of the miniature ponies. With exceptional speed and endurance, they were perfectly suited for battle. It seemed that before long, Galaxy Village would possess its own cavalry. Excitement sparkled in Li Qingyi's eyes as he envisioned the grand scene of Galaxy Village's cavalry dominating the battlefield. Gumo Yi, brimming with joy, inquired, "My lord, aren't they impressive?" "Indeed," Li Qingyi nodded with a smile. "You are impressive as well, for taming such formidable magical beasts." Gumo Yi dismounted, his eyes alight with pride as he gently stroked Great Fire, his face radiating affection. "I will find you a new group of friends to play with." Li Qingyi's lips curved into a slight smile. Since the formation of a cavalry is imperative, a mere 100 fiery steeds would undoubtedly be insufficient. At least 1,000 are required. The endeavor from capture to taming is indeed a monumental task. For the capture, we can enlist Yan Wu to lead the Swift Wind Squad, but for the taming, relying solely on Gumo Yi raises concerns for Li Qingyi regarding the magnitude of his workload. Upon inquiry, Gumo Yi readily assured that it would pose no issue, even displaying a hint of eagerness. It is evident that he possesses a genuine fondness for the magical beasts. Otherwise, he would not have transitioned from a novice to an intermediate beast tamer in just over 20 days. After encouraging Gumo Yi, Li Qingyi turned to Chen Shi and instructed, "Inform Yan Wu of the recent sightings of the fiery steeds and ensure he captures 1,000 within 10 days. Only then can we commence the establishment of the cavalry." Chen Shi replied, "My lord, acquiring the fiery steeds is certainly feasible. However, we face a shortage of personnel for the cavalry. The policy of elite troops has been the standard in Inha village, aside from the initial 100 guards of grade qualification. The remainder are of higher qualifications. The cavalry will similarly encounter this issue of insufficient high-ranking personnel." Li Qingyi pondered briefly before responding. "First, let us procure the horses. I shall devise a solution for the manpower issue. Perhaps I can consult with Zhu Lei." He recalled the city guards from the last visit to the Flame Tribe. Having accepted his payment, they might be persuaded to assist. After all, the city guards oversee the prison, and retrieving several hundred individuals from there should not pose a challenge. He deemed it worth a try. If need be, he could simply spend more money. After all, the recent sale of equipment had yielded a substantial profit, an impressive sum of 100,000 gold coins. After allocating 20,000 for essential territorial development, the remaining 80,000 could be utilized for his endeavors. Chapter 85, Special Market, Fragments of Ancient Magic Circles. Upon returning to Inha Village, Li Qingyi proceeded to the intermediate market. After laying down the blueprints for upgrading intermediate and advanced buildings, a grand and towering structure emerged, the special market. Entering, he was greeted by a magnificent scene. Lanterns hung gracefully, ancient woods exuded fragrant aromas, and the intricately carved beams depicted fantastical beasts and majestic mountains, all rendered with lifelike precision. The entire market resonated with an air of antiquity. Li Qingyi approached the front desk, opened the market interface, and began searching for the items he required. With the upgrade of the special market, he could now connect to all markets within the Great Wilderness. Naturally, he first accessed the Eastern Wilderness market, for the array of offerings was simply overwhelming. To facilitate his search, the system had categorized the items by mountain ranges into dozens of sections. Li Qingyi, feeling somewhat lethargic, opted to expand all sections at once. Instantly, rows upon rows of item names flooded his vision, dazzling him with their abundance. Even so, he found himself unable to count how many zeros trailed the page number, page 199999999. With no alternative, Li Qingyi could only skim through the options, striving to choose the most beneficial items. The Cold Pond Black Iron, a 7th grade ore, could be utilized to forge golden equipment. Purchased. The Xuanwu Stone, remarkably durable, would serve well in constructing city walls. Acquired. After amassing a considerable quantity of materials, Li Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. He resolved to leave the procurement of such items to Chen Shi in the future. He clicked on the filter, disregarding all unnecessary items, retaining only the category of props. Instantly, the interface appeared much more refreshing. As he scrolled down, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon a rather exquisite item. Ice God Wine Recipe, a premium fine wine, originating from the extreme ice plateau, crafted from spring water and celestial grains, nurtured by the essence of sun and moon, and brewed through ancient methods. The liquid encapsulates a mysterious ice-based spiritual energy, with each drop seemingly sparkling with brilliant crystalline light. This wine not only boasts a rich and smooth flavor, but also invigorates the drinker's body with the power of extreme ice, transporting them into a frigid realm. Remarkably, it was a premium wine on par with the Honey Pot Monkey wine. Li Qingyi was elated. At such a modest price, he felt he had struck gold. The potential profit from brewing even a single barrel far exceeded its cost. Another lucrative venture. He promptly spent 100 gold coins to secure it. Continuing his search, however, perhaps due to a depletion of luck, he flipped through over 100 pages without discovering anything worthwhile. Thus, He exited the Eastern Wilderness Market and entered the Western Wilderness Market. A fresh array of items greeted his gaze. Magic Flame Crystal, a crystal imbued with the ferocious power of flames, suitable for crafting magical weapons. Eagle Demon Feather, a lightweight feather infused with demonic energy. Ideal for creating magical scrolls. Yet again, most items proved to be of little significance. Qingyi skillfully filtered these out, retaining only the props category. To his surprise, the selection in the Western Wilderness was even scarcer than that in the East. After perusing for quite some time, he found nothing that caught his eye. Just as he was about to exit, an item name seized his attention. Ancient Magic Circle Fragment. No description. Qingyi was filled with curiosity. He clicked on the details, only to find a blank page. Initially intending to skip to the next item, he inexplicably clicked the purchase button. Just this? Qingyi toyed with a smooth, green crystal in his hand. Unremarkable, it appeared rather inconspicuous. However, he was careful not to underestimate it. After all, his past experiences had taught him that many treasures often seemed ordinary before they were activated. Thus, he scrutinized it earnestly, pondering, if there is a fragment, then what about the complete set? He typed in Ancient Magic Circle Fragment and began searching the market. To his surprise, he indeed found 8 fragments. The fragments were scattered in a most chaotic manner, appearing across several different markets, including one not in the West Wilderness, but rather in the North Wilderness, within a market known as the Snowfall Icefield. It was fortunate that Qingyi possessed a special grade market, enabling precise searches, allowing him to locate them swiftly. Otherwise, relying solely on manpower would yield no results, no matter how tirelessly one searched. Without hesitation, Qingyi purchased all of them. Together, the 9 fragments, after a moment of manipulation in Qingyi's hands, astonishingly coalesced into a complete circular crystal disc. A brilliant blue light burst forth, so dazzling that Qingyi could scarcely keep his eyes open. Once the radiance subsided, the crystal disc appeared polished, becoming exceptionally translucent and resplendent. 9 luminous points on the disc connected to form a circle, flickering in sequence. A low hum resonated as the disc trembled, transmitting information into Qingyi's mind. 9-star Magic Array Disc. Position the array disc to activate the 9-star Magic Array. 9-star Magic Array, an ancient and formidable formation, once employed by the elven race to defend against dragons. Upon activation, it could instantly warp the surrounding space, condensing the magical elements of the world, thereby creating an unstoppable force of destruction. Gazing at the description, Qingyi felt his breath quicken. A formation, a truly powerful one at that. What a remarkable find amidst the sands of time. Alas, this was a fixed array, immobile, otherwise it would be invincible. Qingyi pondered. If only the 9-star Magic Array could be portable, its potential would be immense. Just imagine, carrying a lethal weapon wherever he went, and should anyone incite his displeasure, he could unleash the formation upon them, annihilating them in an instant. However, it was clear that the system currently did not permit such an extraordinary existence. The 9-star Magic Array could only be anchored to a specific location for defensive purposes. The first place that came to Qingyi's mind was beside the Lord's Hall, as it was nearby, maximizing his safety. But he quickly dismissed this notion, for in the game, his personal safety seemed of little consequence. Even if he perished, he merely needed to refrain from logging in for a maximum of 24 hours. Conversely, the safety of his companions was paramount, for they could not be revived. Once dead, it was truly the end. Thus, it was best to utilize the 9-star Magic Array atop his territory. Upon exiting the market, riding his horse around the territory, Qingyi resolved to position it at the entrance of Galaxy Village, a spacious area and the essential route into the village. If enemies were to invade, all he would need to do is activate the array, and then, chuckling to himself, he could almost hear his own sinister laughter. Without further ado, Qingyi took the array disc and approached a point 10 kilometers from the entrance. With a focused thought, 9 radiant beams of blue light surged forth from the disc, soaring into the heavens. A massive circular pattern gradually emerged, the power of magic surging mightily, as if it sought to rend the very sky asunder. A terrifying surge of magical energy cascaded across the land, illuminating the earth with enigmatic runes. These runes emanated an ancient and potent aura, continuously shifting and intertwining, gradually coalescing into a grand and magnificent magical array. The ground trembled subtly, and from the center of the array, a formidable power unfurled. Chapter 86, The 9-Pointed Magical Array. The first activation commences. Such overwhelming power, this formidable array could likely obliterate even those of the 6th or, dare I say, 7th tier. Qingyi's heart raced with fervor. With the 9-pointed magical array in place, the safety of Galaxy Village was assured. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyi focused his thoughts on the array disc. With a mere thought, the entire array instantly shut down. With another thought, it sprang to life again. Controlling it was remarkably straightforward. Having reached level 20, he anticipated that the first activation would soon unfold. He sat upright in his chair, lost in thought. In his previous life, the first activation commenced the day after the leaderboard was unveiled. If all went according to plan, it should unfold in a similar fashion this time. He needed to strategize effectively. The treasures they obtained last time had certainly piqued his interest. The following morning, the system's voice resonated as expected. Announcement from the Eastern Wilderness Dragon Kingdom. The descendants of the ancient beasts, the Silver Beast, have triumphantly returned from the ancient Demon Mountains, heralding a formidable arrival. Its 108 demon generals are poised for action, seemingly ready to incite a tempestuous upheaval across the Eastern Wilderness. Event details. 1. Slay the demon beasts. 2. Mysterious quests. Randomly occurring mysterious quests during the event will yield additional rewards and surprises. 3. Mysterious merchants. Upon defeating the event's demon beasts, mysterious merchants will randomly appear, acting as mobile treasure troves, offering various rare items for players to purchase as per their needs. 2. Event rewards. 1. Rare items, such as mysterious talismans and precious gems, which can be used to enhance character strength. 2. Powerful equipment, including weapons, armor, and accessories to bolster your prowess in battle. 3. Abundant experience and gold, assisting you in rapidly elevating your level and wealth. 3. Event duration. The event will last for 7 days following its commencement. Indeed, it has arrived. Qingyi, holding a map in hand, bore an excited smile. This map, crafted from his memories of his past life, illustrated the distribution of demon beasts, the locations where they would spawn during the event. Most of the demon beasts within the entire Qingyi mountain range were documented here. This was a key reason he chose to be born in Qingyi mountain range. He was well versed in many aspects of the activities centered there. It would be prudent to bring along the Yanwu and Jifeng squads, leaving the matters of the territory to Yanning. There were several formidable demon beasts during the event, and handling them alone would be quite daunting. Having Yanwu and the Jifeng squad would make things considerably easier. Qingyi pondered as he entered the Lord's Hall, summoned Qinshe and Xinjiang, and meticulously briefed them on the recent developments within the territory. Subsequently, he led Yanwu and the Swift Wind squad away from Galaxy Village, their first destination, Golden Cloud Peak. Once the event was announced, it created ripples akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tumult among the player community. Various factions, like sharks scenting blood, swiftly mobilized their forces, surging forth into the surrounding regions to commence a comprehensive search. Meanwhile, the independent players, unwilling to lag behind, sprang into action. Although their movements lacked the organization of the larger factions, their sheer numbers compensated for that. As they scoured every patch of grass, every grove, and every cave, though they stood little chance against the monstrous beasts, they had devised their own means of survival. Finding these creatures would allow them to sell information to the grand guilds. Thus, some audacious souls headed straight into the perilous, desolate areas, undeterred by the risks. After all, the worst outcome was merely a death that would result in a 24-hour ban from the game. However, should they discover the active beasts, the rewards would be substantial. Driven by the allure of immense profit, players could be seen traversing the wilderness in droves. In the Flame Tribe, the sound of galloping hooves resonated. "Look!" exclaimed a player, wide-eyed and astonished, pointing towards the source of the noise. Instantly, the crowd's gaze was drawn towards a formidable contingent advancing their way, their presence akin to a sword unsheathed, instilling a sense of dread. Observing this, players instinctively parted to clear a path. "Is that an indigenous troop?" One player wondered aloud. "It doesn't seem likely. The Flame Tribe rarely dons such attire." Nearby players shook their heads, their eyes filled with awe and envy. "Behold those weapons and armor, gleaming as if newly forged. Their opulence must rival that of Black Iron Gear. Indeed, each one equipped with a full set. What extravagance," remarked another. "The leader even wears a mask. Perhaps they are too unattractive to show their faces?" "Not at all. Don't you think the mask looks striking? Quite reminiscent of a celebrity." "Who? The King of Gotham?" Qingyi, undeterred by their gazes, guided the Swift Wind squad to the teleportation array. Golden Cloud Peak lay tens of thousands of kilometers from Flame Peak, and traversing such a distance on foot was impractical. They required the teleportation array. 1 gold coin per person, such an expense. Qingyi grimaced at the cost. Fortunately, with the event underway, he found it somewhat bearable. "Stay calm. When the grand event for the entire server arrives, thousands upon thousands will march forth. This sum is trivial." He shook his head, reminding himself that he was indeed a wealthy individual. After paying the fee, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Qingyi and his companions vanished without a trace, leaving a cluster of onlookers bewildered, exchanging glances of astonishment. Did they just all teleport away? Such wealth, dozens, even hundreds, transported in an instant. 100 gold coins equate to 1 million. I shall never amass such wealth in my lifetime. Someone captured this recent spectacle on video and shared it on the forum, igniting quite a stir and drawing the playful banter of numerous players. The ostentatiously wealthy proclaimed, "Luxury cars and opulence," while the truly affluent remarked, "Teleportation array." Chapter 87, Renting Flying Beasts and Slaying Serpents. The silhouette of Jinyun Peak emerged faintly through the mist as Qingyi and the members of the Swift Wind team stepped forth from the teleportation array. "The Golden Stone Tribe, it has been far too long," Qingyi whispered softly. "At the game's inception, he had intended to visit. But the unavailability of the teleportation array delayed his plans. Once the array was operational, the affairs of Galaxy Village consumed his attention, and as time passed, the original opportunity lost its significance in his eyes. Anything that Galaxy Village offered now seemed far more precious. With a gentle smile, Qingyi reflected on how, unbeknownst to him, he had grown to this extent. "Boss, what are we doing here?" Wu inquired, gazing curiously at the beast rental shop ahead. "We are renting a beast for transportation," Qingyi replied. Enlightenment dawned upon Wu, his expression transforming into one of excitement as he asked, "Can we rent any beast?" "Let us opt for one that can fly," Qingyi suggested. Noticing Wu's unwavering gaze fixed upon a majestic eagle beast, he teased, "What? Have you set your sights on that eagle?" Wu scratched his head, grinning as he responded, "That eagle indeed looks imposing. Riding it through the skies would undoubtedly be exhilarating." Qingyi nodded in agreement. To be candid, he too was captivated by the eagle. Not only for its grandeur, but also for its impressive size. Nearly 50 meters in length and over 20 meters in height, it could easily accommodate 40 to 50 individuals. "We only need 2 to carry everyone," he stated. "Let us inquire about the price," Qingyi said as he led Wu into the shop. The proprietor, a burly man in his 40s with short hair and a face lined with muscle, exuded an aura of formidable strength. Upon their entrance, he nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "What can I assist you with today?" Qingyi gestured towards the eagle outside and inquired, "How much is that eagle for a day?" Sensing that Qingyi might find the price steep, the man quickly added, "The alfing giant eagle boasts remarkable speed and stamina. Capable of covering tens of thousands of kilometers in a single day. Even for long distances, you may use it without concern." "How many can it carry?" Qingyi asked. 60 to 70, came the reply. After hearing this, Qingyi nodded slightly. The price seemed reasonable. "Let us take 2, he said, handing over 2,000 gold coins. The burly man, taken aback by Qingyi's generosity, looked at him with surprise before breaking into a smile. "Sir, we have only 2 alfing giant eagles available in our shop, and they are frequently rented. You are indeed fortunate today." Under the guidance of the burly man, Qingyi and his companions made their way to an open area within the shop. The 2 imposing gale eagles stood majestically, their enormous wings occasionally flapping, stirring up a tempest. After a brief explanation, the burly man handed 2 bells to Qingyi, advising, "The eagle spirits will heed the commands of these bells. You may control them with this." Qingyi nodded and shared 1 bell with Wu, allowing each to command a giant eagle. Once the members of the Gale squad boarded the eagles, with a commanding shout from Qingyi, the eagles began to flap their wings slowly, powerful currents of air swirling around them. In no time, they soared into the sky, heading toward the horizon. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating." Wu exclaimed with uncontained excitement, standing atop the eagle's head, clapping his hands vigorously and letting out jubilant cheers. The other members of the Gale squad were equally animated, their expressions brimming with joy. Qingyi smiled at the sight, reminiscing about his own first experience riding a flying beast, feeling the same exhilaration. From their lofty vantage point, the landscape unfolded below, with mountains, rivers, forests, and plains shifting in view. After more than half an hour had quietly passed, they finally reached their first destination. The massive form of the Gale eagle descended gently, creating a gust of wind as they landed steadily amidst an unknown mountain range. Holding a map, Qingyi's gaze was sharp and focused as he led the group deeper into the woods. Fortunately, the detailed coordinates provided by those who had surveyed the beasts in a previous life were invaluable. To locate active beasts relying solely on a rough location would be an arduous task. In the forest, ancient trees towered high, their branches lush and sprawling. The group moved cautiously, the sound of rustling leaves accompanying their steps. "Careful, something's amiss," Qingyi called out sharply, instantly alerting everyone. From the treetops came faint rustling sounds, soon followed by the sudden descent of brown creatures. Their tails coiled around the branches, their gaping mouths opened wide, lunging toward Qingyi and the others, giant pythons. There were numerous serpents, with at least 100 hanging from the trees in various sizes throughout the dense forest. But that was not all. On the ground, leaves rustled as more pythons lay in ambush, surrounding the group from all sides. So many large pythons. Wu shouted angrily, commanding everyone to form a protective circle against the serpentine onslaught. Qingyi cast a basic detection spell, and, upon discovering they were merely a horde of level 15 monsters, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these creatures, though intimidating in appearance, were of average strength. Otherwise, it could have led to casualties, something Qingyi was keen to avoid. Dragon slaughtering 9 swords. Qingyi charged forward, drawing the dragon slaughtering sword and slashing at the nearest pythons. With swift, gleaming sword strokes, he decapitated the giant serpents. Their massive heads tumbled to the ground, leaving their bodies suspended, blood gushing forth like fountains. Wu stood guard beside Qingyi, observing him while unleashing the power of the gale, sending forth several waves of blade energy that dispatched more of the serpent monsters. Gale Blade Master, strike. With a swift swing of the flame-wielding iron blade, the Gale squad abandoned their defensive stance and charged headlong into the throng of serpents. Each member bore the legacy of the Gale, adeptly practicing the Violet Gale Heart technique and the Gale Blade. Their combat prowess formidable enough to handle ordinary level 15 monsters with relative ease. Before long, the ground was stained crimson with blood, severed serpent heads littered the earth, their gaping maws revealing sharp fangs, presenting a terrifying visage. Despite their imposing size, they were, in truth, lacking in substance. Flame Wielder cursed as he kicked a serpent's head away, lamenting, truly impoverished. Nothing of value dropped. Indeed, it was a pitiful display, amongst the multitude of giant serpents. Not a single elite creature emerged. All were mere common beasts, and thus, the spoils were disappointingly meager. Qingyi raised a hand, halting the eager cleanup efforts of his comrades. Time was of the essence, and he deemed it unworthy to squander moments on such trifles. Their priority was to locate their true target. He swiftly organized his team, setting forth once more. Shortly thereafter, a vast lake came into view. A multitude of enormous ape demons were gathered at the water's edge, indulging in a drink, a sight both awe-inspiring and imposing. Each of these beasts was robustly built, muscles bulging like hardened stone, their coarse fur resembling steel bristles, exuding an untamed aura. Their powerful limbs appeared capable of shaking the very earth with a mere step. The ferocity and brutality in their eyes suggested they could rend anything asunder. There you are, Demon General White Ape. Qingyi focused intently on the particularly towering and formidable figure at the center of the group. Chapter 88, Demon General White Ape. Name, White Ape. Identity, Junior Demon General of the Dragon Prison Domain. Rank, Lord Level, 30 Health, 3, 252, 032, 520 Mana, 71, 227, 122 Spirit, 75, 887, 588 Strength, 2, 222 Defense, 2, 178 Speed, 1, 988 Stamina, 2, 003 Sky Spear Staff 7. Harnesses power within a long staff, channeling the forces of nature. As the staff dances, it unleashes a tremendous force towards the targeted area, generating a powerful shockwave that inflicts significant damage across a wide front, capable of shattering mountains and leaving foes unable to withstand its might. Phantom Strike Combo 7 moves with ghostly swiftness, leaving behind layers of afterimages in midair. Subsequently, it strikes with thunderous force, delivering 3 blows within 5 seconds to the target area, inflicting considerable combo damage. Spirit Ape Fist Dance 8 executes punches with a fluid, dance-like grace, achieving remarkable speed and a chance to inflict high physical damage on a single target, triggering successive attacks. Might of the White Ape 7. As a demon general under the Silver Fong, it possesses a potent bloodline that, when awakened, doubles its strength, wielding the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Qingyi contemplated inwardly, just as in his previous life. This level 30 lord left a profound impression on him, not due to having defeated it, but rather because its overwhelming strength had rendered the entire Golden Cloud Peak helpless against it. In those days, several top-tier factions on Jinyan Peak, such as the Warwolf Guild and the Stellar Alliance, spared no expense to engage in battle. However, the outcome was a series of devastating defeats, with each faction being obliterated in turn. Ultimately, left with no recourse, they could only watch as the Azure Dragon of the Dragon Guard was vanquished by powerful talismans. Following that incident, the vitality of the player factions on Jinyan Peak was severely diminished, rendering them unable to keep pace with the overarching trends of the game. Consequently, many elite players departed, seeking opportunities for development in other mountains. It was after this event that Qingyi gradually began to emerge, evolving into a considerable force. The White Ape could certainly be regarded as one of the strongest demon beasts in this event. One could only wonder what valuable treasures might be obtained from its defeat. Qingyi rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Moreover, with the enhanced drop rate for high-tier items during the event, the prospect was irresistibly enticing. The White Ape was relatively weaker compared to the Spirit Radiance Thunder Tiger, making it manageable to confront. However, its cadre of over 100 simian demons, all elite monsters at level 25, posed a significant challenge for the Swift Wind Squad. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyi resolved to have Yanwu lead the Swift Wind Squad against those elite monsters, with the strategic advantage of the Swift Wind tactics. Even if the squad struggled against the simian demons, they would likely sustain minimal losses. Furthermore, under Yanwu's command, victory seemed assured. Qingyi summoned Yanwu aside to relay his plan. With a single command, the members of the Swift Wind Squad surged forth, charging toward the throng of simian demons. Meanwhile, Qingyi readied 2 arrows, aiming directly at the White Ape's eyes. With a pair of resounding twangs, the arrows shot forth, enveloped in azure lotus spirit fire, resembling 2 ethereal dragons as they soared through the air towards the White Ape. The White Ape sensed the impending danger in an instant, twisting its head with lightning speed as one arrow narrowly grazed its cheek, stirring up a fierce gust. The other arrow was deflected by its palm, Yet the tremendous force contained within still pierced its skin, unleashing a tide of excruciating pain. But that was not the end. The arrows began to tremble violently, releasing bursts of fire before erupting with a thunderous bang. The overwhelming force radiated like a surging wave, brutally shattering the white ape's palm, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Fury ignited in the white ape's eyes, its massive copper-ringed pupils ablaze with wrath, sweeping over Qingyi with the precision of a sword. With a thunderous roar, the white ape unleashed its fury upon the land, summoning a stone staff from thin air, dark, robust, and exuding an oppressive aura. With a powerful leap, it propelled its colossal form forward, crashing down towards Qingyi like a cannonball. The mighty staff was raised high, poised to strike Qingyi with tremendous force, as if intent on reducing him to mere pulp. The air itself seemed to shriek beneath the pressure of the staff's momentum. Remaining composed, Qingyi drew the Dragon Slayer's sword, ready to meet the challenge head-on. Dragon Slayer 9 Swords. Strike. His gaze sharpened as the blade made precise contact with the stone staff. In terms of physique, Qingyi may seem far inferior to the white ape. However, with the enhancement of his superior equipment, his attributes are entirely on par with his opponent. When he strikes with full force, his strength not only rivals that of the white ape, but even surpasses it. A resounding crash reverberates as the white ape lands, stumbling backwards several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground. A fleeting expression of shock crosses its face, as if it cannot fathom that this diminutive human possesses such formidable power. Yet, soon after, an overwhelming fury surges within it. The white ape gathers its strength, its fur bristling like steel needles, resembling an enraged porcupine. In this moment, it becomes akin to an erupting volcano, unleashing even greater power and astonishing speed. With a powerful swing of its stone club, it sweeps forward, imbued with a ferocious aura, stirring up a tempestuous whirlwind. Clearly, it has resorted to its skills. The clash of weaponry produces a cacophony of sound, with fierce winds howling and vital energy raging like a wild beast. The white ape unleashes all its might, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Yet, despite its efforts, even the mightiest blow fails to affect Qingyi in the slightest. In contrast, Qingyi's strikes grow heavier and more potent with each swing, exuding an indomitable momentum that forces the white ape to retreat repeatedly. After executing 9 strikes, Qingyi swiftly sheaths the Dragon Slayer's sword and retrieves the Divine Flame Bow, unleashing a barrage of 9 arrows at the white ape. His movements flow like water, swift and unyielding. The white ape, seething with pent-up rage, struggles to contain its emotions. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, unable to restrain itself any longer, it prepares to unleash its bloodline power. Its arms swell with an infusion of boundless strength, engorged and pulsating, the veins protruding like serpents coiling around it, creating a fearsome visage. However, before it can activate its ability, it hears Qingyi's call. Shanhai. A shadow leaps forth, as swift as lightning. Its golden eyes shimmer like brilliant stars, entrancing the white ape into a stupor. By the time the white ape regains its senses, it is too late. 7 arrows, like vengeful specters, have already reached it. With a series of piercing sounds, 2 arrows find their mark in the white ape's eyes, while the others strike vital points across its massive frame, each dealing devastating damage. In an instant, the white ape succumbs to a state of severe injury. Chapter 89, Intermediate Detection Technique, Special Unit Thunderous Warriors. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupts, flames soaring into the sky as if to incinerate the heavens. Under the force of this immense bombardment, the white ape quickly falters, its colossal form crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. White ape slain, earning 15,986 experience points. Talents: chosen explosion rate triggered, 60 times the normal rate. Chosen talent activated. Item quality upgraded. Congratulations on defeating the event beast, the white ape, and earning the Demon General's mark of 10. A few beams of light fell, comprising 3 silver items and 1 golden item. Name: Demon Slaying Bracers. Grade: Level 30 Silver Equipment. Name: Gilded Belt. Grade: Level 30 Silver Equipment. Intermediate Detection Technique. Capable of revealing information about monsters up to 20 levels below the user's level, can be obscured by the concealment skill. The 3 silver items were all exceedingly practical. Qingyi regarded these treasures with immense satisfaction. After donning the 2 pieces of equipment, his combat strength surged once again. As the player has already mastered the basic detection skill, using the intermediate detection technique will prioritize the display of intermediate skill effects. Would you like to learn it? Yes. With the ascent of his level, the basic detection technique was becoming increasingly inadequate. The arrival of the intermediate detection technique was most opportune. After mastering the intermediate detection technique, Qingyi turned his gaze towards the golden item. The golden legend made its grand entrance. Thunderbolt Elite Soldier Token, a special soldier token. Possession of this token enables the establishment of Thunderbolt Elite Soldiers within the military camp for soldier promotion. Promotion requirements: quality level and above. Base attributes: Level 1, Strength greater than 6, Speed greater than 6, and martial arts trained in either the middle or thunder element. Token capacity, 10,000 soldiers. A soldier token. Remarkably, a token for 10,000 soldiers. An uncontrollable excitement surged within Li Qingyi's heart. With this token, the soldiers of Galaxy Village could participate in the Thunderbolt Elite's assessment within the military camp, and upon passing, could be promoted to the Thunderbolt Elite Soldier class. Upon successful promotion, they would not only learn unique Thunderbolt Elite skills, but also comprehend attributes such as valor and endurance, significantly enhancing their individual combat prowess. Most importantly, the Thunderbolt Elite possessed exclusive special tactics, capable of unleashing a power far exceeding that of any individual through the strength of the Legion. In his previous life, Li Qingyi had witnessed a special soldier class known as the Golden Armored Guards from the Dragon Protector Division, which, through their tactics, harnessed the strength of 1,000 individuals to form a formidable manifestation, obliterating a level 60 foe with a single strike. That scene was truly breathtaking. Thus, since his rebirth, Li Qingyi had yearned to establish an extraordinary special soldier class. However, due to unfortunate luck, he had failed to obtain any soldier tokens, which left him quite vexed. He even planned to seek out a mysterious merchant to purchase one during this event. To his astonishment, the very first beast he encountered in the event yielded one, a truly unexpected turn of events. Moreover, he was even more elated to discover that the Thunderbolt Elite was a premium class among special soldiers, surpassing the Golden Armored Guards. Not to mention, upon reaching the True Element stage, 3rd tier, Thunderbolt Elites boasted a 30% chance of comprehending intermediate attributes and a 60% chance of grasping basic attributes. This was a remarkable advantage over the Golden Armored Guards, who had no possibility of mastering intermediate attributes whatsoever. Do not underestimate the significance of traits. When faced with equally ranked martial artists devoid of traits, a warrior endowed with basic bravery traits can fully exploit the advantages they confer, effortlessly vanquishing opponents through superior combat skills and abilities. In practical combat, the disparity in their power levels is at least 50%. Regarding the limits of cultivation, those possessing traits are inherently stronger than those lacking them. Generally, the upper echelons of martial prowess are primarily determined by innate talent, yet traits do exert a certain influence. The higher the trait level, the greater the impact. According to statistics from the forum, out of 10,000 third-tier individuals, fewer than 200 can ascend to the 4th tier, and among these, at least 190 possess special attributes. It is evident that special attributes significantly affect the limits of martial arts. This holds true across all ranks. Those with inherently high talents find it even more challenging to surpass their limits. However, the difference lies in the fact that once they overcome that hurdle, each step forward unveils a new realm, making the awakening of traits profoundly significant for them. Imagine a special battalion of 10,000. In small-scale skirmishes, there would be swift-winged swordsmen, and in large-scale battles, thunderous warriors. Across the vast expanse of the mountains and seas, who could stand in their way? Alas, the current population of the territory is far too meager. He sighed, aware that this is merely a fanciful thought. The entire population of Galaxy Village amounts to less than 5,000. How could one possibly assemble a battalion of 10,000? Moreover, even if there were 10,000, it would be unreasonable for all to transition into soldiers. One must cultivate to eat, must have blacksmiths and tailors to acquire equipment, and must engage in various ventures to sustain training. All these roles require personnel, and their numbers must far exceed those of the soldiers. Currently, Galaxy Village's structure, with approximately 4,000 inhabitants supporting 1,000 combatants, borders on a state of militaristic excess. Were it not for the high-value industries within the territory and the lucrative profits from the initial wave of equipment sales, sustaining such numbers would be impossible. The typical ratio of soldiers to civilians hovers around 1:10, a balance deemed relatively healthy. Thus, despite Galaxy Village's superior profitability compared to other territories, the ambition to support a battalion of 10,000, especially a special battalion, would necessitate a population of at least 80,000. Oh, the population. Li Qingyi mused repeatedly, deeply reflecting on the adage that strength lies in numbers. Once this wave of activities concludes, I shall invest gold, and I will forge a battalion of 10,000. With a resolute heart, Li Qingyi silently vowed to undertake significant endeavors, amplifying the population trade, or rather, the arduous redemption of labor. Boss, we have eliminated all of them, came a voice. Amid his contemplation, the entire horde of ape demons had been vanquished, and Yin Wu approached with several spoils. Upon inspection, Li Qingyi discovered a few bronze pieces of equipment, each offering a 200-point enhancement. Indeed, the drop rate for such items was commendably high. He casually tossed them into his backpack, intending to sell them all at once for a profit later. There were also these insignias. Li Qingyi surveyed the activity interface with keen interest. Aside from the treasures unearthed, he also acquired 10 demon general emblems and 118 demon soldier emblems. These emblems, once the event concludes, can be exchanged for items. And they are indeed rare treasures seldom encountered in daily life, thus holding immense value. This venture has reaped substantial rewards. A smile graced Li Qingyi's lips. After tidying the battlefield, he promptly set off for the next location. Having tasted success, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Chapter 90. The Lucky Stone, the Berserker Guild. The desolate expanse was dotted with strange rocks. A group of individuals clad in black armor bent over the uneven terrain, meticulously scouring the battlefield. Nearby, heaps upon heaps of monstrous carcasses lay stacked together, their insides gutted for material extraction. They resembled giant lizards, yet were vastly larger, each the size of a small car. My journey of flying over 1,000 kilometers to this wasteland was not in vain. The rock behemoths, indeed grotesque, boasted a high drop rate. Li Qingyi beamed as he scrutinized the thumb-sized diamond-like stone in his hand. Its pink hue shimmered with transparency. He slightly raised his palm towards the sunlight, and a prismatic halo emanated, coalescing into a vibrant rainbow bridge dozens of meters long, suspended above the rocky ground. Level 3 Lucky Stone. A stone imbued with the brilliance of fortune. Legend has it that it can enhance one's luck. Just as it should be, exactly level 3. Li Qingyi's heart swelled with delight. It was the perfect opportunity to upgrade his chosen drop rate. He had awaited this day for an eternity. With a focused thought, the system panel manifested before him. Would you like to spend 10,000 gold coins to upgrade the talent chosen drop rate with one level 3 lucky stone? Yes. Upgrade successful. Chosen drop rate 3 during gameplay. The drop rate of items from all monsters is randomly increased by 50 to 200 times. A 20 chance triggers the chosen effect, enhancing the quality of dropped items, while a 10 chance triggers a lucky crit, granting double the dropped rewards. 4. Due to the chosen drop rate rising to level 4, in team mode, the Lucky Brilliance is automatically activated, allowing teammates to enjoy the full effects of the chosen drop rate. It will disappear when the team mode is closed. The system's voice resonated continuously, igniting a thrill within Li Qingyi. This upgrade was remarkable. It not only elevated the minimum drop rate from 30-fold to 50-fold, but also doubled the maximum from 100-fold to 200-fold. Now, items that previously eluded him could potentially manifest. Perhaps, in the future, merely slaying a minor creature would yield golden gear. That sensation would be simply exhilarating. A smirk crept across Li Qingyi's face as a vivid scene unfurled in his mind, while others toiled to obtain gear. He could effortlessly slay a mere creature and claim superior rewards. The mere thought of such a scenario made him click his tongue in admiration. It was exhilarating to envision. This lucky stone was indeed worth the expenditure. A level 4 talent far surpassed a level 3 talent. Li Qingyi mused. What a fortuitous destiny, a stroke of luck. Each individual talent is remarkable in its own right, yet now, when amassed together, they render him utterly invincible. Moreover, the coveted talent of shared experience, which had long occupied his thoughts, has also been realized following his ascension to level 4, liberating him from the need to secure the final blow. From this point onward, as long as he is in the company of his team, they may engage freely and reap abundant rewards. Li Qingyi contemplated this as he swiftly gathered the Gale squad, urging them onward to their next destination. Among the remaining 2 level 25 elites, the closer adversary was the two-headed scorpion, which they swiftly located. Without the slightest hesitation, they launched into battle. Being level 25, and with the minions merely at level 20, the Gale squad found them to be no match whatsoever. In fact, Li Qingyi scarcely had to lift a finger. Yanwu effortlessly dispatched the over 200 two-headed scorpions in one fell swoop. The spoils were astonishing. 3 pieces of silver equipment, over 20 pieces of bronze equipment, more than 40 pieces of black iron equipment, along with numerous items, yielding a drop rate nearing 12. It was indeed frightening. Should a golden grade item emerge, the bounty would soon rival that of the White Ape and his cohort. It is crucial to note that these were merely level 25 elites, while the White Ape was a level 30 lord, an initial demon general. The chasm between the two was immense, yet the yield was astonishingly comparable. One can only imagine the terrifying effect of the upgraded drop rate. After vanquishing the two-headed scorpion, Li Qingyi and his team set forth once more, heading towards the location of another level 25 elite, the Inyang poison spider. However, this time, their journey was not as fortuitous. Upon arrival, they found no trace of the Inyang poison spider. After a thorough search of the surroundings, they encountered nothing but desolation. With only signs of prior human activity, it appeared that someone had been there before them. Li Qingyi mused, not at all surprised. While he acted, others did too, and it was entirely natural for someone to have preempted him. Let us seek out another target, he directed, leading his companions aboard the Gale Eagle, departing without delay. After flying less than 50 kilometers amidst a rugged rocky terrain, a large group of individuals suddenly emerged, drawing bows and unleashing a volley of arrows toward the Gale Eagle. A hail of arrows filled the air, creating a cacophony of whistling sounds as they soared. Fortunately, the Gale Eagle's defense was commendable. Otherwise, under such a concentrated assault, it would surely have been riddled with arrows. Even so, sharp arrowheads grazed its surface, leaving behind a constellation of wounds. Li Qingyi was taken aback that there were those audacious enough to attack him mid-flight. Such brazen boldness was astonishing. Anger surged within him. a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Descend and unveil the source of this attack, he commanded. Those who dared to ambush him would find no easy reprieve today. They would undoubtedly pay a price for their audacity. Upon receiving Li Qingyi's command, the Gale Eagle flapped its mighty wings and, like a streak of light, plummeted toward the ground. With a resounding crash, the moment it touched down, the earth trembled slightly, and a tempest of wind erupted from the center, raising clouds of dust in its wake. Li Qingyi dismounted from the colossal eagle, casting a cold gaze upon the throng of individuals emerging incessantly ahead. Why do you ambush us? Yan Wu questioned angrily, unable to restrain himself from advancing. Brother Quanzhan, observing the two formidable and fierce eagles, felt a twinge of trepidation. However, upon noting the relatively few numbers on Li Qingyi's side, his anxiety dissipated. A mere 100 opponents posed little threat to his own force of over 1,000. 10 to 1, the advantage lay with them. With his heart steadied, he stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "The path ahead is blocked by the Quanzhan Guild. Passage is forbidden. You must take an alternate route." Blocked? Yan Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard a jest. "We are flying in the air. How does that impede you?" He dared not voice his ulterior motive of wanting to seize an opportunity upon seeing individuals descending from the giant eagle. To his utter astonishment, the eagle descended in a manner akin to a Wuling Hongguang, allowing a continuous stream of individuals to disembark. Recognizing the menacing aura emanating from the opposing party, he understood that victory was not assured. In a hasty retort, he shouted, "We have also sealed off the skies. You shall not pass." "How tyrannical of you." Yan Wu scoffed, intending to argue, but was silenced by Li Qingyi. "There is nothing more to discuss. These individuals are clearly here to rob us. If that is their intent, then I shall not be held accountable." With a piercing gaze, Li Qingyi fixed his eyes on Brother Quanzhan and asked, "Is your guild engaged in an activity ahead?" Upon hearing this, Brother Quanzhan's demeanor shifted abruptly, akin to a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, erupting in fury. "What business is it of yours? Get lost." His agitation was palpable, indicating that indeed, they were engaged in some endeavor. Li Qingyi's conviction grew stronger. Chapter 91. Are you the president of the Quanzhan Guild? Witnessing Li Qingyi and his companions remain unmoved, Brother Quanzhan's expression turned grim. "Are you leaving? Or shall I unleash my arrows?" His eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Internally, he cursed. "Damn it, if it weren't for your apparent strength, I would have already dealt with you. Leave, damage my eagle, and it will end there?" Li Qingyi's expression remained impassive, uninterested in further dialogue. He commanded, "Eliminate them. Kill." At Li Qingyi's order, Yan Wu, who had long been itching for action, charged forward. With a clang of his steel blade, he executed a sweeping strike, unleashing a torrent of deadly energy that felled nearly a dozen foes in an instant. The other members of the Gale team similarly drew their weapons and rushed towards Brother Quanzhan and his companions. "You dare to strike? Do you know who we are?" "We are from the Quanzhan Guild." Brother Quanzhan exclaimed in shock, hastily retreating behind his comrades, shouting, "You are doomed. Our guild has tens of thousands of members who will not spare you." His threats failed to halt the Gale team's relentless advance. Rather, it only intensified their murderous intent. To dare threaten them, the Guardians of Galaxy Village, was tantamount to courting death. The Gale team, with unyielding resolve, transformed into merciless reapers, their blades rising and falling, extinguishing lives with each stroke. Under their overwhelming assault, the players of the Quanzhan Guild were scattered like chaff in the wind, offering virtually no resistance before being swiftly dispatched, vanishing into a white light as they logged off in defeat. The countenance of Mad Battle Dragon darkened. Taken aback by the formidable strength of Li Qingyi and his companions, regret crept into his heart. Why had he succumbed to greed and decided to attack them? It was truly foolish. No retreat. The president and others are still behind. If this jeopardizes my grand plans, the consequences will be dire. Advance. Press on. Mad Battle Dragon bellowed fiercely. Yet, his words were in vain. Before long, the members of the Mad Battle Guild dwindled to a mere handful, scattered and fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the Gale Squad. You will undoubtedly pay for your actions. Brace yourselves for the relentless vengeance of the Mad Battle Guild. Mad Battle Dragon's expression was as dark as a stormy sea, fixating his gaze upon Li Qingyi's visage, as if to etch it into his memory. Alas, Li Qingyi wore a mask. "I shall await you," Li Qingyi replied with a nod. Having dared to offend a first-rate force like the Ba Daoxing city, how could a mere Mad Battle Guild, with less than 20,000 members and insignificant in the vast expanse of the Qingyi mountain range, dare to boast before him? How absurd. Pursue your grandmother. As Mad Battle Dragon continued to threaten Li Qingyi, Yanwu could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade and struck accurately at Mad Battle Dragon's neck, sending him offline. The Yin-Yang poison spider may well have been vanquished by them. Now that I have seized their activities, is that not reasonable? Li Qingyi gestured, and Yin Wu and the others charged fiercely into the rocky area. Though Li Qingyi had initially intended to overlook the absence of the Yin-Yang poison spider, after all, fortune favors the bold. Mad Battle Guild's reckless provocation left him no choice but to annihilate them all. Within the rocky expanse, stones were closely packed, leaving only narrow gaps, and their group navigated through it, as if traversing a labyrinth. After progressing a few kilometers, they finally reached the central location, a vast clearing spanning thousands of acres. Encircled by towering rock formations, with only the sky above open to view. Standing inside and gazing upward, one felt as insignificant as an ant. In one corner of the clearing, nearly 1,000 individuals were engaged in combat against a horde of wild monsters. Their attacks were methodical and organized, a stark contrast to the chaotic group outside, demonstrating a significantly higher level of strength. Qingyi quickly recognized that these individuals were not mere players, but members of the Mad Battle Guild. My goodness, there must be nearly 1,000 of them. They have all been transformed into soldiers. Qingyi mused, astonished. It seemed the Mad Battle Guild had brought forth their entire resources, not to mention the quality, in terms of sheer numbers. The Mad Battle Guild was on par with the Galactic Village, truly remarkable. Of course, Qingyi understood that this did not necessarily signify the strength of the Mad Battle Guild. Rather, it was a fundamental strategy of player factions. They prioritized martial prowess and combat readiness, striving to convert as many individuals as possible into soldiers. In the early stages, most player factions would compel nearly all male members, regardless of their potential, to transition into soldiers, thereby cultivating a formidable fighting force in the shortest time possible to engage in territorial battles. Certainly, the drawbacks are evident. The entire force is conscripted into military service, rendering the territory incapable of development. Consequently, many factions have devised a solution to allow players to step in and fill the gaps across various industries within the territory, blacksmithing, resource gathering, and so forth, continuing to reap the benefits of the grueling 996 work culture within the game. Through this method, they aim to maintain the smooth operation of the territory and prevent stagnation. The Mad Dragon Guild is clearly implementing this strategy, a brilliant invention, yet it underestimates the loyalty of players. Qingyi scoffed, unimpressed by this approach. As someone with experience, he understands that players differ significantly. Everything belongs to the territory, and as long as their lives are bearable, betrayal is unlikely. However, players view the game merely as a different form of labor. Loyalty is but a jest. Those with the means will swiftly abandon their posts without a second thought. Furthermore, the player community is rife with complex interpersonal dynamics. Often, when one departs, they take everyone within the territory along with them. This results in a scenario where, with players gone and no replacements, an entire industry collapses in an instant. Who would want to engage in such a game? Such occurrences were not uncommon in his previous life. Thus, in Qingyi's eyes, secondary professions are the lifeblood of the territory, as crucial as the military. Entrusting it to an uncertain variable is unequivocally perilous. Players can be utilized, but it is best to deploy them in combat. As long as the compensation is substantial, they will fight fiercely. Once relegated to the rear, however, complacency becomes the norm. This is Qingyi's perspective. Do not question why. He is a player himself, and if in a subordinate position, he too would shirk responsibility. A few $1,000s certainly wouldn't compel him to risk his life. Nonsense. Who let you in here? Upon seeing Qingyi and the others intrude, a young man in white approached on horseback, bellowing, "Where's Lu Hailong? Where the hell is he? How could he let outsiders in? Are you the president of the Mad Warrior Guild?" Chapter 92, Annihilation, Journey to the Zhongjing Mountains. Indeed, I am the president of the Mad Warrior Guild, Mad Warrior Tianxia. Mad Warrior Tianxia narrowed his eyes, assessing the aggressive demeanor of Qingyi and his companions. At this moment, he sensed something amiss. With so many outsiders breaching their territory, Lu Hailong should have noticed, yet there had been no communication for a considerable time. Something must have gone awry. Where is Lu Hailong? What have you done to him? Mad Warrior Tianxia demanded. Killed him. Qingyi shrugged indifferently. You killed him. Mad Warrior Tianxia's pupils constricted, shock flooding his features, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of rage as he shouted, "You dare to kill members of my Mad Warrior Guild? Such audacity. In the Jinyun Peak area? Only the Mad Warrior Guild bullies others. When have they ever been taught a lesson? Qingyi's actions have grievously undermined Mad Warrior Tianxia's authority, and he will undoubtedly pay the price. Mad Warrior Tianxia declared sternly, Mad Warrior Army, assemble. From the ranks engaged in battle with wild monsters, approximately half the personnel immediately drew weapons and charged towards Qingyi and his group. The footsteps fell in perfect unison, resounding crisply and powerfully against the ground, echoing a rhythmic thud. In terms of presence, this contingent of several hundred was far superior to the earlier crowd of over 1,000 players. Clearly a battalion that had undergone rigorous training. The leader, Mad War of the World, sat astride his horse, a proud expression gracing his face, exuding unwavering confidence in his mad warriors. This 1,000-strong force was the culmination of his tireless efforts, having consumed vast resources and manpower to cultivate. Among them, a small fraction had mastered martial arts, advancing to the first tier, rendering their combat prowess formidable. To confront a mere 100-strong squad would be an effortless task, indeed. Qingyi's expression turned cold as he waved his hand dismissively, uttering a few words, "Leave none alive." Understood. Yin Wu grasped the command, swinging his blade with resolve, leading the Gale squad into the fray. Their demeanor was grim, propelled by an unyielding momentum as they charged towards the mad warriors. Although the Gale squad was outnumbered, each member was a peak first-tier warrior, steeped in the profound Gale legacy, their strength unmatched. Typically, they held their own against second-tier beasts, let alone the mad warriors. In an instant, the two forces collided, a cacophony of clashing blades and battle cries reverberating through the air. Mad War of the World watched, his expression shifting from arrogance to terror. The scene he had envisioned, his mad warriors ruthlessly trampling the opposition, had not materialized. Instead, it was the mad warriors themselves who were being effortlessly torn apart by their foes. Yes, torn apart. The once invincible mad warriors crumbled before the Gale squad, as fragile as paper, slaughtered mercilessly. Wherever the Gale squad advanced, the ground was littered with the fallen, a grim testament to their victory. Unlike players who could resurrect, these warriors faced true death. No. As he beheld this scene, Mad War of the World's eyes bulged with rage, his heart twisted in anguish. These mad warriors were the very foundation of the Mad Guild. All of you, charge forth. Slay them. With bloodshot eyes, he resembled a desperate gambler, screaming hoarsely, disregarding the beasts entirely, commanding all mad warriors to engage. Yet, the vast disparity in strength could not be compensated merely by numbers. The addition of several hundred mad warriors would only serve to delay the inevitable defeat. Before long, nearly 1,000 mad warriors lay slain beneath the blades of the Gale squad. It was over. The Mad Guild was finished. Mad War of the World stood in shock, as if his soul had been stripped away, repetitively murmuring this grim realization. The Mad Guild, with all its able-bodied young men among the mad warriors, had now been completely annihilated. With their foundation lost, a dark and unpredictable abyss awaited the Mad Guild. In his gaze burned a seething hatred, as if he could launch 1,000 blades towards Qingyi, wishing him endless torment. You are no mere person of Jinyan Peak. Who exactly are you? Mad War of the World rasped, as if finally comprehending the magnitude of the formidable entity he had provoked. Qingyi maintained a serene demeanor, her gaze slightly lowered as she regarded the fierce warrior, Mad Battle of the World. A sardonic smile graced her lips as she quipped, "My great blade rests upon your throat, and only now do you ponder my identity? How dreadfully tardy of you. Do not revel in your moment of triumph. I shall not spare you, whether in this game or in reality. I will assuredly track you down." Mad Battle of the World displayed a fierce expression, and before Qingyi could make a move, he raised his sword to his own throat. However, before he could draw blood, a swift iron blade hurtled from the distance, piercing directly into his chest. With wide eyes, he collapsed. "Do you presume to take your own life beneath my hand?" Yin Wu scoffed, unfazed. Qingyi chuckled softly, internally dismissing the threat posed by Mad Battle of the World. Many sought to find him, both in the real world and within the game, and Mad Battle of the World hardly ranked among them. "Finish off the remaining beasts," Qingyi instructed, gesturing towards the monsters lurking behind. These were remnants left by the Mad Battle Guild, and now she reluctantly took charge of them. It was indeed a reluctant endeavor, for they were merely a band of level 20 beasts, nothing more than a trivial task, were it not for their proximity. Qingyi would hardly waste her time engaging with them. Surely, the opportunity to seek out the demon generals was far more enticing. Indeed, this group of monsters did not yield anything of worth to Qingyi. Even the spoils consisted solely of a pair of level 20 silver greaves, of a quality far inferior to her current attire. Thus, she promptly discarded them into her inventory. Having dealt with the beasts, Qingyi seized the remaining time to venture forth, flying towards the next area. She traversed numerous peaks, vanquishing those of some renown from her memory. However, they were all level 25, yielding no particularly valuable items. Most were of silver quality, accumulating to a significant number, around 1 to 200 pieces, which would translate into a considerable sum of gold coins. Moreover, she amassed a plethora of demon soldier tokens, totaling over 3,000. These tokens were precious. Once the event concluded, they could be exchanged for a myriad of rare rewards. With little left to accomplish in Golden Cloud Peak, Qingyi mused, "Tomorrow, I shall explore a different mountain range." Her initial purpose in coming to Golden Cloud Peak was to confront the White Ape, and now that the encounter was concluded, she had nearly exhausted her options. It was time to take her leave of the Gale Giant Eagle. Originally, she intended to depart after defeating the White Ape and set out to battle the demon generals in another range, but she ended up grinding through a few more ordinary foes. "Tomorrow, I shall head to the central capital mountain range. There are bound to be more demon generals there." Qingyi traced her finger across the map, marking several points, each a location of a demon general, a total of 3, arranged in a triangular formation across different peaks. The closer two were approximately 50,000 kilometers away, while the more distant one lay over 100,000 kilometers away. Even riding a beast as swift as the Gale Giant Eagle, it would take more than 2 days to reach. Qingyi resolved to engage the nearer two, dismissing the far one as not worth the effort, preferring instead to defeat more level 25 foes. Chapter 93, Second Tier Members, arriving at the Asking Immortal Peak. the following morning. Before setting off, a piece of delightful news reached them. After enduring a lengthy period of rigorous training, 2 members of the Gale Squad had successfully comprehended the second-tier martial arts, thereby ascending to the second tier. One of them, Yin San, was among the earliest members to join the Gale Squad. Possessing exceptional aptitude, he had a formidable berserker talent that rendered him a fierce warrior in combat, akin to a beast awakened from slumber. The other, Zhao Ji, who joined later, not only boasted commendable aptitude, but also possessed an extraordinary innate talent for the Gale body. This remarkable gift allowed him to convert internal and true energy into a formidable force, significantly amplifying both his offensive and defensive capabilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. Additionally, Zhao Ji was endowed with a superior command talent, showcasing exceptional leadership skills. When Yin Wu departed, it was typically Zhao Ji who led the Gale Squad into action, suggesting an emerging trend for him to become the second-in-command within the team. Aside from these two, the remaining members of the Gale Squad had largely reached the pinnacle of the first tier, with breakthroughs imminent in the coming days. If this momentum continued, it was believed that Galaxy Village would soon welcome its first second-tier team. Qingyi was naturally elated. The distinction between the first and second tiers was significant. The barrier to entry for the first tier was relatively low, and with sufficient resources, one could easily forge a first-tier team. Witness the Berserker Guild, a second-rate faction capable of assembling hundreds of first-tier soldiers. However, the second tier was different. While the threshold was also low, a certain level of aptitude was still required, making it considerably challenging for those with only average talent to break through. It was evidently improbable for typical player factions to replicate their previous success in cultivating everyone to the second tier. Should the Gale Squad manage to achieve a collective breakthrough to the second tier, their exceptional aptitude would enable them to contend effortlessly against ordinary third-tier teams, whose ceiling typically capped at third tier. Thus, a second-tier Gale Squad would wield significant power in the early stages of the game. After offering some simple encouragement to the group, Qingyi and the others resumed their journey. Utilizing the teleportation array, they arrived at the Zhongjing mountain range, specifically the Wenshan Peak area. The mountains stretched for thousands of miles, rolling and undulating, with layers of mist resembling delicate white silk draping over the peaks, sometimes coalescing, sometimes dispersing, ever-changing in appearance. At the summit, piercing through the clouds, stood high and mighty. The mountain's form was intermittently revealed amidst the mist, occasionally showcasing jagged rocks, seemingly sculpted by celestial beings. At other times, it revealed lush greenery, akin to an ethereal tapestry. Occasionally, radiant hues would cascade down, and spirit cranes would flit by, painting a picture of paradise. The natives once spoke of a legend that those who reached the summit could trace the footsteps of immortals, attracting countless seekers of the celestial path. Thus, the name Wenshan was derived. Of course, these tales were merely the system's lore. Qingyi was aware that atop Wenshan Peak lay a large tribe known as the Chonglu tribe. The main city of the Chonglu tribe, the Chonglu Royal City, was situated there. Upon emerging from the teleportation array, the striking presence of Qingyi and the others immediately drew attention, as many players cast curious glances, speculating about their identities. Some even discreetly followed, activating their recording functions to capture moments, clearly with ulterior motives. The Zhongjing mountain range, one of the most densely populated areas amid the vast wilderness, is naturally rife with the watchful eyes of various factions. Qingyi remains indifferent to this scrutiny, cloaked in a mask that renders his identity unrecognizable. Let them follow, let them record, it is of little consequence. As for Yin Wu and the others, being remembered holds no significance for them either. They make their way to a shop that rents out magical beasts, where a plethora of creatures await, flying entities from the sky, running beasts from the ground, and swimming entities from the water, far surpassing what was available at Jinyan Peak. The creatures here boast higher levels, and Qingyi even spots a magical beast marked at level 50, a massive azure python, coiled atop a stone pillar several meters high, extending its head and flicking a scarlet tongue, a testament to its formidable size. Goodness, it's almost turning into a dragon, Qingyi marvels. What a magnificent creature. Riding such a beast would surely be awe-inspiring. While Qingyi is captivated, Yin Wu and his companions, who have never encountered such wonders, are even more taken aback. Gazing at him with eager anticipation, their faces nearly betraying their thoughts. Qingyi understands their awe, reminiscent of his own days as a student. Entranced by a sleek sports car, wishing to behold it from dawn till dusk. After all, which man could resist a majestic mount? Thus, should the price be reasonable, Qingyi is inclined to indulge Yin Wu and the others. But what is the price? After a thorough inspection, he finally discovers a small tag affixed to the edge of the stone pillar. Azure Giant Python, 30,000 gold coins per day. Qingyi exclaims, I hereby declare a unilateral rejection of such ostentatious demands. This is absurd. He is left speechless. Typically, the rental fee for a level 50 magical beast hovers around 10,000 gold coins. Yet this establishment dares to charge 30,000 for an unsightly python. If it were a dragon, perhaps it would be justifiable. But for a creature so lackluster in appearance, it is simply not worth it. It would be rather embarrassing to ride such an ugly serpent in public. Scaring off cats and dogs. Clearing his throat, Qingyi leads Yan Wu and the others to another section of the shop. This area features magical beasts of levels 30 and 40, which are relatively smaller, yet still impressive in size, each several meters long. After much deliberation, they finally settle on a level 45 Guiyuan white crane, an aesthetically pleasing creature adorned in pristine white feathers, exuding an ethereal aura. Most importantly, it can carry up to 100 people and costs only 3,000 gold coins, an exceptional value. Upon completing the transaction, Qingyi mounts the white crane, soaring toward their destination. As he sits atop the crane, gazing down at the ever-changing landscape of verdant mountains and flowing waters, he reflects on the journey ahead. The crane can fly approximately 100,000 kilometers in a day, and by the time they reach the location of the demon general, little time will remain. Nevertheless, he resolves to engage in other activities along the way, as there are numerous common demons, and surely, opportunities for profit abound. The recently recorded footage swiftly made its way to the tables of various powerful factions. Within the Dragon Guardian department, in an office adorned with meticulous decor and bright lighting, the atmosphere mirrored reality so closely that it was hard to fathom such a place existed within a game. On the podium of the office, a screen played a loop of visuals, showcasing the scenes of Qingyi in the heavy tower city, from his emergence from the teleportation array to his rental of the white crane for departure. A solemn-faced young man, with a square jaw, gazed intently at the screen, his brows slightly furrowed before he closed his eyes. Such an elite group could only have been nurtured by you, Qingyi, murmured Songlong Wentian. Chapter 94, the eerie graveyard of hundreds of thousands of players. Ahead lay the likely location of the three-tailed fox demon spawn. Qingyi sat gracefully upon the white crane, his stature upright, eyes sparkling like stars as he gazed into the distance. Before him loomed two towering mountains, reaching into the clouds, resembling colossal barriers standing resolutely against the heavens. In between, a vast and boundless valley unfolded. A sprawling sea of flowers spread out, vibrant and colorful, akin to an endless ocean, rolling and majestic. As the flowers swayed in the breeze, their intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, weaving into ethereal tendrils that danced into his nostrils, ensnaring his senses. What a beautiful place, rumbled Yanwu in his deep voice. The other members of the Gale squad nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with awe. Yet, beauty often accompanies great peril. Qingyi gently shook his head and murmured in a tone only he could hear. This place, in my past life, was the burial ground for hundreds of thousands of players. Recalling those years, this very location sparked immense interest on the forums, with hourly updates reaching astonishing numbers in the millions, all concerning the demon general, the three-tailed fox. It was said that to confront this terrifying entity, Songlong Wentian deployed an entire army of 100,000, all rigorously trained players from the real world. Yet, not only did they fail to conquer the three-tailed fox, but they also suffered complete annihilation. This incident stirred a tremendous uproar on the forums, leaving countless individuals aghast. Ultimately, the Dragon Guardian department was compelled to relinquish half of its profits and joined forces with 8 premier civilian factions, including the Jojo Alliance, Qinhan Mountain, and the Battle Soul Hall, fighting fiercely for a day and night to finally subdue the three-tailed fox. Throughout the ordeal, tens of thousands of players met their untimely demise. Had players not left no corpses upon death, they could have formed a mountain of despair. Henceforth, this location became known as the graveyard of the dispossessed. Regrettably, due to the horrific nature of the events, the details of the conquest were sealed by the Dragon Guardian department, leaving no one privy to the occurrences that transpired. Qingyi sighed. If only he could witness the scenes of the past and devise a strategy, it might ease the journey considerably. However, with no such luck, he could only proceed step by step. Upon dismounting from the white crane, he found himself surrounded by emptiness, with no sign of the three-tailed fox demon. Not here. Qingyi furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had arrived too early? According to the time announced on the forum, the first sighting of the three-tailed fox demon occurred on the evening of the second day of the event. In his eagerness to be the first to witness it, he arrived somewhat prematurely. Qingyi, feeling helpless, instructed the Gale squad to wait in place. Thus, they sat, some with closed eyes and meditation, others practicing their skills. As time passed, the sun gradually dipped in the west, painting the sky with a vibrant glow of twilight. Suddenly, a chilling gust of demonic wind swept through, carrying with it an aura of desolation, howling past them. Within the cacophony of the wind, there seemed to be the haunting cries of a sorrowful infant, sending shivers down their spines. Qingyi, who had been deep in meditation, was abruptly awakened by this sinister wind. A jolt of inexplicable unease surged through him. Frowning, he slowly raised his gaze, only to witness the surroundings beginning to collapse and shatter. The once boundless, colorful sea of flowers vanished in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. In its place emerged crumbling earthen walls, seemingly thrust up from the depths of hell, exuding an ancient and decayed aura. The walls were covered in blood-red patterns, resembling some arcane sigils or marks splattered with blood, radiating an aura of malevolence. This is bad, Yin Wu and the others. Li Qingyi turned to find, as he feared, that the members of the Gale Squad, including Yin Wu, were all bowing their heads, as if ensnared by some powerful spell. Utterly motionless, their faces bore an unnatural tranquility, as though they had succumbed to an endless slumber. It was evident they had fallen victim. Has the three-tailed fox finally arrived? Li Qingyi murmured to himself. Thankfully, his vigilance had roused him in time. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation before even encountering the three-tailed fox demon. He scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of the fox demon. Instead, they were ensconced by the uneven earthen walls, leaving only a bottomless path leading forward. Reminiscent of a cave. Awaken! Li Qingyi bellowed, attempting to rouse Yin Wu and the others. Strangely, despite the volume of his voice, they remained unresponsive, as if they could not hear him. Such potent demonic magic. Li Qingyi's expression grew grave. He spread his palm, conjuring a flickering blue lotus flame that blazed forth, crashing into a wall of fire suspended above them. With a sudden pop, it shattered into a flurry of small flames, precisely landing atop each person's head, burrowing into their bodies. At last, Yin Wu and the others began to stir. Their bodies flushed crimson as tendrils of azure smoke began to rise from their heads. Coughing violently, Yin Wu trembled, expelling a mass of white substance from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a cluster of tiny, wriggling white worms. The scene was truly unsettling, sending shivers down one's spine. Li Qingyi's brows twitched twice, and he silently thanked his lucky stars that his azure lotus spirit fire, being both pure and yang, could restrain all malevolent entities in the world, thus sparing him from being ensnared. Otherwise, the thought of having parasites growing within him would indeed be utterly revolting. My lord, Yin Wu stirred awake, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Utterly unaware of the events that had transpired, when his gaze fell upon the substance he had just expelled, his stomach churned violently, and he retched uncontrollably. We have been deceived. It must be the doing of that three-tailed fox spirit, Li Qingyi elucidated. Yin Wu then recalled that he had been meditating when, inexplicably, he lost consciousness and fainted. Amidst that hazy state, he had indeed caught a whiff of a fox's foul odor. Indeed, it was the three-tailed fox. His fists clenched in anger, feeling utterly humiliated as the leader of the Gale Squad to have been caught off guard. He scanned the surroundings with a fierce glare, seemingly intent on uncovering the fox demon's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the other members of the Gale Squad began to awaken, their conditions mirroring Yin Wu's. They too had expelled the same writhing creatures. Shock and fury coursed through the group, their hearts filled with resentment towards the three-tailed fox. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyi resolved to venture deeper into the cave. Unlike other beasts, this fox spirit preferred to lurk in the shadows, so the immediate priority was to locate it. Chapter 95, The Cave, the Wasteland. Under Li Qingyi's guidance, the group ventured further into the cave. Inside, it was dark and damp, the jagged stones looming ominously. Water droplets trickled down from the cave's ceiling, producing a crisp sound. Though devoid of any light sources, a faint glow emanated from an unknown origin, barely illuminating this profound space. After navigating numerous twists and turns for what felt like an eternity, they encountered not mere rock walls, but 8 openings of uniform size. Dark and profound, resembling mysterious portals to an unknown and terrifying realm. Faintly, the sound of weeping could be heard from within, sharp and mournful, suffused with boundless hatred. Each passage seemed to lead into an abyss teeming with restless spirits. Which one to choose? Li Qingyi refrained from making a hasty decision, instead standing at the entrance. Lost in thought, after a considerable pause, he drew an arrow and aimed it at one of the passages, releasing it into the darkness. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of blood-red flames surged forth from the depths of the cave, like a furnace from the underworld, consuming the arrow. Li Qingyi barely had time to detonate it before the arrow was reduced to ashes. Hissing, he quickly stepped back a couple of paces to distance himself from the entrance, lest the flames engulf him. Good heavens, to enter there would be akin to instant incineration. He shook his head, decisively ruling out that passage. Next, he approached the second opening and similarly shot an arrow within. This time, there was no blaze, only the sound of cracking, followed by a piercingly cold wind that howled, chilling to the bone. A few tendrils of frigid air escaped from the cave, brushing against Li Qingyi, and in an instant, frost crystals formed upon his brows. Silently activating the Qingyi spirit fire technique, Li Qingyi melted the ice crystals, his heart silently murmuring, "Explode." With a resounding bang, the arrow detonated. As the flames illuminated the surroundings, Li Qingyi finally discerned the scene within. The cave walls were encrusted with frost, reflecting a cerulean glow, resembling a vast ice cellar. Entering would likely result in an instant transformation into an ice sculpture. I cannot proceed, the second option eliminated. The first was a fire cave, the second an ice cave. Let me see what the third holds. Boom. A flash of lightning erupted, the arrow transforming into black ash. The thunder cave is ruled out. On to the next. Li Qingyi approached the entrance of the fourth cave. To his surprise, the fourth cave was remarkably safe. The arrow remained unaffected inside. Even after the explosion, the scene appeared quite ordinary, as though no danger lurked within. Could this be it? Li Qingyi pondered. However, to err on the side of caution, he continued to test the subsequent 4 caves. Ultimately, aside from the 5th being a wind cave, the 6th, 7th, and 8th were also surprisingly safe. Which one to choose? Li Qingyi found himself in a quandary. My lord, how about I enter first for a look? No problem, you can follow me in, Inan, observing Li Qingyi's indecision, stepped forward, eager to take the risk. Absolutely not. Li Qingyi immediately rejected the suggestion. What nonsense. Allowing Inan to enter was less sensible than going in himself. If he were to perish, he could be resurrected, but Inan lacked such a capability. If something went awry, he would be heartbroken. Ah, Little Black. A sudden spark ignited in Li Qingyi's eyes. Do not misunderstand. He was not sending Little Black into danger, but rather recalling its extraordinary talent, the breaking illusion golden eyes. This powerful ability could discern reality from illusion, making the choice of a small cave seemingly trivial. Thus, he hastily summoned Little Black from the pet space. Meow? As a snowy figure emerged, it pounced into Li Qingyi's embrace, writhing joyfully, its tail wagging merrily. Help me find out which cave is safe. Li Qingyi gently patted its head and inquired. Upon hearing this, Little Black ceased its languid demeanor, adopting a serious posture. Radiant golden light flickered within its pupils, and when it dimmed, its paw pointed towards the last cave. The 8th one? Li Qingyi asked. Little Black nodded. To validate its choice, it leaped from Li Qingyi's arms, scampering ahead into the 8th cave. Is it safe? Observing Little Black unscathed, Li Qingyi cautiously followed, placing the Gale team at the rear. It soon became evident that Little Black had made no mistake. Indeed, this was an exceedingly ordinary cave, devoid of any peril. Although several forks appeared along the way, under Little Black's guidance, the correct paths were effortlessly chosen. After traversing an indeterminate distance, winding through countless turns, they finally reached a terminus, where light streamed in. We have arrived. Inan's face radiated joy. He could no longer contain his excitement. Upon sighting the exit, he hurriedly dashed out in exuberance. Yet, something felt amiss. Li Qingyi's eyes glimmered with a peculiar unease, an inexplicable sensation that a pair of eyes was fixed upon him from behind. Despite having walked for quite some time, this feeling lingered. He pondered whether the three-tailed fox spirit was not ahead after all. With a silent sigh, he pressed onward, unable to discern the location of the elusive creature. Emerging from the cave, he was greeted by an expanse of desolate plains, devoid of any signs of life. Not a blade of grass could be seen. Only barren yellow earth stretched endlessly before him, save for a solitary ancient tree in the distance. There was not a hint of vitality to be found. What manner of place is this? Li Qingyi mused in disbelief. He had merely intended to engage in a hunt. Yet half a day had slipped by without a trace of the three-tailed fox. Had he known it would prove so troublesome, he would have thought twice about coming. Having wasted so much time, he could have vanquished 2 demon generals instead. Shanhai, can you locate the three-tailed fox? Li Qingyi inquired. Shanhai nodded and pointed towards 3 directions: the left front, the right front, and the sky above. 3 locations? Li Qingyi furrowed his brow and looked up. To the left front, there was nothing but emptiness. To the right front, a solitary ancient tree stood, stripped of branches and leaves. Above, the heavens were shrouded in gloom. From any angle, none of these positions appeared to harbor a fox spirit. Could it be concealed in the void? Possessing the mystical skill of the broken illusion golden eye, he found it strange that a mere fox spirit could elude detection from Shanhai in such a manner. Before he could ponder further, a sudden gust of wind howled, and black mist enveloped the area. Amidst the haze, enormous shadows materialized out of thin air, clawing and thrashing about. The ground trembled as a monstrous entity slowly emerged from the swirling darkness. This creature, had it not perished? Li Qingyi's eyes widened in recognition. The beast before him was none other than the azure-eyed serpent king he had previously slain. Employing a mid-level detection technique, he cast a skill, only to be met with a question mark. Nothing else revealed itself. What in the world is this? Li Qingyi was left astounded.